transmigrating into the form of an infant. Jiang Wang, due to his congenital deficiencies, finds himself abandoned alongside his mother by the imperial clan. Initially destined to endure a life fraught with humiliation and adversity, fortune smiles upon him as the system arrives 3 centuries in advance. Overcome the inner demons cultivated over 3 centuries by engaging in active cultivation. Once, reward, the ancient sacred body. Jiang Wang, I am still in the womb. What inner demons could I possibly possess? You have fallen too far behind over the past 3 centuries. Challenge a peer your age once. Reward, supreme bone. Jiang Wang, wait, are you suggesting that I fully mature into a sacred body just to dominate young children? 3 centuries ago, you were thwarted by your kin in a marriage snatch. If you wish to amend this regret, seek a partner of moderate talent. Reward, the primordial laws. Jiang Wang glanced at his stunning master, the regal empress, and the serene holy maiden in his arms, pondering the intricacies of existence. Soon after, the imperial clan exclaimed, "What? The illegitimate son we cast aside has become a divine emperor? Is it too late for us to kneel and beg for forgiveness?" Father Wanger, I admit I was wrong. I shall have the ancestor kneel before you. Chapter 1. Abandoned at the outset, merging with the ancient sacred body. In the ancient immortal domain, the primordial Luo clan, a beautiful woman, heavy with child, kneels on the ground, her expression sorrowful. Above the resplendent golden hall looms the solemn visage of an elder, a spectral figure embodying the ancestral emperor of the Luo clan. Ancestor, I cannot bear to part with this child. I implore you, spare us, and allow me to give birth. Unthinkable. The apothecary god Valley has verified that your origin is damaged and you are congenitally deficient. The fetus within you possesses an ordinary foundation. How can the Luo clan produce such progeny? Would we not become a subject of ridicule among the myriad clans? Even if it is an illegitimate child, it is unacceptable. The elder's words plunged the woman into despair. Her name is Jiang Cixin, the daughter of the Jiang clan. Once, by a twist of fate, she saved the young clan leader, Luo Zhantian, and later married into the Luo clan, relegated to the status of a concubine due to her family's weakened position. Over the years, Luo Zhantian has only lavished attention on his legitimate wife, Mo Yun, ignoring her completely, yet she harbored no grievances. However, now she is being coerced into terminating the child she carries, a line Jiang Cixin cannot bring herself to cross. Zhantian, is this truly your sentiment as well? Jiang Cixin bit her lip, tears glistening in her beautiful eyes as she gazed at the golden hall. Within the golden hall, a figure of imposing stature displayed an expression of helplessness, tinged with a hint of impatience. In light of our past affections, if you truly wish to give birth, it may be permitted. However, you must return to your family, the Jiang clan, to deliver this child, who shall bear the Jiang surname and shall never be inscribed in the genealogy of the Luo clan. A resonant, hollow voice echoed forth, thereafter devoid of compassion, as if this were the utmost grace that could be bestowed upon her. Undoubtedly, these words conveyed the sentiment that her child was unworthy of the Luo surname, being of mediocre talent and merely deserving of the Jiang name. Jiang Cixin was utterly disheartened. Regardless, she would not forsake her child's life. What did it matter if he lacked talent? He was her flesh and blood, and even if she were driven back to the Jiang clan, she would ensure his arrival into this world. In silent contemplation, Jiang Cixin rose and departed, her slender figure fading into the void. Within the golden hall, a man's melancholic sigh echoed. Alas, why does Cixin fail to understand? Her child possesses mediocre talent and will inevitably compete with the child in Yunner's womb for our Luo clan's resources and fortunes. But that kind of foundational aptitude. Mo Yun's child is a celestial body. He represents the future hope of our Luo clan. How can her child possibly compare? For the sake of our clan's millennia-long heritage, you, young clan leader, have done nothing wrong. Jiang Cixin will surely regret this in the future. The voice of the ancestor lingered in the air. Surrounded by a warm, moist embrace, darkness enveloped him, yet it imparted an unparalleled sense of comfort and security. Time passed slowly. Jiang Wang had come to accept the fact that he was transmigrated by a dump truck driver and found himself in his mother's womb, though he struggled to grasp the current predicament faced by himself and his mother. Name: Jiang Wang. Foundation: innately damaged, white. Identity: abandoned son of the Luo clan, illegitimate. Jiang Wang gazed at his identity, the cold voice of Luo Zhantian resonating in his ears, igniting a surge of anger within him. Your wife is pregnant, yet you were hastily expelled from the home. Do you even deserve to be called a husband or a father? However, upon reflection, he realized that escaping such a heartless, opportunistic family and not having to call such a man father was, in fact, not a bad fate. The only one he felt sorrow for was his mother, Jiang Xixin. At that moment, she was cradling her belly, fearful that even the slightest jolt on the journey back to her family would harm the child within her. Beside her sat a young maid, who spoke with indignation. Miss, that Luo Zhantian is truly an ungrateful wretch, now disdainful of your innate shortcomings. Yet he forgets that it was because of your aid back then, bestowing upon him much innate essence, that his foundation was damaged. What ingrate! Woe is me! The young maid, named Xiaolan, was Jiang Xixin's handmaiden and the only one in the Luo clan who felt sympathy for her. It's all right, Xiaolan, I am fine. No matter where we go, as long as my child can live safely and come to my side, that is enough. As Jiang Xixin spoke, her expression inevitably darkened, gently caressing Jiang Wang's back through her abdomen, lamenting, "Only, it is a pity for my child. It is my inadequacy that has caused you to be born at a disadvantage. Mother will strive with all her might to compensate you and protect you." Jiang Wang's small body trembled. Maternal love was so near yet so warm, evoking a bittersweet ache within him. In 2 lifetimes, how could Jiang Wang not understand that his mother was comforting the little maid, Xiaolan? Now, as she bore a child and was sent back to her family, it was a blessing not to be mocked. But if she hoped to secure some resources for cultivation, she would likely endure even more humiliation. No, this absolutely cannot continue. Being born into ridicule while his beloved mother faced scorn, while Luo Zhantian and the Luo clan remained high above. Just as Jiang Wang anxiously pondered how to break this predicament, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind, and lines of text materialized before him. Host Jiang Wang, 300 years old, late bloomer system activated. Your life has been fraught with hardship, innately deficient, you cannot cultivate, and you and your mother, Jiang Xixin, often endure the disdain and ridicule of myriad clans. Your half-brothers have already attained enlightenment, while you can only rely on the medicinal pills begged from your mother to barely sustain your life. This year, you resolve to reverse your fate. Upon seeing the golden finger bound to him, Jiang Wang felt an initial surge of excitement. He and his mother could finally change their destinies. Yet soon, he sensed something amiss. 300 years? No, system, you mustn't have arrived 300 years early. Jiang Wang investigated further, observing the tragic experiences of his future life, and became increasingly convinced that the system had indeed arrived prematurely, arriving early into his mother's womb. I just don't know how to utilize this, late bloomer. If I had become a great talent earlier, surely I could have changed our fates, right? As Jiang Wang pondered, a system task suddenly popped up before him. Your mother, Jiang Xixin, has been tirelessly concerned for you over the years, while you, due to your innate deficiencies, have constantly evaded cultivation. She does not blame you, but is often filled with melancholy and self-reproach. Newbie task: actively cultivate for the first time, making your mother see you in a new light. Reward: fusion with the ancient sacred body. The sacred body. Upon seeing that reward, Jiang Wang's 2 round, dark eyes widened in astonishment. Truly, the system was remarkable, granting him the fusion with his sacred body right from the start, and of the T0 level, the ancient sacred body. Birth itself is a manifestation of the celestial and earthly laws, with myriad saintly apparitions bowing in reverence. With but a modicum of cultivation, one can become invincible in flesh, daring to challenge the ancient emperors. Were celestial bodies and demonic seeds when faced with such might? Having integrated this physique, is there any doubt of a triumphant resurgence? Jiang Wang is overwhelmed with exhilaration. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this is merely the reward for a novice task from the system, and it is fortuitous that it was released 3 centuries in advance. Were he to languish for 300 years, with meridians obstructed and age weighing heavily, how arduous would it be to embark on his first cultivation? However, the circumstances are entirely different within the womb. Contemplating this, Jiang Wang promptly commenced his cultivation using the fetal breath, an innate benefit of being in the womb, allowing him to channel spiritual energy through his mother's meridians as effortlessly as quenching one's thirst. Coincidentally, Jiang Cixin, sensing his restlessness, mistook it for discomfort, as she was bestowing upon him an unceasing flow of spiritual essence for nourishment. At that moment, Jiang Cixin appeared somewhat astonished, realizing that the spiritual essence she had transmitted was being actively absorbed by the little one within her. My child is remarkably perceptive. Could it be that he is aware of cultivation even in the womb? Her beautiful eyes shimmered with disbelief as she pondered this. At that moment, the small characters reappeared before Jiang Wang's eyes. Task completed. Commencing fusion. Primal ancient sacred body. Division of realms. Early stage. Blood mobilization. Cave heaven. Transformation of spirit. Mid-stage. Supreme. True immortal. Immortal king. Immortal emperor. Saint. Saint king. Saint emperor. Heavenly emperor. Late stage. Divine realm. Chapter 2. The tenderness of the Hui and Jiang clans. Jiang Cixin remained perplexed. Within her womb, Jiang Wang was unfurling a magnificent tapestry in the sea of consciousness. A legacy derived from the ancient sacred body. At the banks of the river of time, an emperor endowed with the ancient sacred body stood like an eternal deity beneath the heavens. Jiang Wang felt as if beneath his feet lay a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, forged from the valiant souls of countless heroes, each exuding an aura of terror. Among them were saints, quasi-emperors, and even remnants of heavenly emperors. Yet, even these formidable beings, nearly immortal, were reduced to mere steps beneath the feet of the ancient emperor. All things bowed in submission, dictating the epics. A tempest surged within Jiang Wang's heart. At that very moment, the emperor who reigned over this realm turned his gaze upon him, his eyes traversing through endless epochs to land upon Jiang Wang's face. A wave of disorientation washed over him, and to his astonishment, the emperor's figure swiftly retreated to a distance, so close it felt as if they had merged into one. From that instant onward, Jiang Wang sensed that the world around him had transformed. His consciousness expanded exponentially, as tendrils of golden warmth flowed through his limbs and bones, reshaping his very essence, cleansing his marrow from the very womb. Simultaneously, it seemed as though countless vortices had appeared in the void, voraciously absorbing the spiritual energy of the world and channeling it into Jiang Cixin's abdomen. How strange. Could it be that my child is truly cultivating within the womb? But isn't he supposed to be innately deficient? Jiang Cixin marveled in silent shock, yet refrained from making a sound. With a gaze filled with maternal affection, she stared at her abdomen, gently caressing it, and upon further inspection, she felt the spiritual essence she had imparted not only remained intact, but was also returning to her own body. Could it be that this little one knows of my limitations, and is thus compelled to commence his cultivation within the womb? Jiang Cixin mused self-deprecatingly, a wave of guilt washing over her. Unbeknownst to her, this was merely a manifestation of Jiang Wang's normal cultivation process. The ancient sacred body was overwhelmingly formidable, giving rise to celestial phenomena at the slightest provocation. This was merely an appetizer. Jiang Wang was acutely aware of the immense speed at which the ancient sacred body cultivated, a stark contrast to the pace prior to its integration. Through the system, he learned that the power hierarchy in this world was initially divided into 3 lower realms, with the young prodigies of prominent clans competing within these realms until adulthood. These were blood transformation, cave heaven, and spirit transformation, each further divided into 10 levels. Achieving the cave heaven realm before adulthood marked one as a genius, while reaching the spirit transformation realm by adulthood was a rarity indeed. As for breaking through to the spirit transformation realm before adulthood and achieving the status of a revered one, even at the first level, was a feat reserved for the most exceptional talents. Typically, only the offspring of great clans born with innate divine veins or celestial bodies possessed spiritual essence from birth, starting at the first or second level of blood transformation, thus having a chance to reach the revered realm by adulthood. For instance, Luo Zhantian, the young leader of the Luo clan, was born at the first level of blood transformation and achieved the first level of revered status by 18. Presently, his legitimate wife, Mo Yun, bore a child likely endowed with a celestial body, possibly starting at blood transformation, with a chance of reaching the revered realm before adulthood. However, Jiang Wang found that these worldly notions bore little relevance to him. Name, Jiang Wang. Root bone, ancient sacred body, red. Identity, discarded child of the Luo clan, bastard. Realm, first level of blood transformation. Within less than half a stick of incense, Jiang Wang had already attained the first level of blood transformation. Yet, it seemed as though he still had over 3 months until his birth. He continued to cultivate, and the vast, boundless spiritual energy surged into him like a divine elixir. Second level of blood transformation. Third level of blood transformation. Fourth level of blood transformation. Jiang Wang reveled in the exhilaration of his rapid ascension, knowing that the means to defy fate lay firmly in his grasp. 3 months hence, he eagerly anticipated witnessing the heights he could reach by the time of his birth, and what levels he could achieve before adulthood. Jiang Zixin, remaining discreet about Jiang Wang's activity, felt her spirits lift considerably upon sensing that her little one was indeed cultivating. That night, her celestial steeds soared through the clouds, arriving at the gates of the Jiang clan. Jiang Zixin and Xiaolong glided into the Jiang clan's domain. Entering the main hall, where she was greeted by 2 familiar figures, her elder brother, Jiang Lisan, and her sister-in-law, Bai Qianxian, who cradled a young child in her arms, Jiang Zixin's 1-year-old nephew. Brother, sister-in-law, I have returned, Jiang Zixin greeted. Initially, she had informed the Jiang clan of the possibility of her return due to the Luo clan's unwillingness to accept her child. Thus, upon seeing her with a prominent belly, her brother and sister-in-law immediately understood what had transpired. Sister, come and sit. The journey has been arduous. Do not disturb the baby, Jiang Lisan urged as he assisted her. He sighed, reflecting on the humiliation of having his sister sent back to her family by the powerful Luo clan. As the young lord of the Jiang clan, he felt powerless to speak against it. For now, all he could do was care for his sister. I am fine, brother, Jiang Zixin replied gratefully. At that moment, Bai Qianxian rolled her eyes. You wouldn't listen when I advised you against marrying into the Luo clan. Now that they won't allow you to have children, you regret coming back to your family? She remarked. The Luo clan is stingy, unwilling to share resources from the Mo clan alliance. And now you come back to seek refuge? Jiang Zixin lowered her head in silence. She had never sought any resources. Her child was merely of mediocre potential, and she only wished for him to lead an ordinary life and survive. Nevertheless, since she had returned, it was only natural for her sister-in-law, as the matriarch, to admonish her. Jiang Lisan, however, was irate. How can you speak like that? This is my sister. Does our Jiang clan lack a little cultivation resource for my nephew? Bai Qianxian seized her retort, shooting him an annoyed glance before retreating to the back hall with the child. Sister, do not take it to heart. Your sister-in-law is always so sharp-tongued, Jiang Lisan said. It's nothing, brother, Jiang Zixin smiled. In truth, she was quite familiar with Bai Qianxian. This woman, born of the Bai clan, was known for her sharp tongue but had a kind heart beneath it all. That night, Jiang Zixin learned that her parents had gone to the Medicine God Valley to seek an immortal physician on her behalf and were still on their way. She rested in a side hall, and as she prepared for sleep, a servant arrived with a bowl of precious restorative soup, which had been brewed for 2 hours by Bai Qianxian's order, stating that the young mistress was in need of nourishment and should not skimp on her health. Upon realizing that her sister-in-law was secretly caring for her, Jiang Zixin couldn't help but feel a warm chuckle escape her lips. Considering the time, it was clear that Bai Qianxian had instructed someone to prepare the soup immediately after leaving the hall. Her sister-in-law's tough exterior had remained unchanged. Meanwhile, within Jiang Zixin's womb, Jiang Wang paused his cultivation. Since entering the Jiang clan, he had been all ears, expecting scenes of his mother being bullied, which he intended to remember in full. Yet, to his surprise, the atmosphere of the Jiang clan was far more warm and welcoming than he had anticipated. Although his aunt appeared somewhat fierce, she was not truly intimidating. She was simply looking out for his mother's well-being. This is far superior to the neglect experienced by the Luo clan. The only lamentation is that the Jiang clan, at present, is hardly formidable within the vast expanse of the primordial immortal domain. At this moment, witnessing her mother consume the restorative elixir, selflessly transferring all its benefits to her, Jiang Wang, however, had long since transcended such needs. Instead, he turned his attention to nurturing her weakened constitution, mending the spiritual essence she had lost, and alleviating her latent injuries. Upon hearing her mother's astonishment, Jiang Wang smiled gently. Having completed these tasks, he prepared to resume his cultivation. Suddenly, 2 hurried figures dashed into the side hall, accompanied by their concerned voices. Daughter, your father and I have returned. We have also brought the renowned saint of the Medicine God Valley to examine the pulse of your unborn child and ascertain whether there is any possibility of restoring its innate constitution. Chapter 3. Is your child truly innately deficient? Upon hearing this, Jiang Wang's maternal grandfather burst in, a fiery urgency apparent in his demeanor, followed closely by his tearful grandmother, who embraced her daughter with palpable affection. My dear, you must have suffered greatly in the Luo clan. Do not worry about the fetus. Your father and I have invited the saint. She is one of the 3 great leaders of the Medicine God Valley, and we shall surely find a way to assist my grandson in replenishing his innate essence and restoring his constitution. Mother Jiang Cixin called out, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears. Jiang Wang, nestled within her womb, was equally moved by the efforts of his grandparents on his behalf. He had overheard his mother and uncle's conversation, revealing that his grandfather, Jiang Jianming, was merely at the first level of the immortal emperor realm, while his grandmother was at the immortal king level. Even the clan's reclusive ancestor had only reached the 5th level of the immortal emperor realm. For such a family to summon a saint, particularly one from the Medicine God Valley, even with a heart of kindness, must have come at an unfathomable cost. As Jiang Wang pondered this, he resolved to be a dutiful child, to charm his family while diligently cultivating, ensuring he would never let his loved ones down. Just then, a soft sigh echoed from the void outside, accompanied by a celestial figure descending gracefully, as if she had stepped out from an ancient painting. Dressed in garments as pure as snow, her attire billowed gently in the breeze, reminiscent of an ethereal being, untouched by the mundane world. Her features were exquisitely chiseled, with brows like distant willow leaves and eyes that sparkled like stars reflected in autumn waters. Her noble and aloof demeanor set her apart, her lithe form wrapped in gauzy attire, revealing her existence amidst the mortal realm. Beside the saint, a pristine white spirit crane bowed its head in reverence. Though the saint appeared like a fairy from a bygone era, enchanting and graceful, none present dared to gaze upon her directly, all bowing in deference. In this fantastical world, where strength is paramount, the Jiang clan was but a minor presence in the eyes of the saint. Merely being graced with her presence was an honor, and no one would dare to be presumptuous, except for Jiang Wang. Having cultivated to the 9th level of the blood mobilization realm, he stood on the verge of breaking through to the cave heaven realm. His consciousness within the womb could now freely observe the celestial saint outside. Truly, this was a splendid world. Having reached a certain level of cultivation, one's beauty remained eternal, a place where one could indeed ascend to celestial ranks. Jiang Wang mused to himself. Suddenly, he heard the saint's soft voice. There is no need for excessive formalities. In truth, I do not possess much confidence in restoring the constitution. Innate deficiencies may have already set in for the fetus. I can only assess the situation and do my utmost. A being of such high stature would typically not acquiesce to the humble requests of the Jiang clan. However, Jiang Jianming and his wife had besieged her outside the Medicine God Valley for many days, and her heart ached at their plight, prompting her to come and take a look. Now, revealing the reality, the saint wished for them to be mentally prepared. The mere fact that she would assist them filled Jiang Cixin with profound gratitude. Just as the two intended to enter the side hall to examine Jiang Wang's constitution, suddenly, Bai Qianxian rushed in with her infant. Saint, since you have come to our clan, would you be so kind as to take a glance at my child's potential? All eyes were drawn to her. Jiang Lisan's expression changed. What are you doing? Do you not discern the situation? This is for my sister's medical examination. He hurriedly signaled to his wife, but Bai Qianxian, biting her lip, remained undeterred. Brother, my sister-in-law is also a mother. Since the saint has graciously arrived, a brief glance will not be a waste of time and will not delay the examination. Jiang Cixin said understandingly. Upon hearing this, Bai Qianxian immediately cast a grateful glance towards her. The maternal instinct to care for one's child is universal. The saint, witnessing this scene, couldn't he help but admire the harmony within this family. Very well. The matter of the constitution is inherently difficult to rectify. I shall first assess this child, ensuring my visit to the Jiang clan is not in vain. With that, the saint unveiled her spiritual eyes, and a slight smile graced her exquisite face. This child possesses commendable potential with an innate fire spirit vein. When he matures, he may enroll in my Creation Immortal Palace. The Creation Immortal Palace is a premier sect within the primordial immortal domain, with the Medicine God Valley as one of its subordinate factions. Home to numerous immortal kings and immortal emperor guardians, as well as the presence of saints and saint kings. Even to become an ordinary disciple is a rare opportunity for cultivation. Is that true? Thank you, saint. Thank you, saint. Bai Qianxian exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, casting a grateful look at Jiang Cixin. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of regret for her earlier sharp words towards Jiang Cixin, feeling somewhat diminished in her presence. All right, everyone else, please wait outside. I will accompany the patient to the inner hall for the examination, the saint declared, gracefully stepping into the side hall. Thus, the others had no choice but to comply. Jiang Jianming and his wife held hands tightly, their gazes fixed intently on the inner hall. Though the saint had previously indicated the hope was slim, as close relatives, they still clung to even the faintest glimmer of hope. Jiang Lisan furrowed his brow, anxious about any negative news regarding his sister and nephew. Bai Qianxian, though outwardly calm, had her eyes tightly closed, her hands clasped in prayer in a corner, revealing her inner yearning. Inside the hall, Jiang Wang sensed his mother lying down, and the beautiful saint was now within arm's reach. Do not be nervous. The fetus's constitution is weak. I shall not employ my spiritual eyes for examination, but will simply use the most basic method to check your pulse. The saint gently reassured her. Thank you, saint, Jiang Cixin replied. But how could she not be anxious? On the journey here, the child had given her a fleeting sense of hope, and now, standing on the brink of discovering the truth, how could she, as a mother, not yearn for it to become a reality? If her child could restore his constitution, even if not as extraordinary as her sister-in-law's child, merely being able to cultivate and extend his lifespan would be worth any sacrifice for Jiang Cixin. At that moment, Jiang Wang was unaware of his mother's thoughts. He simply felt the saint placing her delicate hand upon his mother's pulse, and a gentle surge of energy flowed from her fingertips, traversing his mother's meridians to explore his own essence. Look as you wish. After all, you are the saint, and my mother has consented. I can neither resist nor wish to resist, Jiang Wang thought, his round eyes wide open, willingly releasing his aura to the saint. It was the aura of the ancient sacred body, a thread of energy cultivated even in the womb, reaching the realm of cave heaven. At that moment, as the saint was checking the pulse, her fingertips trembled, as if electrified, pulling back her hand, her exquisite face momentarily frozen, astonishment flooding her beautiful eyes. What is it, saint? Jiang Cixin asked, confused, fearing the fetus's condition might be worse than anticipated, her heart clenched in apprehension. No, I am quite well. Perhaps after a prolonged period of secluded cultivation, I have inadvertently misjudged the pulse and spiritual essence. Allow me to reassess. Very well. The esteemed saint merely re-examined the pulse, yet did not voice it. She had seemingly sensed a terrifying aura emanating from the primordial chaos, a presence of a constitution thought to have been absent from the ancient immortal domains for 100,000 years, a form that exists solely within legends. Even with her saintly prowess, approaching that of a saintly king, she felt a tinge of trepidation. This aura did not arise from anywhere else, but from the fetus nestled within Jiang Cixin's abdomen. Even as the saint detected it, she found it hard to believe, doubting her own medical skills, and thus proceeded to investigate further for confirmation. However, moments later, the fairy saint, seated beside the couch, took a deep breath. Her captivating eyes fixated intently on Jiang Cixin, and slowly inquired, "Are you certain your child is lacking in innate potential? Is his root constitution truly mediocre?" Chapter 4. An Unparalleled Talent. Indeed, Jiang Cixin's gaze was filled with trepidation as she nodded, saying, "During my time with the Luo clan, their physicians made this diagnosis. It was then that the Luo clan began to pressure me to terminate my pregnancy." These quacks have caused irreparable harm, the saint remarked. "Were it not for my repeated confirmations, your Jiang clan would have lost an unparalleled genius." What? Jiang Cixin could hardly believe her ears. Wasn't her child deemed lacking in innate potential with an average root constitution? How could this transform into an unparalleled talent, something the Luo clan deemed shameful? Jiang Wang, hearing the saint's reproach of the Luo clan's physicians, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This accusation was indeed misplaced, as the ancient holy physique had only just emerged today. Jiang Wang simply did not wish to conceal the truth. While the guise of a pig to eat the tiger is certainly advantageous, what he needed now was for his mother to be happy, for all those in the Jiang clan who cared for him to feel joy. They had given selflessly for a glimmer of hope, for his safe arrival into this world. How could he allow them to be disappointed? Moreover, only by revealing absolute talent. By showcasing a peerless holy physique that could crush all opposition, would he be able to secure better resources for growth? And this enchanting ant, the saint, was undoubtedly the finest resource he could encounter at present. Seeing Jiang Cixin's disbelief, the saint, unwilling to keep the entire Jiang clan in suspense, simply raised her jade hand. From the mouth of her ethereal steed, a dazzling azure treasure emerged. This item was known as the Xianxian treasure mirror, capable of revealing the truth of all things. It was one of her fated spiritual treasures. The saint spoke, her voice melodious and clear. "Since you are uncertain about the fetus's root constitution, let this treasure illuminate the truth for your Jiang clan to witness together, shall we?" "We are immensely grateful, esteemed saint." Jiang Cixin nodded in agreement. What more could she say at that moment? Only an undercurrent of excitement and joy surged within her. The saint's words were not to be taken lightly. She could only wonder what kind of surprise this little one within her womb would bring. Subsequently, Jiang Zixin followed the saint out of the side hall. Upon seeing the two emerge, the expressions of those waiting outside froze in shock. Was it truly possible that everything had concluded in such a brief span? Jiang Jiaming, her impatient grandfather, immediately inquired. To them, diagnosing a lack of innate potential would typically require a treatment process, or at least some time spent discussing remedies with Jiang Zixin. Yet, their swift return suggested only one explanation. Her grandson was beyond saving, and even the saint could do nothing to aid him. Jiang Jiaming was beside himself with anxiety. As the clan leader, he felt as though he would kneel and beg the saint for another solution. Jiang Lisan and his wife were equally restless. But just as the crowd was about to converge, the saint waved her hand, sending forth a beam of radiant light. The Xiantian treasure mirror grew immensely in size, casting its reflection across the heavens. Do not overthink it. The fetus within her womb is not only unharmed, but possesses extraordinary talent. If what I have just discerned is accurate, then I am fortunate to witness this. The saint's words left the crowd in a state of confusion. Hadn't they just been told that this grandson was lacking in innate potential? How could he suddenly transform into one of unparalleled talent? Jiang Jiaming was bewildered. Father, surely the saint would not jest with us? Just moments ago, when assessing ER's fire spirit root, the saint had not spoken with such exaggeration. You too, be silent. Upon hearing her grandmother's stern admonition, Jiang Wang observed that his grandfather and uncle fell silent. It seemed he would need to curry favor with his grandmother after they emerged. She was indeed the one wielding authority. Jiang Wang mused inwardly, suddenly feeling a luminous aura envelop him. And then, the Xiantian treasure mirror began to display numerous images. The crowd watched the treasure with bated breath. Despite the saint's reassuring words, how could they dare to believe that their previously deemed useless child had transformed into an unparalleled prodigy? Even the saint herself, at that moment, was fixated on the images within the mirror, her usually calm demeanor rippling with waves of emotion. Very well, since everyone wishes to see, I shall simply reveal myself. Jiang Wang thought, and with that, he allowed his aura to expand without restraint. A terrifying essence from the primordial era suddenly emanated from the reflection of the Xiantian treasure mirror, causing the onlookers to change their expressions dramatically. Then, the images before them began to shift. Beneath a bloodstained sky, ancient peaks stood resolute, and a terrifying dragon of the nine-headed celestial emperor dragged a massive bronze coffin towards them. The coffin was entwined with countless thick chains, as though it contained something capable of overturning the entire universe. The clouds churned, and rays of divine light intermingled with chaotic energies, resembling the very essence of the world in its primordial state. The Jiang clan stood in stunned silence. Was this the kind of vision they were meant to witness? How grand, how terrifying. Not to mention, any one of those nine-headed dragons could crush the entire Jiang clan with a mere flick of a finger. And who could be sealed within that bronze coffin? As the Jiang clan members gradually came to their senses, their expressions were filled with shock. They glanced back at the pregnant woman and then at the images displayed. When the nine dragons pulled the bronze coffin closer, they finally discerned that within lay a figure, vaguely resembling a youth. He appeared youthful, yet the mere hint of his aura was enough to compel even the nine-headed dragons to bow in submission. He seemed to breathe in concert with the cosmos, a solitary peak amidst the primordial chaos, towering above all else. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that this youth bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Zixin. Truly, he was the ancient holy physique. The Jiang clan was destined to give rise to a celestial emperor. The saint's beautiful eyes sparkled as she murmured in astonishment. Before the Xiantian treasure mirror had revealed its images, she had harbored some doubts regarding her findings. However, with the emergence of the nine dragons pulling the coffin, even the master of the celestial palace would have to concede that the so-called lackluster fetus of the Luo clan was indeed the fabled ancient holy physique. In the primordial era, the pinnacle of the nine holy physiques. Even with haphazard cultivation, such a prodigious constitution could stand against an emperor. What? At this moment, Jiang Jiaming heard the saint's words, his face a mask of disbelief. My grandson is an ancient holy physique? Esteemed saint, this cannot be a jest. Is this truly the case? The Jiang clan members present were overcome with excitement. As they beheld the saint nodding with a smile, Jiang Jiaming was moved to tears. Embracing his wife as they wept joyfully, God knows how much they have worried for their daughter. All in the hope of ensuring that their yet-to-be-born grandson might lead a life less steeped in tragedy. But now, their concerns have finally dissipated. Even more astonishing, their grandson possesses unparalleled talent. How fortunate for the Jiang clan. The Luo clan, having driven away my daughter and disregarded my grandson, is met with the revelation that he is a natural holy body. There will come a time when they shall weep, and I, as the uncle, shall finally stride forth with pride. What a good child, truly bringing honor to his mother. Jiang Zixin's eyes glistened with tears as she gently caressed Jiang Wang's back. Meanwhile, within her womb, Jiang Wang could feel the joyous atmosphere enveloping the entire Jiang clan. Above all, there was a profound respect for both mother and child. Even his aunt, Bai Qianxian, known for her sharp tongue, approached Jiang Zixin and offered her a handkerchief to wipe away her tears. At last, my little sister has emerged from the shadows. With the child's birth, the Luo clan will surely come to regret their decisions. When my nephew is born, let it be known that my family's ear will care for him and play with him. In this fantastical realm, where strength reigns supreme, emotions between families can be as varied as they are complex. Jiang Wang understood well that had he possessed only a slightly superior physique, envy and jealousy would have surely followed, as is the nature of humanity. Yet he is a holy body, a once-in-a-millennium ancient holy body. When your talent commands the admiration of all, the only responses you garner are flattery and sycophancy. At that moment, a gentle and refined voice suddenly interrupted Jiang Zixin's thoughts. Miss Jiang. The crowd turned, recognizing that it was the esteemed Miao Saint who had spoken. What is your command, Holy One? Jiang Zixin inquired. I am not one for grandiloquence. I shall speak plainly. Have you considered allowing your child to join my celestial palace of creation? The Miao Saint's words left the assembly in stunned silence. Jiang Jiaming and his wife exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting the other's surprise and delight. To be a disciple of the celestial palace of creation is an honor that requires no further elaboration. Even the scions of imperial clans would fight tooth and nail for a single opportunity to be a direct disciple. Just moments ago, their grandson Jiang Yi was merely acknowledged as possessing a natural fire spirit body, with the Miao Saint suggesting he could visit the celestial palace to seek apprenticeship upon reaching adulthood. But now what of Jiang Wang, the extraordinary Miao Saint? Recognizing his remarkable talent, was inclined to make an exception and bestow upon him the title of chief disciple even before his birth. The entire Jiang clan would henceforth take pride in claiming affiliation with the celestial palace of creation, under the auspices of the Holy One. Such favor from the saint is undoubtedly welcomed. The Jiang clan is more than willing. Jiang Zixin exclaimed excitedly. Today's events, in her eyes, felt as surreal as a dream. Driven away by the Luo clan, their child's foundation shattered, despair enveloped her. Yet within the span of a single day, everything had transformed. Not only had her child become the direct disciple of a saint, but he was also an ancient holy body of great renown. Could it be that she would one day be the mother of an emperor? Little one, you would also wish to be the saint's chief disciple, would you not? Jiang Zixin joked, gently patting her abdomen. Jiang Wang, who had been observing the world outside, was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had been offered to the beautiful lady. Though the Miao Saint was indeed kind, beautiful, gentle, and unpretentious towards Jiang Zixin and the Jiang clan, it was clear that she was the one benefiting from this arrangement. In truth, the Miao Saint felt a profound sense of gratitude. She was thankful for having acted out of compassion a few days prior in the Medicine God Valley, accompanying Jiang Jiaming and his wife to the Jiang clan. Otherwise, she might have missed the opportunity to encounter such a remarkable prodigy. With a disciple possessing an ancient holy body, who would dare to claim that her lineage was weak in the upcoming celestial competition a century hence? The Miao Saint pondered privately, harboring unspoken calculations. At that moment, a line of golden characters suddenly appeared before Jiang Wang's eyes, heralding the arrival of a system task. At the age of 300, you finally break through your inner demons, taking the arduous first step in cultivation. Yet, suffering alone will yield little progress. Cultivation necessitates resources and connections. This year, you have come to fully understand this, thus deciding to seek a master. Task: find a sect of at least third-tier status to apprentice with. Reward: unknown cultivation technique. The stronger the sect master, the higher the quality of the technique. Chapter 5. The Devouring Heavenly Demon Technique. The Imperial Dynasty's Broken Engagement. Upon seeing this sudden system task, Jiang Wang's heart surged with excitement. The highly accomplished Miao Saint had already expressed her intention to take him as a disciple. The celestial palace of creation stood as a pinnacle of power, perfectly aligning with the system's requirements. Securing the reward of a cultivation technique was now a certainty. Indeed, a dazzling golden light burst forth before his eyes, akin to a shooting star traversing the heavens, leaving behind a line of resplendent golden characters. Congratulations, host, for completing the apprenticeship task. You are granted the superlative cultivation technique. The Devouring Heavenly Demon Technique. The very name of the Devouring Heavenly Demon Technique conjured images of devouring the heavens and earth, embodying a grandeur that was both awe-inspiring and formidable. An unprecedented surge of exhilaration and longing welled up within Jiang Wang. for he recognized this technique as the key to unlocking the utmost pinnacle of existence. Jiang Wang's decisive nature propelled him forward. Having obtained this long-coveted superlative cultivation technique, he immediately devoted himself to the practice of the devouring heavenly demon technique. As his consciousness stirred, the arcane and unfathomable teachings of the technique surged into his mind like a tidal wave, each word and phrase imbued with infinite secrets and power. He felt as if he were adrift in a vast, boundless universe, surrounded by twinkling stars, destined to become the supreme force that would devour all and ascend to the unparalleled path of demonic mastery. As the ancient and profound power within his young body gradually awakened, the superlative technique of the devouring heavenly demon silently activated, as if it had been intertwined with his very bloodline since time immemorial. In an instant, the previously dormant spiritual energy in the surroundings was seemingly summoned by an invisible force, gathering frantically and pouring into the space occupied by Jiang Wang. The surging spiritual energy, upon touching Jiang Zixin's abdomen, miraculously calmed its wildness, gently merging into that warm and nurturing area, gradually forming a resplendent vortex of spiritual energy. This vortex spun rapidly yet steadily, emitting a soft and radiant glow, casting an ethereal light throughout the grand hall. Witnessing this magnificent spectacle, Jiang Zixin was filled with disbelief and astonishment. Her trembling hands gently caressed her abdomen, feeling the resonance from the depths of her bloodline, her heart swelling with indescribable excitement and pride. Her brother, Jiang Lisin, and sister-in-law, Bai Qianxian, were equally astounded, exchanging glances that reflected their shared incredulity. Is this truly my nephew? Practicing even in the womb? How extraordinary! They found it unfathomable that an unborn child could defy the heavens so boldly, not only embarking on the path of cultivation ahead of time, but also capable of drawing upon the spiritual energies of the universe to create such a breathtaking vortex. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang's grandfather, Jiang Jianming, and grandmother, both weathered by the trials of life, were now in tears. Those were tears of joy, a manifestation of their boundless hope for the future. Countless times, they had fretted over their daughter Jiang Zixin's innate deficiencies, fearing that such shortcomings would carry over to the next generation. Yet this sight before them provided the greatest consolation imaginable. In this moment, all their worries and anxieties dissipated, leaving only an infinite anticipation and love for the new life about to be born. Even the profoundly skilled Miao Saint could not conceal the smile that graced her lips. She had not anticipated that her moment of compassion would unexpectedly unveil the legendary primal ancient holy body, a rare and exquisite physique seldom seen in 100,000 years. At this moment, gazing at the swirling vortex of spiritual energy in Jiang Xi's abdomen, Miao Saint was filled with unprecedented confidence and anticipation. Her lineage was rather weak within the sect, and the emergence of Jiang Wang, possessing the primal ancient holy body, undoubtedly heralded a turning point for their clan. Initially, she had hoped that Jiang Wang would bring glory and respect to their lineage in the upcoming sect competition. However, given Jiang Wang's astonishing cultivation speed, it seemed likely that he would secure honor for their clan in the next competition, which would take place in 7 or 8 years. Miao Saint could hardly contain her eagerness for that day to arrive. As a customary gesture for accepting a disciple, she resolved to present this young one with a precious gift. Overwhelmed with joy, Miao Saint decided to bestow upon Jiang Wang one of her treasured items, her innate magical artifact. With a graceful wave of her sleeve, a shimmering artifact, the Qianxiafan's Huajiao, radiating a blend of cold and fiery brilliance, began to levitate gently in the air. Subsequently, the Qianxiafan's Huajiao seamlessly entered Jiang Xi's abdomen, presenting itself before Jiang Wang. Faced with such an unexpected gift, Jiang Wang inhaled deeply, and the spiritual energy within him surged forth like a mighty river, enveloping the Qianxiafan's Huajiao in an instant. Typically, recognizing ownership of a magical artifact can be a cumbersome process, yet with the might of the heaven-swallowing demon art and the pressure of the ancient holy body, the artifact appeared to sense Jiang Wang's sincerity and strength. Its radiant glow gradually softened, ultimately transforming into a warm light that gently fused with him, effortlessly completing the recognition ceremony. In that moment, a profound bond akin to a blood connection was established between Jiang Wang and the Qianxiafan's Huajiao, resulting in a qualitative leap in his power. Observing Jiang Wang's ease in completing the recognition ceremony, Jiang Xi's gaze brimmed with pride and satisfaction, her hands clasped tightly, her eyes glistening with emotion, as she felt a surge of excitement for her son's accomplishments, even before his birth. Jiang Wang's grandparents and uncles were equally astonished, having never witnessed such a breathtaking scene, nor could they have imagined that their descendant would receive such a monumental opportunity. Initially intending to assist Jiang Wang in merging with the artifact, Miao Saint found herself pleasantly surprised and elated when her efforts were rendered unnecessary. With a smile, she stated, "To ensure Jiang Wang's safety, I shall remain here for a month. After my departure, I will leave my spirit crane to continue protecting him. When Jiang Wang matures, I shall personally come to guide him into our sect and lead him to explore the vast realms of cultivation." With Miao Saint's words, Jiang Wang was destined for an extraordinary future. Not to mention, even the spirit crane entrusted with his protection possessed an imperial-level cultivation, comparable to the ancestors of the Jiang family. Amidst the series of astonishing surprises brought forth by Jiang Wang, dawn had already arrived. At that moment, a tumultuous clamor shattered the tranquility of the morning. A group of strangers clad in resplendent armor, exuding an imposing aura, stormed into the great hall, their presence darkening the atmosphere like a gathering storm. Upon their intrusion, they bellowed, "We are from the great Xia divine dynasty. Summon the head of the Jiang family at once." Upon hearing the familiar name of the great Xia divine dynasty, Jiang Xi's countenance shifted dramatically. The reason being, Jiang Wang was destined to arrive in the world even before the legitimate child of the Luo family, thus unwittingly becoming the eldest son of Luo Zhantian. Although he was born out of wedlock, he was indeed the firstborn of his generation within the Luo clan. Decades prior, the Luo clan's patriarch had arranged a marriage between the Luo family's eldest son and the great Xia divine dynasty. With Jiang Wang's birth, that marriage naturally belonged to him. Xianxia harbored a foreboding sense that the arrival of the great Xia divine dynasty's envoys was prompted by news of her and her son's expulsion from the Luo family, and they were now hastening to annul the engagement. Chapter 6. Annulment of Engagement. The imposing figures clad in ornate armor entered the grand hall, later forming two rows within, their solemn expressions and formidable presence radiating an air of menace that permeated the space. The intricate armor they wore shimmered with mysterious runes, exuding an aura of both opulence and strength. Miao Saint sat regally at the forefront, her eyes, as clear as autumn waters, betraying no emotion. However, the expression of the Jiang family members within the hall was far from pleasant. Jiang Jiaming suppressed his fury, offering an apologetic smile to Miao Saint. "I beg your pardon. Esteemed Saint, please retire to the back hall to rest. I must address some private matters concerning my clan." "Very well," Miao Saint replied without hesitation, nodding in agreement. She rose to depart, for although she was now Jiang Wang's mentor, she preferred not to meddle in the trivialities of the Jiang family. Once Miao Saint had exited, Jiang Jiaming's expression darkened profoundly. "What business do you have barging into my Jiang family's great hall? You are Jiang Jiaming, the current head of the Jiang family?" A coarse voice boomed from beyond the hall, and a tall, burly figure clad in black armor strode forth. Upon entering the hall, the onlookers could clearly discern his features, a robust physique, rugged countenance, and a grotesque scar that nearly bisected his face, instilling a sense of unease. "I am General Wu Qi of the great Xia divine dynasty, here to inform you that the marriage pact established with your clan is hereby nullified." Although Jiang Xi had braced herself for this announcement, hearing it spoken aloud cast a fleeting shadow in her eyes, swiftly replaced by resignation. They were aware only of their expulsion from the Luo clan, ignorant of the fact that their son was endowed with the primal ancient holy body and had become a disciple of a saint. Nevertheless, the public nature of this annulment, coupled with Wu Qi's blatant disregard for the Jiang family's dignity, rendered the expressions of Jiang family members quite uncomfortable. Jiang Jiaming's fury boiled over, his spiritual energy beginning to ripple as a wave of pressure emanated from him. "It was your great Xia divine dynasty that sought a marriage alliance with us, and now you come to annul it? Do you hold my Jiang family in such low regard?" "Humph." Wu Qi, feeling the pressure emanating from Jiang Jiaming, scoffed coldly. He took a step forward, and in an instant, a wave of pressure equal to Jiang Jiaming's surged from him, effortlessly countering the latter's aura. "Jiang family head, do not overestimate your worth. The great Xia divine dynasty initially sought to ally with the legitimate heir of the Luo clan. Now that your esteemed daughter has been cast out by the Luo family, the child she carries is no longer the legitimate heir. Do you truly believe your insignificant Jiang family is worthy of a union with the great Xia divine dynasty? Preposterous. Such audacity." The members of the Jiang family, incensed by Wu Qi's unabashed mockery, seethed with rage. While they acknowledged their inferiority to the great Xia divine dynasty and the Luo clan, they could not permit such indignities to go unchallenged. Jiang Lisan's expression turned ashen as he pointed an accusing finger at Wu Qi, declaring, "It was your great Xia divine dynasty's prince who proposed the marriage to our Jiang family. If you wish to annul it, that prince must come here himself." Upon hearing Jiang Lisan's words, a sardonic smile crept onto Wu Qi's lips. Initially, the royal prince had come to court the legitimate heir of the Luo clan, but now, It seems it is futile to entertain such unrealistic notions. After uttering this remark, Wu Qi turned his gaze back to Jiang Jiaming. I would appreciate it if the head of the Jiang family could merely nod, so I may return and fulfill my obligations, lest we create an unseemly spectacle. The unfolding scene within the grand hall was closely observed by Jiang Wang. Yet another insignificant pawn has been noted. Currently, Jiang Wang remains unaware of the world beyond, still nestled within his mother's womb, oblivious to the intricate web of power dynamics around him. The known factions or families include the Luo clan, and now, the Great Xia divine dynasty has also made its entrance. However, it is not that the Jiang clan is desperately clinging to the Great Xia divine dynasty. Despite its superiority over the Jiang clan, it is merely on par with the Luo clan. It is not in their nature to shamelessly pursue alliances. Ultimately, this matter transcends a simple annulment. It is intertwined with the dignity of a prominent lineage. The expulsion of Jiang Zixin had already become a source of ridicule for many. Now, with the Great Xia divine dynasty seeking to withdraw, how can the Jiang clan preserve its honor? Would they not become the subject of even greater mockery? Noticing Jiang Jiaming's continued silence, Wu Qi furrowed his brow. I advise everyone to maintain some semblance of dignity. With the might of our dynasty, why should we stoop to inform your insignificant clan of anything? My presence here today is a testament to the benevolence of our imperial family. Otherwise, you would merely await edicts outside the Golden Hall. How dare you treat the Jiang family as if we were without defenders? Damn it, I can no longer tolerate this. What of the Great Xia divine dynasty? If they wish to annul the engagement, then so be it. The Jiang clan is hardly in need of such an alliance. Expel him. Wu Qi's words ignited a powder keg of emotions among the Jiang family members present. Several hot-tempered elders began to erupt in curses. Wu Qi laughed heartily, crossing his arms, and continued with an air of amusement. Now, this is more like it. It benefits both our families. Although our princess has yet to be born, the noble bloodline of our imperial family ensures that she will be extraordinary. Do not deceive yourselves into thinking your Jiang clan's mundane offspring could ever be a match. As Wu Qi's words echoed, the spiritual energy within the grand hall surged violently. Jiang Jiaming's expression darkened, his robes billowing as if caught in an unseen wind. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he addressed Wu Qi. Should you dare to insult my Jiang clan and slander my grandson, I will unleash the protective formation of our clan to vanquish you. Even if the Jiang family sustains injuries, we will extract our due from the Great Xia dynasty. Wu Qi intended to respond, yet fell silent upon meeting Jiang Jiaming's murderous gaze. After all, no one is willing to risk their life. If Jiang Jiaming truly lost control, it was unlikely that any of them would leave unscathed. Just then, a voice laced with mockery drifted in from outside the hall. Today's Jiang family is quite the spectacle. Perfect. With so many present, let us discuss the annulment. Jiang Zixin turned toward the source of the voice, watching as a dozen figures strode into the hall. Upon recognizing the leading individuals, her heart sank. The visitors were none other than the Li clan. Chapter 7. When the walls fall, everyone pushes? In the eyes of others, the Li clan's overall strength is comparable to that of the Jiang clan. However, since the decision to unite through marriage, the Jiang clan has consistently provided the Li clan with various resources, offering wealth, personnel, and goods without reservation. Yet now, the Li clan has come to formally withdraw, evoking a sense of opportunism. The head of the Li clan, Li Mitian, wore a smile that did not reach his eyes as he greeted Jiang Jiaming. Jiang clan leader, I trust you are well. Jiang Jiaming shot a sidelong glance at him, inhaling deeply before replying indifferently. Li Mitian, do you believe that now that my clan has lost the support of the Luo clan, you too wish to annul the engagement? Jiang clan leader. What a curious assertion. I, Li Mitian, am hardly one to seek power through connections. Li Mitian paused momentarily before continuing. However, the annulment is indeed my purpose today. And as for the reason, he feigned a troubled expression. Upon reflection, considering my daughter's limited potential, it seems she is ill-suited for your esteemed son. Thus I propose we terminate the union. Before Li Mitian could finish, Jiang Wang's aunt, by Xianxian, could no longer contain herself. Ill-suited? That is truly laughable. In this ancient realm, how many can genuinely attain such heights? Moreover, she is but a mere child. Bai Xianxian pointed an accusatory finger at Li Mitian, exclaiming, you are merely capitalizing on our loss with the Luo clan. Regardless of the Luo clan, my son Jiang is more than worthy of your daughter. It is you, the Li clan, who are truly shameless. Bai Xianxian's scathing words left no room for mercy, turning the faces of the Li clan members pale. Li Mitian's smile vanished completely, replaced by a cold snort. In the past, I might have regarded your Jiang clan with some trepidation, but now? Li Mitian sneered, his expression suddenly chilling as he stomped the ground. his form transforming into a streak of light as he charged at Bai Qianxian. Do you still consider yourselves akin to the Luo clan? Jiang Jiaming, I shall teach your family a lesson. Xianxian, sister-in-law. Jiang Cixin and the gathered Jiang family members gasped in shock. Li Mitian's strength was on par with Jiang Jiaming's, and Bai Qianxian would surely be unable to withstand his assault. Li Mitian's strike was merciless and devoid of compassion. Li Mitian, do you intend to declare war on my Jiang clan? Clang. As Jiang Jiaming's icy voice resonated, a sharp blade song echoed throughout the hall. A sword beam, several feet long, materialized out of thin air, propelled by a fierce wind towards Li Mitian. This sword beam was astoundingly fierce, leaving traces of rending air in its wake. Should Li Mitian fail to retreat, this strike would undoubtedly sever his head. Li Mitian's brow furrowed as he abruptly turned, slamming his palm toward the oncoming sword beam. Boom! A violent ripple of spiritual energy erupted, overturning every ornament within the grand hall. Jiang Jiaming slowly retracted his finger, his expression grave as he bellowed, Jiang clan, prepare for battle. Activate the protective formation. Anyone who dares to act presumptuously shall be annihilated. Yes. With Jiang Jiaming's command, the elders of the Jiang clan responded in unison. Each produced a sword seal from their robes, casting them into the air, where beams of light intertwined and formed a colossal protective barrier around the Jiang clan. A bird soaring in the sky failed to evade in time, colliding with the barrier. In an instant, the once placid barrier erupted with lethal intent, summoning countless sword beams that reduced the unfortunate creature to a mist of blood. Seeing the Jiang family's fierce resolve, Li Mitian could not help but smile at Jiang Jiaming, then laughed heartily. Why so serious? Laughed Li Mitian. It has been quite a while since I last saw Brother Jiaming, and I felt a sudden urge to exchange a few moves. Did you enjoy it? If not, I can engage in a few more rounds with you. His laughter echoed, and he waved his hand dismissively before returning to the crowd of the Li clan. Wu Qi observed the scene with a smirk, remaining silent but reveling in the misfortune that had befallen the Jiang family. He secretly hoped for more individuals to come forth and sever ties with the Jiang clan, not for any particular reason, but simply because he was irked by Jiang Jiaming's earlier threat. Jiang Cixin hurried to the pale-faced Bai Qianxian and examined her closely, relieved to find that she had not sustained any injuries. Regaining her composure, Bai Qianxian shot a furious glare at Li Mitian, seemingly about to voice her thoughts, only to be restrained by Jiang Lisin. After contemplating briefly, Jiang Cixin turned to Bai Qianxian and inquired, Sister-in-law, what do you think? Perhaps we should acquiesce to their demands. With a disdainful huff, Bai Qianxian fixed her gaze on the Li clan, gritting her teeth as she replied. It would be one thing for the Daxia divine dynasty to withdraw their proposal, but they have already accepted our betrothal gifts. To come empty-handed now is utterly outrageous. Jiang Lisin nodded silently in agreement and then explained to Jiang Cixin. It turned out that Jiang Cixin had grown up within the Luo clan and was unaware of the intricate relationship between the Li and Jiang clans. Since her marriage into the Luo clan, the entire Jiang family had benefited greatly, attracting the attention of numerous distinguished families eager to form alliances with them. The Li clan was among those seeking to marry into the Jiang family. In terms of overall strength, the Li clan paled in comparison to the Jiang clan. However, having established a marital bond, the Jiang family had generously provided the Li clan with various resources, including rare treasures and techniques. Over the years, the Li clan had flourished thanks to the support from the Jiang clan, reaching a point of relative parity. Having taken advantage of these benefits and accepted the betrothal gifts, now they sought to withdraw from the engagement? How shameless! Bai Qianxian spat disdainfully towards the group from the Li clan, glaring at them with palpable fury. Yet, the Li clan members chose to ignore her, as if her insults were mere whispers lost in the air. A woman beside Li Mitian quietly remarked, given her armor, she must belong to the Daxia divine dynasty. Upon hearing this, Li Mitian became acutely aware of the presence of individuals from the Daxia divine dynasty, further solidifying his belief that withdrawing from the engagement was indeed the right choice. Wu Qi, who had remained silent for some time, finally spoke up with a mocking grin. Addressing Jiang Jiaming, what is the meaning of your actions, Jiang family head? Since you have severed ties with the Luo clan, there is no need for such bravado. Why must you act so undignified? The blatant ridicule in Wu Qi's voice ignited a fire of anger and humiliation amongst the Jiang family members. Even Jiang Lisin felt her fists clenched tightly in response. In stark contrast to the Jiang clan's indignation, Jiang Jiaming's expression had calmed. He turned to Wu Qi and stated, I have no objections regarding my grandson's withdrawal from the engagement with your Daxia divine dynasty princess. He then turned to Jiang Cixin, asking, Cixin, what is your stance? I have no objections, Jiang Cixin replied, having no desire to entangle herself further with the Daxia divine dynasty. Her only wish was for her child to be safe and happy, and she readily agreed to the withdrawal. Upon hearing the Jiang family's acceptance of the annulment, Wu Qi laughed heartily. Now that is more like it. This is the dignified way to proceed. With this, I shall have something to report back to the court. Despite achieving his objective, Wu Qi lingered, adopting an air of entitlement as he stood nearby, seemingly eager for the unfolding drama. Jiang Jianming ignored Wu Qi and turned his attention back to Li Mitian, saying, "The Jiang family is also willing to annul the engagement concerning my grandson Jiangyi." "That is splendid news," Li Mitian exclaimed, delight flooding his features as he prepared to shower Jiang Jianming with flattery. However, he was abruptly interrupted by Jiang Jianming. Jiang Jianming continued, "The betrothal gifts given to your Li clan must be returned in full. The resources previously provided by my Jiang clan can be regarded as having been squandered." As Jiang Jianming's demand for the return of the betrothal gifts resonated, Li Mitian's smile began to fade. "Of course the gifts must be returned, but you are aware, Jiang family head, that the Li clan is currently in a state of disarray. We have many pressing needs, and those gifts have already been spent." Jiang Wang, who had been observing the situation outside, could no longer contain his disgust. The series of actions taken by the Li clan made him feel ill, particularly the audacity of Li Mitian, who seemed utterly devoid of shame. Were it not for the circumstances, Jiang Wang would have relished the opportunity to strike him down. It seems the Li clan is no better than the others. After all, what sort of family would allow someone like Li Mitian to lead them? In Jiang Wang's mind, he had already categorized the Li clan, the Luo clan, and the Daxia divine dynasty together. Watching Li Mitian's unabashed demeanor, the Jiang family members felt their resentment boiling over. Jiang Jianming coldly snorted, as if he had anticipated that the Li clan would not easily return the betrothal gifts. "So, it appears you're attempting to be obstinate?" Jiang Jianming sat calmly, his expression unyielding, yet his right hand extended, forming a sword-like gesture with his fingers. A faint sound reminiscent of a sword being drawn echoed through the hall. Li Mitian, sensing the surge of spiritual energy in the hall, narrowed his eyes and began to circulate his own energy. "Ah, how amusing, to awaken and find someone wreaking havoc in my Jiang family." At that moment, a raspy voice echoed from the void, interrupting the tense atmosphere. The space warped, and an elderly figure clad in gray robes emerged from the void. As the old man appeared, the spiritual energy within the hall seemed to be suppressed. "Ah, it's the ancestor. We pay our respects to the ancestor." The Jiang clan members expressed their astonishment at the sight of the elder in gray robes. Including Jiang Jianming, the Jiang family members all knelt in reverence. This gray-robed elder was none other than Jiang Tao, the patriarch of the Jiang family. Just as Jiang Cixin was about to kneel, a gentle breeze lifted her, preventing her from performing the formalities. Jiang Tao, with his clouded eyes, gazed upon Jiang Cixin, and in the next instant, he appeared right before her. "Since you are with child, there is no need for such formalities." He then looked at Jiang Cixin's burgeoning belly, a tender expression gracing his features. "Ah, little one, I am eagerly anticipating our meeting." He is indeed the patriarch of the Jiang family, having lived for several centuries, Jiang Wang mused, curiously observing the venerable elder. To Jiang Wang's perception, the ancestor had yet to break through to the 6th level of the immortal emperor realm, despite years of seclusion. After glancing at Jiang Cixin, Jiang Tao slowly made his way to the rest of the Jiang family members. "Ancestor, you have emerged from seclusion?" Jiang Jianming hurriedly stepped forward, attempting to assist Jiang Tao. "Get away, you pathetic wretch. You've allowed yourself to be beaten to the very threshold of your home, and now you dare to call me your ancestor?" Jiang Tao's demeanor shifted dramatically upon facing Jiang Jianming, his anger evident as he puffed and glared. After all, Jiang Jianming was now the head of the family, and he could not help but display an awkward expression in response to Jiang Tao's rebuke. "Step back," Jiang Tao coldly huffed, dismissively waving his hand. He then turned his attention to the members of the Li clan, declaring, "You little brat, daring to wreak havoc here is futile. Summon that old ghost, Li, to bring our Jiang clan's bride price and demand our people back." With that, Jiang Tao extended his gnarled hand towards Li Mitian. Simultaneously, the immense pressure of his perfected 5th level of the immortal emperor surged forth, rendering the latter completely immobile. What a formidable ancestor! Jiang Wang praised the often taciturn elder, admiring his fierce presence. Although Li Mitian's expression darkened at the sight of the approaching hand, he did not betray any signs of panic or fear. Instead, he shouted defiantly, "Jianming elders, why do you not make your move?" "Ha ha ha, Jiang old ghost. Even at your advanced age, your temper remains as fiery as ever. Let my brother and I practice on you." The space around them twisted and writhed as 2 withered arms emerged from the rifts, colliding with Jiang Tao's outstretched hand. A resounding thud echoed as the violent surge of spiritual energy shattered every window and door in the hall. "Humph, Cowardly rats hiding in the shadows, reveal yourselves. Failing to achieve his aim, Jiang Tao scoffed, extending his fingers, where sword light danced, accompanied by the crisp sound of sword chants. A blade of concentrated murderous intent shot forth from his fingertips, piercing into the rift in space. A dull thud resonated once more, accompanied by a muffled grunt. Hee hee. Jiang, old ghost, your sword technique truly lives up to its reputation. As the words fell, two figures clad in pale blue robes emerged from the void, resembling each other perfectly. Both had white hair and beards, hooked noses, triangular eyes filled with malice, and a sinister smile playing on their lips. Oh, it's you two old ghosts, Jiang Tao coldly remarked, recognizing them. I had forgotten to introduce you. These are the Xianming elders, now esteemed guest elders of my Li clan. Upon seeing the two appear, Li Mitian burst into boisterous laughter, brimming with pride. Chapter 9. The Sage Takes Action. Return what is owed. The Xianming elders, also known as the Xianming duo, both possessed the strength of the fourth level of the immortal emperor and being biological brothers. Their coordination was unparalleled, making them exceedingly difficult to contend with. They had long engaged in the business of extorting wealth under the guise of offering protection, but had fallen into disgrace after being suppressed by an extraordinary figure in their early years, leading to their notoriety. Hee hee, it is thanks to your Jiang clan's bride price that we were able to invite the Xianming elders as guest elders. Observing Li Mitian's self-satisfied expression, even Zhang Lisin, who was usually mild-tempered, could no longer contain himself and erupted in furious reproach. Indeed, you scoundrel. Accepting my Jiang family's bride price and enlisting these two to bolster your Li family's power is nothing short of collusion. Humph. Do you think it's your place to speak? Before Li Mitian could retort, the Xianming elders fixed their gaze upon Zhang Lisin. Their overwhelming pressure of the immortal emperor released without reserve. Zhang Lisin felt as though a mountain pressed upon his back, his expression contorted in pain, his teeth grinding as his legs trembled uncontrollably. It was evident that the pressure of the immortal emperor was beyond his capacity to endure. Clearly, the Xianming elders intended for Zhang Lisin to kneel before them. Do you truly think I am heir? Jiang Tao's countenance darkened, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. With a single step forward, his entire aura transformed. If Jiang Tao had previously appeared as a frail old man, he now resembled a long-sealed sword being drawn from its sheath. His surrounding spiritual energy radiated with the sharpness of a blade, as if the very fabric of space was being subtly cleaved. However, at that moment, an eerie and unfamiliar wave of spiritual energy erupted from within the grand hall. As the onlookers cast puzzled glances, the center of the hall fractured, revealing a deep, swirling black vortex that resembled a slowly rotating black hole. The black hole spun languidly, emanating a devouring force capable of swallowing even the chaotic currents of space. This black hole seemed to consume light itself. Indeed, this black hole was the handiwork of Jiang Wang. You enjoy bullying others, do you? Do not forget that I am also here. Jiang Wang formed seals with his hands, his eyes transforming into a pitch-black abyss, utterly pure in its darkness. Devour. As Jiang Wang altered his hand seals, the black hole within the hall accelerated its rotation. Instantly, everyone felt the rapid depletion of spiritual energy in this realm. The pressure released by the Xianming duo was drawn into the bizarre black hole. In that moment, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The assembled crowd was struck with astonishment. Even Jiang Tao squinted, gazing bewilderedly at the eerie black hole. Among them, only Jiang Cixin understood what was transpiring, as she felt the pure essence of the world's spiritual energy beginning to fill her meridians. Child. Jiang Cixin placed a hand on her abdomen, her shock palpable. Let us strike together. The Xianming elders exchanged glances and immediately redirected their spiritual energy. The full force of their fourth level of the immortal emperor erupted forth as they unleashed a palm strike toward the uncanny black hole. Yet, before their strike could touch the vortex, a radiant artifact shimmering with dual colors materialized out of thin air. Its surface glimmered, slightly tilting in the face of the fierce palm winds. Instantly, a chilling aura erupted from the artifact. The pale blue light intensified, forming a torrent of spiritual energy that cascaded down upon the two men. This is bad. That object is peculiar. The fierce winds of their palm strike were swiftly overwhelmed by the icy torrent. While the torrent was also weakened, the remnants still rushed down upon them. The temperature in the hall plummeted, causing shivers among the crowd. Upon witnessing the spiritual treasure, the Jiang family recognized who was behind the attack and were left in a state of shock. My nephew cannot possibly be the reincarnation of an ancient emperor. Even before his birth, he knows how to deal with villains. The Xianming duo, now in dire straits due to the overwhelming cold fire, found themselves in a precarious situation. This frigid aura was so tyrannical that it could freeze even spiritual energy. They could only expend more spiritual energy to counter it. Who dares? Come out and face us instead of hiding in the shadows. Xianxian snarled through clenched teeth, seemingly attempting to provoke the so-called hidden figure. Jiang Tao let out a sardonic cold snort in response. Jiang Wang could not help but chuckle. These two old geezers were essentially talking about themselves, weren't they? Just as he was about to once again summon his spiritual treasure for some fiery treatment, a voice, as melodious and clear as silver bells, resonated throughout the grand hall. This spiritual treasure belongs to me. Is there an issue? As the voice echoed, a figure appeared in the hall, an ethereal saint clad in white, exuding an aura of noble grace, reminiscent of a celestial being. The saint gracefully lifted her delicate arms, her fair fingers curling slightly. The previously formidable Qian Kuan Hanhua Zhao instantly flew to her side, like a child responding to its mother-esque call, circling around her incessantly. The two old men, Xianming, narrowed their eyes, realizing they could not fathom the beauty before them, who seemed to descend from the heavens. They were not fools, despite the saint's stunning appearance. Her strength eluded their comprehension, which rendered them hesitant to speak carelessly. Xiantian pondered for a moment before he was about to speak, but the saint gently waved her hand, her crimson lips parting slightly. Today, I am a guest of the Jiang clan and do not wish to unleash a massacre here. You shall return all the wedding gifts to the Jiang clan, and let this matter rest. Her voice was calm and airy, yet carried an undeniable authority that instilled fear. The brows of the Xianming duo furrowed. You are being unreasonable. But before Xiantian could finish, the saint pointed her jade finger, sending him hurtling backward. His body akin to a kite, with its string cut, spewing blood. Silence enveloped the hall, a deathly silence. The saint's gesture silenced all dissenting voices. Xiantian, in shock, hastily apologized to the saint before retreating into the void, carrying the unconscious Xiantian with him. Can we return the wedding gifts now? The saint disregarded the fleeing Xianming duo and turned her cool gaze toward Li Mitian. Under her scrutiny, he nearly soiled himself. How could he dare to utter a refusal? Frantically, he retrieved a bag of holding from his bosom and presented it to the saint with both hands. Ah, here is the payment. At the moment the bag appeared, Jiang Wang summoned his spiritual energy, sending it into Jiang Jianming's hands. Jiang Tao snorted coldly. Get lost. All right, we're leaving now. Chapter 10. The beautiful aunt's slight intervention was already their limit. Watching the Li clan depart in a disheveled state, Jiang Wang felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. The appearance of the saint was a dimensional blow to the Li clan. Meanwhile, Wu Qi had lost his smile since the saint's arrival. What a joke. Such terrifying power. If he were to remove his armor now, one could see his back drenched in cold sweat. Upon meeting the saint's gaze, he immediately bowed respectfully. General Wu Qi of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty pays his respects to the saint. The saint's beautiful eyes were as still as a tranquil ancient well, maintaining her cool demeanor. Saint, your visit to my Jiang family is a great fortune for us. I feel embarrassed to have troubled you, Jiang Tao said boldly. It is of no consequence. As a guest of the Jiang family, it is merely a trivial effort, the saint replied, a rare smile gracing her stunningly cold visage, akin to a celestial being from a painting, captivating all who beheld her. As for Wu Qi, having been humiliated by the Jiang clan and now witnessing the saint's attitude toward them, he felt a wave of apprehension. Regardless of his previous arrogance, with the saint present, he dared not act out even if he practiced for several hundred more years. Thus, filled with trepidation, he clasped his fists toward the saint and left in a huff. Farewell. He now felt a twinge of regret. Reflecting on his actions today felt akin to lighting a lantern in a latrine, searching for filth. Once Wu Qi and the Li clan had departed, the Jiang clan members within the hall finally exhaled in relief. Had it not been for Jiang Wang and the saint today, their clan would have been truly nailed to the pillar of shame. Jiang Tao, with his somewhat murky eyes, glanced at Jiang Zixin before turning his attention back to the saint. Saint, we owe you our gratitude for your timely intervention today. It is nothing. Since I have taken Jiang Wang as my disciple, the affairs of your Jiang clan are somewhat intertwined with mine, the saint responded. Upon hearing this, the Jiang family members' eyes sparkled with hope. The weight of the saint's words was significant, although they had been driven out by the Luo clan. With Jiang Wang as their support, they now had a saint backing them. Moreover, the saint was not only associated with the Medicine God Valley, but also with the Creation Immortal Palace. A pinnacle existence even in the ancient immortal domain, a backing that countless clans could only dream of. Upon hearing the saint's words, Jiang Tao felt a surge of joy and waved his hand at the Jiang family members. You may all leave. I have some words to exchange with the saint. Yes, sir. Once the others had departed, Jiang Tao bowed to the saint and inquired, May I ask, saint, what kind of constitution does that young lad possess? How can he control spiritual treasures even in the womb? Hearing Jiang Tao's question, the saint's brows furrowed slightly. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly spoke. Your Jiang clan possesses immense fortune. That young boy has the ancient holy body. What? Even Jiang Tao, an old monster, was taken aback upon hearing the words ancient holy body, his eyes wide with shock and elation. He incredulously sought confirmation from the saint. Is it the legendary holy body that can match the ancient emperors upon full maturation? Indeed. The ancient holy body indeed allows one to challenge the ancient emperors upon reaching full maturity, the saint affirmed, pausing briefly before continuing. As for why he can manipulate spiritual treasures in the womb, I am uncertain. The last appearance of the ancient holy body was over several 100,000 years ago. It may also be a unique power of this body. Moreover, that young lad is still cultivating. I can sense his aura growing ever more formidable. I cannot help but wonder how powerful he will be upon his emergence. Upon hearing the saint's words, Jiang Tao's weathered face was filled with pride and joy. Wonderful. My Jiang family has produced a prodigy. Meanwhile, Jiang Cixin was assisted back to her room by Bai Qianqian and Jiang Lisan. Bai Qianqian wore a beaming smile, her voice laced with uncontainable pride. My dear nephew is truly remarkable. It seems our Jiang family is on the brink of soaring to new heights. Listening to Bai Qianqian's words, Jiang Cixin could not help but feel a swell of comfort. She reached down to gently caress her belly, marveling at her child's achievements today. Jiang Lisan nodded with a smile. Indeed, it is a fortunate thing for Jiang Yi to have such a brother. Exactly. The Taiku Luo clan indeed lacks the vision to recognize greatness. Let them wait, in regret. Listening to all of this from within, Jiang Wang could not help but reflect. Truly, this world reveres strength above all else. The beautiful ant's mere slight intervention was already their limit. Determined, Jiang Wang resolved to strive even harder. Not only must he win at the starting line, but he must also secure victory from within the womb. Having made up his mind, Jiang Wang formed hand seals and began to devour the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, his previously formidable aura surging once more. The following morning, Jiang Cixin arrived at the secluded estate in the back mountains where Jiang Tao typically secluded himself. Jiang Tao emerged from the void, his face adorned with a benevolent smile as he regarded Jiang Cixin. Greetings, ancestor. Ha ha ha, no need for formalities. Jiang Tao chuckled, waving his hand and gesturing for Jiang Cixin to take a seat. I have already heard from the Miao Saint that this little one is an ancient sacred body. Although I have never witnessed this sacred body myself, I have gleaned some knowledge from the Miao Saint and various ancient texts. This sacred body is incredibly powerful, but it demands an immense amount of resources. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cixin's expression darkened slightly. Why not let my granddaughter join the Luo clan? Absolutely not. The mention of the Luo clan instantly ignited Jiang Tao's anger. He stood up from his chair, unable to restrain his outburst. This child has severed all ties with the Luo clan. How could one trust such a treacherous lot? After a pause, his tone softened as he reassured Jiang Cixin. Do not worry, I have made my decision. Once this little one is born, all my resources will be bestowed upon him. This is absolutely unacceptable. Jiang Tao smiled and waved his hand, urging Jiang Cixin to remain calm, before speaking earnestly. I am fully aware of my own circumstances. The hope of breaking through to the sixth heavenly layer of the immortal emperor is but a distant dream. Therefore, there is no need for further discussion. My mind is made up. Moreover, this child is the future of the Jiang family, and he is deserving of such investment. Jiang Cixin opened her mouth, her heart brimming with gratitude, but ultimately, her words condensed into a single phrase. I thank you on behalf of Wanger. Meanwhile, within her womb, Jiang Wang opened his eyes, fully cognizant of the happenings outside and feeling the warmth of Jiang Tao's affection. Chapter 11, Ninth Layer of Transformation, Reward, Supreme Bone. At this moment, familiar words from the system began to materialize before Jiang Wang's eyes. Even though you may be inherently lacking, your ancestor Jiang still holds you in great affection, showing you no bias and patiently guiding you. When you face adversity, he will stand up for you. Now, your ancestor Jiang has little time left. You have resolved to diligently cultivate for a month to bring him comfort. Task: cultivate diligently for a month and astonish your ancestor. Reward: fusion of the Supreme Bone. Supreme Bone. Jiang Wang gazed at the reward for this task, nearly salivating. He understood perfectly well what the Supreme Bone represented. He dared not imagine how powerful he would become after fusing with it. Considering his abysmal physique, it would be a challenge to impress his ancestor even with a year of cultivation, let alone a month. Yet, for the present, astonishing his ancestor in just a month's time seemed entirely feasible. Without further ado, Jiang Wang retracted his focus, formed hand seals, and commenced his cultivation. Simultaneously, he activated the devouring sky demonic art, accelerating his progress. Presently, Jiang Wang possessed the strength of the third layer of the transformation realm, and he concealed all his aura, preparing for a spectacular breakthrough in a month. Thus, unbeknownst to the entire Jiang clan, anticipation began to swell throughout the family. They were all eagerly awaiting the birth of the Jiang family's prodigy. Within the great hall of the Jiang clan, Jiang Tao sat majestically, with Jiang Jianming and other clan elders gathered below. From this day forth, I will not seclude myself any longer. I shall personally oversee the Jiang clan. Jiang Tao remarked casually while sipping spiritual tea. Jiang Jianming furrowed his brow upon hearing this, expressing his concern. Ancestor, you are currently at a critical juncture in your breakthrough to the 6th layer. Perhaps you should. Perhaps what? Do you think I can trust the clan's future to a few incompetent fools like you? Jiang Tao retorted sharply. I once had faith in your diligence. But who knew that after all these years, your strength remains so insignificant? Can I rely on you? Jiang Tao's words left Jiang Jianming blushing with embarrassment. Despite being the clan leader and a grandfather, he still felt like a junior before Jiang Tao. Noticing Jiang Jianming's shameful demeanor, Jiang Tao let out a cold snort before proceeding to share the decision he had made the previous day. This time, however, no one dared to voice opposition. For those present were the core figures of the Jiang clan. They were well aware of the extraordinary potential of Jiang Wang, and, under the imposing presence of Jiang Tao, none spoke out against it. In the hall, Jiang Tao instructed Jiang Jianming and Jiang Lisan to take good care of Jiang Cixin. Once all matters were announced, Jiang Tao finally took a sip of spiritual tea and addressed everyone. Do not think I am being partial. To put it bluntly, even if our entire Jiang clan, including this old bone of mine, were to band together, we would still pale in comparison to that little one. Is there any need for me to elaborate on the current state of the Jiang clan? Even that despicable Li clan dares to ride on our backs and defecate. Do you not feel ashamed? All current efforts hold significance. The little one's future is bound to shine brightly. As the saying goes, when one person ascends, their kin rise alongside them. He is the future of our Jiang clan. Jiang Tao's words were pearls of wisdom, resonating with truth. As his voice faded, the members of the Jiang clan rose in unison, bowing deeply to Jiang Tao. Wise ancestor. 1 month later, Jiang Cixin had also moved to a tranquil and picturesque estate to better nurture her pregnancy. Within the estate, she sat before a mirror, while Xiaolan, her maid, beamed with delight as she styled her hair. Xiaolan, there's no need for such fuss. I hardly leave this estate, so there's no need to look so exquisite. That won't do. Miss, you are now the pride of the entire Jiang clan, and I must ensure you look beautiful. Jiang Cixin smiled and nodded, gazing at her increasingly prominent belly with maternal affection. Actually, I wish for my child to grow up happily, living a full life. The higher the status, the greater the burdens. Just then, Jiang Cixin suddenly froze, feeling a wave of warmth radiating from her abdomen, a sign of vast spiritual energy flooding into her meridians. What's wrong, miss? Xiaolan, noticing Jiang Cixin's unusual demeanor, assumed she was unwell and was immediately alarmed. In an instant, the space rippled, and the ethereal Miao Saint appeared, clad in white, like a celestial being. Following closely, the anxious Jiang Tao emerged from a spatial rift. What has happened? Both Jiang Tao and the Miao Saint had been vigilantly monitoring this estate, fearing for the safety of their prodigy or disciple. Concurrently, Jiang Wang within her womb slowly opened his eyes. 9th layer of transformation should suffice. With that thought, Jiang Wang released the aura he had been deliberately suppressing over the past month. A formidable presence erupted from him, forming visible golden ripples of spiritual energy that spread throughout the space. Feeling the surging aura of Jiang Wang within Jiang Cixin's body, both Miao Xingren and Jiang Tao were taken aback, particularly the latter, whose eyes were filled with astonishment, his lips trembling uncontrollably. This aura, could it be the 9th layer of the transformation realm? Indeed, it was, and it was but a hair's breadth away from the consummation of the transformation realm. Miao Xingren interjected, all the while contemplating in secrecy. This little rascal has been quite cunning, suppressing his aura these past days, even deceiving me. I eagerly anticipate the day he steps forth to represent our lineage. With a radiant smile, Miao Xingren turned to Jiang Tao and gently spoke. Congratulations, Elder Jiang. If this continues, your Jiang family will gain another innate supreme being. Ha ha ha, splendid. An innate supreme being is indeed marvelous. Overwhelmed with joy, Jiang Tao's aged face beamed with brilliance, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum. Meanwhile, the Jiang Wang within him was equally elated, for the system's small text had reappeared. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, fusion of supreme bone. In an instant, Jiang Wang felt a peculiar bone materialize before his chest. This extraordinary bone seemed to be intricately carved from the finest jade, adorned with countless mysterious runes, with strands of supreme Tao essence swirling and intertwining around it. Jiang Wang's heart raced with excitement. With the sky-devouring demon technique combined with the supreme bone, he was now one step closer to the so-called supreme Tao. Chapter 12. Successful Fusion, Supreme Bone. The supreme bone. Throughout history, only a select few innate supreme beings are born with this bone. From the ancient times to the present day, those who possess the supreme bone are universally recognized as extraordinary talents, with many being great sages and emperors of yore. In essence, while not every powerful being has the supreme bone, all who do are undeniably powerful. The supreme bone can also be viewed as a form of the evolution of divine powers. Depending on one's constitution, the divine powers contained within the supreme bone vary. Observing the supreme bone before him, which resembled white jade, Jiang Wang noted its resplendent golden light as it gradually fused with his body. I wonder what divine power is derived from my supreme bone, Jiang Wang pondered, gazing at the exquisite supreme bone. Well, it seems that a complete fusion will still take some time. He glanced at the progress bar that appeared before him and estimated that by the time the supreme bone fully fused, it would coincide with his coming of age. For now, I must continue my cultivation. I cannot afford to be lax. With this thought, Jiang Wang closed his eyes once more to meditate, awaiting the day of his emergence. The following morning, the entire Jiang clan gathered in the square. Miao Shengren smiled at Jiang Tao and said, "Elder Jiang, I shall take my leave. Once Jiang Wang reaches adulthood, I shall return to guide him to my celestial palace." Indeed. We are truly grateful for your protection these days, Miao Shengren. Jiang Tao replied, and Jiang Cixin stepped forward, sincerely expressing her gratitude as well. Miao Shengren nodded slightly and then extended her slender arm to gently stroke the head of the celestial crane beside her. "You must guard my disciple well, understood?" The celestial crane, displaying remarkable intelligence, nodded in response. Seeing this, Miao Shengren made no attempt to linger, and with a ripple in the space around her, her graceful figure vanished from sight. After Miao Shengren's departure, the celestial crane raised its long neck, seemingly searching among the Jiang clan for someone. Soon, its gaze locked onto Jiang Cixin. The crane emitted a melodious call before flying to Jiang Cixin's side, affectionately nuzzling her hand. It appeared to have already acknowledged Jiang Cixin, or perhaps recognized the Jiang Wang within her. Jiang Tao's face radiated with joy. Although Miao Shengren had left, the celestial crane remained. This crane's strength had already reached the level of an immortal emperor. This signified that the Jiang clan had gained another formidable immortal emperor among their ranks. With the presence of the Qilan Sun and this powerful guardian, Jiang Tao's spirits soared daily. The celestial crane elder will henceforth be the supreme elder of our Jiang clan, and its status shall be upheld without fail. After delegating matters to his clan, Jiang Tao hummed a tune as he departed, and the Jiang family members dispersed. Jiang Jiaming approached the celestial crane and respectfully clasped his hands, speaking with deference. "Elder Crane, would you accompany me to the Supreme Elder's abode?" The celestial crane simply shook its head and glanced at Jiang Cixin, its intent unmistakable. "Let the celestial crane elder reside in my courtyard instead." Jiang Cixin smiled as she addressed Jiang Jiaming, who could only nod in agreement. Simultaneously, Jiang Wang's grandmother took Jiang Cixin's hand, speaking with warmth. "If you need anything or lack anything, make sure to tell your mother and father, understood?" "Don't worry, mother. I lack nothing," Jiang Cixin reassured her. Jiang Wang's grandmother nodded, and then looked at Jiang Cixin's noticeably rounded belly. "Considering the timeline, isn't it almost time for you to give birth?" Jiang Cixin nodded, placing her hand on her belly, a hint of anticipation gracing her face. "Yes, in a few months, it should be about time." "Oh, should we not invite the ancestors to set some protective barriers for our Jiang clan? Your father has been poring over ancient texts lately, and it is said that powerful beings often exhibit signs at birth." Jiang Jiaming expressed his concern for Jiang Cixin. However, this notion was promptly dismissed by Jiang Wang's grandmother. "Why should we hide? Is our Jiang clan's Qilan Sun not worthy of being showcased? It would be best if the entire ancient immortal domain knew." Witnessing her mother's demeanor, Jiang Cixin could only smile wryly, knowing her mother was not one to seek glory, preferring to be low-key. However, her current fervor stemmed from the indignation of being cast out by the Luo clan. All right, you should return and rest. The closer you are to giving birth, the more vigilant you must be." "Understood, father." After bidding farewell to Jiang Jiaming, Xiaolan assisted Jiang Cixin back to their courtyard. Sitting on the bed, Jiang Cixin felt the connection between her and the little one within her. Even though this child was not acknowledged by the Luo clan, she felt immensely content. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang, within Jiang Cixin, radiated a dazzling golden light, the unique golden blood energy of the ancient saint body. It is said that this blood energy can ward off calamity and evil, impervious to all forms of attack. Jiang Wang's aura had already surpassed the transformation realm, stepping into the supreme realm, and it continued to rise, growing increasingly formidable. Thus, the days passed, and several months slipped by in the blink of an eye. The entire Jiang clan began to stir with palpable excitement, as if everyone had suddenly become engrossed in a flurry of activity. This was primarily due to the imminent arrival of Jiang Cixin's child. On this particular day, Jiang Wang, nestled within his mother's womb, opened his tightly shut eyes for the first time in months. Instantly, his gaze was filled with a radiant golden light. At that very moment, the supreme bone within him erupted in a dazzling golden glow, surrounded by swirling purple runes, imbued with the profound essence of the universe. Supreme bone fusion progress completed. It had succeeded. Jiang Wang clenched his tiny fists, feeling the overwhelming power coursing through his limbs and bones, as if he could effortlessly shatter a small mountain. He sensed that today marked the day of his birth. Simultaneously, the heavens above the Jiang clan underwent a sudden transformation. The once clear sky, unmarred by clouds, was abruptly shrouded by dark, rolling storm clouds, resembling a night sky descending upon the world. Thunder roared and lightning flashed amidst the inky clouds, as if the heavens were expressing their wrath. A sharp, clear cry of a crane reverberated throughout the land. The ethereal crane and Jiang Tao appeared outside the Jiang clan simultaneously. Jiang Tao gazed upward at the ominous thunderclouds, a look of grave concern etched on his face. Chapter 13. The Birth of the Sacred Body, Reverberations Across the Lands. He could distinctly sense the power brewing in the sky. Could it be that the little one would face a tribulation upon his birth? Beside him, the ethereal crane shook its head, indicating for Jiang Tao to remain calm. Meanwhile, Jiang Cixin lay on a bed in a separate chamber, drenched in sweat, exerting herself with every ounce of strength. Surrounding her were Jiang Wang's grandparents and the Jiang Lisan family. Bai Qianxian, cradling Jiang Yi, spoke with a face etched in worry and urgency. Push, Cixin. Just endure a little longer. The expressions of those in the room were filled with anxiety and dread, fearing any unforeseen complications for Jiang Cixin at this critical moment. Their apprehension was mirrored by Jiang Wang. He too was anxious within, unable to burst forth, placing all his hopes on his mother. Come on, mother. At that moment, Jiang Cixin, though weakened, summoned her final reserves of strength and let out a pained cry. With that last effort, the entire chamber was enveloped in a blinding golden light. The brilliance was so intense that everyone instinctively shut their eyes, only to hear a deafening roar. When they dared to open their eyes again, they beheld Jiang Wang soaring into the sky, breaking through the roof of the hall as if it were made of paper. Simultaneously, an uncontrollable surge of energy erupted from him. Supreme Realm, 7th layer. Supreme Realm, 8th layer. Supreme Realm, perfected completion. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide as they beheld the scene unfolding before them. An overwhelming aura radiated from Jiang Wang, spreading unchecked throughout the Jiang clan. However, the astonishment elicited by Jiang Wang was far from over. Golden blood energy erupted from the crown of his head, resembling a golden sun emerging in the sky, tinting even the dark clouds above a brilliant gold. This power, was it the perfected completion of the Supreme Realm? My heavens, a naturally born perfected Supreme. Look! Before the awe of the crowd could fully settle, the energies of the realm were suddenly consumed, transforming into a vast sea of golden light, from which golden lotuses began to rise, swaying gently, as if embodying the mysteries of creation. At this moment, the Jiang clan was in a state of euphoric chaos. Not only that, but countless powerful beings nearby also sensed the upheaval, flocking to witness the birth of Jiang Wang. All present suddenly felt a formidable aura rapidly approaching from the horizon. The ethereal crane was the first to react, spreading its wings and unleashing the power of the 5th layer of the Celestial Emperor. With a mighty roar, the sound of a colossal dragon's cry echoed throughout the realm. The crane's aura was swiftly suppressed. Simultaneously, the spectators beheld a magnificent golden dragon, radiating brilliant light, soaring toward the Jiang clan. As the dragon neared, the golden light shimmered and gradually morphed into a humanoid figure. This figure stood tall, clad in a brocade robe adorned with gold, his features strikingly chiseled, exuding an aura so potent that it compelled all who beheld him to bow in reverence. This was none other than the emperor of the Great Xia. It was no surprise he had come. The commotion caused by the Jiang family was monumental. The powerful beings standing in the heavens whispered among themselves. The emperor hovered above, unperturbed by the onlookers, his golden eyes wide with shock as he beheld the extraordinary spectacle before him. This phenomenon, it was the golden lotus of the sea of suffering. The emperor intended to inquire of Jiang Tao, but before he could utter a word, the heavens erupted once more with a wondrous manifestation. From the golden ocean, a scroll unfurled, tremoring as boundless golden light erupted from it, depicting mountains, rivers, and myriad creatures, encapsulating the paths of countless sages. A resplendent landscape. The onlookers gasped in awe at the reappearance of this marvel. Just as the emperor was about to express his astonishment, the subsequent spectacle rendered him utterly speechless. Countless stars emerged in the heavens, each more radiant than the sun, as if they were igniting the sky, heavy as mountains and dazzling beyond measure. The stars illuminate the azure sky. In the next moment, the void trembled, revealing a grand depiction in midair. This image was composed of contrasting black and white, intertwining yet incompatible, embodying the duality of existence, yin embracing yang, and vice versa, life and death coexisting. The diagram of yin and yang was manifesting. My heavens! How many prodigious phenomena can this child of the Jiang family summon? Finally, the spiritual energy of the realm surged violently. As Jiang Wang's handprints shifted in the heavens, all manifestations dissipated, replaced by a torrential outpouring of golden blood energy that surged forth from his crown. Gradually, 9 indistinct figures began to coalesce in the sky above. Simultaneously, a colossal golden figure emerged behind Jiang Wang, seated upon a throne. This golden figure was indistinct, yet it was another Jiang Wang, seated high above, surrounded by golden and yellow energies, gazing down upon the world as if a celestial king had descended to the mortal realm. The 9 figures inclined their bodies in unison towards Jiang Wang, performing a ceremonial bow. The emperor's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly astonished by the unfolding events. This is the celestial king gracing the 9 heavens. Jiang Jiaming stared, stunned, at the Jiang Wang suspended in the sky, tears streaming down his face as he murmured, my grandson possesses the bearing of an emperor." At this moment, Jiang Wang felt a wave of exhilaration and finally opened his mouth, beginning to draw the extraordinary phenomena into himself. The figure seated behind Jiang Wang unexpectedly extended a hand, grasping a wisp of purple energy from the void. This purple essence was incredibly pure and dense, incomparable to any spiritual energy. As this wisp of primordial purple energy was consumed by Jiang Wang, the aura of the supreme realm at its pinnacle seemed to tremble once more. The Emperor of Humanity, witnessing this scene, let out a breath, unable to conceal the astonishment in his voice. This little fellow has absorbed a strand of nascent purple energy. It appears he is destined to attain the status of a true immortal. A collective gasp of awe echoed among the many powerful beings present, envy etched upon their faces. Bai Qianxian, curious, inquired of Zhang Lisan beside her, what exactly is this nascent purple energy? A deep sense of emotion surfaced on Zhang Lisan's countenance as he explained. The nascent purple energy is a remarkable essence birthed at the dawn of creation, representing the purest energy in existence. Even a strand as fine as a hair could incite fierce conflict among the mightiest warriors. Jiang Tao's smile had yet to fade, and now he felt a dull ache in his jaw from grinning so widely as he gazed at Jiang Wang in the heavens. Ah yes, a true immortal. Consider that blind fool, Luo Zhantian, who only boasted of being at the first level of the supreme realm upon reaching adulthood. Ha! You better not come seeking me in the future. Chapter 14, The Emperor's Regret. Jiang Wang never failed to astonish. After absorbing that strand of nascent purple energy, he instantly felt the barriers between the supreme realm and the true immortal realm shatter completely. A torrent of pure spiritual power surged through his veins, filling every sinew and bone. He raised his head to gaze at the dense clouds still hovering over the Jiang clan. Frowning, he thought, why is it still overcast? From now on, under my watch, the Jiang clan shall never see such gloom again. Having spoken, Jiang Wang took a deep breath and bellowed towards the heavens, retreat. Golden blood qi erupted from his mouth, resembling a vast golden flood. In that instant, the power of the true immortal realm radiated outward, dispersing the gathering storm clouds above. As the clouds dissipated, the heavens and earth regained their clarity. This overwhelming and rich golden blood qi was undoubtedly that of the primordial sacred body. Indeed, after so many years, the primordial sacred body has re-emerged. It is said that a fully realized sacred body could rival the ancient emperors. The Jiang family is truly fortunate. Observing Jiang Wang's actions, the many powerful beings below could not help but engage in hushed conversations. The Emperor of Humanity stood not far off, also observing Jiang Wang, the shock in his golden eyes still lingering. With a sigh, he felt a mix of emotions. The primordial sacred body of a true immortal realm. Why was this child not born within my Daxia divine dynasty? If such a figure graced our realm, it would undoubtedly rival the celestial palace and endure for tens of thousands of years. To be frank, the Emperor of Daxiao felt a twinge of envy towards this small Jiang clan. More than envy, however, was a profound regret, a deep-seated regret. He had initially thought that since the woman named Jiang Cixin had been cast out by the Luo clan, her child would lose any political significance. His daughter would certainly never marry the scion of a mere Jiang clan. Thus, when advised otherwise, he had readily consented. What a grave miscalculation. Meanwhile, the Li clan, witnessing such a grand spectacle, prompted Li Mitian to lead the clan's strongmen for a closer inspection. Upon seeing the extraordinary scene, he immediately felt his insides twist with regret. With such a prodigy in the Jiang clan, how could they not prosper? However, compared to his regret, Li Mitian felt more a sense of dread. After all, Jiang Wang possessed such extraordinary talents from birth. Should he grow unchecked, extinguishing their Li clan would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Concurrently, the emperor of Daxia, hidden beneath his dragon robe, rubbed his hands together, seemingly weighing his options, just as he contemplated whether to set aside his pride and revisit the idea of an alliance. A booming laughter resonated throughout the heavens. Ha! The primordial sacred body of a true immortal realm is a rarity even in the ancient times. With the laughter, an aged figure appeared before the crowd, clad in a tattered, fire-red robe adorned with an intricate flame totem. The elder's presence caused the temperature of the surroundings to rise. This was none other than the burning heaven saint of the fire virtue Dao sect. Such a formidable presence has arrived. The burning heaven saint first glanced at Jiang Wang, who was tilting his head in curiosity, and then nodded in evident satisfaction. In the blink of an eye, the burning heaven saint materialized before Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao, momentarily stunned, was about to offer a greeting when the burning heaven saint waved his hand to halt him. No need for such formalities. I merely happened to pass by and noticed the extraordinary phenomena occurring here. I did not expect to witness the birth of a noble scion. What a delightful occurrence. Is that so? But you. Jiang Tao was somewhat bewildered by the burning heaven saint's intentions. It's nothing of great consequence. Merely that my sect's holy maiden was born just last year. I was hoping to inquire if this little fellow has any betrothal agreements. Only then did the crowd realize the true intention of the burning heaven saint. Old ghost of the burning heaven. Even if this child were to marry, it shouldn't be to one of your fiery sect's tempestuous women. With this teasing remark, the space rippled, and an elder clad in a deep blue robe materialized before them. This elder's robe was akin to that of the burning heaven saint, yet the unique flame sigils upon it differed. Today is truly an eye-opener. Not only has the emperor of Daxia graced us with his presence, but we also have saints from both the fire virtue and water virtue Dao sects. Indeed. And I overheard the words of the Tung Hai saint, which seem to indicate that they have come for the primordial sacred body of the Jiang clan. Naturally, for it is the primordial sacred body. Who wouldn't wish to claim it for their own? Upon seeing the Tung Hai saint, the previously amiable expression of the burning heaven saint instantly turned stern. You old ghost are still alive. What brings you to the Jiang clan? If you are alive, how could I possibly be willing to depart? Retorted the Tung Hai saint with a smile, before turning to Jiang Tao, suggesting, why not allow this child to wed our water virtue sect's holy maiden? Our water virtue women are all gentle as water and breathtakingly beautiful. Moreover, I can assure you, should your Jiang clan ally with us, we will nurture this child with all our might. Jiang Wang, hovering in the skies above, arched an eyebrow. The water virtue sect seems quite appealing. However, he was not inclined to ponder such matters just yet. After all, this body was scarcely a year old. No, not even a full year. With this thought in mind, Jiang Wang dove downwards, leaping into the embrace of Jiang Cixin. Though he retained memories of his past life, the bond of blood could not be severed. The moment he laid eyes on his mother, he knew she was the dearest person to him in this world. As for that miserly old man, it would be best for him to keep his distance. This must be my dear nephew. How remarkably handsome he is. At this moment, Jiang Wang, though just born, appears as if he were already half a year old. His skin seems to be sculpted from exquisite jade, flawlessly seamless and as delicate as the finest silk. His large, sparkling eyes, glimmering with golden light and vivacity, exude an undeniable charm, instantly evoking a desire to cradle him close and cherish him. Jiang Xi's heart extends a gentle hand to caress Jiang Wang's plump little face. Her eyes filled with maternal affection. Do not worry, little sister. With me, Jiang Lisin, by your side, no ancient clan shall dare lay a finger on my dear nephew. The newly minted uncle, Jiang Lisin, feels his heart soften entirely upon seeing his little nephew. Bai Qianxian, casting a sidelong glance, holds her son, Jiang Yi, who is still shy of reaching her knees, and shakes her fist playfully. Child, this is your cousin, Jiang Wang. It is through his grace that you have the opportunity to enter the immortal palace of creation. Let me make one thing clear. Should you ever bully your younger brother, you shall be treated to a feast of bamboo shoots and pork. Bai Qianxian, who usually dotes on Jiang Yi, reveals her deep affection for this little nephew of the family through her words. The members of the Jiang family could not help but exchange knowing smiles. Even Jiang Wang felt a stir within his heart, sensing that their smiles were genuine and heartfelt. With such a remarkable little one emerging from the Jiang family, the Luo clan must be regretting their choices deeply. Seemingly influenced by the happiness radiating from the Jiang family, a powerful figure below clicked his tongue in discontent. I beg to differ. While the Jiang family child undoubtedly possesses extraordinary talent, the ancient Luo clan is not without its own rare treasures. Have you forgotten? There is also a child on the main family's side. Another chimed in. The child of the main family they referred to as none other than Mo Yunji's son. How can abilities forged by heaven and earth compare to those innate from birth? However, with the strength of the ancient Luo clan, should they truly set their sights on Jiang Wang, they will undoubtedly seize him before he reaches adulthood. The Jiang family is bound to face a storm of bloodshed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wang's brow furrowed slightly, acknowledging the validity of their words. The so-called prestigious ancient clans are merely grand arenas of fame and fortune. They once disregarded their benefactor's dignity, and in the future, they would not hesitate to trample the Jiang clan for their selfish desires. Thinking of the indignities and cold words his mother had endured recently, a chilling aura emanated from Jiang Wang. The Luo clan, before adulthood? It won't be long. Before he reaches maturity, he will undoubtedly pay a visit to the Luo clan and confront this group of ancient ones. Chapter 15. The eerie aura of the back mountain. As the seasons change, flowers bloom and wither, the trees in the dense forest outside the Jiang clan have grown taller, adding 5 more rings of growth to their trunks. 5 years have swiftly passed. At this moment, within the secluded space of Jiang Tao's retreat, a youthful figure sits cross-legged upon a golden lotus platform. This figure radiates an otherworldly aura, enveloped in dazzling golden light, appearing ethereal, much like a divine being. His flowing hair is naturally tied back, with 2 strands cascading down his forehead. His skin is tender and delicate, akin to the finest jade. This figure is none other than Jiang Wang. At that moment, the space warped, and Jiang Tao's form materialized within this realm. With Jiang Tao's arrival, Jiang Wang slowly opened his eyes, golden light flickering within them. As the golden aura surrounding him dissipated, "Grandfather," Jiang Wang greeted with a smile. Jiang Tao chuckled, surveying Jiang Wang from head to toe before an expression of admiration crossed his face. "Ah, truly, the younger generation surpasses the older. You are barely 5 years old. Yet you have already reached the pinnacle of the immortal king realm. In just a few years, even I will not be your match." Hearing Jiang Tao's words, Jiang Wang's cherubic face flushed with a rosy hue. Since the moment of his birth, Jiang Tao had devoted all his cultivation resources to him. The number of spirit stones was countless, not to mention the various heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and miraculous elixirs. With such abundant resources, combined with Jiang Wang's prodigious talent, it was no wonder he had achieved the pinnacle of the immortal king at just 5 years old. Having consumed so many resources, he certainly ought to deliver results. Do not carry too much burden. What I and the Jiang clan can provide is limited to this. Your needs will only multiply in the future. At this point, Jiang Tao could not help but snort disdainfully. It is solely the fault of that short-sighted Luo clan. If you had been born into the Luo clan, you would probably. Jiang Tao's words trailed off, but Jiang Wang already grasped the sentiment behind them, feelings of embarrassment and resentment. If he had been born into the Luo clan, with their resources, he would have surely surpassed the immortal king realm by now. Jiang Wang chuckled. "Rest assured, grandfather. Give me some time. As I grow stronger, the Jiang family will undoubtedly stand tall at the pinnacle of the continent, and I shall not covet the Luo clan. After I reach adulthood, I will head to the immortal palace of creation for cultivation, which is far superior to that pathetic Luo clan." Indeed. We shall not covet that pathetic Luo clan. Jiang Tao held great affection for this great-grandson who matched his temperament, and most importantly, he had never exhibited a rebellious phase throughout his upbringing, treating everyone with respect and courtesy. Even in private, Jiang Wang showed great compassion towards the Jiang family's servants. Never berating them, Jiang Tao stroked his beard and addressed Jiang Wang. "You have been cultivating here for several months. It's time to return to see your mother. She has been missing you dearly." "All right," Jiang Wang nodded, and then his form transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring away. He returned to the separate courtyard where Xianxia had once nurtured him during her pregnancy. Originally, the Jiang family had planned to construct a palace solely for Jiang Wang upon his birth. However, Jiang Wang felt it would be a waste of resources and deemed it meaningless. In his eyes, a lavish palace could not compare to the tranquility of this quiet courtyard. Having just landed, he saw Xianxia emerging from the kitchen, carrying 2 plates of food, which she placed upon the stone table in the courtyard. "Mother, Why not let the chef cook? Jiang Wang chuckled, settling at the stone table and feeling a wave of happiness at the sight of the meal. Xianxia, her face brimming with affection, gently patted Jiang Wang's head and replied, "Didn't you say you liked my cooking? I have some spirit bamboo shoots sent by your aunt, which will aid in your cultivation. Such low-grade spiritual food holds little significance for me. It is better saved for my cousin," Jiang Wang said. But before Xianxia could finish her sentence, he waved his hand to interrupt. "Mother, are you about to say? If only this were in the Luo clan?" Seeing Xianxia's wry smile, Jiang Wang felt a sense of helplessness as he swiftly devoured the food in his bowl. He continued, "Enough, mother, you have never wronged me. I have said before that before I come of age, I shall seek justice for you and the Jiang clan from the Luo clan." Xianxia stroked Jiang Wang's head and smiled. "I do not wish for you to seek justice. I only wish for you to grow up safely and soundly." After finishing their meal, Jiang Wang continued to sit cross-legged on the stone near the small pond in the courtyard, immersed in his cultivation. As the celestial technique of the devouring demon flowed through him, a swirling vortex of darkness manifested above Jiang Wang's head, voraciously consuming the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At that moment, Jiang Wang abruptly opened his tightly shut eyes. His form transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring towards the direction of the Jiang clan's rear mountains. During his cultivation, he had sensed a trace of an eerie and malevolent aura. Such a presence was inherently repulsive, even to his ancient sacred body. Thus, Jiang Wang pursued the source of that unsettling energy, ultimately arriving at the forbidden grounds of the Jiang clan's rear mountains, not far from his usual training location. Upon his descent, he gazed into the dense forest ahead. After a brief contemplation, he ventured forth, buoyed by a measure of confidence in his current strength. After all, this was still within the Jiang clan's territory, and he harbored no fears of encountering uncontrollable circumstances. With this thought, Jiang Wang stepped into the thicket. However, as he entered, he furrowed his brow. The atmosphere felt profoundly peculiar, likely influenced by his ancient sacred body. Undoubtedly, something was amiss in this place. Following the increasingly potent aura, he delved deeper into the forest, until at last, he stumbled upon a colossal cave. The sinister essence emanated from within. The nauseating sensation intensified, prompting his ancient sacred body to instinctively activate, with golden blood energy surging forth as if to challenge the malevolent presence. Jiang Wang cautiously retreated 2 steps, sensing that something formidable resided within that cave, something he was ill-equipped to confront at this moment. At that instant, he scrutinized the cave before him, noting an immense and intricate formation encasing it. This formation was extraordinarily enigmatic, its mysterious runes intertwining and radiating a soft luminescence that sealed the cave's entrance completely. Is this a formation? Yet, what expert within the Jiang clan possesses the skill to craft such a sophisticated array? Could there be a hidden master among them? Jiang Wang pondered the enigma of the grand formation. Just then, a shadow surged forth from the depths of the cave, moving with astonishing speed and exuding an overwhelming aura. Charging directly at Jiang Wang, his expression shifted, and he swiftly mobilized all his spiritual energy, his diminutive frame taut as a drawn bow, poised for confrontation. However, at that moment, the protective formation at the cave's entrance emitted a gentle white light, repelling the shadow. This white glow appeared tranquil and stable. Yet upon contact with the shadow, it melted away like the last remnants of winter snow meeting the scorching sun. Jiang Wang could faintly hear chilling screams, inhuman and reminiscent of some tormented beast's cries. The shadow, desperate to escape, retaliated, unleashing a maelstrom of black mist that surged forth like an ocean of darkness. Crashing mercilessly against the formation, Jiang Wang furrowed his brow as he observed the unfolding scene. Although he could not discern the true nature of the shadow, he sensed it harbored boundless evil and resentment, as if it contained all the malevolent thoughts of the world. Suddenly, his consciousness became hazy, and he found himself in a desolate landscape, strewn with corpses and rivers of blood. This realm seemed devoid of light. The sun in the sky vanished. The ground was littered with bones, while the heavens above were filled with the grotesque shadows that scuttled about, emitting ghastly laughter, as if relishing their own devastation. In that instant, a blinding golden light flooded Jiang Wang's vision. He awakened with a start, realizing that the horrific scene he had witnessed was but an illusion. How close he had come to being ensnared. At that juncture, his ancient sacred body activated autonomously, enveloping him in a dense, golden aura. Jiang Wang couldn't help but frown. Fortuitously, there was this grand formation. Without it, just as Jiang Wang expressed gratitude for the protective array, a chilling sight unfolded before him. The bizarre shadow, in its struggle against the formation, caused the runes inscribed upon it to dim and vanish entirely. Jiang Wang quickly surveyed the entire formation, within mere moments. Hundreds of runes had dissipated. This was dire. The formation's power was waning. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Wang dared not linger any longer and transformed into a flash of golden light. Determined to resolve the situation. Should the entity within the cave emerge, it would spell disaster for the Jiang clan. He soared swiftly, reaching a pavilion where he found Jiang Tao leisurely sipping wine. From his relaxed demeanor, it was evident he was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Upon seeing Jiang Wang, Jiang Tao paused, perplexed. "Why have you returned, my child? Were you not to spend time with your mother? Ancestor? Is there something lurking in the rear mountains of the Jiang clan?" Jiang Wang inquired, his voice tinged with urgency, divulging knowledge known only to a select few within the clan. At this revelation, Jiang Tao's expression shifted. "You sensed it? Ah, it makes sense. The ancient sacred body is inherently attuned to such malevolent beings. Your ability to perceive it is only natural." Jiang Wang remained patient, taking a seat to allow Jiang Tao to elaborate. It turned out that the progenitor of the Jiang clan had encountered a malevolent creature during his travels, one that had wrought untold suffering. For reasons unknown, he had been unable to vanquish it, and thus resorted to employing an ancient formation to seal it away. The rear mountains served as the prison for this dark entity, strategically chosen by the Jiang clan to ensure its containment. Ordinarily, the malevolent being could not break free from its seal, so there was no cause for excessive concern. Seeing Jiang Wang's serious demeanor, Jiang Tao attempted to reassure him with a smile. However, he quickly recalled something and spoke again. "By the way, even I do not know what precisely is sealed within or its true power, so it's best to avoid approaching the rear mountains, lest unforeseen circumstances arise. Perhaps when you achieve full mastery of your sacred body and reach the Saint Realm, you may be able to eliminate it. Rest assured, Ancestor." My curiosity got the better of me, prompting this inquiry. Jiang Wang replied with a smile, then took his leave, transforming once more into a streak of golden light as he departed. Jiang Wang returned to his separate courtyard and seated himself upon a stone. This time, however, he did not engage in cultivation, but rather contemplated strategies to confront the looming threat. Given the rate at which the formation was deteriorating, it was only a matter of months before the sealed malevolent entity would break free. Moreover, it appeared that the ancestor possessed little capacity for resistance. The scenes he had glimpsed in the illusion would surely come to fruition for the Jiang clan. As he pondered this, anxiety began to grip Jiang Wang's heart. In the early days, the progenitors of the Jiang clan were unable to vanquish that malevolent entity, and the present-day Jiang clan finds itself equally powerless. Even the united efforts of Jiang Tao and the celestial crane cannot resolve the predicament. Must I then take matters into my own hands? Jiang Wang pondered various strategies, contemplating whether his own strength could assist the Jiang clan in overcoming this dire challenge. However, after a moment of reflection, he helplessly shook his head. Despite the innate advantage of the ancient sacred body against such malevolent spirits, his own power remained insufficient to confront them. Should I seek help from my beautiful master? Yet, in the next instant, Jiang Wang dismissed this thought. The celestial palace of creation lay far from the Jiang clan, and the esteemed saint had pressing matters to attend to. Should he linger too long, unforeseen complications might arise, leaving him with regrets too late to amend. He would have to devise a solution on his own. Could the great powers within my supreme bone inflict significant damage upon that malevolent spirit, enabling the entire Jiang clan to gather their strength and eradicate it? Jiang Wang reached out to touch the supreme bone at his chest. Just then, several lines of golden text materialized before his eyes. 300 years hence, you seek to discover your own opportunity, leading you to a most elementary secret realm, where you acquire a mystic spirit pill. From this moment, you develop an insatiable yearning for trials and secret realms, eager to seize further fortunes. Task: seek a secret realm and obtain opportunities therein. Reward: directly provide the host with celestial spiritual energy, infusing it into your cultivation, contingent upon the level of the secret realm. What a delightful system. Chapter 17. Embarking on a journey, only to get lost. Jiang Wang chuckled heartily, reflecting that fortune favors the prepared. Moments ago, he had been troubled about how to deal with the malevolent spirit suppressing the back mountain. Now, the system had presented him with a task. Moreover, the reward was the straightforward and potent infusion of spiritual energy. Thus, he could easily break through to the immortal emperor realm. 300 years from now, he would have merely found a rudimentary secret realm. Yet now, as long as it was not a forbidden secret realm left behind by an ancient emperor, he could traverse any place at will. With the system backing him, Jiang Wang felt considerably less anxious. Reclining leisurely upon the back of the celestial crane, he gazed at the clouds drifting across the sky and slowly remarked, "It seems I am finally about to leave the novice village and enter the first dungeon." The following morning, Jiang Wang arose early, for he was to attend the monthly clan meeting. Although Jiang Wang was only 5 years old, having broken through to the immortal king realm afforded him the qualification to participate. However, he had never attended before. What could he possibly discuss with a group of old men? It would only bore him to tears. He would rather devote that time to cultivating or teasing Sister Lan. Within the Jiang clan's council hall, the leadership was fully assembled. Jiang Jiaming and Jiang Wang's grandmother occupied the foremost seats, while Jiang Tao sat at the center in the primary position. Just as Jiang Jiaming was about to speak, Jiang Tao let out a soft gasp. All eyes turned towards the entrance, where Jiang Wang stepped into the hall, smiling as he regarded the assembly. His arrival surprised everyone present. "Grandson, what brings you here? Where is your mother?" Jiang Jiaming inquired curiously. "I came by myself. Mother is in the other courtyard." With that, Jiang Wang respectfully saluted each elder in the hall, displaying no airs of being the Jiang clan's Qilin child. Good, good. Our clan's Qilin child is not only extraordinarily gifted, but also possesses such humility and courtesy. Truly commendable. The elders of the Jiang clan nodded in approval. There was hardly anyone within the clan who did not hold Jiang Wang in high regard. They were all exceedingly satisfied with him. Jiang Tao nodded in approval, smiling. "Come, let us provide Jiang Wang with a chair." He gestured to the seat beside him, not inquiring about Jiang Wang's purpose for attending. Jiang Wang sat beside Jiang Tao and began to listen to the discussions taking place. The topics revolved primarily around allocations, with the first house requesting more spiritual stones today, and the second house similarly seeking additional stones. To Jiang Wang's mind, there was little of substance being discussed. Struggling against the urge to sleep, he endured the entirety of the meeting. Once the gathering concluded, Jiang Tao called out to the attendees who were preparing to leave. "It is rare for this little fellow to come out. While everyone is present, let us take a moment to speak." Jiang Tao turned to Jiang Wang, unable to suppress a smile. Jiang Wang, having had his intentions revealed, shyly smiled and clasped his hands in greeting to the elders and uncles. "Esteemed elders and uncles, several months ago, I reached the pinnacle of the immortal king realm, yet I have been hindered by a barrier preventing my advancement. Therefore, I wish to venture out and seek my fortune." As he spoke, Jiang Wang began to channel his spiritual energy. Golden blood surged upwards, and the full might of his immortal king pinnacle power erupted, causing all but a few relatives to widen their eyes in astonishment. Remarkable. In just a few short years, Wanger has reached the peak of the immortal king realm. Yet, some voiced concerns about the risks of allowing Wanger to venture out alone. I too believe it may be somewhat perilous for Wanger to go alone. After all, his brilliance may attract those with ulterior motives, Jiang Wang's grandmother said, moving close to Jiang Wang and affectionately ruffling his hair. "Perhaps we should have Jiaming procure an immortal breaking pill instead, to spare my grandson from danger." Agreed. Jiang Jiaming nodded in concurrence. Jiang Wang, feeling a mix of exasperation and warmth from his family's affection, was about to speak when Jiang Tao interjected. "Enough, enough. Look at you all. Wanger has already attained the pinnacle of the immortal king realm. Is he not stronger than most of you? In the outside world, he could already establish his own sect. How could it be as perilous as you all suggest?" Jiang Tao's words silenced the room, leaving everyone feeling somewhat sheepish. Indeed, though Jiang Wang was only 5 years old, his strength ranked among the top 3 in the entire Jiang clan. With Jiang Tao speaking up, there were no further objections from anyone present. "So, little fellow, how long do you plan to be away?" "At most 10 days, at least a month." Jiang Wang pondered briefly before responding. "Very well, then return and inform your mother, and set off with Elder Crane." "Understood." Amidst the myriad of instructions, Jiang Wang left the hall and returned to the other courtyard to explain the situation to Jiang Cixin. Upon hearing that Jiang Wang was to depart, concern and anxiety immediately clouded Jiang Cixin's features. "You are still so young. How can you go out to train? How can I possibly feel at ease?" Finally, after much persuasion from Jiang Wang's eloquence, Jiang Cixin reluctantly consented, primarily due to the presence of Elder Crane to accompany and care for him, all the while casting lingering glances of reluctance. Jiang Wang sat cross-legged upon the back of a celestial crane, soaring swiftly beyond the confines of the Jiang clan and into the vast expanse beyond. Thus, the crane carried him forth until the evening, when it gradually descended. They alighted in a lush, primordial forest, where the nightfall ushered a myriad of creatures, birds, beasts, insects, and ants, into a vibrant awakening. As Jiang Wang listened to the inexplicable howls of mystical beasts resonating through the woods, he surveyed the enchanting surroundings. "What manner of place is this?" he inquired of the crane, which merely shook its head in response. What do you mean?" Jiang Wang felt a wave of confusion wash over him as he observed the crane's gesture. "I am on a quest to seek out a secret realm. Why have you brought me to this desolate place?" The crane shot him a look that conveyed a hint of exasperation, followed by a mental projection. "How should I know where a secret realm might lie?" Struck mute, Jiang Wang realized the fault lay not with the crane, but with himself. For he too had no knowledge of the whereabouts of such realms. What now? He pondered, squatting upon the ground, a hint of melancholy crossing his porcelain-like visage. He had been so preoccupied with his mission that he had neglected the fact that he was utterly unaware of where to find a secret realm. At that moment, the crane projected another thought. Someone approaches. Turning his gaze toward the dense thicket ahead, Jiang Wang discerned the sound of footsteps drawing near. Please let it not be some foolhardy individual. After all, I am merely a child who has strayed from my path in pursuit of my ambitions. He murmured to himself as he focused on the encroaching figures. Chapter 18. The merchant caravan and daily whimsy. Jiang Wang remained seated on a stone, making no attempt to move. Given his current abilities, he felt no trepidation regarding the presence of others around him. Since his birth, he had yet to engage in combat with anyone, and he yearned to test the might of his ancient sacred body. Before long, two figures emerged from the thicket, a man and a woman. The man was robustly built, his bare torso adorned with menacing scars, while the woman, appearing to be just in her 20s, possessed a modest beauty, though her sun-kissed skin bore the marks of time spent outdoors. After taking stock of their energies, Jiang Wang noted that the man was merely at the 3rd or 4th level of the cave heaven realm, while the woman was even weaker. With this understanding, Jiang Wang felt a wave of relief wash over him. These two were akin to ants before him, easily crushed with the slightest movement of his fingers. Song Manling and Wu Yong, upon spotting the forlorn Jiang Wang seated upon the stone, were momentarily taken aback. "Oh, what a charming little boy," exclaimed Song Manling, her eyes lighting up as she approached Jiang Wang, squatting before him and gently pinching his cherubic cheeks. "What is your name, dear child? And how did you come to be here?" "Jiang Wang," he replied simply. "Look, there's a bird," Wu Yong exclaimed, noticing the crane beside Jiang Wang. However, it was clear he did not recognize the creature. To him, anything with wings was simply referred to as a bird. Squawk! The crane, upon hearing Wu Yong's designation, flared up, letting out an indignant cry. "Ha ha ha, this bird certainly has a temper. Little one, is this bird yours?" Wu Yong chuckled, turning to Jiang Wang with a curious gaze. "Yes, it is mine," Jiang Wang affirmed with a nod, playfully blinking his sparkling eyes at the duo. "Brother and sister. I ventured out on my own and got lost." As he spoke, a hint of moisture glimmered in his expressive eyes, evoking a pang of sympathy from those who beheld him. Song Manling, overwhelmed by maternal instinct, scooped Jiang Wang into her arms. "Yonggu, let us take this poor child with us. He looks so pitiable." Wu Yong hesitated for a moment, glancing at the delicate, flawless Jiang Wang before nodding in agreement. "All right. What harm could a child do? Let us go." "Hey there, little one. Would you like to come back to the camp with your sister?" Song Manling asked, her voice filled with warmth as she continued to pinch Jiang Wang's cheeks. "Okay," Jiang Wang replied, beaming as he was carried away toward the camp. He stole a glance at the crane, which was rolling its eyes in exasperation. Breathing in the faint scent of the young woman, Jiang Wang couldn't help but muse. "I wonder how long this special privilege will last. Alas, I shall cherish it while I can." The privilege Jiang Wang referred to was, of course, the juxtaposition of his youthful innocence and the wisdom of an adult mind. And so, Jiang Wang was carried back to the camp, which housed a dozen or more individuals, both men and women. The place was strewn with a plethora of goods, indicative of a merchant caravan. Jiang Wang's discerning gaze swept across the camp, noting that the overall strength of the occupants was rather low, with some barely exhibiting any spiritual energy at all. The strongest among them was Wu Yong. The others in the camp were taken aback to see Song Manling cradling a child. "Manling, where did you find this little one in the wilderness?" one of them inquired. "You and Wu Ge have only been scouting for a short while, and you've already picked up such a big child." Laughter erupted among the group. Embarrassed, Song Manling's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head, while Wu Yong scratched his head, somewhat sheepishly. "Oh," Jiang Wang observed with keen interest. "It seems there is something more between these two." Once the laughter subsided, Wu Yong and Song Manling recounted Jiang Wang's tale to the rest of the camp. Following their narration, a woman stepped forward, appearing slightly older than Song Manling, and approached Jiang Wang with a kind demeanor. "Little one, from where have you come? Where is your home?" After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Wang replied, "My surname is Jiang. This is my first time venturing out." Zhao Qing, upon hearing his response, appeared troubled. "Oh dear, what are we to do? We cannot keep this child with us indefinitely." Zhao Qing addressed Wu Yong and Song Manling. "There is no choice. We cannot abandon a lost child. He could be snatched away by a mystical beast." After a brief moment of contemplation, she suggested to Jiang Wang, "How about this? Little one, our next destination is Yin City. When we arrive, we shall find someone to escort you home. All right?" "Thank you, beautiful sister," Jiang Wang replied sweetly, his innocent voice and charming appearance earning him smiles from Zhao Qing and the others. "Now, You stay here and play with your bird, and don't wander off. We will call you when dinner is ready. Wu Yong also broke into a grin, extending his large hand resembling a fan to ruffle Jiang Wang's hair. He then returned to the center of the camp, busily attending to his tasks. Once the crowd dispersed, the celestial crane emitted a thought. Are you planning to head to Yin City? Since you are uncertain of your destination, why not accompany them to Yin City first and procure a map there? Jiang Wang pondered. Yes, wandering through the mountains and rivers could serve as a form of training. I might as well consider it fulfilling my mission. After hearing Jiang Wang's intentions, the celestial crane chose to remain silent, closing its eyes to rest. Truth be told, Jiang Wang yearned to seize the opportunity to cultivate during this time, yet he feared attracting unwanted attention that could lead to trouble. With no other choice, he closed his eyes to rest. Before long, the meal was prepared. Song Manling gathered around the campfire with Jiang Wang and the others. She handed Jiang Wang a small bowl and a spoon, smiling as she asked, "You can manage to eat by yourself, right? No need for someone to feed you?" Jiang Wang nodded appreciatively, accepting the bowl. However, as he lowered his head to eat, he discovered that the bowl contained nothing but corn and jerky. This fare bore no trace of spiritual energy and was merely meant to satiate hunger. This proved to be a bitter experience for Jiang Wang, who had grown accustomed to a life of luxury since childhood. Chapter 19. Injustice on the Road, the young master of the Li clan. Due to Jiang Wang's unique status within the Jiang family, he was accustomed to enjoying the best offerings first. His 3 daily meals consisted of spiritual food, and he drank spiritual tea. On the day of his 3rd birthday, Jiang Tao personally led a hunt for a spiritual beast of the immortal emperor level, resulting in some injuries for Jiang Tao himself. As the adage goes, without comparison, there is no harm. Now, gazing at the food before him, Jiang Wang found himself at a loss for how to begin. Although he could now forego meals entirely, the memories of his previous life still lingered, and he desired to indulge his taste buds occasionally. At that moment, a slender hand reached over and took the bowl from Jiang Wang's grasp. It was then replaced with a bowl of milk. Jiang Wang looked up to see Zhao Qing smiling warmly at him. "You clearly cannot adjust to our food. This is milk from the tiger earth cow, warmed for you. Drink up." "Thank you, Sister Qing," Jiang Wang replied, accepting the milk and blowing gently over its surface. Zhao Qing squatted down, her face radiating joy as she observed him. "From your attire, you don't seem to be from a small town. Are you perhaps a child of a prominent family or sect?" Jiang Wang simply chuckled, choosing not to respond. Just then, the pleasant and relaxed atmosphere of the camp was abruptly shattered by a loud and mocking voice. "Damn it! How can we encounter a bunch of mud-legged fools in this wretched place?" Upon hearing this voice, everyone frowned and turned to its source. Emerging from the nearby thicket was a group of over 10 individuals, led by a teenager who exuded arrogance. His disdainful gaze towards Wu Yong and the others was unmistakable. Zhao Qing frowned and regarded the leader, contemplating for a moment before addressing him. "Might I ask who this young master is?" Before Zhao Qing could finish her sentence, the leader let out a cold snort, stomping his foot on the ground. The aura of an early-stage transformation realm cultivator radiated from him, sending Zhao Qing tumbling backward. "Get lost. Who gave you the audacity to speak to me?" "I am Li Chongqing of the Li clan," he declared. "Quickly take your people and scram. This place is claimed by my Li family." The audacity of Li Chongqing's demeanor incensed the caravan members, yet they dared not retaliate due to his status and power. Zhao Qing's complexion turned pale, not only from fear, but also from the impact of his aura. Nevertheless, she mustered a smile and suggested to Jiang Wang, "Shall we change locations?" Jiang Wang cast a glance towards Li Chongqing, then focused on a gray-clad elder behind him. Among this group, the elder appeared to be the strongest, seemingly at the 1st or 2nd layer of the Immortal King level. After weighing his options, Jiang Wang frowned slightly, wishing to observe what the Li clan intended to do. "Oh, if only no melodramatic scenarios arise and provoke me," he thought. Before Jiang Wang's internal monologue could conclude, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Song Manling's delicate wrist had been seized by Li Chongqing. "Well, what a delightful wildflower I've stumbled upon," he taunted. "Let go of me." Song Manling cried out in terror, struggling to free herself from his grasp. "Release her." Wu Yong, witnessing the scene, was instantly consumed by rage. A long knife appeared in his hand as he charged at Li Chongqing. "Ha ha ha, a mere wandering ant." Li Chongqing and his entourage burst into raucous laughter at Wu Yong's furious approach. "Get lost." Li Chongqing waved his sleeve, unleashing a savage wave of spiritual energy that sent Wu Yong flying. Thud! Wu Yong crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of crimson blood. His eyes filled with fury as he glared at Li Chongqing. "Yonggu, De Yong, are you all right? Get up." The camp members rushed forward, anxious for his well-being. Li Chongqing sneered, looking at them with disdain. "Rest assured, this little lady will be taken by me for a night, I assure you." The compensation will far exceed what you could earn through trade, he taunted, dragging the weeping Song manling away. This scene ignited a fire of fury within Wu Yong, his internal spiritual energy raging uncontrollably. You beast, I'll fight you to the death, he roared. No, Diong, don't. At this moment, a youthful sigh, tinged with innocence, pierced through the chaos. A delicate, fair hand rested on Wu Yong's shoulder. Brother Wu, there's no need for such extremes. As Jiang Wang's gentle hand pressed upon Wu Yong's shoulder, the latter's tumultuous energy began to gradually stabilize. Wu Yong felt a powerful yet gentle force flowing through his meridians, calming the raging spiritual energy within him, which now trembled in fear as if a mouse before a cat. You! Wu Yong gazed up at Jiang Wang in astonishment. Zhao Qing and the others shared the same incredulity. Leave this to me, Jiang Wang said with a soft smile, and in an instant, he transformed into a streak of golden light, vanishing from sight. The next moment, Li Chongqing felt a chill run down his spine as he sensed an overwhelming murderous intent locking onto him. Not good, young master, quickly take cover. Li Yuntian, the gray-clad elder beside Li Chongqing, paled in horror, but before he could finish his warning, everyone present witnessed a blinding golden light manifest in the heavens. It shone like the sun descending to the earth, blinding their eyes, accompanied by a resounding explosion. Boom! In an instant, all the trees within a radius collapsed and splintered. The ground too crumbled at that moment. When the onlookers finally opened their eyes, they were greeted by a sky filled with swirling yellow sand. A formidable presence. Li Yuntian bellowed in fury, then with a powerful sweep of his arms, he dispersed the dust before him. The members of the Li clan, filled with dread, beheld a massive palm print that had left the earth hollowed and sunken. At the center of this imprint lay a pile of mangled flesh. Judging by the remnants of clothing, who else could it be but Li Chongqing? At this moment, his limbs had been transformed into a mist of blood, leaving only this heap of remains. The members of the Li clan let out terrified cries. May I inquire why you have attacked us? Li Yuntian's expression darkened. His muscles taut, as he rapidly circulated his spiritual energy, scanning for the figure of the assailant. Old fool, stop searching, for I am right here. A youthful voice rang out, and Jiang Wang, clad in white, descended from the sky, leading the terrified Song manling towards the merchant group. After offering a few words of comfort to her, he stepped forward, his innocent visage adorned with a smile as he regarded Li Yuntian. Chapter 20. The Secret Realm of the Sage. Jiang Wang strode forward, simultaneously channeling his spiritual energy. A dazzling golden light enveloped him entirely, and the overwhelming waves of his power immediately radiated outward. Li Yuntian's face paled in shock, his eyes filled with trepidation as he looked upon Jiang Wang. He had never expected that this child, seemingly only a few years old, was actually at the pinnacle of the immortal king realm. Sir, we are of the Li clan. Dare you invoke the name of the Li clan? Then you should prepare to meet your demise. Before Li Yuntian could finish his words, Jiang Wang sneered coldly. With a sudden stomp of his foot, he shot forward like a golden arrow, hurtling towards Li Yuntian. Witnessing this, a flicker of fear crossed Li Yuntian's eyes. He could not fathom why mentioning the Li clan had incited Jiang Wang's wrath. But now, Jiang Wang was already upon him. Leaving no time for further contemplation, Li Yuntian could only grit his teeth in defense, channeling all his spiritual energy. Mixed element palm. Humph, mere parlor tricks. A look of disdain crossed Jiang Wang's youthful face as he mirrored the palm strike, colliding fiercely with Li Yuntian's attack. Bang! The two hands met with a resounding impact, sending visible ripples radiating from their point of contact. In that moment, the very fabric of space seemed to quiver, oscillating with waves as if on the verge of collapse. Crack! Crack! Surrounding trees splintered and broke in half. A scream pierced the air as Li Yuntian's right arm twisted grotesquely, his hand hanging limply. In just a single strike, his entire arm had been rendered useless. The disparity was stark. Such a powerful physique. Li Yuntian's face was a mask of horror. Although there was a difference in their realms, it should not have been possible for him to lose his arm with just one blow. What in the world was this child? No, could this truly be a child? Retreat! Li Yuntian shouted to the members of the Li clan, then transformed into a streak of light, hastening away towards his clan. Jiang Wang looked at the fleeing Li clan, a cold smile gracing his lips. Run! Can you truly escape? With that, Jiang Wang's gaze sharpened. 98,000 swords of the sword technique. His hand seals shifted dramatically, and the air resonated with the clear sound of sword cries. Behind him, a multitude of golden swords appeared, each one a formidable weapon, glistening with a metallic sheen that sent chills down the spine. Go! Whoosh! A torrential downpour of swords rained down upon the panicked Li clansmen. The air was filled with screams as one by one, the members of the Li clan fell, lifeless amidst pools of blood. High above, Li Yuntian's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the carnage below. The sword technique. It was indeed the Jiang clan's sword technique, but when had the Jiang clan? Li Yuntian suddenly recalled a significant event from a few years prior involving the Jiang clan. Could it be that child had emerged? His rapid growth was alarming. He needed to hurry and report to the clan leader. Amidst his terror, he marveled at Jiang Wang's swift advancement. In just 5 short years, he had reached such heights. At that moment, Li Yuntian realized that something had cast a shadow over him. Looking up, his eyes widened in horror. Jiang Wang floated above him, a calm demeanor on his face. Rest easy. With a gentle parting of his lips, Jiang Wang smiled and then struck downwards. A surge of golden blood energy erupted, transforming his tender hand into a colossal golden palm. It resembled the strike of an ancient emperor, capable of suppressing the very heavens. The merchant group below heard a chilling scream emanate from above, followed by the sight of a small black, plummeting rapidly. As it descended, they recognized it was Li Yuntian. But now, he was a mere shell of his former self, his chest caved in, his body limp, as if all his bones had been shattered. Boom! Li Yuntian's body crashed heavily to the ground, blood pouring from his 7 orifices, devoid of life. Simultaneously, Jiang Wang landed gracefully. Surveying the corpses of the Li clan scattered around, he showed no sign of emotion. With a simple gesture, he summoned the spatial pouch from one of the bodies into his hand. Little adult, Zhao Qing and the others gazed at Jiang Wang in awe, their titles for him changing in an instant. They had thought they were saving a mere child, but this power. It seemed he could wipe out the entire merchant group with a mere flick of his finger. What had they been so pleased with before? Just as Zhao Qing opened her mouth, a tone of respect crept into her voice, one she did not even realize. Though he was but a child, his display of strength had already shown them a glimpse of the world. This child was either born with innate abilities or had a powerful lineage backing him. Either scenario was beyond what the merchant group could contend with. A heavy spatial pouch was suddenly thrust into Zhao Qing's embrace. Here, your share. Jiang Wang raised his fair face, entirely untainted by the preceding bloodshed. His tone was as innocent as a child sharing uneaten candy. Only those remaining could truly grasp how formidable this knee-high child was. That was the Li clan. It was no jest. They had been weighing their escape routes at the mere whisper of the wind. Yet Jiang Wang had extinguished them as one would crush an ant. The most astonishing part was that this child had not even a drop of blood on him. Was such a thing even possible? These are spirit stones. Zhao Qing nearly wept upon realizing the weight of the contents within the pouch. What kind of divine child was this, helping in battle while rewarding them with spirit stones? It must be noted that should their caravan wish to employ such formidable muscle, it is likely that their entire year's income would scarcely suffice to secure a mere journey from him. Jiang Wang, with his cherubic little head, nodded politely and offered a courteous bow, bidding farewell to the assembly. He then mounted his celestial crane and soared away. Once he departed, Zhao Qing and the others were momentarily left in a daze. As they opened the Qianquan bag and beheld the quality of the spirit stones within, they collectively gasped in astonishment. Goodness, such quality. Are we truly to receive this as a gift? This must be some final fantasy before meeting one's demise. How fantastical it is to have escaped from the clutches of the Li clan and to have obtained such high-quality spirit stones. If I were to recount this, they would surely think I am boasting. The members of the caravan exclaimed in disbelief. From this day forth, Zhao Qing interrupted the others, his demeanor suddenly turning earnest as he bowed in the direction Jiang Wang had departed. Should fate allow us to meet the young master Jiang Wang again, I vow to assist him with all my strength, regardless of life or death. Zhao Qing, being a merchant, placed great value on profit. For him to pledge his life in aid signifies the weight of Jiang Wang in his heart. The remaining members of the caravan exchanged glances, their expressions turning somber. It is worth noting that had it not been for Jiang Wang, they might well have met their end today in a mist of blood. Consequently, they all faced the blazing sun above, hands clasped in salute, and recited in unison with solemnity. Should fate allow us to meet the young master Jiang Wang again, we shall devote ourselves to his aid, regardless of life or death. Meanwhile, high above, Jiang Wang sat languidly upon the back of the celestial crane, blissfully unaware of the vows exchanged below. He had been in a rush, yet fortune smiled upon him. Within the Qianquan bag lay only a modest selection of spirit stones and a few rudimentary techniques. The low-level techniques were self-evident. As for the spirit stones, those of superior quality were commonplace in the Jiang clan. Thus he deemed it a mere act of kindness. Beneath the techniques, however, lay an ancient, tattered map made of sheepskin. A specific area was marked by a red, accompanied by small text indicating Saint's secret realm. Jiang Wang's eyes narrowed. Truly, it seems that one can stumble upon treasure without even searching. Although it is but a single location, the ease of discovery is commendable. After communicating with the celestial crane, he set off directly towards the indicated site. Thus, Jiang Wang and the celestial crane raced onward, arriving at the periphery of this secret realm. This location was nestled among vast mountains, already teeming with individuals. It appeared that the secret realm had yet to be breached. The crane descended to the ground, and Jiang Wang began to survey the entrance to the secret realm not far ahead. It was a grand cave, from which emanated palpable waves of potent spiritual energy. Jiang Wang then turned his gaze to the crowd gathered outside. To his surprise, he noticed that individuals from various sects were accompanied by children of around 10 years of age. Jiang Wang couldn't help but feel perplexed. Thus, he casually approached one person and inquired, "Good sir, might I ask if this is the saint's secret realm?" The initially irritated individual softened upon noticing Jiang Wang's composed and profound demeanor, along with his fine attire, and deduced he must be a child of some esteemed family. His annoyance dissipating considerably. "Indeed, this is the saint's secret realm. Which clan do you hail from, young one?" He replied. Merely a wild sect," Jiang Wang mused. "But why do all these sects bring children?" Upon hearing this, the man's expression soured. It is because this secret realm is monopolized by the Xia divine dynasty and powerful families like the Luo clan, allowing only those under 18 to enter. Under the pretense of training, individuals like us, mere free cultivators, are utterly barred from entry. Chapter 21. The secret realm opens, an encounter with the Luo clan ancestor. I see. One cannot underestimate the hierarchy of power in this fantastical world. What seems to be a tremendous opportunity for these free cultivators is merely a testing ground for the children of powerful families. Several formidable sects and clans have united to claim this secret realm as their own, expelling anyone above the stipulated age. Just then, the heavens above erupted with thunder and lightning, capturing everyone's attention. A magnificent golden vessel, resembling a divine ship forged from pure gold, broke through the clouds and hovered in the sky. This ship was adorned with intricate, mysterious runes, and upon its deck stood rows of imposing figures clad in golden armor. A grand banner rising above. As the golden ship made its appearance, the entire expanse seemed to plunge into a somber hue. Wow! Is this the Xia divine dynasty's skyward divine ship? It is said to be a rather high-grade treasure. A treasure, indeed. What a grand display. Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow, marveling at the ostentation of the Xia divine dynasty's entourage. Who might be arriving? At the very moment this thought crossed Jiang Wang's mind, several beams of light descended from the ship, revealing their forms before the assembled crowd. Leading the group was a young girl clad in a snowy white garment, her beauty unparalleled, appearing no older than 14 or 15. She radiated purity and grace, akin to a snow lotus blossoming in the Tian Shan Mountains. With an ethereal presence, she was tall and slender, her long, flowing hair cascading down her back, accentuating her delicate figure. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The beauty of Xianxian from the Xia divine dynasty has reached new heights. Who could deny it? She resembles a celestial being. This young lady was indeed Xianxian, now 16 years of age, here to partake in the secret realm trial. Flanking Xianxian were two generals clad in battle armor, their auras exuding the might of the immortal emperor realm, appearing immensely powerful. Xia Yuan surveyed the gathering and then smiled at Xianxian, saying, "It seems the younger generation is lacking in quality. This secret realm's greatest fortune will undoubtedly belong to you, princess." Xianxian gently shook her head. "Let us not speak too confidently. The current younger generation is far stronger than the last, not to mention those ancient families and super sects. Even the Luo clan's young clan leader, who is yet to make his debut, is rumored to have manifested extraordinary signs at birth. To this day, the Luo clan has nurtured him as their most cherished treasure, shrouded in mystery." Upon hearing the term extraordinary signs, the group, including Xianxian, fell silent, as if they had all recalled something simultaneously. Xianxian parted her lips slightly, sighing softly. "Thus, we must not underestimate anyone. Have you not learned from my cousin's misfortune? Losing that Jiang family's Qilin child was a tremendous blow to our Xia divine dynasty." At her words, the two generals' expressions grew somewhat bitter. After the emperor's return from the Jiang family, he had erupted in fury, due to the short-sightedness of certain individuals within the Xia divine dynasty. They had lost a prodigious talent, an innate true immortal, and a remarkable son-in-law of the ancient sacred body. It would be a lie to say they had no regrets. However, out of pride, the emperor could not bow down to apologize for a child's innate gifts, and thus vented his wrath upon them. "Well, you two generals are my staunch allies. As long as we learn from our mistakes, that is enough." The two generals exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, Jiang Wang gazed at the ethereal Xianxian, unable to suppress a click of his tongue. By heavens, she is truly stunning. However, before he could dwell further on this, the skies above erupted once more with thunder and lightning. A cacophony of thunder roared through the clouds. Boom! Lightning flashed across the sky as ancient war chariots, adorned with countless thunder patterns, raced towards the horizon. Each chariot bore a mysterious insignia, and upon seeing it, Jiang Wang narrowed his eyes, a glint of coldness flickering within. This emblem, nay, it should be referred to as a clan totem, was familiar to him. It belonged to the Luo clan's aerial war chariots. The arrival of the Luo clan signaled the imminent opening of the secret realm. Jiang Wang exhaled deeply, his gaze narrowing further. Could it be that my younger brother is among them? As these thoughts crossed his mind, several beams of radiant light surged down from the leading war chariot, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Once the dust settled, two figures emerged into view, an elderly woman and a young man. The former, a frail old matron with a luxurious cane and a head full of white hair, appeared frail and feeble, as though she were merely hanging on to life. However, none among the gathered throng would dare underestimate her, for she was one of the esteemed ancestors of the Luo clan, Luo Wanxiu. Beside her stood the young prodigy of the Luo clan's younger generation, Luo Dong, with sharp features, arched brows, and fair skin. He exuded an air of handsomeness and grace. Yet, the slight curve of his lips bore an unsettling hint of mockery. "Oh, it appears we have the two generals of the long princess lineage here," Luo Wanxiu remarked with a smile, directing her words towards Xiao Mengqian. At the mention of Luo Wanxiu's name, the coldness in Jiang Wang's eyes intensified. This Luo Wanxiu was one of the ancestors who had advocated for the expulsion of his mother. "So, it is indeed Senior Wanxiu. Since you have arrived, let us join forces to unlock this secret realm." Agreed, Luo Wanxiu nodded, and the three of them moved in unison. Instantly, the spiritual energy within this realm surged violently. Countless strands of spiritual power were drawn in by the trio before they unleashed their combined might. Boom! Three formidable streams of spiritual energy erupted forth, crashing against the seal of the secret realm like a dragon breaking through the waves. The earth trembled, and cracks began to form on the seal, which even a tomb of a saint could not withstand against the passage of time and the combined force of three celestial emperors. Soon, fissures spread across the entire seal. Crack! A crisp sound reverberated throughout the expanse as the seal of the secret realm shattered. Countless young aspirants surged forward, eager to seek their fortunes. "Donger, go forth and do not bring shame to our Luo clan." "Yes." With a nod, Luo Dong dashed into the realm. Xiao Mengqian, after exchanging words with the two generals, followed suit and entered the realm. Jiang Wang, witnessing the seal's destruction, cast one last glance at Luo Wanxiu and Luo Dong before turning to his celestial crane. "Wait for me outside. I must enter first to collect some interest for past grievances." With that, Jiang Wang transformed into a streak of golden light, plunging into the secret realm. Before fully entering, Jiang Wang glanced back and unexpectedly locked eyes with Luo Wanxiu. A mysterious smile crept across his lips, and without further hesitation, he dove into the depths of the realm. As for Luo Wanxiu, her brow furrowed in concern upon seeing the boy. Who was he? Although she did not recognize Jiang Wang, she keenly sensed the coldness beneath his gaze. The boy bore a striking resemblance to that woman. Could he be the abandoned child from years past? Realizing the implications, Luo Wanxiu felt a chill run down her spine. If this boy truly was the Luo clan's forsaken child, how could he emerge to hone his skills alone? A flicker of cold determination flashed in her eyes as she resolved to eliminate him should he emerge from the secret realm. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang, upon entering the secret realm, was taken aback by its appearance. What looked like a cave from the outside expanded into an entire space within. The resting saint had transformed the realm into a primeval forest using extraordinary powers. Touching down on the ground, he began to survey his surroundings. Just as he was about to speak, a furious roar erupted from the thicket ahead. A spirit beast, its body cloaked in black fur, lunged at Jiang Wang with its gaping maw. Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow, showing no sign of retreat. Instead, he extended his arm as if offering it to the beast. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed, but it was not Jiang Wang's arm that broke, it was the beast's teeth. How ridiculous! If the ancient saint body could be bitten through by a mere blood realm beast, he would have no reason to continue. The spirit beast's eyes widened in fear, and after a pained whimper, it attempted to flee. "You've bitten me, so do not think you can escape," Jiang Wang declared, delivering a punch to the beast's head. Bang! The anticipated spectacle of the beast bursting into clouds of blood mist did not occur. Instead, the spirit beast was obliterated in an instant, transforming into a myriad of spiritual light particles that slowly entered Jiang Wang's body. Fascinating. The spirit beasts in this realm are mere illusions, Jiang Wang mused. shaking his head in mild regret. Alas, these spiritual particles hold little value for me. I should seek a place to claim my rewards. The allure of this entire secret realm was minimal for Jiang Wang. He was merely here to fulfill a task. With that thought, Jiang Wang transformed once more into a streak of golden light, soaring into the sky. As he sped through the air, he observed many below hunting the spirit beasts born of spiritual energy. Numerous so-called prodigies from great clans were engaged in fierce competition over the treasures found in this secret realm, each vying against the other. Jiang Wang paid them no mind. Instead, seeking out a secluded cave, he moved a massive stone to block the entrance, then embedded several luminous pearls within the cave before retrieving a golden lotus for cultivation. After completing these preparations, he clapped his hands together. All is ready. With that, he settled onto the golden lotus, his consciousness reaching out to connect with the system. Congratulations. Host, task completed. Reward, detection of a saint-level secret realm, granting a century's worth of cultivation energy infusion. As the text faded, Jiang Wang felt an incredibly pure essence of spiritual energy flooding into his limbs and bones. This energy from the system required no refinement. It could be directly absorbed and utilized. Ah, how delightful. Jiang Wang emitted a delightful murmur. And then a torrent of magnificent golden blood energy erupted from the crown of his head, illuminating the entire cavern with a radiant brilliance. The shackles that had impeded his ascension were shattered in an instant. At that moment, the earth trembled, and all those within this secret realm felt the ground quaking beneath them. Boulder after boulder cascaded from the towering cliffs, sending the forest's inhabitants scattering in alarm. At this juncture, Jiang Wang's aura surged to the second tier of the Celestial Emperor, his entire being bathed in a resplendent golden light, as if a divine being had descended upon the world. Yet, even now, his aura continued to swell, showing no signs of abating. As he reveled in the burgeoning strength within him, it threatened to boil over. Jiang Wang slightly opened his eyes and gazed at the stone wall above him, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. Come forth, let us see what a century of arduous cultivation can yield. With that, he closed his eyes once again, surrendering himself to the overwhelming influx of spiritual energy. This infusion persisted until deep into the night, and within the cavern, Jiang Wang's presence seemed to vanish entirely. To the untrained eye, he appeared as an ordinary person seated upon the golden lotus. But at that moment, Jiang Wang's entire being trembled. His long-closed eyes suddenly fluttered open, and two beams of golden light shot forth, obliterating the massive stone blocking the cave's entrance. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring out. Jiang Wang stretched his body, the bones throughout his form crackling like firecrackers. Feeling the profound power coursing through him, he let out a thunderous roar. Instantly, a torrent of golden blood energy, as vast as the ocean, erupted forth, striking the heavens, causing the clouds above the secret realm to shatter into fragments. What in the world? The onlookers in the secret realm beheld the direction of Jiang Wang, where golden light shot skyward, as if the very heavens had fractured. What is that? I don't know, but what could have caused such a commotion? Could it be the emergence of some celestial treasure? Such a treasure of this caliber might have already transformed into an elixir of immortality. Quick, let us go investigate. The individuals within the secret realm immediately paired off, heading towards Jiang Wang's location to uncover the truth. Just as they were about to enter that area, a deafening roar resonated from the heavens above. Boom! In an instant, dark clouds rolled across the sky, obscuring the sun and moon, as if the apocalypse had descended. The entire secret realm was shrouded in these ominous clouds, within which furious thunder rumbled. Jiang Wang stood atop the heavens, and at that moment, his aura began to ascend rapidly, reaching the 9th tier of the Celestial Emperor. After the Celestial King comes the Celestial Emperor, and each ascension beyond that requires the trial of thunder calamities. Survive it, and one may roam freely across the realms. Fail, and one shall perish, reduced to mere dust, scattered by the wind. During the process of absorbing spiritual energy, Jiang Wang had temporarily shielded the heavenly secrets to solidify his realm, thus avoiding the thunder calamity. However, now that he had absorbed nearly all the spiritual energy, he could no longer contain his aura. Hence, the thunder calamity descended. And it was a ninefold thunder calamity at that. Chapter 23. The Ninefold Thunder Calamity. Could it be that one is undergoing tribulation? Endless thunder began to gather in the sky above this secret realm. Each crack of thunder echoed like the wrath of the heavens, intent on transforming the world into a vast realm of thunder. At that moment, bolts of lightning, as thick as the torso of an adult, began to coalesce in the sky. Amidst the flickering of lightning, this deluge of thunder gradually formed into a majestic palace crafted from lightning. This palace, with its white walls and azure tiles, was a breathtaking spectacle, adorned with intricately carved beams and flying eaves. It seemed as though a temple from the celestial realms had descended upon this world. The intertwining lightning illuminated the entire secret realm as brightly as day. Even those 100 miles away could see this palace of thunder clearly. At this time, Xiao Mengqian led several young companions. Having just concluded a fierce battle against a fierce beast, they had finally vanquished the towering sky-raising python at the pinnacle of the divine transformation realm. As its massive, fearsome head collapsed lifelessly to the ground, its enormous body transformed into countless motes of spiritual energy. Xiao Mengqian waved her sleeve lightly, collecting the scattered spiritual energy into her garment, and then portioning it out to her companions. One of the children spoke up, "Sister Qian, you contributed the most effort, so you should take more." "Indeed, Sister Qian, with your strength, you needn't team up with us. We feel uneasy taking this spiritual energy." Xiao Mengqian smiled gently, shaking her head. "You all put in considerable effort as well, so take it without concern." Just as she finished speaking, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Following this, dazzling lightning appeared in the sky, and the magnificent palace of thunder entered their field of vision. Hiss, as the palace manifested, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. "My heavens! Is that thunder? Why would there be thunder in this secret realm? Could it be that a precious elixir has appeared?" Hearing the murmurs around her, Xiao Mengqian's mouth slightly parted in shock. This kind of thunder was something she had never witnessed before. "Qianer, why not form a team to venture forth? With such a spectacle, there must be something extraordinary at play, and together, we shall seize it." The crowd turned their gazes toward the source of the voice, where they saw Luo Dong approaching with a faint smile. Upon recognizing Luo Dong, Xiao Mengqian's eyes flickered with an indefinable emotion, but she maintained her smile as she addressed him. "Ah, it is young Master Luo. No need for such formality, Miss Qian. The Luo clan and your great Xia divine dynasty have always enjoyed a harmonious relationship, with numerous unions. We should not stand on ceremony," Luo Dong replied, his tone cordial. Xiao Mengqian merely smiled politely in response, then turned her gaze back to the palace in the heavens. Noticing her demeanor, a flicker of malice crossed Luo Dong's eyes, his breath quickening momentarily, but he quickly concealed it. "Since Miss Qian is so interested, let us go together. If it is indeed a celestial treasure, I shall procure it and present it to you." "Heh, I shall thank young Master Luo in advance." Xiao Mengqian neither accepted nor declined, simply giving Luo Dong a slight nod, her every movement graceful like a gentle breeze, refreshing to the spirit. This scene left Luo Dong momentarily entranced. After a pause, he quickly recovered, extending his arm with a smile. "After you, Miss Qian." "Very well." With that, Xiao Mengqian led her companions towards the palace, while Luo Dong remained behind. Gazing at her retreating figure, his eyes lingered on Xiao Mengqian's slender waist, a glint of greed flashing within, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Xiao Mengqian, daughter of the human emperor, you shall be mine." Meanwhile, at this moment, Jiang Wang was enveloped in a golden aura, his robes billowing and his hair, now suffused with gold, danced like the strands of a celestial being descended from the heavens. He lifted his gaze towards the celestial palace above and smiled faintly before unleashing a thunderous roar towards it. "Come." A torrent of resplendent golden spiritual energy erupted from his lips, striking the palace with a resounding impact. Boom! The sky rumbled as if provoked by an immense challenge. Subsequently, the palace, forged from thunder, began to radiate bolts of lightning, within which shadowy figures flickered. Countless bolts of thunder converged upon the palace. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, and the flickering lightning within the clouds vanished. Yet, the thunderous palace began to tremble violently. Boom! In the next instant, billions of bolts of thunder cascaded from the heavens, obliterating all life within several miles, reducing it to ash. Naturally, Jiang Wang, situated at the epicenter, could not escape. Countless heavenly bolts struck his body, even reducing his garments to dust. He felt a tingling sensation coursing through him and could not help but burst into laughter. "Is that all you've got? Is there nothing fiercer?" The golden aura surged upwards as Jiang Wang altered his hand seals. A black hole manifested behind him, spinning rapidly. As he invoked the swallowing heaven devil technique, his eyes shimmered with one golden and one black hue, exuding an aura of profound mystery. This black hole began to devour the dense power of thunder, infusing Jiang Wang's meridians and flesh with vitality. In this moment, he felt as if he had been electrified, acutely aware of the violent, thunderous energy coursing through his veins. Moreover, his earlier roar seemed to have provoked the deities residing within the palace. Lightning flickered as hundreds of figures composed of thunder emerged from the palace. These figures were formed from lightning, clad in armor that resembled valiant warriors draped in thunderous raiment. In unison, they let out a mighty shout. Thunder spears manifested in their hands, which they hurled towards the laughing Jiang Wang below. "Bring it on." Jiang Wang charged forward, undeterred, directly into the multitude of thunder spears, propelled by an endless surge of golden energy. Boom! The heavens roared as if the area had transformed into a domain of thunder, where even a single bolt could strip the skin from a supreme realm expert. The place was now teeming with spectators, as nearly everyone within the secret realm had been drawn to witness this once-in-a-century phenomenon. It was utterly astonishing. What could have emerged to summon such terrifying thunder? Uncertain, even my family's ancestor had not faced such absurdity during his ascension to the immortal emperor's realm. Wait, why do I feel that this is not merely a treasure? Why do I say this? Look at the sky. Does that not resemble a human figure? No one could have anticipated that within this realm, which limited bone age, there would be an immortal emperor undergoing tribulation? An immortal emperor before the age of 18. Chapter 24. Successful cultivation, team formation. Indeed, there was a figure within that fearsome, ghastly thunder prison. Is this real? The crowd collectively gazed towards the terrifying and twisted realm of thunder, discovering a small figure seated in midair, allowing countless bolts of thunder to strike down upon it. Yet standing tall and resolute, like an unyielding pillar of divine strength. Once it was confirmed that there was indeed someone within, the crowd was struck with awe, exchanging incredulous glances. Even Xianxian, who had witnessed grand spectacles before, was left speechless, her lips slightly parted in astonishment. Luo Dong was similarly affected, his brow furrowed, his gaze fixated on the indistinct figure within. Who on earth could this be? Are they undergoing a thunder tribulation here? But this is a realm that limits bone age. Isn't it? This is unprecedented. Could it be that only a sage could summon such thunder? As the crowd learned of such a powerful being within the realm, a sense of trepidation swept through them. In a moment, they began to form small groups, pairing off for safety. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang sensed that the strength of the thunder tribulation was gradually diminishing, its ferocity waning. He realized that the tribulation would soon conclude. As he pondered, a figure slowly emerged from the thunder palace above. This figure wore a crown and long robes, resembling an emperor who commanded the thunder. As this figure appeared, all present felt the spiritual energy of the surroundings begin to stir. All the thunder seemed to settle at this moment, as if paying homage to their sovereign. The figure slowly raised an arm, pointing towards Jiang Wang. Buzz! The entire realm trembled as a slender bolt of lightning, akin to a serpent, shot forth from its fingertip. However, this bolt contained a power far greater than all the preceding ones, subtly infused with a spectrum of colors. Jiang Wang narrowed his eyes, for the sensation of danger washed over him for the first time. He could distinctly feel the world-destroying force contained within that bolt of lightning, potent enough to inflict grave injury. Thus, Jiang Wang ceased to be reckless, exhaling a breath of turbid air. He formed a peculiar hand seal, activating his spiritual power. With his right hand shaped into a sword finger, he began to rise. The sword technique's brilliance soared to the heavens. Clang! The clear sound of the sword resonated throughout the cosmos. Simultaneously, an enormous golden sword, thousands of feet long, slowly materialized behind Jiang Wang. Where the sword's blade passed, even the void was cleaved apart. This was the mightiest divine ability of the Jiang clan, the strongest move within the sword technique. Jiang Wang's cultivation and physique were now at their pinnacle, yet he had longed for a divine ability that could match his power. However, this ultimate move of the sword technique was now sufficient to wield. Slice! Jiang Wang pointed his sword towards the bolt of lightning. The massive sword vanished in an instant, only to reappear before the lightning. Boom! At the moment of collision between the gigantic sword and the lightning, the surrounding space was torn apart by the overwhelming force. Countless spatial rifts emerged, shattering the trees and boulders within several miles. I can't believe it. This is incredible. I must retreat. At this rate, this secret realm will be shattered. The powerful spiritual shockwaves affected those watching from the periphery. Their mouths agape, they were left in utter shock. Some even began to withdraw. Don't be afraid, Chinner. Luo Dong stepped forward, releasing a formidable wave of spiritual energy that coalesced into a protective barrier around the group. Thank you, Xianxian said with a smile, nodding in appreciation towards Luo Dong, which filled him with pride. Just as everyone employed their abilities to withstand the impact, the thunder prison ahead began to dissipate, and the thunder palace above faded from existence. As everyone anticipated to see what divine being lay within, the scene unfolded before their eyes. To everyone's astonishment, they discovered that the once tumultuous thunder prison now lay in utter devastation. Not a single soul remained. Not even a strand of hair could be found. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Jiang Wang, had long transcended their realm of perception, having departed this site in advance. Retreating to a secluded area, Jiang Wang retrieved a set of clothing from his chinquan bag and donned it, for one cannot remain in a state of undress indefinitely. Though this corporeal form belonged to a mere 5-year-old, he possessed the wisdom of a mature soul. After changing his attire, Jiang Wang pondered deeply before resolving to return to the scene of the earlier incident. Thus, 2 hours later, he returned as an observer once more, listening to the hushed whispers of the crowd around him. By this time, many had spontaneously banded together, united in their quest to hunt the spiritual beasts and to safeguard themselves against the enigmatic powerhouse undergoing tribulation nearby. "Qianer, why not join me in forming a team?" Luo Dong suggested with a smile to Xianxian. "No, I've already teamed up with some friends. Young Master Luo, your formidable strength would render our collaboration rather unprofitable," Xianxian replied without a moment's hesitation, thus leaving Luo Dong's smile frozen in place. Seemingly unfazed, she offered a graceful bow before arching her elegant neck like a swan, preparing to brush past him. At that moment, Luo Dong's expression soured, akin to one who had just consumed something distasteful. Consumed by his thoughts, he glared at Xianxian's delicate silhouette, his wrist subtly twisting as if something within his sleeve was gathering power. Just then, Xianxian's gaze was captivated by a charming child clad in white, his visage strikingly handsome. "Who is this delightful child? He is truly captivating," exclaimed one of the youths beside Xianxian. "Indeed, so adorable. I just want to pinch his cheeks." Another chimed in, as they all turned to admire Jiang Wang, who was momentarily lost in thought, reflecting on the thunder domain he had conjured. In this moment of introspection, Jiang Wang recognized his own might. Both his physical form and spiritual energy had become formidable enough to tackle most troubles. However, having ascended to the 9th heaven of the immortal emperor realm, he found his Jiang family sword techniques somewhat lacking. Clearly, it was time to seek out more powerful martial arts and divine abilities. As Jiang Wang contemplated this, he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he was met with the sight of Xianxian, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Her gaze, as warm and inviting as a tranquil spring, ensnared him to the point where he could not look away. Due to their height difference, Jiang Wang found himself unexpectedly close to her porcelain skin, the faint scent of her delicate fragrance tantalizing his senses. Observing his reaction, Xianxian playfully covered her mouth with her slender hand, feigning indignation. "Am I truly that frightening, little brother?" "And no," Jiang Wang quickly adapted, flashing a smile. "It's just that you are so beautiful. I've never seen anyone so lovely." Chapter 25. Astonishing Physique, Heart, and Soul of a Killer. Jiang Wang swiftly regained his composure, adopting the innocent demeanor of a 5-year-old. Xianxian was no stranger to compliments. She received praises for her beauty daily, from dawn till dusk. Yet, the flattery emanating from the lips of this little boy unexpectedly delighted her. Her eyes formed crescent moons as she giggled. "Little brother, you seem to be only 4 or 5 years old." "Yes, indeed, 5 years old," Jiang Wang nodded sagely, oblivious to how this made him appear as a miniature adult in Xianxian's eyes, melting her heart. "You are so young yet dare to venture into this secret realm. You are quite bold. Alas, my family has fallen on hard times, and I am the only one capable of cultivating spiritual energy. Naturally, I must seek my own opportunities," Jiang Wang replied, feigning a woeful expression. "Oh, you poor thing. Would you like to accompany your sister in this secret realm? It might not be safe for you to be alone here. After I leave, I can take you back to the great Xia divine dynasty," Xianxian offered, delicately pinching Jiang Wang's resilient cheek. "Really? You would take me with you? Living in the great Xia divine dynasty with you wouldn't be too bad," Jiang Wang mused inwardly, savoring the thought of his still innocent self. Initially, Jiang Wang intended to decline her offer, but a fleeting glance caught sight of Luo Dong, whose countenance was darkened by displeasure. A delightful smile spread across his face. "Oh, how wonderful. Wow, sister, you are from the great Xia divine dynasty? How impressive. Ha ha. Then let us go?" With that, Xianxian grasped Jiang Wang's small hand and led him away, accompanied by a few others. As for why Jiang Wang had so suddenly changed his mind, the reason was simple. His fleeting glance had revealed Luo Dong's sullen expression, which spoke volumes. It was evident that Luo Dong coveted Xianxian's beauty but had been rebuffed. Could Jiang Wang, understanding the situation, reasonably refuse? Certainly not. Moreover, he had initially planned to seize an opportunity to eliminate Luo Dong, extracting a scion of the Luo family as a form of interest, an entirely reasonable course of action. While he intended to kill, he was not opposed to savoring the moment by striking a blow to Luo Dong's spirit first. Thus, as Jiang Wang followed Xianxian, he deliberately turned to cast a cheeky face at Luo Dong. Standing there, Luo Dong watched their departing figures, his expression dark and foreboding, his fury twisting his once handsome features. "You little brat, you've chosen your own demise. Don't blame me." Luo Dong gritted his teeth before vanishing from the spot. Jiang Wang continued to accompany Xianxian and her group as they hunted spiritual beasts. With a resounding thud, he struck a beast before him, sending it scattering into motes of spiritual light, which he then presented to Xianxiaaudiobooks. Wow, little brother, you're amazing. At just 5 years old, your strength is incredible. You must be from the Beihai Qinlong Hall. One of Xianxiaaudiobooks' companions exclaimed in astonishment, though she had witnessed many powerful individuals capable of such feats. The fact that Jiang Wang was merely 5 years old left her in awe. Isn't that a bit absurd? Jiang Wang chuckled, shaking his head in denial. Once again, Xianxiaaudiobooks found herself astounded by this little bundle of joy. So you're not from the Qinlong Hall? Then that means your incredible physique is purely innate talent. That is even more outrageous than being a disciple of the Qinlong Hall. Impressive, little brother. You truly defy expectations, she praised. Too kind, Jiang Wang humbly replied. After slaying a sufficient number of spiritual beasts, they sought a spacious clearing to rest. Gathering around a campfire, they began to distribute the day's spoils. Xianxiaaudiobooks handed Jiang Wang a golden elixir. Here, this is for you. Jiang Wang contemplated briefly, but ultimately chose not to refuse. After all, he was not ready to reveal his true self just yet. Thus, he accepted it with a smile. In the next moment, a wave of energy invaded Jiang Wang's consciousness. With his current strength, he was capable of extending his awareness for several dozen miles around him. Therefore, from the moment it emerged, Jiang Wang had been meticulously tracking the source of this aura. The owner of this presence was none other than Luo Dong. He had pursued them, yet remained hidden, indicating that he likely harbored some devious scheme. This was fortuitous, as Jiang Wang had recently lamented that Luo Dong had not joined their party. Now, it seemed he had delivered himself right to their doorstep. From the shadows, Luo Dong's figure gradually emerged, his gaze fixated greedily on the figure of Xianxiaaudiobooks before him. Xianxiaaudiobooks, I have come to this secret realm solely for you. There is no escape. With that, Luo Dong raised his hand, revealing a finely crafted red orb that spun slowly in his palm. Intricate, mysterious runes adorned the surface of the orb, radiating a peculiar power that caused a sense of stagnation in the spiritual energy of anyone who beheld it. This prisoning orb was forged by the esteemed ancestor Luo Wanqiu, containing the power to restrain even an immortal emperor. I refuse to believe you can evade my grasp. Luo Dong had come with purpose, having long coveted Xianxiaaudiobooks. Despite his own considerable talents, his lineage from the Luo clan, and his handsome, extraordinary demeanor, he found himself unreciprocated in affection by Xianxiaaudiobooks, whose indifference was palpable. Conventional methods would undoubtedly yield no results. Thus, Luo Dong resorted to underhanded tactics, believing that if he took her by force, it would be a matter of cooking raw rice into cooked. He was confident that the great Xia divine dynasty would not wage war with the Luo clan over the affairs of a junior, as the situation had already unfolded and the Luo clan was formidable. Even the emperor of the great Xia would have to concede to this marriage, no matter how tyrannical he might be. As these thoughts coursed through him, Luo Dong trembled with excitement, his greed intensifying to the point of madness. Ha ha ha, Xianxiaaudiobooks, you are mine. Ha ha ha, the nine spirit body is also mine. Ha ha. Meanwhile, by the campfire, Jiang Wang lounged lazily against a dark boulder, amused by the raucous sounds around him. Luo Dong, with his mind so careless, it's akin to a thief running into a bank with an empty sack, declaring his intent to rob. He mused, is there anything more entertaining than the thrill of murder and betrayal? Is there? No. With this thought, Jiang Wang sauntered over to Xianxiaaudiobooks, a playful grin on his face. Sister Xia, what is it? You are truly beautiful. Hee hee. I feel a bit scared about camping tonight. May I sleep beside you? At his words, a delicate blush blossomed on Xianxiaaudiobooks' exquisite face, reminiscent of a sunset. She reached out and pinched his cheek. You've learned to flirt at just 5 years old. With looks like yours, you'll surely charm countless young ladies when you grow up. Chapter 26. The Nine Spirit Body. The daughter of the Emperor Jiang Wang chuckled, his large, expressive eyes blinking playfully. Hee hee, I speak only the truth, dear sister. Ha ha ha, do you truly believe that? Of course. Sister, do you have a partner? At last, Jiang Wang posed the question that had been on his mind. His intention for engaging Xianxiaaudiobooks in conversation was to ascertain her relationship status, while also probing for the reason behind Luo Dong's relentless pursuit. Xianxiaaudiobooks was exceptional in every regard, her figure, beauty, and status as a princess of the great Xia divine dynasty. Yet, Luo Dong was no fool. He would not dare offend the great Xia for mere beauty. Thus, Jiang Wang suspected there was a deeper secret at play. Upon hearing his inquiry, a flicker of melancholy crossed Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes. She shrugged her delicate shoulders and shook her head. No. Feigning surprise, Jiang Wang exclaimed, how could that be? Sister Xia is so lovely, a princess of the great Xia. Surely there must be suitors vying for your affection. There are many men around, but they all harbor ulterior motives, she replied, turning to face him, her expression contemplative. Yet, upon meeting his clear gaze, she felt reassured. With a gentle sigh, she spoke. Do you know about the Nining spirit body? At her words, Jiang Wang's confusion vanished in an instant. Ah, so Xianxian is the Nining spirit body. No wonder Luo Dong would risk offending the great Xia divine dynasty to pursue her. The Nining spirit body is one of the many extraordinary physical constitutions in the world. However, its benefits to the individual are not particularly significant, merely accelerating one's cultivation speed slightly. Yet, for a partner, it offers tremendous advantages. The concept of yin and yang harmonizing, replenishing energies, has myriad benefits. Jiang Wang had read in a book that some malevolent sects used to scour the lands for women with this constitution to serve as furnace cauldrons for their cultivation. That said, it was not a particularly honorable constitution. As Xianxian embraced her legs, a trace of despondency flickered in her beautiful eyes, making her appear irresistibly endearing. Jiang Wang sighed softly. Rising slowly, he decided it was time to act. Ah, Sister Xia, I seem to have misplaced something important. I must go look for it. Huh. Upon hearing Jiang Wang's intent to leave, Xianxian immediately stood up. How about we return together tomorrow morning? The spiritual beasts in the secret realm come out to hunt at night, and there may be some high-level ones. That's not possible. That item is quite important to me. Jiang Wang waved his hand gently and then dashed into the woods. Just as he intended to extend his awareness in search of Luo Dong, a graceful figure suddenly appeared before him. Ah, Sister Xia, what brings you here? At that moment, Xianxian's delicate face bore a hint of annoyance and helplessness. You little rascal, how could I allow you to venture out alone? I truly wonder which family raised you, with such a stubborn temperament. Saying this, Xianxian reached out to pinch Jiang Wang's cheek again. Jiang Wang felt a bit exasperated. He had not wished for Xianxian to follow him. His intention was clear. Having discerned Luo Dong's motives, he planned to eliminate him swiftly and depart unnoticed. However, with Xianxian now in tow, he had no choice but to accommodate her presence. Thus, to further provoke Luo Dong, Jiang Wang took Xianxian's delicate hand into his own. Luo Dong, with a gaze that was unsettlingly dark, observed the two figures below, one tall and one short. His eyes were laced with numerous crimson veins, a testament to his rising fury. You foolish boy, if you seek your own demise, do not blame me for what follows. With a steely focus, Luo Dong summoned his spiritual energy, which surged forth in a tempestuous wave. Kid, humph, Jiang Wang smirked, feeling the surge of spiritual energy erupting not far behind him. He knew that Luo Dong had taken the bait. Suddenly, Luo Dong leaped from the tree, his body crackling with arcs of lightning. The violent spiritual energy surged toward Jiang Wang and his companion. Jiang Wang remained unfazed, showing no intention of retaliating. However, Xianxian, beside him, furrowed her delicate brows, her lotus-like arms extending as she formed intricate seals with her jade-like hands. Her wide sleeves swept through the air, carrying a fragrant breeze that deflected the incoming assault. Young Master Luo, what are you planning? Xianxian inquired, her voice betraying a hint of apprehension. Hee, you will soon find out, Luo Dong replied, flipping his palm to reveal the red, prisoning immortal pearl, which began to spin slowly, emitting waves of peculiar spiritual fluctuations. Go. A wicked smile crept across Luo Dong's face as he flicked his fingers, causing the pearl to appear above Jiang Wang and Xianxian's heads. A faint crimson glow enveloped them, exerting a powerful suppression. You dare. Xianxian's expression changed dramatically as she felt her strength wane, the spiritual energy coursing through her meridians becoming sluggish and stagnant. Gritting her silver teeth, she produced a jade token inscribed with the character for Xia. Luo Dong, I, Xianxian, and the great Xia will not let this matter rest. If you do not wish to receive a declaration of war from my great Xia, release us at once. Upon seeing the jade token in her hand, Luo Dong displayed no surprise, merely a disdainful shrug. Be my guest. Crack. With Luo Dong's dismissive attitude, Xianxian bit her lip and crushed the jade token in a moment of desperation. The token shattered, and a wave of divine consciousness surged forth, attempting to tear through the fabric of space to escape. Yet, the consciousness flitted around within the confines of this realm, unable to break free. How could this be? A flicker of disbelief passed through Xianxian's beautiful eyes. Ha ha ha, save your breath. The prisoning immortal pearl was personally crafted by the venerable ancestor of Wanxiu, whose profound understanding of the spatial realm far surpasses that of mere warriors like you. Luo Dong's derisive laughter made Xianxian's face darken further. Turning to Jiang Wang, as if resolving to take a decisive step, she whispered, I will use my abilities to send you out of this secret realm. Once you are outside, summon my people from the great Xia to rescue me. Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. At that moment, Luo Dong turned his mocking gaze toward Jiang Wang, his tone dripping with scorn. And you, cursed boy, you are that discarded child of the Luo clan from 5 years ago, aren't you? Chapter 27. The Prisoning Immortal Pearl? A single finger to suppress. Luo Dong's words caused Xia Mengxian's expression to shift dramatically, her red lips parting in surprise as she looked at Jiang Wang. The latter merely smiled, his expression calm as he slowly extended 2 fingers. First, do not associate me with your pathetic Luo clan. My surname is Jiang, and I am Jiang Wang. Second, do you truly believe victory is assured? Ha ha ha, still defiant even when faced with death. Can you not see the situation clearly? Luo Dong's mocking demeanor only intensified, his smile becoming increasingly loathsome. Fear not, there is no rush to meet your end. I shall personally claim your life for the Luo clan. However, before that, I wish to savor my 9 Lingyun body. You shameless beast. Xia Mengxian, suppressed by the prisoning immortal pearl and drenched in sweat, felt a flush creep into her otherwise exquisite features, her eyes blazing with disdain as she gazed at Luo Dong. Jiang, little brother, soon this thing will lose its effectiveness, and I will do my utmost to entangle him while you seek help. Xia Mengxian struggled to rise, speaking to Jiang Wang. But at that moment, Jiang Wang floated in the air, his delicate, pale hand resting gently on her fragrant shoulder as he shook his head softly. Rest well, I possess a simpler method. With a confident smile, Jiang Wang began to radiate a soft golden light, while gold-infused blood energy surged skyward, scattering the clouds above. What? Luo Dong's jaw nearly dropped as his eyes widened in disbelief. You can still wield spiritual energy under the prisoning immortal pearl? Feigning confusion, Jiang Wang responded, Oh? This is the broken pearl you speak of? With that, he extended his hand, curling his fingers to draw the prisoning immortal pearl from above the two and into his grasp. Finally, before Luo Dong's astonished expression, he crushed it effortlessly between his fingers, reducing it to fine ash. I do not appreciate you looking down at me while we converse. Let us change positions. Before Luo Dong could utter his shocked words, Jiang Wang vanished from sight, only to reappear before him in the blink of an eye. A finger extended slowly, pressing against Luo Dong's forehead. With a sudden burst, Luo Dong felt an irresistible force invade his meridians with reckless abandon. His entire network of energy channels shattered under this onslaught, his spiritual power dissipating in an instant. His years of arduous cultivation turning to naught. A mouthful of blood erupted from him as his body was sent hurtling backward, crashing through several trees before finally hitting the ground. Luo Dong's face was a mask of disbelief as he struggled to rise, only to find himself utterly immobilized. The force had not only destroyed his meridians, but had also shattered his bones. You dare? Luo Dong attempted to speak, but another spurt of blood erupted from his mouth, his 7 orifices bleeding as he teetered on the brink of death. Witnessing this scene, Xia Mengxian was beyond astonished. Her delicate hand covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. With a grin, Jiang Wang waved his hand, causing the space surrounding them to warp. In a flash, they stood before Luo Dong once more. Luo Dong, with great difficulty, lifted his head, seemingly attempting to raise his hand, but found it impossible. Jiang Wang smiled at him. So, how do you find the prowess of this discarded child of the Luo clan? Are you satisfied? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Luo Dong trembled uncontrollably, fear and shock filling his eyes. Do not kill me, I beg you. I will never speak of today's events. Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow, smiling at Luo Dong. What do you mean by not speaking of today's events? Do you think I fear your Luo clan knowing? His gaze grew icy, and a hint of murderous intent seeped into his tone. Without a shred of doubt, I assure you, I, Jiang Wang, shall undoubtedly visit your Luo clan before I reach adulthood. But for now, let me collect a bit of interest from you. As he spoke, Jiang Wang extended his hand, pinching with his thumb and forefinger. The spiritual energy in this realm began to be frantically compressed and absorbed by him. A golden round pill materialized between his fingers. Go. Jiang Wang casually flicked his fingers, sending the golden pill directly into Luo Dong's body. What have you done to me? Luo Dong exclaimed in sheer terror, attempting to sense the golden pill within him. Yet, he had forgotten that his own spiritual energy had been rendered ineffective by Jiang Wang, leaving him unable to feel anything. Jiang Wang smiled faintly, patting Luo Dong's shoulder as he spoke. I, Jiang Wang, am not one to commit murder. My mother, Jiang Zixin, taught me from a young age to be merciful. Do not say I did not give you a chance. The golden pill I implanted within you can grant you temporary power, but it will also reduce you to ashes. Pausing momentarily, Jiang Wang continued with a smile. Now, run quickly. If you are fast enough, perhaps your ancestral elders can help you extract the pill. All right. Luo Dong nodded repeatedly, suppressing the venomous look in his eyes, and dashed madly toward the exit of the secret realm. Once Luo Dong departed, Xiao Mengqian furrowed her brows and addressed Jiang Wang. Little Jiang Wang, if you let him go like this, it may bring trouble upon you and the Jiang family. Her tone was laced with concern. Jiang Wang chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Do not worry. What? The scene shifted back to Luo Dong, who was fleeing through the forest with bloodshot eyes and a face twisted in malice. Jiang Wang, you wait for me. Once I return to my clan, I will ensure that all the elders of the Luo clan raze your Jiang family to the ground, spilling your blood like a river. I will personally shatter every bone in your body. At that moment, Jiang Wang raised 3 fingers and began to count down. 3, 2, 1. With the lowering of his final finger, the countdown concluded. Snap! The crisp sound of his fingers echoed throughout the realm. Simultaneously, a thunderous explosion reverberated within the secret realm, as if the entire place trembled at that moment, sending countless birds and beasts scattering in flight. The epicenter of the explosion was none other than the vengeful Luo Dong, who was now reduced to mere ashes, leaving only a qianquan bag lying on the ground. Jiang Wang smiled at Xiao Mengqian, who looked utterly astonished. Just kidding. I rarely heed my mother's advice, and even if you run fast, you will still be reduced to ashes. Chapter 28. The Bait. With a flick of his sleeve, Jiang Wang led Xiao Mengqian to the site of the massive explosion. Upon arrival, Xiao Mengqian observed that the formerly flat ground was now charred and marked by a deep crater over a yard in height. Jiang Wang flexed his hand, retrieving the qianquan bag from the ground and effortlessly dispelling the spiritual seal atop it. After stowing the bag away, he turned to Xiao Mengqian and offered her a faint smile. Still somewhat dazed, Xiao Mengqian stared at the scorched earth, unsure of what to say. After a long pause, she regained her composure and looked at Jiang Wang with a complex expression. You are indeed the Jiang family's divine son from 5 years ago. What divine son? I simply had a slightly higher cultivation when I was born, and, well, my actions stirred quite a commotion. Jiang Wang waved his hand, responding modestly. Hearing his rather nonchalant words, Xiao Mengqian couldn't help but curl her lips slightly. Then, tell me the truth. Was it you who summoned that thunderstorm that disturbed the entire secret realm? Jiang Wang's face flushed slightly at her question, and he cleared his throat. Sigh. I didn't anticipate that merely facing a heavenly tribulation at the peak of the immortal emperor realm would cause such a stir. Alas, the heavens are envious of talent. As he spoke in the most casual tone, Xiao Mengqian couldn't help but chuckle helplessly, feeling a pang of astonishment. It became evident that the Jiang family's divine son, Jiang Wang, had already reached the pinnacle of the immortal emperor realm. Given his current level, he could easily serve as a high elder in most sects. Even among super sects and ancient families, he would be considered a core member. Most importantly, Jiang Wang was merely 5 years old. Xiao Mengqian couldn't help but wonder, if Jiang Wang continued to progress at this rate, would he ascend to the realm of the emperor by the age of 18? She pondered his youthful visage, handsome features, striking profile, an extraordinary aura exuding from him, as if he were truly a celestial being descended to earth. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a faint blush crept across Xiao Mengqian's cheeks. Is something the matter, Sister Xia? Jiang Wang inquired, noticing her gaze fixed on him. Nothing, nothing. Since everything has been resolved, let us depart. Very well. With that, the two of them soared toward their base. In midair, Jiang Wang blinked and glanced at the composed Xiao Mengqian. With a bittersweet smile, he asked, Sister Xia, are you angry? Why would I be? When you came to find me, I could have let you leave, but I thought having you around would better provoke Luo Dong, so you used me as bait, is that it? Jiang Wang fell silent, refraining from denying it, for indeed, that had been his intention. Xiao Mengqian was essentially a bait in this scenario. Seeing his expression, Xiao Mengqian covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Rest assured, I am not so petty. Jiang Wang grinned. So, that means you're not angry? Not only am I not angry, but I also owe you my gratitude for eliminating a potential threat. That's good. Jiang Wang felt relieved upon learning that Xiao Mengqian was not upset about his manipulation. Subsequently, he ceased to speak further, following her pace as they continued their journey. Beside him, Xiao Mengqian's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of complexity. She gazed deeply at Jiang Wang and couldn't help but reflect. The rumors about the Jiang family's Qilin child possibly being the reincarnation of an ancient emperor appear to hold some truth. Not to mention his prodigious talent. How many in the younger generation can match his level of cunning and eloquence? Thus, after nearly a quarter of an hour of travel, Jiang Wang and Xiao Mengqian returned to their base. The others present were visibly anxious. Upon seeing the two return, they collectively let out a sigh of relief. Sister Xia, there was an enormous explosion just now, and we were all quite worried about you both. Indeed, we are grateful that you both are safe. Xiao Mengqian first comforted the crowd, then cast a somewhat helpless glance at Jiang Wang, who wore an innocent expression, pretending to be oblivious. Jiang Wang flashed a grin at Xianxiaaudiobooks and, disregarding everyone else, settled cross-legged upon a stone to enter a meditative state. Although he had already transcended the pinnacle of the celestial emperor realm, he still required time to acclimatize to the surging spiritual energy. There existed a method to expedite this process, a vigorous battle with another. He yearned for such a confrontation. Alas, given his current prowess, he could not find an opponent among his peers, nor even within the ranks of the strongest at the pinnacle of the celestial emperor realm who could withstand his full strength. Sigh. Invincibility can indeed be a form of solitude. At that moment, Jiang Wang was suddenly enveloped by a fragrant breeze. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the delicate, enchanting visage of Xianxiaaudiobooks, who was squatting on the ground, her hands cradling her cheeks, gazing at him with a look of exasperation. The moonlight cascaded down like a winding veil, draping itself over Xianxiaaudiobooks. Even her hair, stirred by the gentle breeze, shimmered with the moonlight, appearing extraordinarily crystalline and beautiful. Her hands were as soft as petals, her skin as smooth as creamy jade, with a graceful neck and teeth resembling polished ivory, her features elegantly defined, embodying the pinnacle of earthly beauty. Jiang Wang found himself momentarily entranced by the scene before him. Within the Jiang clan, there were certainly many beautiful women, likely due to the abundant spiritual energy of this realm, making it rare to encounter someone deemed unappealing. However, Xianxiaaudiobooks was undoubtedly the most stunning maiden he had ever laid eyes upon since his birth. Observing Jiang Wang's dazed expression, Xianxiaaudiobooks seemed to recall something. Lowering her head slightly, her cheeks flushing with a deeper hue. Goodness! Jiang Wang finally regained his composure and remarked, contemplating who might be fortunate enough to marry Sister Xia in the future. Upon hearing Jiang Wang's words, the already rosy hue of Xianxiaaudiobooks' cheeks deepened further. You're quite the little tease at such a young age. How annoying. I still need to discuss serious matters with you. She chided him playfully. Jiang Wang chuckled and, eager to engage in serious conversation, quickly composed himself, ready to listen attentively. Chapter 29. The End of the Secret Realm, a Gift of Jade from the Maiden. Though you possess the bloodline of the Luo clan, you have grown up in the Jiang family, so you may lack understanding of the Luo clan. The Luo Dong you killed today, while not among the very top of their ranks, is nonetheless a direct descendant of the Luo clan. At this point, Xianxiaaudiobooks paused momentarily, observing Jiang Wang's expression. Not detecting any sign of abnormality, she continued, as you know, the Luo clan may not be an ancient family, but they possess a long-standing heritage, and their ancestors are exceedingly conservative, placing immense importance on bloodlines. Jiang Wang readily agreed with Xianxiaaudiobooks' assertion, mentally noting that those old-timers were frightfully stubborn. Nodding to encourage her to proceed, Xianxiaaudiobooks continued, Luo Wanqiu is particularly extreme in this regard, and Luo Dong was of her lineage. With his demise in this secret realm, she will undoubtedly seek retribution. Jiang Wang scoffed dismissively, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. What can she do? If worst comes to worst, I'll just slap her to death when I get out. Xianxiaaudiobooks shook her head in exasperation. Even if you possess unparalleled abilities and could strike down Luo Wanqiu with a single blow, have you considered that the moment she dies, the true power of the Luo clan will swiftly descend? What will you do then? Upon hearing Xianxiaaudiobooks' serious tone, Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow. The true power of the Luo clan she referenced likely referred to the genuine strength of a sage. The Luo clan, with its ancient lineage, not only had elders like Luo Wanqiu but also a current patriarch, an actual, formidable sage in their prime. Moreover, no one knew how many other formidable beings were hidden away within the clan. These concealed powerhouses were the true foundation that allowed the Luo clan to stand tall in the ancient celestial domain. Nevertheless, he was not overly concerned, for with the system at his disposal, he could adapt to any situation. He could exit this secret realm with great confidence, even if targeted. He had myriad ways of escaping. If that old crone Luo Wanqiu dared to act rashly, he would simply eliminate her with a single strike. However, Xianxiaaudiobooks' words resonated with truth. Even if he survived using all his means, the Jiang family would undoubtedly face repercussions. Contemplating this, even Jiang Wang felt a slight frown form on his brow. His own predicament mattered little. The Jiang clan did not possess the same capacity to withstand such threats as he did. Had it not been for this, his mother would not have faced such humiliation back then. Noticing Jiang Wang lost in thought, Xianxiaaudiobooks smiled softly and raised her hand, revealing a beautifully crafted jade pendant. This is a spiritual treasure bestowed upon me by my father. It can help you conceal your aura, making it undetectable even by Luo Wanqiu. With that, the exquisite jade pendant flew towards Jiang Wang. He extended his hand to catch it, feeling a lingering warmth emanating from it. Blinking in surprise, he turned to Xianxiaaudiobooks. About to speak. There is no need for further words. You have not only resolved the hidden thread of Luo Dong for me, Xia Mengxian paused, biting her lip as if grappling with something unsaid. Moreover, my Xia divine dynasty. Upon hearing the name of the Xia divine dynasty, Jiang Wang's expression turned cold. He still vividly remembered how, 5 years ago, a general by the name of Wu Qi had made a spectacle of himself in the Jiang clan. Sister Xia, our bond within this secret realm is purely personal. I harbor no goodwill towards the Xia divine dynasty. I must make this clear. Should I encounter that Wu Qi of your dynasty, I will ensure he pays for the humiliation he has inflicted upon my mother and my clan. Listening to Jiang Wang's resolute tone, Xia Mengxian felt a deep sense of helplessness. In truth, my father was also misled by treacherous individuals. Jiang Wang chose not to dwell on this issue further. For despite everything, he still held a fondness for Xia Mengxian. Thus, for the next 3 days, he remained in the company of Xia Mengxian and several others, as he no longer saw the need to conceal his identity, especially since he had already slain Luo Dong. On the final day within the secret realm, Xia Mengxian and the others hid behind a massive boulder, their hearts racing as they witnessed the unfolding scene. Before them stood a colossal ape, its size rivaling that of a mountain, roaring towards the heavens. Its immense, muscular arms pounded its chest, the resounding booms echoing like thunder. The terrifying, violent spiritual energy surged through the air, emanating with the unrestrained force of a peak celestial king, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Beneath this giant ape stood a diminutive figure clad in white, dwarfed in comparison, even less robust than the ape's toes. Yet, amidst the terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy, this figure stood resolute and unwavering. Jiang Wang gazed at the grotesque and fearsome giant ape before him, his expression tinged with slight displeasure. He casually dug at his ear. "Why are you shouting so loudly?" As he spoke, a smirk curled at the corners of Jiang Wang's mouth, and simultaneously, a torrent of golden blood energy surged forth, grand and substantial, resembling a golden deluge. His form transformed into a streak of golden light, shooting upward, and with a single powerful slap, he struck the giant ape upon its head. With a thunderous roar, the enormous creature was sent flying, its massive body crashing through a series of small mountains. Half of its skull obliterated by Jiang Wang's strike, as it lay on the ground emitting pitiful wails of agony. Heavens! This overwhelming blood energy. Could this be the legendary primordial sacred body? Truly an eye-opener. This journey has been worthwhile. Jiang Wang's prowess in battle was such that his blood energy alone was enough to daunt any adversary. Big brother? You are 10 years his senior. So what? Strength dictates leadership, as my father taught me. Your father speaks wisely. Jiang Wang stood in midair, his hair billowing, his physique erect like a spear, as if he could pierce through the heavens and earth. He extended his right hand, fingers curling towards a nearby mountain. An astonishing sight unfolded before the onlookers. The mountain began to tremble violently, uprooted from the ground and lifted into Jiang Wang's grasp. He then hurled it down upon the giant ape. With a resounding crash, the mountain descended, enveloping the giant ape and instantly transforming it into a myriad of scintillating spiritual energy particles. These particles were bright and translucent, far superior to the previous ones. With a sweeping gesture, Jiang Wang caused these particles to coalesce into numerous unremarkable golden elixirs, which flew into the hands of the awestruck spectators. Thank you so much. I will surely tell my father upon my return. Our clan must forge a marriage alliance with the Jiang family. Indeed, I would gladly marry into your family. Chapter 30. The Death of a Clan Member, the Ancestor's Fury. As Jiang Wang listened to the chorus of admiration surrounding him, he couldn't suppress a smile. He then turned to Xia Mengxian, slowly opening his palm to reveal a resplendent golden elixir resting in his hand. This spiritual elixir is specially reserved for you, and along with those previously acquired, it should be sufficient to assist you in breaking through to the 8th heaven of the transformation realm. Upon seeing the elixir in Jiang Wang's hand, Xia Mengxian's cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Yet she indeed needed this spiritual remedy. Thus, she extended her hand to accept it. Thank you. Before she could utter a second word of gratitude, Jiang Wang waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formality. Were it not for the multitude of onlookers, I would have simply cleared the entire secret realm, and all the elixirs would be yours. At that moment, the secret realm began to exhibit waves of spatial distortion, with fissures appearing before the crowd. The secret realm was concluding. Xia Mengxian turned to Jiang Wang, biting her lip in hesitation before speaking. Jiang Wang, will you come find me in the great Xia divine dynasty once you have grown up? Jiang Wang was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, feigning ignorance as he scratched his head. What would I seek you for, Sister Xia? I'll tell you when you come. Xia Mengxian's exquisitely beautiful face flushed, and with a playful blink of her large, captivating eyes, she added, I'll be heading out first. You should depart while the crowd is still thick. Remember to use the treasure I gave you, and avoid revealing your presence to sidestep unnecessary trouble. Rest assured, Jiang Wang nodded, watching as Xianxian and the others departed. Their gratitude towards him palpable. Following Jiang Wang in the past few days had been akin to a delightful treasure hunt. Before stepping through the spatial fissure, Xianxian glanced back at Jiang Wang once more. In that moment, he stood with his hands clasped behind him, two strands of hair gently swaying. Even though his face remained youthful, his very presence commanded an air of authority, as if he were the sovereign of this realm. Take care. After offering her well wishes, Xianxian reluctantly turned to leave. Once Xianxian and the others had completely departed, Jiang Wang's consciousness stirred, causing the space around him to warp. In an instant, he appeared hundreds of miles away. With two fingers aligned, he sliced through the space before him, creating a fissure through which he plunged. Within the rift, Jiang Wang retrieved the spiritual treasure gifted by Xianxian, capable of concealing his aura. Under his spiritual energy's influence, the jade pendant emanated a gentle glow, enveloping him within its radiance. This should suffice. Even that old wretch Luo Wanxiu won't be able to locate me now. With that, Jiang Wang wasted no time. Accelerating to his utmost speed, in the blink of an eye, he vanished from the spatial passage, leaving only a golden afterimage. When he reappeared, he found himself outside the secret realm, instantly spotting Luo Wanxiu leaning on his cane, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. However, Jiang Wang restrained himself, letting out a cold snort. Humph, you old rascal, I shall settle the score with the Luo clan in the future. With that, Jiang Wang mounted his celestial crane and soared away. The crane's wings flapped, and Jiang Wang's figure vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Luo Wanxiu stood alongside two generals of the great Xia divine dynasty, his gaze scanning the stream of young men and women emerging from the secret realm. His consciousness expanded as he sought Jiang Wang's presence. He had already resolved to eliminate Jiang Wang as soon as the secret realm concluded. However, after searching high and low, he found no trace of Jiang Wang. Could he have perished within? Luo Wanxiu had never deemed Jiang Wang a significant threat. If he were caught, so be it. If not, it was no great loss. To Luo Wanxiu, Jiang Wang was no different from an ant, easily extinguished with a mere flick of his finger. Meanwhile, one of the two generals frowned as he observed the continuous stream of youth exiting the secret realm, his tone laced with concern. Why hasn't he, the crown princess, emerged? Has something happened? The other general shook his head nonchalantly. Absolutely not. The crown princess possesses a spiritual treasure bestowed by his majesty, which ensures her safety even against formidable foes at the immortal emperor level. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Luo Wanxiu's eyes, but it was fleeting, quickly masked by a smile. Both generals need not worry. My proud descendant, Luo Dong, is also among them and will ensure the crown princess's safety. Oh, I have heard much about young master Luo Dong. As the three conversed, Xianxian's graceful figure materialized before them. Upon seeing her, the two generals immediately brightened. Rushing forward to inquire, Crown Princess, are you injured? Xianxian smiled gently, shaking her head. Not only am I uninjured, but I also gained numerous benefits within the secret realm, sufficient for a breakthrough. That is splendid news. The two generals' expressions lit up with joy. Meanwhile, Luo Wanxiu turned to Xianxian, smiling as he spoke. Your Highness, the princess, it appears that Luo Dong has yet to emerge. Could it be that he has obtained the greatest inheritance within and is currently in the process of digesting it in the secret realm? To Luo Wanxiu's astonishment, Xianxian, disregarding her presence, directly addressed the two war generals, instructing them to return to the capital. With that, she transformed into a streak of light and vanished from sight. This abrupt action left the two generals somewhat perplexed. However, since she had spoken, they offered a faint smile to Luo Wanxiu before taking their leave. Once the members of the great Xia divine dynasty departed, the smile on Luo Wanxiu's weathered face gradually faded. With a cold snort, she resumed her wait for Luo Dong's appearance. Time slipped by, and while many within the secret realm had already departed, Luo Dong still did not reveal himself. At this moment, Luo Wanxiu sensed that something was amiss. Just as she contemplated asking someone for information, a divine consciousness descended from the horizon. Luo Wanxiu, a vague figure materialized before her, belonging to another immortal emperor of her lineage. How could you fail to keep watch over Emir Jr.? How could such an incident occur in that place? Upon hearing these words, Luo Wanxiu's expression shifted dramatically. What do you mean? Humph, you still do not know? Luo Dong's soul lamp has extinguished. He has been killed. What? Luo Wanxiu momentarily froze, then erupted in a furious rage, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to grow turbulent. Thunder rumbled in the clouds above. With a cold snort, Luo Wanxiu extended her withered hand, tearing a rift in the space before her and plunging into it. In the next instant, Her figure appeared amidst the shattered remnants of the secret realm, her murky eyes scanning the surroundings. I refuse to believe that anyone dares to slay a descendant of the Luo clan. Today, I shall see the living or the dead. With that, Luo Wanxiu soared into the air, her divine consciousness rapidly expanding as she sought Luo Dong's lingering essence. After a while, she arrived at the deep pit where Luo Dong had perished. Sensing a trace of his remaining aura, her expression grew increasingly sinister and twisted. Outside the secret realm, a few scattered cultivators remained, hoping to seize an opportunity. However, at that moment, they all heard a furious roar. Soon after, thunderous sounds echoed from within the secret realm, as if the heavens were in wrath. Boom! Another resounding crash followed, and the secret realm began to collapse. The cave that had once stood firm within the forest crumbled into a pile of rubble, rendering it inaccessible. As the crowd stood in shock, Luo Wanxiu's figure emerged within that space. Her cold gaze swept across the gathered individuals, and suddenly, a familiar face and its icy gaze flashed through her mind. Jiang Wang. Could it be that wretched boy? The moment this thought crossed her mind, Luo Wanxiu dismissed it. Absolutely impossible. Even though Luo Dong may not be a direct descendant of the Luo clan, he was certainly not someone who could be easily bullied. With this thought in mind, Luo Wanxiu's gaze suddenly shifted towards the direction the great Xia divine dynasty had departed. At this moment, the divine ship suspended in the heavens had vanished without a trace. Luo Wanxiu's expression changed repeatedly. She now felt that Luo Dong's death must be connected to Xianxiafan's. It was also possible that he had been slain by her. After all, Luo Dong was a member of her lineage and had an extremely close relationship with her. She was well aware of the character of her own clan's offspring. Moreover, she understood Luo Dong's feelings towards Xianxian, especially since the immortal binding pearl in her possession had originated from the latter. Regardless of the reason. Even if it is the great Xia divine dynasty, they cannot take the lives of my Luo clan's descendants without consequence. With this thought, Luo Wanxiu coldly snorted and chose not to board the Luo clan's war chariot. Instead, she utilized her own speed to pursue the great Xia divine ship. As previously mentioned, Luo Wanxiu was well versed in the path of space, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared 1,000 miles away. At that moment, Xianxian stood at the forefront of the divine ship, the vast sea of clouds drifting past her. She gently brushed her hair back, her mind filled with the image of Jiang Wang standing with his hands clasped behind his back, a figure that seemed indelibly etched into her memory. Xia Meng and Xia Yun, the two war generals, exchanged glances. After a moment of hesitation, the former stepped forward and spoke. Your Highness, it seems your emotions have been somewhat off since we emerged from the secret realm. What transpired within? Xia Mengqian gently shook her head, offering no explanation to the two. Just then, dark storm clouds enveloped the skies above the great Xia divine ship, plunging the world into darkness, accompanied by the roar of thunder. Crack! A deafening thunderclap erupted as a massive bolt of lightning descended from the clouds, striking towards the great Xia divine ship. Impudent! Upon witnessing this scene, Xia Meng and Xia Yun immediately furrowed their brows. Together, they issued a fierce shout. The former soared into the air, flipping her palm, summoning a golden spear that appeared in her grasp. The war god spear. The spear in Xia Meng's hand resembled a raging dragon, charging towards the lightning. Boom! A violent surge of spiritual energy radiated outward as Xia Meng shattered the bolt of lightning, then coldly regarded the void ahead. In the next moment, Luo Wanxiu's figure materialized within the expanse. She then descended onto the great Xia divine ship. Senior Luo? Upon seeing Luo Wanxiu's figure, Xia Meng and Xia Yun displayed expressions of confusion. However, their faces soon bore traces of displeasure. Senior Luo, what is the meaning of this? My dynasty has maintained a cordial relationship with your Luo clan for generations. Why do you attack the great Xia divine ship without cause today, having missed her initial strike? Luo Wanxiu leaned down. Though she sought an explanation, the great Xia divine dynasty held great renown, and she had to show some respect. Thus, she suppressed her voice. Her expression inscrutable as she replied, do not take offense. It is merely that Luo Dong from my Luo clan has been slain within the secret realm, leading to this unintentional offense. What? Both were immensely shocked upon hearing the news of Luo Dong's demise. Firstly, they were astonished that someone within the secret realm could kill Luo Dong. Secondly, they were incredulous that anyone would dare to lay hands on a member of the Luo clan. In contrast to their shock, Xia Mengqian's expression remained remarkably calm. Observing her demeanor, Luo Wanxiu grew even more certain that, even if Xia Mengqian was not directly involved in Luo Dong's death, she was certainly aware of it. Thus, Luo Wanxiu turned to Xia Mengqian, forcing a smile as she inquired, might I ask, Your Highness, who is responsible for the death of my clan's Luo Dong? Unaware, Xia Mengqian offered no courtesy, simply shaking her head to indicate her ignorance. How can you not know? Luo Dong has always held you in high regard. Surely, upon entering the secret realm, he must have sought you out. How could you be oblivious? As Su Mingxian listened to Luo Wanqiu's words, a cold chuckle escaped her lips. She then chose to ignore the former and turned her gaze back to the vast sea of clouds before her. Observing this scene, a frosty glimmer emerged in Luo Wanqiu's eyes as he attempted to reach out towards Su Mingxian. However, an icy huff escaped her, causing his withered hand to freeze midair. Slowly turning her head, she noticed that both Xia Ming and Xia Yun had entirely soured expressions, their gazes towards Luo Wanqiu now laced with hostility. The formidable aura of spiritual power began to resonate, with both of their long spears aimed directly at him. Senior Luo, we respect you as the ancestor of the Luo clan, but do not forget that the crown princess is the first daughter of the emperor. We have been entrusted with her protection, Xia Yun spoke slowly. Moreover, we have received explicit orders that if anyone threatens the safety of the crown princess, they are to be killed on the spot, no matter who it may be. With that, the two unleashed their celestial emperor-level auras, ready to engage at any moment. Simultaneously, numerous golden-armored warriors surged from the ship's cabin above, their expressions equally hostile as they regarded Luo Wanqiu. Luo Wanqiu wore an awkward expression. Although these two were individually weaker than him, their combined strength posed a significant threat. Additionally, it was rumored that the Great Xia divine ship was a treasure of the Great Xia dynasty, its powers unknown to anyone. Should a conflict arise, it was unlikely that Luo Wanqiu would emerge unscathed, and he might even find himself trapped here. After considerable contemplation, Luo Wanqiu ultimately abandoned his intention to engage in a confrontation, letting out an awkward chuckle. One grows old, and one's temper becomes increasingly peculiar. I mean no offense. Crown Princess, please do not take it to heart. Su Mingxian remained impassive, turning to face Luo Wanqiu, her crimson lips parting slightly. Fortunately, Senior Luo, you did not act impulsively just now. Otherwise, your Luo clan would be awaiting a declaration of war from the Great Xia dynasty. Su Mingxian paused momentarily. Since when has the Luo clan become so domineering and unreasonable, ready to resort to violence at the slightest provocation? No wonder Luo Dong met such a fate. Hearing the scornful undertones in Su Mingxian's words, Luo Wanqiu's countenance darkened completely. He was now certain that Su Mingxian and Luo Dong had encountered each other within the secret realm, and she was undoubtedly connected to his demise. Resolutely, Luo Wanqiu cast aside his pretense, his voice chilling. Crown Princess Xia, I shall ask one last time. How did my kin, Luo Dong, meet his end? He is, after all, a direct descendant of the Luo clan. If he was slain, by whom was it done? If you refuse to divulge this information now, I fear my clan sage will arrive in a divine chariot to demand an explanation from you, Great Xia. With a cold huff, Su Mingxian's eyes glinted with frost. Then try your luck, and see if you can represent the Luo clan in a war against Great Xia. Your Luo clan truly has the audacity, bullying us without restraint. Mistaking rough stones for precious jade. You dare to speak so brazenly. Let me be clear, I know exactly who is responsible for Luo Dong's death, but I will never disclose it to you. Generals, attend. Show him out. As Su Mingxian's words echoed, General Xia Ming and Xia Yun unleashed a tremendous wave of spiritual energy, their gazes icy as they addressed Luo Wanqiu. Please. The barrage of Su Mingxian's scathing remarks rendered Luo Wanqiu's expression as wretched as if he had swallowed a fly. Faced with the two generals poised for action, he could only let out a cold huff and turn away, his sleeves brushing against the air as he departed. This matter will not end here. I shall remember this humiliation. With that, Luo Wanqiu's form shimmered and vanished from sight. Once Luo Wanqiu had left, General Xia Ming and Xia Yun gradually quelled their surging spiritual power. The former let out a derisive snort, directing his gaze towards the direction Luo Wanqiu had departed. What audacity! How dare he show such disrespect to the crown princess aboard the divine vessel? Every word the crown princess uttered was like pearls of wisdom. The Luo clan has indeed become increasingly overbearing in recent years, truly believing themselves to be the sovereigns of the archaic celestial realm. Xia Yun nodded in agreement. In recent years, with the absence of sages from the Luo clan, it has been the likes of Luo Wanqiu who have taken charge. Moreover, both the clan leader and the young clan leader are from his lineage. They have grown accustomed to their arrogance. After their exchange, both glanced at Su Mingxian. They had not anticipated that she was indeed connected to Luo Dong's death. After much hesitation, Xia Ming finally posed a question. Crown Princess, did you kill Luo Dong? Su Mingxian shook her head, the figure of Jiang Wang resurfacing in her mind. A smile graced her delicate features as she turned to the two and spoke softly. Luo Dong was slain by Jiang Wang. Upon hearing that name, both were momentarily taken aback. Jiang Wang, the Jiang family S? They pondered. realizing that no one from the younger generation of the Jiang family possessed such formidable strength. Suddenly, it dawned upon them, and they were struck with astonishment, exclaiming in unison, 5 years ago. At that moment, both recalled the prodigious figure born into the Jiang family 5 years prior, their eyes reflecting profound shock. It was said that the Jiang family scion was a true celestial being from birth. Now, he must be even more formidable. Exchanging glances filled with awe, they found themselves unable to vocalize their thoughts. Su Mengxian turned to them and softly urged, Jiang Wang is far more powerful than either of you can imagine. Increase our speed to avoid the Luo clan's desperate retaliation. Understood. With that, the great Xia divine ship surged forward, the sound of its propulsion echoing as it vanished into the heavens. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang had returned to the Jiang clan, riding upon a celestial crane. As soon as he touched down, he deliberately unleashed the aura of a peak celestial emperor, drawing the attention of those around him. The young clan leader has returned. My goodness, am I mistaken? The young clan leader has already reached this level. The members of the Jiang clan were left in astonishment as they beheld Jiang Wang, who had departed less than half a month ago, now radiating an aura that left them dumbfounded. Jiang Tao appeared, his face a mask of shock. Little rascal. In just half a month, you've surpassed even me, this old man. Truly a prodigy. Jiang Wang chuckled, and then turned his gaze toward the back mountain. He could sense that the strange aura emanating from there had intensified significantly over the past fortnight. It seemed the day of its unsealing would arrive sooner than he had anticipated. Without further delay, he addressed Jiang Tao. Grandpa, please gather our Jiang clan's leaders. I have something important to discuss. Of course. Jiang Tao nodded without hesitation. After all, Jiang Wang's strength now eclipsed that of the entire Jiang clan. And even if he wished to take the reins of the clan, Jiang Tao would gladly acquiesce. Soon, individuals such as Jiang Jianming and Jiang Lisin were summoned to the Jiang clan's assembly hall. They looked at Jiang Wang, who sat alongside Jiang Tao at the head of the table, awaiting his address. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wang finally spoke to the assembly. Esteemed elders, I have called you all here today for a significant matter. Initially, the situation was urgent, and I did not elaborate. In truth, my departure from the clan was for this very purpose. Jiang Jianming furrowed his brow and spoke. Grandson, what is the matter that even you lack certainty at this moment? Jiang Wang nodded. Before leaving the clan, I had no confidence whatsoever. Even now, I can only muster 60% assurance. However, time waits for no one. And despite this uncertainty, I must convey this to all of you. The malevolent entity sealed by our Jiang clan's ancestor in the back mountain is about to break free. The latter part of Jiang Wang's statement plunged the assembly hall into a brief silence, which was soon shattered by fervent debate. Many of the elder patriarchs shook their heads in disbelief, insisting, it is absolutely impossible. That seal was forged at the cost of our ancestor's lifespan. A grand formation of heaven and earth. Not even a sage could breach it, let alone that evil being. I find the young clan leader's words credible. As he would not jest about such matters, Jiang Tao remarked, his brow furrowed as he gazed at Jiang Wang. After a long pause, he spoke slowly, Jiang Wang. This matter is far from trifling. Have you truly sensed the malevolent entity's impending emergence? Chapter 33, The Missed Talent? The Luo clan couple. Jiang Wang sighed, rising to address the elder members. Esteemed elders, I do not dare to speak lightly of the malevolence. My ancient sacred body possesses a unique sensitivity to such evils, which allows me to detect the stirrings of this entity. He paused briefly before continuing. Very well, let us go investigate together. Upon hearing this, the members of the Jiang clan exchanged glances before rising in unison, albeit with a mix of skepticism, as they followed Jiang Wang and Jiang Tao to the back mountain. Luo clan, in the Hall of Myriad Autumns. Luo Wanxiu sat solemnly upon the throne at the hall's apex, her expression dark. At that moment, two figures shrouded in black robes emerged from the shadows of the hall, kneeling before Luo Wanxiu. She slowly straightened, her murky eyes fixed upon them, and inquired, What have you two discovered? One of the cloaked figures pondered for a moment before responding. We have found no news of young Master Luo having enmity with anyone, but... Yes, Luo Wanxiu urged. While we were investigating the eastern region of the ancient immortal domain, we heard of a peculiar occurrence. A flicker of intrigue passed through Luo Wanxiu's eyes. The eastern region? Is that not the territory of the Daxia divine dynasty? What strange occurrence? It is said that 5 years ago, numerous anomalies manifested in that region within a single day, and moreover, Luo Wanxiu's brow furrowed, her tone growing impatient as she admonished the two. What on earth is taking you so long? Speak plainly. Yes, they replied hastily. Moreover, the location of these anomalies was the Jiang family. It is rumored that 5 years ago, a divine child was born there, and on the day of his birth, countless phenomena appeared. The golden lotus rising from the sea of suffering, the map of mountains and rivers, and even the manifestation of the immortal king descending from the heavens. What? Luo Wanxio's figure vanished from her throne in an instant, reappearing before the two cloaked figures in the next moment. Her murky eyes now brimmed with astonishment. The immortal king descending from the heavens is an anomaly that only the ancient sacred body can manifest. Could it be? Indeed, that Jiang family divine child is an ancient sacred body, and on the day of his birth, he was already a congenital true immortal. What? Upon hearing this, Luo Wanxio felt darkness cloud her vision. Fortunately, the two figures caught her in time, else she would have collapsed to the ground. A torrent of confusion, shock, and an overwhelming wave of regret surged within her. She nearly burst into tears. An ancient sacred body at the realm of congenital true immortality. Even if he did not ascend to become an emperor, he would at the very least be a peak saint king. If this child had been born into the Luo clan, how could we not thrive? From that moment on, the ancient families across the continent would have gained another member. Yet, he was driven away by my own hand. She felt an urge to slap herself repeatedly in frustration. With a heavy sigh, Luo Wanxio deliberated for a moment before waving her sleeve, causing her and the two figures to disappear from the hall. Luo clan, in the War Heaven Palace. Luo Zhantian, tall and handsome, sat in a chair reading a document when he suddenly shifted his gaze to the center of the grand hall. As the space warped, three figures emerged from a spatial rift. It was Luo Wanxio and the two cloaked individuals. Ancestor, please, take a seat. What brings you here? Luo Zhantian was taken aback upon seeing them, quickly rising to assist Luo Wanxio to her seat. As the young clan leader, his status and power surpassed hers. Yet in terms of seniority, she was still his ancestor. Thus, he treated her with utmost respect. However, Luo Wanxio waved her hand. No need to sit. You too. Recount to me everything you just told me, without omitting a single word. She turned her gaze to the two behind her. They recounted their earlier revelations once more. Initially, Luo Zhantian's interest waned upon hearing about the Jiang clan, but as the tale unfolded, his brow furrowed tighter. By the end, even he was left agape. Disbelief etched across his face. Absolutely impossible. I personally investigated. Jiang Zixin's child exhibited no fluctuations of spiritual energy, and his foundation was damaged. He may never achieve the transformation into a god. How could he possibly attain the status of a congenital true immortal, let alone be an ancient sacred body? Luo Zhantian exclaimed in shock, turning his gaze to the two figures, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Humph! With a disdainful snort, he unleashed the oppressive aura of the 9 heavens of the immortal emperor, pinning the two to the ground. Do you two understand the consequences of spouting such nonsense in my presence? Young clan leader, we would never dare. They protested. What we've stated is the truth. You may investigate it yourself. Luo Zhantian's expression turned grave, his gaze flickering with uncertainty, a hint of regret passing through. At that moment, a soft huff echoed from the back of the hall. A stunning woman, clad in a delicate lavender silk gown, with a slender figure and graceful demeanor, entered the grand hall. It was none other than Mo Yun. Greetings, ancestor. Mo Yun offered a respectful bow to Luo Wanxio before turning her attention to Luo Zhantian. They are merely relaying what they have heard. It is entirely possible that the Jiang clan is fabricating this tale to save face. Luo Zhantian sighed heavily, speaking slowly. If it were mere fabrication, that would be one thing, but what if it is true? Upon hearing this, a flicker of displeasure crossed Mo Yun's eyes. But then her gaze softened. She stepped forward, entwining her arm with Luo Zhantian's, and gently said, Zhantian, I know you still feel guilty towards Zixin. Why not send someone to bring her and her child back to the Luo clan? That child carries our Luo bloodline. Should we not welcome him home? Upon hearing her words, Luo Zhantian's eyes lit up, and he turned to Luo Wanxio. Ancestor, Yun's suggestion is indeed feasible. Yet, Luo Wanxio merely waved her hand. You are both thinking too simplistically. Setting aside whether that child would wish to return, Jiang Zixin would not easily relinquish him. The small Jiang clan would consider it a favor to bring back my concubine. If they refuse, we could simply sweep them aside. Mo Yun let out a cold snort, her tone dripping with disdain. In her eyes, the Jiang clan resembled nothing more than insignificant ants. While the Jiang clan posed no real threat, one must consider their location, the eastern great Xia divine dynasty of the ancient immortal domain. Indeed, if this matter were true, the emperor of the great Xia would undoubtedly be aware, and it would be inevitable that he would position himself against us in order to win over that child. After listening to Luo Wanxio's words, both individuals fell into contemplation. Certainly, a mere Jiang clan held little significance. Their path would be strewn with ruins. Yet Jiang Wang was undeniably a treasure, which might stir the emperor's desire for alliance. Should the Luo clan resort to unconventional means, it would merely serve to push Jiang Wang away. Such an endeavor would be futile. Chapter 34. The prodigy Luo Xing and the Emperor's Wrath. Upon witnessing Luo Zhantian's troubled expression, Mo Yun's demeanor soured, though she quickly concealed her displeasure. She stepped forward, linking her arm with his, and spoke, "Zhantian, even if that child is reluctant to return, I believe there is no need for concern. With Xinger among us, the Luo clan shall undoubtedly flourish." At the mention of this name, a flicker of worry dissipated from Luo Zhantian's face, replaced by a glimmer of hope. Beside them, Luo Wanxiu nodded in agreement with a smile. Indeed, on the day of Xinger's birth, extraordinary phenomena had manifested, and her constitution was remarkable. "Father, mother, ancestor." A voice, tinged with youthful innocence, echoed in the hall. Suddenly, a brilliant starry radiance swept through the clouds outside the great hall, entering with an ethereal grace. As the starry glow gradually receded, a child clad in blue, strikingly handsome and exuding an extraordinary aura, materialized within the hall. The child possessed fair, delicate skin, with sharp brows and bright eyes, an ethereal presence as if adorned in a cloak of resplendent starlight. Most astonishingly, his eyes were deep and mysterious, akin to an endless starry sky, with glimmers of starlight flickering within. "Xinger has returned?" Upon seeing the child, Luo Zhantian's face instantly lit up with a smile, his eyes brimming with affection. This child was none other than Jiang Wang's half-brother, the legitimate grandson of the Luo clan. Luo Xing. Luo Zhantian ruffled Luo Xing's hair, then stated, "The Immortal Palace Grand Competition is next month. I shall personally accompany you to participate." Upon hearing this, Luo Xing smiled faintly. "All right, now, return to your cultivation. The pursuit of strength is akin to rowing upstream. One must forge ahead or risk falling behind. Do not be complacent. Your mother and I have matters to discuss with the ancestor." Luo Xing nodded, and then bowed respectfully to Luo Wanxiu. "Ancestor, I take my leave." Go on, go on," Luo Wanxiu replied, and with that, Luo Xing departed. After his departure, Luo Wanxiu nodded contentedly. He is neither arrogant nor impatient, humble and courteous, without a doubt. Xinger will reach the pinnacle of martial arts in the future. Mo Yun, hearing Luo Wanxiu's praise, felt a swell of pride and nodded in agreement. She then turned to Luo Zhantian and asked, "Zhantian, do you truly intend to attend the Immortal Palace Grand Competition next month?" Luo Zhantian nodded. The Grand Competition is a grand event within the ancient Immortal Domain. The Immortal Palace recruits disciples widely and selects the best. I believe that child will participate. Firstly, to accompany Xinger in the competition, and secondly, to observe that child. Very well, Zhantian. How to proceed is a decision for you and your wife. As it concerns your family matters, I merely offer a reminder. With that, Luo Wanxiu waved his sleeve and departed with the two of them. Once Luo Wanxiu was gone, Mo Yun's expression shifted, and she spoke with displeasure. "You still think of Jiang Xixin? Upon hearing of that abandoned child's exceptional talent, you were immediately swayed, weren't you? You wish to bring them back?" Luo Zhantian sighed, a hint of helplessness in his voice. "After all, he is also my child, flowing with the blood of the Luo clan. If he truly possesses exceptional talent and an extraordinary constitution, then it would be beneficial for our clan to draw him back with a bit of kindness." Upon hearing this, Mo Yun's expression darkened further. She turned away, sulking as she retorted, "I refuse to believe he can surpass our Xinger." In truth, she harbored doubts as well. After all, not only had the sacred physician of the Medicine God Valley stated this, but she had also personally investigated, revealing that his roots were damaged. How could that be? Let it be. We shall know the truth next month. In the eastern region of the ancient Immortal Domain lies the Great Xia divine dynasty, whose influence stretches across vast territories populated by multitudes. The founding emperor of the Great Xia had once used divine powers to transport a fragment of a shattered continent, establishing the foundation for the entire dynasty's development. Within this realm stood a grand and expansive city, bustling with throngs of people. Yet above this city was a royal palace shrouded in clouds. Inside the palace, divine light shimmered, and countless golden-armored guards patrolled the skies. Boom! A resounding hum echoed from the palace's exterior. In an instant, a magnificent and luxurious divine vessel appeared before the onlookers. The crown princess has returned, no doubt. No need for speculation. With the crown princess's capabilities, she must have been the leader of this secret realm expedition. However, it is also said that a certain Luo Dong from the Luo clan participated in this secret realm as well. As whispers circulated among the gathered crowd, the divine vessel smoothly descended onto the inner city square. Xia Mengqian, Xia Meng, and Xia Yun gracefully leaped down from the vessel. "Generals, I shall report to father first." "Very well." As Xia Meng and Xia Yun departed, Xia Mengqian let out a whistle. A fully golden phoenix soared from the horizon, landing beside her. The majestic bird affectionately nudged her palm with its enormous head. "Let us go meet father." Xia Mengqian gently stroked the bird's head before mounting it. With a clear, melodious call, the golden phoenix flapped its vast wings and flew towards the emperor's divine palace. Inside the palace, the resolute-faced emperor sat upon the dragon throne, resting his head upon one hand, his eyes lightly closed as if in slumber. A resplendent golden light enveloped him, and a small golden dragon circled around him, emitting a series of dragon roars. This was the protective dragon aura of the great Xia emperor, a unique divine ability of the great Xia divine dynasty. Even while resting, this dragon aura served as the most loyal guardian, ensuring the safety of each successive emperor. At that moment, the little dragon let out a peculiar roar. The emperor opened his extraordinary golden eyes and gazed towards the palace's entrance. Xia Mengqian stood at the base of the palace, the golden phoenix resting beside her. Upon meeting the emperor's gaze, she bowed respectfully. "I pay my respects to father." The emperor gestured dismissively, straightening himself, and casually inquired, "Qianer, how were the gains from the secret realm expedition?" Hearing her father's question, Xia Mengqian recounted the events that transpired in the secret realm in detail, though she chose to withhold the latter part regarding Jiang Wang for the time being, as she was still organizing her thoughts on how to present the information. Upon hearing the entire account, especially the incident involving Luo Dong's aggression towards Xia Mengqian, the emperor's fury ignited instantaneously. The Luo clan dares to act in such a manner. The emperor rose, and a tremendous roar akin to a dragon reverberated throughout the palace, instantly shattering the table before him. His eyes blazed with fury. At that moment, a melodious voice pierced the hall. "Your Majesty." A stunning woman adorned in a flowing pink gown, her head crowned with luxurious jewels, entered the grand chamber. This was none other than the emperor's favored consort, Ru Hua, her skin as smooth and pale as white jade, her figure alluringly voluptuous. Her cherry-like lips and elegantly sculpted nose exuded an enchanting beauty. Her slightly elongated eyes added to her captivating charm. Ru Hua gracefully approached the emperor, extending her delicate hand to gently caress his heaving chest, disturbed by his wrath. "Your Majesty, why do you rage so?" "Humph, the Luo clan has gone too far, daring to lay hands on my daughter. They show utter disregard for me and the great Xia divine dynasty. What difference is there to declaring war?" The emperor's anger intensified, his eyes glimmering with coldness. "Summon the officials. I shall demand an explanation from the Luo clan." "Your Majesty." "Father." Ru Hua and Xia Mengqian spoke in unison. The former implored, "Your Majesty, please do not act impulsively. Though the Luo clan may not be an ancient family, they possess profound heritage and a long-standing legacy. If war breaks out, it would spell disaster for our great Xia divine dynasty." "Humph. Is the great Xia divine dynasty to fear the Luo clan?" Xia Mengqian stepped forward, attempting to soothe him. "Father, temper your anger. You are unparalleled in might, and our dynasty boasts a vast army. We need not fear the Luo clan. However, should war commence, the entire ancient celestial domain would be thrown into chaos. I do not wish to witness the suffering of the innocent. I beseech you, father, to calm your fury." Upon hearing Xia Mengqian's words, the emperor gradually regained his composure and resumed his seat upon the dragon throne, contemplating deeply. Both Ru Hua and Xia Mengqian spoke the truth. There was no inherent superiority between the great Xia divine dynasty and the Luo clan. Both had rich histories and deep roots. Should a full-scale war erupt, both sides would reveal their trump cards, and even if one side were to emerge victorious, the surviving families would face devastating consequences. It is crucial to remember that the ancient celestial domain is not solely inhabited by these two powerful clans. The entire domain is divided into four major regions: the great Xia divine dynasty in the east and the Luo clan in the north, with the remaining southwest regions occupied by two other formidable clans or sections. If war were to break out, the other two would undoubtedly watch the conflict unfold, waiting for the opportune moment to intervene and seize the remnants of the defeated side. Realizing this, the emperor exhaled deeply, his expression shifting as he spoke. "Even so, I cannot swallow this indignation. Draft my imperial edict. I demand that the Luo clan answer for their actions and surrender Luo Dong. Otherwise, I shall not rest until I have my due." Xia Mengqian was about to speak, but Ru Hua interjected, "Your Majesty, our two clans have maintained a cordial relationship for generations. Must we provoke the Luo clan over such a trivial matter?" Ru Hua's words caused Xia Mengqian's brow to furrow. "Trivial matter? Luo Dong merely harbored feelings for you. I propose that Your Majesty allow Mengqian to marry Luo Dong. This would not only strengthen the ties between the Luo clan and our dynasty, but also resolve Mengqian's marital concerns, as she is of age." The emperor frowned. "What nonsense is this? You wish for me to wed Mengqian to such a rogue, a man driven by lust?" "Absolutely not." His displeasure was evident as he rejected her suggestion without a moment's hesitation. Ru Hua continued, "It is not Luo Dong himself that you should be concerned with. After all, He is a direct descendant of the Luo clan and will inevitably rise to power within it. Ultimately, marriage is a means to an end, and we are merely considering his status within the clan. Her tone was disturbingly indifferent, as if Mengqian's lifelong happiness was of little consequence. The emperor's frown deepened. But before he could respond, Xiao Mengqian's calm voice broke the silence. If consort Ru Hua favors Luo Dong, I fear you may be disappointed. She paused, then continued. For he is already dead. What? Both Ru Hua and the emperor gasped in unison. How did you kill him? As far as I know, while Luo Dong may not be the strongest of the younger generation, he was still among the elite. Xiao Mengqian smiled faintly, the image of Jiang Wang surfacing in her mind. It was Jiang Wang who saved me. Jiang Wang. The emperor looked at Xiao Mengqian, a puzzled expression crossing his face as he contemplated something. Suddenly, realization washed over him, and he exclaimed, could it be the prodigy from the Jiang clan 5 years ago? Indeed, it is he. The emperor's understanding deepened, and he swiftly inquired, if he intervened, it is only natural that Luo Dong would meet his end at his hands. From birth, he has been of the innate true immortal realm, and given his extraordinary constitution, has he not attained the immortal king realm by now? I do not know what his cultivation was prior, but I do know that he triggered an immensely powerful lightning tribulation in the secret realm. When he appeared, he was at the peak of the immortal emperor realm. The emperor and Ru Hua were both taken aback by Xiao Mengqian's revelation, even as the emperor. His pupils dilated in disbelief. Mengqian, do you realize that Jiang Wang, by this calculation, is only 5 years old? Yes, he is indeed still a child. The emperor's astonishment only grew upon hearing Xiao Mengqian's affirmation. I cannot believe it. Just then, Ru Hua whispered, her words igniting the emperor's fury. He glared at her, seething with rage. It was you who urged me to sever ties with the Jiang clan. I was reluctant to take such measures. Yet you took it upon yourself to send your cousin to the Jiang clan to flaunt his power. Now, our great Xia divine dynasty has lost such a gem. What punishment do you deserve? The emperor's wrath was palpable, and his dragon robe billowed as if caught by a tempest. The very fabric of space around him began to warp, and the hall resonated with the echoes of a dragon's roar. Your Majesty, seeing the emperor's fury, Ru Hua comprehended the gravity of the situation and immediately knelt, her face ashen, fear etched across her features. Wu Qi, summon him to me at once. The emperor's roar reverberated throughout the celestial palace. Before long, Wu Qi entered the hall, his countenance filled with trepidation. Your Majesty, before Wu Qi could finish his sentence, the emperor, consumed by rage, struck out with a palm. The space shattered, the hall trembled, and the massive handprint transformed into a colossal golden dragon. With a gaping maw, it devoured Wu Qi, reducing him to a mist of blood. Ru Hua's face turned pale as her legs buckled, collapsing to the ground. Wu Qi, a formidable immortal emperor of the great Xia divine dynasty, was obliterated in an instant, his body and soul extinguished by the emperor's wrath. Chapter 36. The little princess who severed the engagement. Wu Qi's form and essence were annihilated by the emperor's hand. A mist of blood raining down upon the brilliantly illuminated floor of the grand hall, a sight painfully stark. Your Majesty, Ru Hua's complexion had turned ashen, her delicate form trembling uncontrollably on the ground. She feared that the emperor's wrath had not yet subsided, and that she too would become engulfed in the mist of blood that filled the air. With a cold snort, the emperor glanced down at Ru Hua and uttered, you shall return and reflect upon your actions. Without my decree, you are forbidden to leave the palace. Yes. Although Ru Hua was loath to comply with the emperor's command to seclude herself, she dared not voice her objections, fearing further provocation of his ire. As his words echoed in the chamber, 2 guards clad in golden armor approached to escort her away. Despite the emperor's orders, the guards maintained a posture of utmost respect, treating her not as a prisoner, but as a guest of honor. Thus, they accompanied Ru Hua back to a grand and opulent palace. My lady, we deeply apologize for any offense caused. The guards clasped their fists in a gesture of contrition before taking their positions like statues at the entrance of the hall, falling silent thereafter. To their surprise, Ru Hua turned her face, emitting a cold snort, her eyes flashing with resentment before she stormed into the palace. Inside, 2 maidservants were taken aback by Ru Hua's demeanor and quickly rushed to support her. My lady, what has transpired? Who has dared to provoke your anger within the court? The maidservants inquired as they helped her to sit. Ru Hua let out a cold huff. The emperor has confined me to the palace over a trivial matter. How could I not be furious? What? The emperor has commanded you to reflect? The maidservants were taken aback by this revelation. Ever since you bore the little princess, the emperor has been utterly indulgent towards you. Why has this happened now? Before they could finish, Ru Hua's anger flared anew, and she waved her hand dismissively. Enough. Where is Yaoer, the little princess? Before the maidservants could respond, A clear, melodious voice resembling that of silver bells rang out from outside the hall. "Why are you two standing here?" Upon hearing that voice, Ru Hua's expression brightened. "Yaoer, come in." As her words fell, a petite figure dashed into the hall. It was a charming girl who appeared to be merely 5 or 6 years old, her bare feet lightly tapping the air as she gracefully approached. With a petite frame, her movements were agile, and her long, dark hair was tied into twin ponytails that danced with her every motion. Her delicate face featured long eyelashes, lively eyes, a pert nose, and lips like ripe cherries, resembling a little sprite born of nature, playful yet wise. Upon entering the great hall, her gaze immediately landed on Ru Hua, and a sweet smile spread across her face. As she beamed, her small fangs were revealed, and 2 dimples appeared on her cheeks, rendering her exceedingly adorable and endearing. This enchanting girl was the daughter of Ru Hua and the emperor, and the one who had annulled her engagement with Jiang Wang in the Daxia divine dynasty. She was the youngest princess, Xianxiao. It was said that on the day of her birth, a purple aura descended from the east, stretching for miles. "Mother!" Xianxiao leaped into Ru Hua's embrace, her sparkling eyes twinkling. "Mother, why have our guards changed? Why are they not the same two as before?" Upon hearing this, Ru Hua sighed softly, stroking her little head as she recounted the events. "Mother, I will go find father and plead on your behalf. He will surely listen to me." Ru Hua pondered for a moment, but ultimately shook her head. "No, your father is indeed quite enraged this time. There is no need for you to intercede." At this, Ru Hua let out a cold snort. "As for your elder sister, there is no need to mention her. She has long been a thorn in my side. This misfortune can be attributed to that wretched boy." "What boy? Is he the reason you have been punished? I will help you teach him a lesson." Xiaomingyao, nestled in Ru Hua's arms, clenched her tiny fist, her face a mask of indignation. Ru Hua's gaze flickered. Even now, she believed that the emperor's punishment stemmed from his anger over losing a prodigious talent. Seeing Ru Hua silent and downcast, Xiaomingyao could not help but let out a huff. "Mother, why do you remain silent? Is he truly stronger than I am? At least that's what I've heard from others." Xiaomingyao's eyes flashed with disdain. "I cannot believe it. Who is he? Is he the scion of the Luo clan?" Indeed, he had some ties to the Luo clan, but was merely an unacknowledged bastard. With a sigh, Ru Hua shared the story of Jiang Wang with Xiaomingyao. Upon hearing it, Xiaomingyao mouth fell open in shock. "He is actually the ancient sacred body. Who knows? You cannot blame me. It is the Luo clan that has acted foolishly, driving them away." Before Ru Hua could finish, Xiaomingyao chuckled, raising her tiny fist. "Do not worry, mother. Even if that fellow possesses talent, I will avenge you." Gazing upon Xiaomingyao's exquisitely delicate face, Ru Hua felt her anger dissipate considerably. "Indeed, our Yaoer is a congenital spiritual body. Whether he is a sacred body remains to be seen." Yes. Father has mentioned that you share the same physique as an unparalleled emperor of our people." A proud expression graced Ru Hua's face. With a child of such potential, she had become the most esteemed woman in the entire Daxia, her every desire met by the emperor without condition. The annulment of her engagement had stemmed from her belief that a mediocre clan disciple was unworthy of her daughter, which was why she had sent Wu Qi in her stead. Though the emperor had been displeased upon discovering this, she had been pregnant at the time, and he had turned a blind eye to the matter. However, today's punishment marked the first time since her pregnancy that she had faced such consequences. With this thought in mind, Ru Hua suddenly spoke. "Yaoer, you must diligently cultivate in the coming days. Next month is the grand selection for the Palace of Creation. You must join the Palace of Creation. This will secure your place among the strong and bring honor to your mother." Xiaomingyao nodded eagerly. "Do not worry, mother. If I encounter that boy during the selection, I will definitely teach him a lesson for you." Chapter 37. The Emperor's Thoughts and the Enigmatic Spiritual Child. Within the Emperor's divine hall, he no longer appeared as furious as before. Yet he remained seated upon his dragon throne, his expression dark and uncertain. His eyes gleamed with contemplation as if weighing some decision. After a moment, the Emperor slowly called down to Xianxian. "Qianer, father, in your view, does that boy merit my personal visit to the Jiang clan to apologize?" Taken aback by the unexpected question from her usually commanding father, Xianxian quickly gathered her thoughts and replied with certainty. "Absolutely worthwhile. Without mentioning anything else, even if it's just to gain Jiang Wang's favor. It is undoubtedly worth it. Your Majesty, you have not seen him. He is not only extraordinarily powerful, but possesses an unparalleled intellect. At merely 5 years of age, he is capable of remarkable feats." Initially, the Emperor was listening attentively, but as time passed, his expression gradually morphed into something rather peculiar. His gaze shifted to the faces of those present in the hall. At this moment, Xianxian unabashedly expressed her admiration, her beautiful eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, shimmering with extraordinary brilliance. The Emperor raised an eyebrow and, with great interest, turned his attention towards Xianxian. Upon realizing the emperor's gaze, Xianxian instantly resembled a young girl who had been caught secretly dating by her parents. A flush of rosy color appeared on her exquisitely beautiful face, her expression bashful and endearing. Ha ha. The emperor erupted into hearty laughter upon witnessing this scene, then waved his sleeve. Go on, tell me, how does that boy look now? After all, the last time I saw him was 5 years ago when he was still in swaddling clothes. Although, at that time, you were not much older either. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Xianxian swiftly grasped his meaning. Her already flushed cheeks now resembled a ripe apple. Your Majesty. Ha ha ha, enough, enough. Since my daughter is infatuated with him, he must be exceptional. I trust your judgment. In this fantastical world, where power reigns supreme, a woman's admiration for strength is innate. Besides, considering the longevity of tens of thousands of years, what does a few years' age difference matter? Oh dear, Your Majesty, look at you. At this moment, Xianxian felt incredibly shy, as if searching for words to justify herself. Biting her rosy lip gently, she began to speak. Jiang Wang, in terms of character, talent, and strength, is truly one in a million. Next month will be the grand competition at the Celestial Palace of Creation, and I believe he will undoubtedly make a name for himself throughout the Wilderness Valley. It's not impossible for him to secure the top position. Oh, the champion of the Celestial Palace of Creation at the age of 5? The emperor listened to Xianxian's evaluation of Jiang Wang with some surprise. Isn't that a bit too high praise? Not to mention the mysterious son of the Luo clan, even your sister, Yao, with her innate spiritual body. I do not believe she would be much inferior to that boy. In response to the emperor's words, Xianxian merely smiled lightly. I have confidence in him. Ha ha. Well then, I am rather looking forward to it. At this moment, Jiang Wang had led the Jiang family to the back mountain. The current back mountain, in Jiang Wang's view, was completely shrouded in ominous black mist, the unsettling aura intensifying significantly. Jiang Wang brought the Jiang family to the site of the seal, where the mysterious Great Formation now appeared to have been corroded beyond recognition by the eerie black gas. The runes upon it had dimmed considerably. The black mist scattered throughout the valley had emanated from this seal. The Jiang family members, witnessing the scene before them, even in their confusion, could discern the gravity of the situation. This evil spirit has actually recovered to such an extent? How could this happen? Why does this evil spirit possess the power to break the seal? Jiang Tao's brow furrowed, his eyes filled with shock and dread. This is serious. If this evil spirit breaks free, my Jiang family will be. Jiang Tao's words trailed off, but everyone present understood his implication. Since the establishment of the Jiang family, until Jiang Wang fully matured, it was without a doubt that the founding ancestor was the strongest in the history of the Jiang family. The grand formation created with the expenditure of the ancestor's lifespan could not contain this evil spirit. If it were to emerge now, the fate of the entire Jiang clan could be easily imagined. At that moment, Jiang Tao seemed to recall something. Where are Jiang Yuan and Jiang Zhuang? As his words fell, 2 boys clad in white emerged from the depths of the back mountains forest and approached the crowd. We pay our respects to the ancestor. The 2 boys bowed to Jiang Tao. However, upon seeing the 2 boys, Jiang Wang's brow furrowed. Children? Jiang Tao nodded in response to Jiang Wang. These 2 boys were deliberately left here by me in case of any abnormalities with the seal. Jiang Wang felt somewhat speechless. What good is it to have them stationed here when the black mist has obscured everything and no one reported it? Moreover, I find it puzzling. According to Jiang Tao, these 2 boys have been stationed here for quite some time. Why did I not see them during my last inspection? Jiang Tao turned to the 2 boys and asked, You 2 have been guarding here. Why did you not report any anomalies? At that moment, Jiang Wang suddenly felt a chilling aura enveloping him, his pupils narrowing in alarm. Ancestor, be careful. Simultaneously, the expressions of the 2 boys drastically changed, their entire beings exuding a terrifying black mist. Their eyes turned blood red, and their mouths tore open, splitting down to their ears, as they lunged towards Jiang Tao with overwhelming black gas. Boom! A deafening noise reverberated through the heavens and the earth, as the black mist enveloped the surroundings. Ancestor! The Jiang family members present, witnessing this scene, were instantly filled with horror, crying out towards the front. Jiang Wang's brow furrowed as he led the Jiang family to a safe area, then turned to face the encompassing black mist. Humph! With a cold snort, Jiang Wang's golden blood energy surged upwards, dispersing the black mist entirely. As the black mist gradually dissipated, the crowd beheld the 2 boys glaring at them. Before the 2 boys lay a deep pit created by a colossal fist print. Fortunately, there was no sign of Jiang Tao within the pit. Both had displayed the power of the 8th level of the Celestial Emperor. Had Jiang Tao been struck, the outcome would have been dire. In the midst of the chaos, A crisp and resonant sword chant echoed through the realm. An ancient long sword soared forth, transforming midair into Jiang Tao's figure. At this moment, Jiang Tao's expression was serious. His hands forming sword gestures, his aura emanating, ready to strike at any moment. Chapter 38. The Emergence of the Evil Spirit, the Crisis of the Jiang Clan. Fortunately, Wang reminded me in time. Otherwise, this old bone of mine would have suffered today. Jiang Wang gently waved to the concerned crowd below, signaling that he was unharmed. At this moment, upon witnessing the golden blood energy capable of dispersing the black mist, the eyes of the two boys flashed with a hint of astonishment. Hee, a bizarre, sinister laugh echoed from within the cave. So it's the ancient sacred body. This Jiang family bloodline aura is still so repugnant. As this eerie and sinister voice resonated, the two boys before everyone seemed to have received some command. They began to tremble, torrents of black mist seeping from their 7 orifices. Not good, quickly. Jiang Wang's gaze sharpened. As he was about to form seals with his hands, the crowd was suddenly met with a thunderous roar. The sound was deafening, as if the very earth had begun to tremble at that moment. The earth cracked in every direction, and the great formation sealing the cave began to fissure with deep cracks. With a resounding snap, a voice echoed, "Ha ha ha! I have finally emerged. Jiang Rujuan, you have succumbed to me." As the formation shattered completely, an array of sinister and malevolent black mist surged forth from the cave. This dark haze obscured the heavens, enveloping the entire sky in darkness. At that moment, the sun and moon lost their light, and within the black fog, chilling cries, wails, and screams reverberated. The back mountain of the Jiang family transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Amidst the swirling black mist, a pair of scarlet giant eyes glimmered like 2 ominous lanterns, exuding boundless malice and wickedness. Ha ha ha! I never expected to break free only to encounter an ancient sacred body. What fortuitous luck! Jiang Wang's expression grew grave as he was enveloped in a golden aura, repelling the sinister black mist. At this moment, the members of the Jiang clan stood behind him, many wearing pale faces. The aura of malevolence cloaked in black mist was overwhelmingly powerful, reaching the pinnacle of an immortal emperor, on the verge of attaining the realm of a saint. To think that those sealed within were actually them. Jiang Tao gazed at the malevolent entity before him, his expression dark and serious. They? Jiang Wang looked at Jiang Tao with confusion. Jiang Tao seemed to comprehend the nature of the being, shaking his head, determination flickering in his eyes as he cast a deep glance at Jiang Wang and spoke. "Wanger, you are the future of the Jiang family. As long as you exist, the Jiang clan shall not perish." Jiang Wang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the sealed entity would be so terrifying. The ancestor had immediately prepared for the worst at the first sight. "Wanger, you must leave with Elder Xianxia and your mother immediately, seeking refuge with the Luo clan or the great Xia divine dynasty. With your talent, they will surely treat you both well." After uttering these words, Jiang Wang turned to address the Jiang clan. "Everyone, the malevolence has broken free. We, the sons of the Jiang family, shall confront this evil." Yes. The higher-ups of the Jiang clan responded in unison. The Jiang family had plunged into chaos. As the evil aura from the back mountain became palpable to all, the clan members gazed at the ominous black mist filling the sky, despair flickering in their eyes. "Ha ha ha! A bunch of ants dares to impede my path? You are merely fodder for my sustenance." As the words fell, a burst of crimson light erupted from the giant scarlet eyes. 2 previously incapacitated youths were instantly engulfed by the black mist. Simultaneously, the sound of chewing echoed from within, bones cracking as they were devoured as blood food. "Oh, such delicious flesh and blood. Today, the entirety of your Jiang clan will become my nourishment." After seizing the 2 youths' bodies, the malevolent entity erupted into a thunderous laugh. The sprawling black mist began to condense, gradually forming a figure that came into view. Clad in a black robe, with hollowed eyes and a gaunt frame, this figure bore a pallid face adorned with eerie patterns. "Ha ha ha! I am the guardian of Michuan. Ants, prepare to embrace death." Michuan grinned, revealing dark teeth, his gaze wild and ferocious as he looked at the crowd. Attack together. Upon witnessing the true form of the malevolent entity, Jiang Tao hesitated no longer. Channeling his entire spiritual power, with a wave of his arms, he declared, 98,000 swords. Countless long swords materialized from the air, seemingly endless. 98,000 swords. The Jiang clan members formed hand seals, channeling their spiritual energy to assault the malevolent entity. "Humph, a swarm of ants dares to resist me." Michuan sneered at the deluge of swords approaching him, a cold smirk gracing his lips. He then began to form a peculiar seal with his hands. "Swallow." With a thunderous shout, an overwhelming tide of eerie black mist erupted from his mouth, shrouding the sky like a vast curtain. It effortlessly blocked the oncoming sword rain, swallowing it all in a single gulp before the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing emanated from within Michuan. Yet he showed no sign of pain, instead wearing a face of delight. Ha ha ha, the power of ants will ultimately serve as nutrients for me. Jiang Wang's expression shifted as he suddenly felt an odd familiarity from Michuan's spiritual energy. However, this sensation vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. Suddenly, Michuan's gaze locked onto Jiang Wang, a grin spreading across his face. And you, the yet-to-mature ancient sacred body, if I devour you, I shall undoubtedly ascend to the saint realm. Greed glimmered in Michuan's eyes, akin to a famished wolf spotting the most succulent rabbit. Drool dripping from his mouth and corroding the ground beneath. Jiang Wang scoffed. If you wish to consume me, you must first see if your teeth are strong enough. Do not let me shatter them. Ha ha ha, such a sharp-tongued little brat. Rest assured, once I devour your Jiang clan, I shall savor you thoroughly. Jiang Tao's brows furrowed, his hair dancing wildly in the wind. He gathered his spiritual energy, and the air resonated with a crisp sword chant. Sword art. Radiant sword of 9 heavens. A colossal ancient sword slowly emerged from a rift in space, exuding a formidable and sharp aura. Flash. Jiang Tao pointed his finger, causing the massive sword to tremble and vanish from sight. In the next moment, the enormous sword materialized before Michuan, aiming straight for his head. Humph! Michuan coldly snorted. Retreating swiftly, the eerie black mist swirling around him in a frenzy, attempting to block the giant sword as before. However, the giant sword was akin to divine iron. Forged through countless trials, its blade shimmering with radiance, continuously severing the encroaching black mist. Seeing this, Michuan's brow furrowed, his murderous intent surging as he formed seals with his hands. The air filled with chilling, ghastly screams that echoed through the heavens. All things in chaos. Evil invades the world. In that moment, boundless spiritual energy erupted from Michuan, the black mist erupting from his form, slowly coalescing behind him into a grotesque, fearsome skull. From the gaping maw of the skull, torrents of black mist spewed forth, as if even the void could not withstand the corruption of this eerie black mist. Beginning to melt away in large swathes, the monstrous skull collided with the giant sword, unleashing a violent ripple of spiritual energy that visibly expanded, threatening to obliterate everything in its path. Jiang Wang extended his palm, and the Qiankuan cold fire shield materialized in his hand. The dual-colored luminescence flickered, soaring into the sky. The two hues of spiritual energy cascaded downward like a waterfall, forming a protective barrier that isolated the members of the Jiang family. Subsequently, Jiang Wang transformed into a streak of golden light, plunging into the overwhelming black mist. Grandson, Wang, as Jiang Wang dove into the dark abyss. A wave of panic washed over the Jiang family, fearing for his safety. Upon entering, Jiang Wang swiftly spotted Jiang Tao, who was valiantly resisting the encroaching darkness. How did you get in here? Hurry and leave. Jiang Tao's brow furrowed with concern as he admonished Jiang Wang. Do not worry, ancestor, I have a plan. I will take you out first. With that, Jiang Wang's youthful voice resonated, and he grasped Jiang Tao's arm. Simultaneously, the ancient holy body was activated to its utmost limit. The golden blood energy surging through the black mist like a beacon on a vast sea, radiantly bright. The golden aura enveloped both Jiang Wang and Jiang Tao. Upon contact with this golden energy, the eerie black mist dissipated as if melting under the fierce sun of early spring. Ha ha ha. Truly deserving of the ancient holy body. Such potent and vigorous blood energy, I yearn to savor it. The ominous black mist coalesced, revealing the figure of Michuan, whose face was twisted with insatiable greed and malice. Jiang Wang calmed the anxious Jiang Tao, slowly speaking, rest assured, ancestor, as I mentioned earlier, I possess the means to confront him. Ha ha, what could a naive junior like you possibly do? Michuan scoffed, his mockery unabashed. Yet, Jiang Wang remained serene, gently closing his eyes and exhaling deeply. With a sigh, the surrounding spiritual energy began to surge violently. Jiang Wang's hands formed seals, and the golden blood energy erupted skyward, dispersing the ominous clouds above. He appeared as a blinding sun, radiating endless brilliance. The ancient holy body was pushed to its zenith, and his peak celestial emperor power erupted, causing the surrounding space to tremble with unrest. Heavenly calamity light. Jiang Wang suddenly opened his eyes, two beams of golden light shooting forth, rendering him as solemn and majestic as a divine being, inviolable and sacred. A dazzling golden glow blossomed from his chest, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to boil, as if anticipating the arrival of something monumental. With arms outstretched, the golden radiance surged forth, as if he were cradling the blazing sun within his very being. Across from him, Michuan was now filled with terror. In that moment, he sensed an overwhelming aura of death emanating from Jiang Wang. How is this possible? Young man, let us talk this over. I will leave your Jiang clan. Jiang Wang disregarded Michuan's pleas, his hands continuously forming seals as he summoned all the spiritual energy within him, fervently channeling it into the supreme bone at his chest. Indeed, Jiang Wang was about to wield the supreme bone for the first time since acquiring it. Previous adversaries were unworthy of witnessing such a spectacle. Moreover, the moment he unleashed it, he was astounded. Were it not for the ancient holy body, he would not have been able to manifest this innate skill, heavenly calamity light. Jiang Wang lifted his gaze to Michuan and softly proclaimed, "This supreme bone at my chest possesses the might to overshadow the sun, moon, and stars, allowing me to gaze down upon the heavens and the earth. For you to be buried beneath my heavenly calamity light today, it serves as a fitting reward for your transgressions against my Jiang clan over the years." With that, Jiang Wang raised his hand and gently tapped. Extermination. An incredibly brilliant light, akin to that forged from gold, shot forth from Jiang Wang's chest. This golden radiance appeared as the most dreadful of punishments, unfathomable in its intensity. Even the space along its path was shattered by this golden light. Like an unstoppable golden dragon, it surged towards Michuan. "No, I do not wish to die." Michuan roared, his eyes brimming with fear and despair. He coughed up several mouthfuls of essence blood, seemingly attempting a final resistance. Yet, the golden radiance descended upon him as if it were a divine judgment from the heavens, carrying with it an overwhelming aura of destruction, appearing directly before Michuan's eyes. A golden point flickered in his pupils, rapidly expanding. No, before he could utter a piercing scream, Michuan's form was engulfed by the blinding golden light. Along with the forest and mountains stretching hundreds of miles behind him, all utterly annihilated. From above, Jiang Wang's heavenly calamity light had pierced through the entire rear mountain, creating a stark boundary line. The dazzling golden light gradually dissipated. The gaze of the Jiang family members returned, only to find that the spot where Michuan had stood was now filled with nothing but a wisp of black ash, devoid of anything else. Could it be that little Wang has vanquished him? The onlookers were astounded, their eyes fixated on Jiang Wang. He had landed on the ground, his complexion slightly pale from overexertion, yet his clothes bore not a speck of dust. Jiang Wang smiled at the astonished Jiang Tao, saying, "Ancestor, now that the evil has been dealt with, could you enlighten me as to what it truly was?" "Ah, it's dealt with, splendid," Jiang Tao stammered, as if still in disbelief. In an instant, a fervent cheer erupted from the entire Jiang clan. "Little Wang is magnificent. One strike to exterminate evil. Truly worthy of the future clan leader. He is only 5 years old. One can only imagine how far he will grow." Chapter 40. The former heavenly demon palace. Listening to the thunderous cheers reverberating throughout the Jiang clan, the high-ranking members at the center were left with their mouths agape. The once formidable and arrogant demon had been vanquished by Jiang Wang in a single stroke. Bai Qianxian covered her mouth, fearful that her excitement might cause her to exclaim. After a moment, she finally spoke, somewhat dazed. "My little nephew is truly extraordinary. That divine ability would surely leave even a saint reeling." She then turned to her husband, Jiang Lisin, who was staring blankly at the distinct boundary line nearby. "What is wrong with you? Did you even hear what I said?" Jiang Lisin slowly closed his mouth, a wry smile on his face. "How would I know? I have never witnessed a battle between saints." Upon reflection, Bai Qianxian agreed. The day's astonishments were numerous. If only they could witness a saintly battle once more. Nonsense. If 2 saints were to battle here, they would surely demolish our Jiang clan, spoke Jiang Jiaming, his expression calm as if he had anticipated this all along. Seeing this, Jiang Lisin curiously asked, "Father, are you not the least bit astonished?" Jiang Jiaming feigned profundity, stroking his beard. "Haha, not at all. After all, he is my own grandson. It is hardly surprising. My grandson has long possessed the bearing of an emperor." At this moment, Jiang Jiaming's gaze was profound, and his expression remained serene. Were it not for the nearly uncontrollable upward curve of his lips betraying him, one might easily mistake him for a sage. Jiang Tao smacked his lips, glancing at Jiang Wang, seemingly on the verge of articulating something, yet unable to find the words. After a prolonged silence, he merely gave Jiang Wang a thumbs up. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away from the Jiang clan, atop a lofty mountain peak, a beguiling figure with flowing white hair sat in meditation. As her alluring lips parted, an endless stream of celestial energy was inhaled and exhaled. It was precisely at the moment when Jiang Wang completely obliterated Michuan that this enigmatic figure, who had been seated for an indeterminate time, suddenly trembled slightly. Her eyes snapped open, directing her gaze towards the distant Jiang clan. "Is it the aura of the heavenly demon technique?" The figure slowly rose, revealing her enchanting and graceful form. Clad in a snug black dress, her 3,000 strands of silver hair cascaded naturally, dancing with the wind. Beneath her proud bosom lay a slender waist, delicately enveloped by the fabric of her dress. Her long, fair legs appeared as flawless as jade, astonishingly beautiful. Her bare feet, unadorned by shoes or socks, glided lightly through the air, each toe gleaming with a smooth, lustrous sheen, akin to exquisitely carved precious gems. Finally, her visage, concealed beneath her silvery tresses, was a breathtaking beauty. Her brows arched like a crescent moon, her eyes shimmered with the depth of autumn waters, and her lips were like crimson petals, each feature harmoniously intertwined, as if sculpted by the very hands of nature itself, embodying ethereal grace and regal allure. Her stunning face bore an air of haughty indifference and languor, evoking a primal desire to conquer within those who beheld her. No man, it seemed, could resist the temptation to attempt to win over such a captivating siren. Indeed, it was unmistakably the heavenly demon technique, the exquisite woman mused to herself. In that moment, the space around her warped, and she vanished from sight. Simultaneously, after a period of adjustment, Jiang Wang felt the spiritual energy within him transform from depletion to abundance, prompting him to turn toward Jiang Tao and inquire, "Grandfather, do you know who this person is?" Jiang Tao pondered briefly before nodding in affirmation. "Generally speaking, yes." Upon noticing the curious gazes of Jiang Wang and the others from the Jiang clan, he proceeded to share what he knew. Thousands of years ago, there existed a formidable demonic sect known as the Heavenly Demon Sect. Its founder, the Heavenly Demon Sage, wielded unparalleled demonic power. It is said that he led a multitude of disciples to obliterate an already declining ancient clan and seize their territory for himself. Following this event, many who considered themselves righteous, alongside various sects, declared war on the Heavenly Demon Sect, ostensibly to rid the world of a calamity. However, in truth, their intentions were to seize the territory of the ancient clan. The battle that ensued was cataclysmic, shaking the heavens and earth, and the Heavenly Demon Sage single-handedly faced 4 great saints without suffering defeat. Ultimately, he employed a bizarre divine technique to reduce one of the weaker saints to a mere desiccated husk. The other 3 were powerless against the Heavenly Demon Sage and retreated in disgrace. Following this confrontation, the reputation of the Heavenly Demon Sect echoed throughout the continent, propelling it to the pinnacle of demonic power, almost rivaling that of the ancient clan. Yet, that was not the end. The Heavenly Demon Sage, in pursuit of mastering his demonic arts, even dispatched his disciples to scour the land for gifted young boys and girls. This caused widespread panic across the continent, as families feared their children would be taken by the Heavenly Demon Sect. In the past, having a prodigious child was a source of pride, but during this period, it seemed that an entire generation produced only mediocrity, at least publicly. What was more alarming was that the Heavenly Demon Sect grew increasingly brazen, eventually committing atrocities against a little princess of an ancient clan. This act was a turning point. On the very day the news broke, the patriarch of that ancient clan emerged from seclusion, heading straight for the Heavenly Demon Sect. Everyone anticipated a monumental clash, but to their surprise, the patriarch immediately revived the ultimate imperial weapon of his clan without uttering a word. The ultimate imperial weapon is synonymous with unparalleled strength. In an era when great emperors were not visible, the ultimate imperial weapon embodied their essence. Once the patriarch fully awakened this weapon, the entire Heavenly Demon Sect was reduced to ashes. It was the emergence of this ultimate imperial weapon that marked the end of the Heavenly Demon Sect's reign. After listening to Jiang Tao's account, Jiang Wang's mouth fell agape. Good heavens, that patriarch is truly formidable, capable of reviving the ultimate imperial weapon. However, Jiang Tao shook his head in response to Jiang Wang's exclamation. In truth, he merely activated the ultimate imperial weapon. It is impossible for one man alone to completely revive it. Moreover, should the ultimate imperial weapon be fully restored, it would not merely annihilate a single Heavenly Demon Sect, but could potentially obliterate an entire celestial domain. Indeed, Jiang Wang mused. His curiosity piqued at the thought of witnessing the full might of the ultimate imperial weapon. As he pondered this, a sudden flicker of awareness crossed his mind. With a swift motion, he extended his arm, tearing through the very fabric of space ahead of him. When he retracted his arm, revealing his open palm, the onlookers beheld a diminutive, translucent figure emanating an exceedingly faint aura. "Is this the remnant thought of that wicked demon?" Jiang Wang inquired, observing the fragile entity in his grasp, which seemed as if it could be extinguished by a mere gust of wind. Nodding thoughtfully, he flipped his hand and suppressed the wisp of lingering essence. At the same time, Jiang Wang furrowed his brow as he regarded the remnant thought, addressing Jiang Tao. "Grandfather, did you not say that the Heavenly Demon Sect had been eradicated by the ultimate imperial weapon?" Then what of this? Jiang Tao nodded, explaining, indeed. Few can survive in the wake of the ultimate imperial weapon's might. However, the heavenly demon sage's methods are extraordinary. It is conceivable that he found a way to endure. Since then, the heavenly demon sect has vanished from the annals of history, yet every so often, whispers circulate across the continent, claiming the sect has resurfaced. This wicked demon may very well be a remnant or successor of the heavenly demon sect. Understanding Jiang Tao's elucidation, Jiang Wang nodded, finding it quite comprehensible. The heavenly demon sect had perished under the power of the ultimate imperial weapon, yet it had not been entirely annihilated. The heavenly demon sage had likely employed some arcane means to conceal a faction of loyalists, retreating from the world. With this realization, Jiang Wang turned to the elders and declared, "Esteemed seniors, I shall return now. I will take this remnant thought with me to see if I can unearth some hidden truths from the past." Upon hearing Jiang Wang's words, Jiang Tao frowned and cautioned. "Wanger, the methods of the heavenly demon sect are peculiar. Attempting to refine this spiritual thought may pose dangers." Jiang Wang chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, grandfather. I will exercise caution. I shall take my leave." With that, he mounted his celestial crane and departed, leaving the elders to watch his diminishing figure against the horizon. Jiang Jiaming nodded with satisfaction, stroking his beard as he spoke. "Truly my grandson, so full of character, at merely 5 years of age. He aspires to refine the remnants of the heavenly demon sect spirit." The other elders of the Jiang clan exchanged glances with Jiang Jiaming, feeling a mix of speechlessness and envy. Speechlessness, for the child showed no humility whatsoever. Envy, for he was blessed with such a remarkable grandson. Thus, Jiang Wang rode back to his courtyard on a celestial crane. As soon as he landed, Jiang Cixin approached with a face full of concern, patting various parts of his body. "My child, are you unhurt? After such a commotion, I saw everything." Jiang Wang chuckled, and in an effort to ease his mother's worries, he spun around several times. Once Jiang Cixin confirmed that her son bore no injuries, she let out a sigh of relief. Gently ruffling Jiang Wang's hair, she admonished, "You acted too recklessly, Wanger. What possessed you to dive in head first?" She referred, of course, to Jiang Wang's earlier action of rescuing Jiang Tao. Seeing her anxious yet slightly reproachful gaze warmed Jiang Wang's heart. He scratched his head and replied, "Don't worry, mother. As a member of the Jiang family, I cannot stand by while our ancestor faces death. Grandfather has always treated us so well." Jiang Cixin seemed poised to say more, but upon reflecting on Jiang Wang's current status and strength within the clan, she sighed instead. Observing her demeanor, Jiang Wang smiled reassuringly. "Rest easy, mother. I promise to take good care of myself. Now, I shall go practice." With that, he vanished, appearing atop the stone platform designated for his training. The previous lotus platform had lost its significance for Jiang Wang, so he entrusted it to Jiang Cixin to pass on to Jiang Yi. After Jiang Cixin exited, Jiang Wang waved his hand, conjuring a golden barrier that enveloped the courtyard. He then formed a hand seal, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that manifested before him as a colossal golden cauldron. Flames roared within the cauldron, distorting the very fabric of space around it. Jiang Wang flipped his palm, summoning the remnant soul of Michuan, which he then cast into the cauldron. A chorus of heart-wrenching screams erupted from within the cauldron, mingling with the crackling of flames as they consumed the spirit. Jiang Wang maintained a calm demeanor, his gaze profound, isolating the cries filled with agony and hatred as he continuously increased the temperature within. After nearly 3/4 of an hour, the screams finally subsided. Observing this, Jiang Wang nodded slightly and summoned a glimmering orb of light that flew into his hand, with the spiritual flames erasing the consciousness within the remnant. Only the pure essence of the spirit remained. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Wang activated the devouring heavenly demon technique and absorbed it. Instantly, a plethora of fragmented information flooded into his mind. However, since it was merely a remnant, the information was disjointed and sparse. As anticipated by both Jiang Wang and Jiang Tao, Michuan had indeed been a member of the heavenly demon sect, becoming a protector after their reclusive existence, committing unspeakable acts until he was ultimately suppressed by the Jiang family's progenitor in the back mountains. The remaining memories were fragmented and lacked coherence, rendering them largely insignificant. Yet, Jiang Wang discovered what he had been seeking. He sensed a familiar aura emanating from Michuan. It was because Michuan practiced the very technique of the heavenly demon sect, the devouring heavenly demon technique. However, it was not the complete version. It was missing many crucial elements, essentially a lesser form of the technique. Thus, it became clear why the so-called heavenly demon saint had been in relentless pursuit of gifted young boys and girls. It was to consume their essence. Yet, this technique seemed incapable of extracting the essence, relying solely on the consumption of flesh to achieve its ends. Moreover, the incomplete version of the devouring heavenly demon technique could not digest the essence contained within the body without consequences, which resulted in becoming a bloodthirsty fiend. The authentic devouring heavenly demon technique's most formidable aspect was its ability to infinitely absorb the essence of others to supplement one's own deficiencies, all without any side effects. However, Jiang Wang had yet to utilize it, as the adversaries he encountered were hardly worthy of such an endeavor. They were mere refuse. As Jiang Wang pondered this, a thunderous explosion erupted from outside the clan. Jiang Wang looked up in confusion. He observed that the protective formation of the Jiang clan had been breached. This is bad. Jiang Wang frowned, transforming into a streak of golden light as he sped toward the source of the sound. In the sky, the tremendous noise reverberated, leaving the members of the Jiang family in a state of shock and fear. As they looked up, they beheld a slender, graceful figure slowly approaching from beyond the clan's boundaries. Her jade feet lightly touched the void, her indifferent gaze surveying the startled Jiang clan below. Her silvery hair cascaded like a waterfall, swaying gently with the breeze. This enchanting figure was none other than the white-haired woman previously seen atop the mountain peak. Chapter 42. The Devouring Heavenly Demon Technique, the True Calamity of the Jiang clan. The white-haired woman hovered in midair, her eyes scanning the astonished faces of the Jiang clan. Am I mistaken? Did our clan's protective formation truly shatter beneath her single palm? Someone beside her swallowed hard. It appears so. Suddenly, the white-haired woman's gaze shifted toward the rear mountains. With a flicker, she vanished, reappearing at the back mountains of the Jiang clan. She observed the stark boundary line on the ground, her delicate brows furrowing ever so slightly. Excuse me, my lady, may I inquire what brings you to our Jiang clan? Jiang Tao regarded the stunning woman with grave seriousness, sensing that he could detect no fluctuations of spiritual energy from her. This situation could arise from three possibilities. First, she was an ordinary person devoid of any spiritual energy. Second, she possessed a treasure that concealed her presence. Third, her strength far exceeded his own. The beautiful woman, with her silvery hair cascading to her slender waist, appraised Jiang Tao before her crimson lips parted. I seek someone. The woman's voice, melodious like a gentle breeze caressing wind chimes, was laced with coldness and arrogance, akin to a deity from the heavens looking down upon mere ants scurrying on the ground. Upon hearing the woman's intentions, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Seek someone? Who would believe that? Even so, Jiang Li pondered for a moment before tentatively asking on behalf of his father, might I ask, who it is you are looking for? Although our Jiang clan may not compare to the larger factions, we can still be of assistance. The white-haired woman shook her head. The person I seek is right here. She paused slightly before continuing, or rather, they have been here all along. You are looking for me, Chuan, are you not? A youthful yet composed voice resonated from the distance, as a streak of golden light tore through space, manifesting before everyone as a young figure. Wander, do not act recklessly. Return. Jiang Tao's expression was exceedingly grave, with beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The strength of this woman far surpassed the oppressive aura he had felt from the earlier Michuan, making it utterly inconceivable for Jiang Wang to engage in any reckless adventure. Jiang Wang merely shook his head, turning his gaze toward the stunning woman before him. Upon seeing Jiang Wang, the woman's brow arched slightly. Such a formidable aura, akin to an ocean of blood energy. Are you the ancient sacred body? The tone of the white-haired woman finally wavered at this moment. Jiang Wang remained non-committal and addressed her, saying, if you are in search of me, Chuan, I must regretfully inform you that he is deceased. A flicker of emotion passed through the woman's eyes upon receiving this news. She then surveyed the individuals present with a discerning gaze, her lips curving into a tantalizing smile. In this entire vicinity, it seems you are the only one of considerable strength. You claim to have slain me, Chuan? Before Jiang Wang could respond, Jiang Tao stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Jiang Wang, declaring, it was I who killed him. Humph. The white-haired woman dismissed Jiang Tao's statement with apparent indifference, her gaze lingering on Jiang Wang with keen interest. After a moment, she spoke slowly. I do not care who killed me, Chuan. He is dead. Now hand over the item. What item? Jiang Tao inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion. The item you possess is of no use to you, so relinquish it willingly. The woman's tone was calm, yet a thread of murderous intent began to weave through her words. It was evident that her patience was running thin. What exactly do you desire? Jiang Wang asked. The devouring celestial demon technique. Upon hearing this name, Jiang Wang's heart sank. Indeed, this individual sought after that particular cultivation method. Simultaneously, he began to piece together several crucial insights. Firstly, this inferior version of the devouring celestial demon technique, referred to as the devouring celestial demon magic, was of immense significance within the celestial demon sect. The individual before him was extraordinarily powerful. Even now, Jiang Wang could sense an almost imperceptible threat emanating from her. Secondly, since this woman had come to the Jiang clan in search of this technique, it implied that she did not possess it in its entirety. This raised a pressing question. From Michuan's memories, it was evident that he had joined the celestial demon sect at a later stage. Why, then, did he have access to the complete cultivation method of the devouring celestial demon technique, while this woman, who seemed to hold a superior status and strength, lacked it? This suggested that some unforeseen event must have transpired within the celestial demon sect. The most plausible explanation was that Michuan had stolen the devouring celestial demon technique, but, for reasons unknown, had failed to master it completely, leading to his overconfidence and eventual suppression by the founder of the Jiang clan. Consequently, this woman must have been dispatched by the celestial demon sect to locate Michuan. Upon hearing the words of the former, Jiang Tao's brow furrowed in deep thought. After a moment's reflection, he shook his head. "My lady, we are unaware of what you speak." Witnessing Jiang Tao's denial, the white-haired woman maintained her placid expression. "Very well." She waved her hand dismissively, a hint of annoyance flickering in her eyes, accompanied by a slight glimmer of murderous intent. "Since you insects refuse to speak the truth, I shall not waste further words and will simply eradicate you all, then extract your souls one by one." The woman uttered these chilling words in the most nonchalant tone. As her voice fell, her autumn water-like eyes gradually morphed into an inky black, causing the atmosphere around her to throb with an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, rendering the entire Jiang clan breathless, as if a towering mountain bore down upon each individual. This aura. The members of the Jiang clan gazed in terror at the enchanting figure above, their eyes filled with profound astonishment. The enigmatic white-haired woman radiated an energy that transcended the saint realm. It was over. Had the Saint King personally descended? How could the Jiang clan be so unfortunate today? No. Please. The oppressive aura instilled a sense of despair on nearly every face present. It was utterly incomprehensible. In this age when emperors were absent, the Saint King represented the pinnacle of power across the continent. Not even the current emperor or the patriarch of the Luo clan could escape with their lives under such circumstances. In the very next moment, as this aura was unleashed, a glimmer of resolve flashed in Jiang Tao's eyes. Instantly, he altered his hand seal, transforming his body into an ancient longsword and charging toward the white-haired woman. The latter's eyes glinted with disdain as she lightly tapped the void before her. A beam of pure black light shot forth from her fingertip, striking the sword's blade with a resounding clang. The sound rang out sharply, causing the sword to tremble violently before reverting back to Jiang Tao's form. At this moment, his complexion turned pale, and he promptly spat a mouthful of blood, his spiritual energy waning to its nadir. Chapter 43. Confronting the Saint King, the Beautiful and arrives. With just a single strike, Jiang Tao was grievously wounded. Yet, the black beam continued its relentless advance toward him, akin to the sharpest of arrows, capable of annihilating anything in its path. In his current state, should he be struck, it would undoubtedly result in instantaneous death. Jiang Wang let out a cold snort, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight, reappearing directly in front of Jiang Tao. "Long ago?" Jiang Tao bellowed, forcing himself to endure the pain coursing through his body. There would be no escape now. With that, Jiang Wang's eyes narrowed, and he formed a series of hand seals. A vast expanse of golden blood energy surged upward from the heavens, enveloping Jiang Wang in a radiant glow, resembling a blazing sun suspended in the sky. With his hands raised above his head, he unleashed his spiritual energy. A colossal mountain manifested between his palms, crashing down toward the black beam with unyielding force. Boom. The collision of the giant mountain and the black beam resembled a struggle between an ant and an elephant. While it seemed an inevitable conclusion, in reality, the two forces began to deplete each other's strength, the mountain visibly shrinking over time, while the black beam also lost some of its former purity. Crack! With a resounding shatter echoing throughout the realm, the golden giant mountain disintegrated into a myriad of spiritual energy particles, dissipating into the cosmos. Yet, the black beam continued its relentless approach toward Jiang Wang. Gritting his teeth, he formed a profound hand seal and struck out forcefully. Heaven-blocking palm. This technique, acquired from Luo Dong's Chinkoan pouch, was considered a top-tier skill even within the Luo clan. It was said that when mastered to perfection, it could flatten mountains with a mere palm, showcasing unparalleled might. As Jiang Wang's entire spiritual energy erupted forth, a gigantic golden hand began to materialize in the heavens above. Its intricate patterns were unmistakable, resembling an actual hand. Bearing tremendous power, it descended toward the black light with intent to suppress it. Boom. In that moment, The heavens and earth quaked, the very void trembling as if it might shatter under the weight of the terrifying force. Fortunately, beneath the formidable power of the celestial shield, the luminous energy emitted by the white-haired woman was successfully repelled. With a slight arch of her brow, she momentarily rippled through the surrounding space, appearing just before Jiang Wang. Intrigued, she addressed him, "Such pure blood essence, truly worthy of the ancient sacred body. Impressive, you managed to withstand my strike. Let us see how you fare against this." A mocking smile curled at the corners of her lips, akin to a predator toying with an ant it could easily crush. With a delicate lift of her hand, a torrent of dark spiritual energy erupted forth, gradually coalescing into a singular black eye. "Annihilation demon light," the white-haired woman intoned, her crimson lips parting. The eye began to tremble violently, crimson veins crawling across its surface, its gaze transforming into one of profound malice and fury. In an instant, an intensely pure black light shot forth from that eye, moving through the air with an unfathomable depth and purity. As the black light manifested, an oppressive darkness enveloped the surroundings, as though even the very light were being consumed. Jiang Wang, witnessing the demonic light approaching, exhaled a heavy breath. He could distinctly sense the aura of death intertwined with that light. Not just himself, but the entire Jiang clan would be reduced to ashes beneath its might. Cursing under his breath, he adopted a grim expression, and with a determined grit of his teeth, he began to rapidly alter his hand seals. Damn it, this is formidable. The disparity in realms with the sacred king is indeed vast. It appears I must fight with all my might. In that moment, Jiang Wang activated the ancient sacred body to its utmost limit, golden radiance shimmering upon his chest. Indeed, he intended to invoke the divine abilities bestowed by the Supreme Bone once more. Within a single day, to unleash the Supreme Bone's power twice was no trivial feat. Spiritual energy surged into his chest, as if it were flowing without restraint, the pace of consumption far surpassing even that of a pump draining water in his past life. Even Jiang Wang felt his complexion pale, dizziness beginning to set in. Observing this scene, the members of the Jiang clan were filled with tears. Xianxiaaudiobooks, in particular, felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward, driven by a mother's instinct to protect Jiang Wang. However, she was firmly restrained by Jiang Jianming and by Qianxian. "Your interference will only complicate matters for my grandson. Do not approach." Jiang Jianming's eyes shimmered with tears as he gritted his teeth and spoke. "Rest assured, I will not allow my grandson to perish." With that, he propelled himself skyward, his spiritual energy becoming wild and turbulent. "Isn't that our clan leader? He is about to self-destruct. My heavens, what has the Jiang clan done to deserve this?" The clan members of Jiang could not restrain their tears as they gazed upon Jiang Jianming's figure in the heavens, their voices laden with despair. Jiang Lixian turned to grasp by Qianxian's hand, tears welling in his eyes. "Qianxian, take care of air and live on." With a mighty roar, he too ascended towards the sky, calling forth the spiritual energy within him. "Lixian," by Qianxian cried, collapsing to the ground, her hand outstretched as if to grasp the ascending Jiang Lixian. Everyone felt the ominous aura radiating from the annihilation light. Despair hung heavily in the hearts of all members of the Jiang clan. Jiang Wang let out a fierce shout, the golden glow upon his chest growing ever more brilliant. Blood vessels creeping into his eyes. A golden phantom began to materialize behind him, an embodiment of the celestial king descending from the heavens. Just as Jiang Wang and the Jiang clan were poised to fight to the bitter end, a melodious voice, akin to that of an immortal, resonated throughout the realm. With a single thought, blossoms bloom, myriad laws fall into silence. Instantly, it felt as if a colossal hand had descended to suppress the very fabric of this world. Everyone sensed their internal spiritual energy becoming sluggish. The previously raging energies within Jiang Jianming and Jiang Lixian were quelled in that moment, and Jiang Wang's accumulated power also retreated back within him. Upon further inspection, vibrant and delicate flowers began to bloom all around, transforming the realm into a paradise. "Slaughter!" The voice echoed once more, and with it, each flower shed a petal, which then converged towards the heavens. As streams of light danced, the petals coalesced into a colorful mass above. The petals shimmered with radiant hues, intricate patterns adorning their surfaces, as if they contained the secrets of the universe. The blossoms slowly advanced towards the black light. Buzz! The anticipated resounding crash did not materialize. Instead, the collision shattered the surrounding space for miles, creating chaotic ripples that swallowed the sound itself. The onlookers could not discern what transpired within, only sensing powerful waves emanating from the fragmented void. The white-haired woman furrowed her brows, her curiosity piqued as she tilted her head. "Come forth," her gaze fixed upon a particular point in the void. "Caw!" In the next moment, A piercing and resonant cry of a crane echoed throughout the realm as the ethereal voice rang out once more. Lu Shi, as the remnant of the heavenly demon sect, instead of hiding and repenting, you dare to brazenly emerge in broad daylight, plotting to annihilate the clan? Upon hearing that voice, Jiang Wang's heart instantly lightened. He knew that everything was secure. Today, he would not have to fight for his life. This voice was all too familiar, his beloved master. The enchanting mystic sage had arrived. Chapter 44, The White-Haired Sorceress versus the Celestial Palace Sage. With a ripple in space, flowers bowed in reverence. An ethereal melody accompanied by a multitude of splendid blossoms materialized within this realm. A celestial crane soared in from beyond the Jiang clan, upon which stood an exquisite figure. Dressed in a flowing white gown, her graceful form and otherworldly demeanor resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens, even surrounded by a myriad of flowers. Her beauty remained unmasked. That strikingly serene and beautiful visage belonged to Jiang Wang's master, the mystic sage. She gracefully descended from the crane, her jade-like feet gently touching the void, akin to a butterfly alighting upon a tranquil lake, sending ripples across its surface. With each step, white lotus flowers bloomed beneath her, elevating her presence to that of the goddess of blossoms. Lu Shi, since you were so audacious, I shall take it upon myself to bring you back to the sect today. The mystic sage spoke with an enchanting voice, her every movement seemingly in harmony with the cosmic principles. Jiang Wang's brow arched at that moment. The aura surrounding the mystic sage appeared to intertwine with the very essence of the universe. My master seems to have transcended the realm of sages, Jiang Wang mused, marveling at the mystic sage's extraordinary talent. Once gentle and benevolent, the world had underestimated the strength of this beautiful ant. In just 5 short years, she had ascended from the sage realm to that of the sacred king. She must possess many hidden trump cards. Meanwhile, the white-haired woman, known as Lu Shi, upon witnessing the mystic sage, relaxed her previously furrowed brows, a playful glint in her eyes as she spoke. Miao Hualing, you truly are tenacious. 10 years ago, you could not best me, and what do you intend to do today? With those words, an endless torrent of dark spiritual energy surged from within her, coalescing behind her into a swirling black vortex. As the vortex spun, even the void could scarcely withstand such formidable power, faint signs of fracture emerging. The enigmatic saint remained unfazed, addressing the entity before her in a soft tone. A decade ago, I was careless and allowed you, this wicked entity, to escape. Today, that will not be the case. Then come and test your resolve, replied Lu Shi. The moment her words fell, she unleashed a mighty palm strike. This strike, in comparison to her previous assaults, was akin to the heavens above versus the earth below. The earlier attacks bore a playful essence, yet now, this palm strike sent the very void collapsing, accompanied by an onslaught of endless dark energy cascading towards the enigmatic saint. The saint's expression remained unchanged. Even in the face of such a tremendous blow, she merely raised her hand slightly, mirroring the action with a gentle palm strike of her own. Her hand, as if sculpted from fine jade, glided through the void and collided with the black palm imprint. Boom! In an instant, a vast expanse of the void surrounding the two figures collapsed entirely. Visible ripples of spiritual energy radiated outward, obliterating mountains for miles around. This is disastrous. Jiang was taken aback by the sight, immediately soaring into the air, hands forming intricate seals. A dazzling golden energy emanated, forming a protective barrier that sheltered the Jiang clan within. Outside, dust swirled chaotically, the void shattered. Terrifying spatial turbulence relentlessly sliced at Jiang's barrier, the creaking noises piercing his ears. Jiang yearned to witness the clash between the two sovereigns firsthand, and with a flick of his sleeve, he dispelled the swirling dust. Before him, the two graceful figures continuously collided and separated. Each encounter split the earth and shattered the void. Once, the Jiang clan's rear mountains had hosted a sprawling forest stretching for hundreds of miles. Now, countless peaks lay leveled. One side was engulfed in darkness. The other shimmered with light. Lu Shi's eyes were as dark as the abyss, resembling two black holes. The vortex behind her spun slowly, voraciously consuming the spiritual energy of this realm, purifying it, and allowing it to flow through her limbs. Truly, the supreme celestial scripture was extraordinary. When perfected, it brought one closer to the heavens, and her absorption of spiritual energy rivaled that of her opponent. The saint, without uttering a word, gradually closed her eyes and extended her arms. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Jiang could distinctly sense an energy entering this realm, one that transcended the bounds of ordinary spiritual power. This energy was both tangible and ethereal, exuding a sacred and solemn aura, as if it had existed since the dawn of creation. The saint, clad in robes as white as snow, with her garments fluttering and ebony hair swirling. Slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was clear and dignified, as if she were prepared to ascend at any moment back to the celestial realm. She looked at Lu Shi and spoke softly. "Saintess Lu Shi of the heavenly demon sect, if you surrender now, I shall merely strip you of your demonic powers and confine you within my celestial palace for a century. Should you refuse, today I shall slay you where you stand." Lu Shi, too, sensed the enigmatic force, her expression growing gravely serious. Yet upon hearing the saint's words, her eyes remained filled with disdain. "Then come and see if you can make me submit." With that, she began to weave a peculiar seal with her hands. As the black vortex behind her began to whirl rapidly, seemingly poised to unleash a catastrophic strike from within, the saint shook her head, a hint of regret flickering across her features. "Stubbornness shall lead to your demise." The moment her words lingered in the air, a layer of white lotus armor manifested upon her exquisite form, shimmering with metallic luster and radiating a spectrum of divine light. Clang, clang, clang. The sound echoed as the white lotus armor resonated, crisp and sonorous, while the saint's hair danced in the wind, her figure graceful and poised. At that moment, she resembled a celestial warrior from the heavens. With the supreme celestial scripture in hand, she wielded a transparent spear that appeared in her grasp, its surface glistening like a beam of moonlight. In this instant, a palpable aura of death permeated the atmosphere. The saint pointed the spear diagonally at Lu Shi. "Kill." As she struck, the spear shot forth, carrying a torrent of spiritual energy akin to the Milky Way, crashing down upon Lu Shi with furious intent. Boom. At that moment, it felt as though the heavens themselves had shifted, the sun and moon obscured. Countless voids collapsed, the ground fracturing with gaping chasms. Jiang was alarmed, channeling his powers to maintain the protective barrier for his kin. The terrifying force of spiritual energy collided against the barrier, resonating like a great bell. Cracks spread across the golden barrier, threatening to shatter at any moment. "Damn it, this is merely the aftershock of their battle. I can hardly imagine what that white-haired one must be enduring," Jiang murmured, observing the unfolding chaos. Jiang Tao beside him nodded in agreement. No one could survive such an attack, not even a sovereign. Just then, as the Jiang clan members marveled at the strength of the two, a soft sound of applause reached their ears. Clap, clap, clap. In that moment, the world fell into an eerie silence, the sound of clapping strikingly clear. Listening closely, it emanated from the depths of the chasms formed in the cracked earth. Chapter 45. The Suppression of the Devouring Heavenly Demon Technique. What? That demoness is still alive. The Jiang clan was taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief. Jiang fixed his gaze intently upon the abyss. Lu Shi, her white hair billowing, formed a mysterious seal with her hands, the vortex behind her pulsating violently. At this moment, a pallor had crept onto her otherwise stunning visage. The earlier strike from the saint was not something anyone could easily withstand, not even she. Yet, to appear before them now, she had certainly paid a price. Lu Shi's lips curled into a slight smile as she addressed the saint. "Today, my visit to the eastern part of the ancient celestial domain has indeed been fruitful." With a glance, she turned her attention to Jiang. "And you, little one, have managed to maintain the barrier to this extent, earning my respect. Many can cast barriers, but few can wield such formidable power. You are truly a gem among many." What astonished her further was that the wielder was merely a young child. Truly, hidden talents abound. The saint followed Lu Shi's gaze, her own focus shifting towards the maintained golden barrier. Her brow furrowed slightly. "Quite impressive. A 5-year-old at the pinnacle of the celestial emperor stage. It seems you have not been idle in your cultivation these years." She was aware of Jiang's prodigious talent, yet the speed of his growth had indeed surpassed her expectations. Lu Shi exhaled, speaking slowly. "Well then, we have wasted enough time today. It is time to conclude this." She paused, casting a playful glance at the saint. "Miao Hualing, today I shall unveil to you the true trump card of my heavenly demon sect." With that, Lu Shi formed a seal with one hand while extending her right hand. Her fingertips, as white as jade, lightly traced her brow. A deep crimson appeared at her forehead. Devouring heavenly demon technique. Devour the heavens. A low incantation escaped Lu Shi's lips as the vortex behind her manifested before her, and the drop of crimson at her forehead transformed into a blood pearl, soaring into the swirling vortex. As the swirling vortex consumed the blood that trickled between Lu Shi's brows, it began to quiver violently. In that instant, the spiritual energy of this realm surged into a tempestuous frenzy. With each transformation of Lu Shi's hand seals, the vortex gradually expanded. The radiance from the heavens was swiftly engulfed, as if a shroud of night had descended upon all present. Simultaneously, a sinister and eerie wave began to permeate the atmosphere. Everyone felt their internal spiritual energy rapidly dissipating. Lu Shi's eyes turned as dark as ink, obscuring any discernible expression. The Miao sage furrowed her brow, her hands forming seals as myriad rays of light emanated from behind her, striving to counter the boundless darkness that enveloped them. The effulgent light swirled, with vibrant blossoms blooming from the void, only to wither away in an instant. The massive black hole inhaled and exhaled, siphoning the spiritual energy and even the life force of the realm. The Miao sage's brow deepened with concern. She was forced to combat the relentless onslaught while simultaneously harnessing her internal energy to resist the insidious absorption of her own spiritual power. Over time, the confrontation between the Miao sage and Lu Shi began to tilt in favor of the latter. The clash of dark and radiant energy saw the former overshadowing the latter. Jiang Wang observed the ominous expanse of darkness before him, his expression peculiar. Was this truly the so-called trump card? The devouring demon technique? Jiang Wang could distinctly sense the unique fluctuations and aura embedded within this purported technique. Tracing its origins, he recognized that it bore a striking resemblance to his own devouring demon art, albeit a diluted version of it. While maintaining the operation of the barrier, Jiang Wang formed a single-handed seal. A glimmer of black light flickered in his eyes. Within the sea of spirits, the black hole began to rotate slowly. An unusual wave of energy was released. As this surge emanated, the immense black vortex manipulated by Lu Shi shuddered momentarily. Lu Shi's brows knitted together. She sensed that her technique had been suppressed somehow. Though puzzled, she dared not divert her attention from the Miao sage, dismissing it as a mere illusion. She continued to channel her spiritual energy into the colossal vortex. Witnessing this, Jiang Wang's realization dawned upon him. His devouring demon art could indeed suppress that inferior imitation of the devouring demon technique. No, it was incorrect to label it as imitation. It was more accurately a divergent technique stemming from the devouring demon art. With this thought, Jiang Wang's gaze flickered. With a swift gesture of his sleeve, he reinforced the barrier and transformed into a streak of golden light, launching himself forward. Observing the tumultuous energies in the air, the Miao sage's expression grew increasingly grave. This technique of the demon sect was exceedingly bizarre. Not only could it erode internal spiritual energy, but it could also extend its influence over the realm itself. If she wished to subdue this demoness today, it would undoubtedly require a steep price. A glint of cold determination flashed in her eyes as she prepared to unleash her methods. Suddenly, a golden light darted in, arriving before the Miao sage. As the brilliance faded, a diminutive figure emerged, revealing itself to be Jiang Wang. Jiang Xi's heart nearly gave out upon seeing him, almost collapsing were it not for Jiang Jiaming's swift support. "Little one, what are you doing? Hurry and leave. This is no time for games." The Miao sage, too, appeared astonished at Jiang Wang's appearance, her brow furrowing in concern. Jiang Wang turned with a smile. "Fear not, master." With that, he soared into the sky, standing amidst the void. His eyes gradually closed, and then his hands began to form intricate and mysterious seals. An extraordinary wave emanated from his being, rippling throughout the realm. Devouring demon art. An ancient, resonant voice echoed across the expanse, reminiscent of a primordial deity's whisper. A black hole manifested behind Jiang Wang, slowly rotating. The moment this black hole appeared, the very air seemed to fall into a hushed silence. Lu Shi's previously amused expression vanished upon sighting the black hole behind Jiang Wang, replaced by a visage of pallor. Is this a jest? The devouring demon art? From a mere child? As she watched the space before her contort and expand, anxiety gripped her heart, her pulse racing. Jiang Wang slowly opened his eyes, and at that moment, his own gaze had turned pitch black, as if two exquisite black gemstones were set within. "Devour it." Jiang Wang pointed at Lu Shi. The black hole behind him surged forward towards the immense black vortex. The two black holes, one large and one small, stood in opposition. The larger one resembled a spiritual beast encountering a divine creature, retreating under the pressure of Jiang Wang's delicate, smaller black hole, trembling incessantly. Lu Shi was rendered speechless by the unfolding scene. She was all too familiar with the incantations of devouring-type demonic arts. The sense of unease escalated exponentially. With no time to lose, Lu Shi rapidly altered her hand seals, forcing her technique into action. Jiang Wang, too, shifted his seals at that moment. The petite black hole began to rotate slowly. As it inhaled and exhaled, an unusual wave of energy radiated outward, shattering the dark veil that had enveloped the Jiang clan. In an instant, sunlight once again bathed the Jiang clan's rear mountains. Chapter 46. The demoness is defeated, the Jiang clan stunned. Witnessing this, the Miao sage could hardly contain her excitement, her eyes alight with fervor. She soared into the air, her sleeves billowing, as the flowers of this realm converged towards her. Annihilate. Countless blossoms coalesced into a colossal blade, plunging towards Lu Shi below with fierce intent. Devour. Lu Shi's countenance shifted dramatically. She altered her hand seals abruptly, forcing the black hole to attempt to consume the onslaught of flowers. Yet Jiang Wang would not allow her to succeed. He too transformed his seals, and the black hole unleashed a beam of dark light, suppressing the devouring force emanating from the enormous black vortex. With a resounding crash, the black hole shattered. Lu Shi, too, appeared to suffer a grievous blow, her complexion paling instantaneously, shock evident in her eyes. How could this be? She had confidence in her strength, and despite racking her brain, she could not fathom where the flaw lay that allowed Jiang Wang to emerge unexpectedly. What was most terrifying was that he still retained his youthful innocence. If he were to mature, cough, a mouthful of blood spewed forth, her body crashing heavily to the ground. What an opportunity! Jiang Wang would not forsake the chance to strike a fallen foe. Seizing the moment, he summoned all his spiritual energy, descending from the air with a mighty stomp. Golden blood energy surged upward, carrying overwhelming spiritual power as it descended with force. Boom! In that instant, it felt as though the earth itself trembled. Clouds of dust erupting into the air. A colossal footprint imprinted itself upon the ground, yet Lu Shi's figure was nowhere to be seen. No need to search. Lu Shi possesses a peculiar evasion technique and has already fled. I, too, have expended considerable energy in this battle and lack the strength to pursue her further. As Jiang Wang pondered in confusion, the mysterious sage gently spoke to him. At the very instant her words fell, a frail yet commanding voice resonated in everyone's ears. Miao Hualing, this matter, I, Lu Shi, shall remember. Prepare yourself, and you as well, little sacred body. Jiang Wang responded loudly to the void. I am always ready. Indeed, Jiang Wang would await Lu Shi's return for retribution, but he would do so within the confines of the Creation Immortal Palace. If you're truly formidable, come and strike within the Creation Immortal Palace to end me. After Jiang Wang's voice echoed, there was no reply, leaving him uncertain whether Lu Shi had heard him. Turning his head, he found the mysterious sage observing him from a short distance. Jiang Wang flashed a grin in her direction and then spoke. Master. The mysterious sage nodded. Her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, gleaming with satisfaction. She regarded Jiang Wang and remarked, Little one, we have officially met. Your growth surpasses my expectations. Jiang Wang, blushing, scratched his head and replied, Thank you for your praise, master. I have not been idle these years. The mysterious sage nodded again, smiling as she said, courageous and astute. Your decisive actions not only safeguarded the Jiang clan, but also subdued that wicked entity at a critical moment. She paused, scrutinizing her disciple, whom she had accepted 5 years prior. Although Jiang Wang had shed his golden aura, the indomitable spirit he exuded remained, emanating a sense of invincibility merely by standing there. The mysterious sage was inwardly astonished by Jiang Wang's growth over the years. Not only had he attained such a realm at a young age, but he had also astounded her by defending the Jiang family and suppressing Lu Shi. Initially, the mysterious sage had merely seen Jiang Wang's innate ancient sacred body as a rare gem. However, upon encountering him again today, she was repeatedly grateful to her past self for taking him under her wing. Yet, bound by the constraints of her identity, she could only maintain her composure as a powerful figure. Meanwhile, the members of the Jiang clan stood with their mouths agape, still unable to fully comprehend the events that had unfolded. If Jiang Wang's initial strike against Michuan had left them stunned, the recent confrontation had instilled a profound fear in them. Fear of what? Undoubtedly, fear of Jiang Wang's current strength, or perhaps, it was more aptly described as reverence. Michuan was merely an immortal emperor, but Lu Shi was a different matter entirely. In this era devoid of eminent emperors, sacred kings stood above all. The conflict between the mysterious sage and Lu Shi was likely tempered by mutual reservations, preventing them from unleashing their full might. As previously mentioned, the battle involving the heavenly demon sage had shattered an entire continent. Had the two fully unleashed their power within the Jiang clan today, not only would the clan have faced annihilation, but the entirety of the eastern ancient immortal domain would have been reduced to ruins. Yet, at the most critical juncture, Jiang Wang had boldly intervened, subduing Lu Shi. Jiang Lisin exhaled deeply and remarked, Fortunately, we have a great nephew. Otherwise, we would have faced utter destruction today. Bah! The death of a strong person is mere demise. You were simply courting death. Jiang Lisin's words were swiftly met with a tug on his ear from Bai Qianxian, who scolded him for his previous reckless actions. Clearly, she was reproaching him for his earlier daring behavior. Jiang Lisin could only offer a wry smile in response. I only wished for your survival. Fool, why must you always be so foolish? Before Jiang Lisin could finish, Bai Qianxian had thrown herself into his embrace, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Observing this tender scene, Jiang Zixin couldn't help but smile. Yet, almost as if struck by a thought. A fleeting look of melancholy crossed her eyes. "Daughter, have you not yet let go of that scoundrel?" Jiang Jianming approached Jiang Cixin, his hands clasped behind his back, inquiring. As her father, he was acutely aware of what Jiang Cixin was contemplating at that moment. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Cixin managed a bitter smile and shook her head. "No, it's just. Humph, my daughter, remember this. Casting you out was a tremendous loss for them, a bunch of scoundrels. Let them await their regret." Jiang Jianming's tone was filled with anger, yet the excitement in his gaze when he looked at Jiang Wang was undeniable. Chapter 47. The Task, Sect Competition. He then turned to Jiang Wang's grandmother beside him, saying, "Old lady, let me tell you, children should be like my grandson. At 5 years old, at the pinnacle of a mortal emperor, subduing a sacred king, don't just inquire within the ancient immortal domain. Ask across the entire continent, who could accomplish such a feat?" All right. We know he's your grandson," was the only reply Jiang Jianming received from his grandmother, accompanied by an amused eye roll. At that moment, Jiang Tao, having recovered somewhat after consuming a medicinal pill, appeared beside Jiang Wang. He cupped his fists toward the mysterious sage and expressed, "Thank you, mysterious sage, for your assistance today. Without you, the Jiang clan would have likely been drenched in blood." The mysterious sage nodded. Lu Shi is the holy maiden of the heavenly demon sect. Gifted and cruel from a young age, her demonic abilities exceedingly challenging. Over the years, she has harmed many disciples of powerful clans. And it was only due to my recent breakthrough to Sacred King that I sensed the unique fluctuations of the heavenly demon sect's actions. Jiang Tao sighed, still feeling a sense of trepidation over the events that had just transpired. Since the founding of the Jiang clan by the first ancestor, he had not only failed to bring glory to the clan, but had almost allowed Lu Shi to eradicate them. However, turning to Jiang Wang beside him, a glimmer of joy sparkled in his eyes. Who says this old man has no accomplishments? My grandson, Jiang Wang, is my greatest achievement. What? You say Jiang Wang's birth has no relation to me? Stop talking nonsense. Jiang Wang is my direct descendant. Without me, there would be no Jiang Jianming. And without Jiang Jianming, there would be no Jiang Wang. In mere moments, Jiang Tao completed this self-affirmation within his heart. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the western ancient immortal domain, amidst a range of mountains, at the most perilous peak, the space warped. A figure with flowing white hair and a voluptuous, alluring form tumbled from the rift in the fabric of space, landing clumsily on the ground, her chest heaving uncontrollably. It was none other than the enchantress Lu Shi. At this moment, Lu Shi struggled to suppress the injuries within her body as she rose. Just as she stood, a mouthful of crimson blood spewed forth, adding a pallor to her previously fair and delicate visage. Lu Shi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Gasping for air, she could scarcely recall the last time she had felt this wretched. Never did she anticipate that a mere Jiang clan could bring her to such distress. Clenching her red lips with her pearly teeth, her eyes burned with unending resentment, yet astonishment flickered within them as well. At that moment, Lu Shi recalled the scene of Jiang Wang, the sacred body of the Jiang clan, suppressing her devouring heavenly demon technique. Her face was painted with disbelief. The diminutive holy body has unexpectedly exhibited the devouring celestial demon technique, capable of completely suppressing my own powers. Could it be that he has obtained the techniques stolen by each one? Contemplating this, Lu Shi furrowed her brows, only to shake her head in denial. No, given that I sensed each one's aura less than a day ago, even if he had acquired the devouring celestial demon technique, it would be impossible for him to reach such a level so swiftly. Moreover, the essence of his aura is distinctly different. Lu Shi's gaze flickered as she turned to gaze towards the direction of the Jiang clan, a strange smile creeping across her lips as she spoke with a hint of madness in her voice. Holy body, you harbor too many secrets. In comparison to your current injuries, I find you far more intriguing. The night deepened, shrouding the heavens in darkness. Within the Jiang clan, flickers of firelight illuminated the scene as countless clan members danced joyously around bonfires, their faces aglow with happiness and delight. Although much of the Jiang territory lay in ruins due to the recent conflict, it did little to dampen the spirits of the Jiang people. Meanwhile, in the private residence of Jiang Wang and Jiang Cixin, a large table was filled with guests. The enchanting Miao Saint occupied the seat of honor, flanked by Jiang Wang and Jiang Tao, while Jiang Cixin, Jiang Jianming, and others took their places around the table. The latter's face flushed with embarrassment as he addressed the Miao Saint. Your Excellency, your esteemed presence warrants a grand reception with ablutions and incense. Yet our Jiang family's main hall has been reduced to rubble, so we can only offer this humble banquet. It was evident that Jiang Tao felt deeply ashamed. However, the Miao Saint merely smiled and waved her hand dismissively. No matter, I find this courtyard quite agreeable. Hearing this, Jiang Wang chuckled. filling the Miao Saint's cup with spirit wine before saying, "Since you enjoy it, I shall gift this courtyard to you, and the Jiang clan shall henceforth be your home." At this proclamation, the eyes of everyone at the table brightened with approval as they regarded Jiang Wang, their expressions reflecting admiration. What a lucrative deal! Who would be foolish enough to decline? The Miao Saint, hearing Jiang Wang's words, could not help but smile wryly, patting Jiang Wang on the head as she remarked, "You are quite the clever one. It seems you are reaping all the benefits." Jiang Wang grinned sheepishly, scratching his head in embarrassment. The Miao Saint then glanced at Jiang Tao and Jiang Zixin before continuing, "Upon my return, I intended to visit the Jiang clan to check on this little one. Yet I did not anticipate encountering today's events." The assembled guests listened intently, refraining from interruption. "However, this little one has truly surprised me. I plan to take him back with me to the celestial palace of creation." As her words fell, expressions of overwhelming joy surged across the faces of those present. "Miao Saint, is that truly the case?" Jiang Jianming could no longer contain his excitement, inquiring directly. The Miao Saint nodded with a smile, patting Jiang Wang's head once more. "I had initially planned to wait until this little one came of age before bringing him to the celestial palace. But it appears that remaining in the Jiang clan will hinder his future path. Being by my side will afford him the best cultivation." Indeed, while her words were somewhat disheartening, the Jiang family understood their truth. Even if Jiang Wang did not accompany the Miao Saint back to the celestial palace, he would need to seek opportunities on his own. The Jiang clan had already provided him with all they could. Remaining would only tarnish his potential. At that moment, golden characters suddenly appeared before Jiang Wang's eyes. 300 years hence, your great-grandfather revealed his most treasured possession before his passing, allowing a true immortal to reluctantly accept you as a disciple. You were taken back to the sect to participate in the sect competition. Yet you failed to qualify even for the most basic outer disciple elimination rounds, leaving your master deeply disappointed. Task: participate in a sect competition and obtain qualification. Reward: illusory red lotus array. What is love in this world, that it binds life and death? The red lotus is affectionate, yet the emperor is heartless. As the array emerges, heaven and earth are wounded. Chapter 48. Illusory red lotus array. Journey to the celestial palace of creation. Upon reading the reward presented by the system, Jiang Wang's pupils constricted sharply, although he was unaware of the true might of the illusory red lotus array. The system's brief introduction hinted at its formidable nature. It was evident that it was intertwined with the cosmos and the emperor. In this world, anything associated with the emperor's causality was bound to be powerful. A prime example would be the supreme emperor weapon, crafted personally by the emperor from the world's rarest treasures. In theory, as long as one's spiritual power was sufficiently robust, the supreme emperor weapon would be akin to the emperor walking among mortals. Setting aside the supreme emperor weapon, even a mere willow branch brushed by the emperor's hand, imbued with divine authority, would suffice to become an unparalleled treasure of the ancient clans. Jiang Wang could hardly contain his elation, and without further hesitation, he stood and bowed deeply to the Miao Saint, exclaiming, "Disciple is profoundly grateful to you, Master." A gentle breeze swept through, lifting Jiang Wang as the Miao Saint smiled warmly at him. "Though you are my disciple, you must still participate in the Celestial Palace's sect competition. Fear not. You may consider it a mere formality. Regardless of the outcome, I will always accept you as my disciple. Of course, I shall participate, and I am determined to achieve commendable results for you in that competition," Jiang Wang replied, suppressing his exhilaration. With his words, a notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Immediately afterward, golden characters appeared before him. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward: illusory red lotus array." In the next instant, a torrent of information surged into Jiang Wang's mind. He found himself in a world enveloped in radiant clouds and ethereal light. Auspicious beasts tread upon the clouds. Phoenixes soared in the skies, true dragons traversed the seas, and the Kunping spread its wings across vast distances. Above the clouds loomed a magnificent celestial palace. Within this palace stood a figure, their back turned to the world. This towering figure seemed capable of piercing the heavens like a spear, while a nine-headed divine lion, in its diminutive form akin to a kitten, playfully rubbed against the figure's pant leg. No one could ascertain the true realm of this imposing figure. They were merely aware that their presence symbolized unmatched power and invincibility across the 9 heavens and 10 realms. Upon closer inspection, a pool within the celestial palace harbored a resplendent red lotus, gently floating upon its surface. As Jiang Wang's vision retreated, a stunning figure clad in a red gown emerged in his mind's eye. Though this figure was also seen from behind, her alluring silhouette and long, shapely legs were enough to captivate the hearts of countless men. With her head bowed and hands concealing her face, she appeared to be weeping. The previously tall figure stood not far away, with long, dark hair flowing in the wind, hands clasped behind his back, as if nothing in this vast world was worthy of his gaze. As the fantasy faded, the method for arranging the grand formation came to light. Once all the information was assimilated, Jiang Wang swallowed hard. This illusory scarlet lotus formation was not a devastating array of immense lethality, but rather, as its name suggests, it was capable of ensnaring individuals within a realm of illusion. As for its true potency, the creator of this formation had once entrapped an emperor within its confines, plunging him into a dreamlike state. Of course, the emperor had nearly burst forth the next moment. Nevertheless, even so, this grand formation could rightfully be deemed an unparalleled array. After all, it was an emperor. Even if he shattered it in a second, it would be enough to boast about for a lifetime. However, the only regret Jiang Wang harbored was that this grand formation required array flags for its deployment. Unfortunately, these flags were consumables, and ordinary ones would not suffice, as Jiang Wang lacked the skill to inscribe the intricate patterns upon them. In simple terms, this grand formation was a one-time use. Jiang Wang sighed, and then immersed his consciousness within his cosmic bag. Inside the bag, hundreds of red array flags stood erect, adorned with mysterious patterns that emitted peculiar fluctuations. Both real and illusory, dreamlike and enchanting. What a pity it could only be used once. Jiang Wang couldn't help but lament, but soon an idea sparked in his mind, and his eyes brightened. He accepted this reality and devised a plan for utilizing the formation to its fullest potential. The following morning, outside the Jiang clan. At this moment, everyone, regardless of age or gender, had gathered in the Jiang clan's martial arts arena. A small azure divine vessel hovered in the center of the arena. Jiang Wang turned to gaze at the tearful Jiang Cixin. With a reluctant smile, he spoke, "Do not cry, mother. I am not leaving forever." Jiang Cixin nodded and embraced Jiang Wang. "You must heed your master's words. The mystic sage is your benefactor and that of our Jiang clan. Rest assured, mother." Jiang Wang replied. Jiang Tao stepped forward, a beaming smile on his face as he ruffled Jiang Wang's hair. "Good lad, from now on, the sky is yours to soar, and the vastness is yours to traverse. The outside world is not like home. Temper your disposition and avoid causing trouble, understood?" Jiang Tao paused, exhaling deeply, and continued. "After this parting, who knows when we shall meet again? If you truly find yourself in any dire straits out there, just return. As long as I am alive, I will ensure you are not bullied." Listening to Jiang Tao's heartfelt words, Jiang Wang felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, and tears shimmered in his eyes. "Indeed, your grandfather feels the same. Go forth boldly, and should any troubles arise, your grandfather will shield you." Jiang Jiaming laughed heartily as he addressed Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang nodded earnestly. He then turned his gaze toward Jiang Lisin and his family. "Uncle, I am leaving. Dear nephew, perform well in the creation immortal palace, and may your brilliance shine so bright that your younger brother can bask in your glow when he comes of age." Before Jiang Lisin could speak, Bai Qianxian stepped forward, smiling at Jiang Wang. Jiang Yi also approached Jiang Wang. They often played together, and now, he looked up at his much taller cousin and said, "Wang brother, though I can never catch up to you, I will certainly strive to improve. Wait for me in the creation immortal palace." Jiang Wang chuckled and pinched his younger brother's cheek. "Fear not, brother, we shall always be family." Finally, Jiang Wang stepped lightly into the air, slightly rising, and addressed the gathered Jiang clan members with a cupped fist. "Esteemed elders and kin, thank you for your care over the years. I shall forever be a son of the Jiang clan, and you will always remain my venerable elders and family." Jiang Wang paused, taking a deep breath. "Over the years, many elders have generously shared their resources with me. I have no means to repay you, but as I depart, I shall bestow upon the Jiang clan a grand gift." As his words fell, Jiang Wang waved his hand. Array flags inscribed with peculiar runes soared from his cosmic bag. Closing his eyes, he began to construct the grand formation as envisioned in his mind. Under his mental control, the array flags began to intertwine with one another, resembling an incredibly intricate spider's web. The mysterious patterns on the flags illuminated one by one, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky. "Go," Jiang Wang uttered softly. Hundreds of array flags flew into the Jiang clan, embedding themselves in their designated positions according to the formation's trajectory. What level of grand formation is this? It requires so many array flags. I have never seen anything like it. Even the formation established by our ancestor to suppress that evil was not this grand. As Jiang Wang's consciousness continued to extend, the myriad of array flags began to connect with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Threads of faint red spiritual energy began to intertwine above the entire Jiang clan, gradually forming a colossal protective barrier. Standing aboard the divine vessel, The mystic sage observed the vast formation unfolding above the Jiang clan, her eyes, like clear springs, reflecting profound astonishment. With her current strength, she could sense the sheer terror of the still incomplete grand formation. The mystic sage's pupils quivered slightly, her brow furrowing at the dazzling array patterns before her. While she possessed some understanding of the path of formations, the complexity of this formation left her utterly bewildered. The core itself was hidden among countless smaller formations, not to mention the other techniques of array manipulation. Just how deep did her disciple's strength run? As the last array flag settled within the Jiang clan, Jiang Wang finally opened his eyes, fatigue evident within them. Deploying a formation differed from casting spells or activating magical treasures. It drained mental energy rather than spiritual power. With millions of patterns inscribed upon the array flags, the mere act of correctly positioning them had severely exhausted Jiang Wang's mental faculties. Formation arise. Jiang Wang flipped his palm, revealing a delicate red flag. As vast amounts of spiritual energy surged into it, a peculiar wave resonated throughout the Jiang clan. Threads of faint red spiritual energy began to intertwine, forming a barrier in the sky above. The aura of this formation was unique. It appeared harmless at first glance. However, the mystic sage, witnessing it from the divine vessel, widened her mouth in astonishment. The peculiar grand formation had taken shape, and she could now clearly sense the oppressive force emanating from it. Judging by its fluctuations, this formation was not a killing array. It seemed to belong to a type of illusion formation, yet within this illusion lay a thread of pure murderous intent. The mystic sage regarded the grand formation with a hint of trepidation. Even with her current strength, upon witnessing this formation, she could only retreat, with no confidence to venture inside. After completing all these tasks, Jiang Wang nodded in satisfaction. He then handed the main flag to Jiang Tao, saying, "Great-grandfather, with this formation, I can assure you the family will be safe." Jiang Tao received the main flag, somewhat startled. He had little knowledge of the art of formations, but could vaguely sense the extraordinary nature of this grand array. "From whence did you acquire such a formation?" Jiang Wang inquired with a mysterious smile. "This is a treasure I discovered in a secret realm of yore. With this formation in place, we shall no longer witness events akin to Lu Shi shattering our protective clan array with a mere slap." Although the members of the Jiang clan were unaware of the formidable nature of this peculiar formation, their faith in him was unwavering, a trust that had become instinctive. Observing the joyous expressions of his kin, Jiang Wang felt a deep sense of contentment. Since yesterday, he had resolved to establish this great formation within the Jiang clan. In truth, had he kept this formation to himself, it would have served as his most potent trump card, allowing him to evade perilous situations at will. Yet, his concern for his family and elders compelled him to make this decision, ensuring their protection. With the safeguard of the illusory red lotus formation, he could venture forth into the world without trepidation. No, rather, he could embark on grand adventures. After conferring with Jiang Tao about certain matters regarding the formation, he made no further delay. With a swift motion, he ascended to the divine vessel. "Master," Jiang Wang gestured towards the Miao Saint. The latter nodded, pausing for a moment before raising a hand. A radiant green light, akin to translucent jade, blossomed between his fingers and flew into Jiang Tao's body. Then, he spoke softly. "The malevolent energy left within you by Lu Shi, though it may not inflict overt harm, will nonetheless leave you with latent injuries. This strand of spiritual power I bestow upon you will assist in purging that darkness." The Miao Saint continued, "Moreover, this is also an opportunity. Should you seize it, you may ascend to a new height." The Miao Saint's seemingly unremarkable words ignited a surge of excitement in Jiang Tao, his face flushing with exhilaration. At his current age, he was considered quite advanced even among the ranks of the immortal emperors. The path of cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. The younger one is, the more vigorous their blood, making advancement easier. Conversely, as one ages, their vitality wanes, and while spiritual power may not diminish, harnessing the energies of heaven and earth becomes increasingly arduous. Since Jiang Wang's birth, Jiang Tao had refrained from secluding himself and had instead taken on the responsibility of guarding the Jiang clan alongside Jiang Wang. He had thought his aspirations to ascend were dashed, yet today, the Miao Saint had unexpectedly presented him with a chance. "I shall never forget the kindness of the Miao Saint," Jiang Tao declared, his face flushed as he bowed to the saint. The latter smiled and nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Such is the nature of this world, where strength commands respect. Although Jiang Tao was considerably older than the Miao Saint, the latter was fully entitled to accept his reverence. The Miao Saint then made no further delay, activating the spiritual vessel to take Jiang Wang away. Two celestial cranes stood at the rear of the divine vessel, leisurely pecking at their glossy feathers with their crimson beaks, while gazing at the billowing clouds above. Below, The Jiang clan had shrunk to the size of mere dust, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Jiang Wang could not help but sigh, alas. This truly marks my departure from home. This sentiment echoed silently in his mind. Yet the trace of melancholy on his face did not escape the keen observation of the Miao Saint. What troubles you, young one? Have you grown homesick even before we have left the eastern regions of the ancient immortal domain? Jiang Wang, upon hearing this, remained silent, merely offering a faint smile. Though your power is formidable, you are still but a 5-year-old child. Yearning for home is entirely natural. Chapter 50. The Saintess of the Immortal Palace? A new engagement? Jiang Wang nodded, then chuckled, turning to the Miao Saint and saying, Indeed, I do miss home a bit, yet upon seeing such a beautiful master, my spirits are lifted. You little charmer, the Miao Saint remarked, her smile widening as she lightly tapped Jiang Wang's forehead with her delicate finger. By the way, since that day when the two clans withdrew their engagement with your Jiang clan, have they caused you any further trouble? Jiang Wang shook his head. No, they are not foolish. Now that you have intervened, master, how could they be so blind? Very well, that is reassuring. I was considering a visit to those two clans to admonish them, but it seems that will not be necessary. What a masterful display of nonchalance. To articulate the most prestigious sentiments in the most mundane of tones, Jiang Wang exclaimed, raising his hands in enthusiastic support of the Miao Saint. With such an invincible and beautiful master, I find myself less inclined to strive. The Miao Saint smiled gently, playfully patting Jiang Wang's small head, feigning annoyance. Your mother entrusted you to me. Should you utter such words again, I shall have to discipline you. In this world, only one's own strength is truly reliable. All external possessions and individuals will ultimately fade with the passage of time. Only by ascending the highest peaks can one earn the right to gaze upon the world from above and must never cease to strive. Listening to the Miao Saint's admonition, Jiang Wang nodded earnestly. I shall heed your teachings, master. Observing the seriousness etched upon Jiang Wang's youthful face, the Miao Saint couldn't help but stifle a laugh, pinching his smooth cheek. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly raised an eyebrow, addressing Jiang Wang with a smile. Do not think me overly harsh. Today, I shall present you with a reward. Jiang Wang blinked in curiosity. What reward? As you currently bear no engagement. Should you secure first place in the upcoming Immortal Palace competition, I shall arrange a marriage for you. What say you? Countless clouds had previously clouded Jiang Wang's mind, causing him to feel drowsy and in need of a nap. However, upon hearing the Miao Saint's words, he was instantly invigorated. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he bombarded her with inquiries. Marriage? Who is it? Master, I am not picky about such matters. As long as she is as beautiful as you, I shall be content. So, which ancient aristocratic family's cherished daughter is it? While I claim to be unselective, my reputation as the sacred body of antiquity precedes me, and I must not consider the already declining ancient families. Oh, and the dowry should consist of a few supreme imperial artifacts at the very least. Upon hearing Jiang Wang's words, a look of helplessness crossed the Miao Saint's face for the first time. With a slight shake of her head and a sigh, she regarded him with an expression of exasperation. At such a tender age, your dreams are rather grand. An ancient aristocrat's daughter, accompanied by several supreme imperial artifacts? If you dared to utter such sentiments before any ancient family, not only would they disregard you as my disciple, even if you were the direct disciple of the palace master, those old-timers would strike you down without hesitation. Realizing the Miao Saint's affectionate yet admonishing gaze, Jiang Wang finally understood that he had indeed been overly ambitious. As the Miao Saint had pointed out, if he were to brazenly declare such demands at the gates of any ancient family, being spared would already be considered an act of generosity. It was well known across the ancient immortal domain that the Luo clan was fiercely protective. However, when it comes to protecting their own, these ancient families are renowned throughout the entire continent. They adhere strictly to a singular principle, to assist kin rather than reason. If you provoke the younger generation, the elders will emerge to confront you, and if you deal with them, even older entities will arise. Ultimately, a formidable ancient being will descend upon you with the might of an imperial weapon, and you shall regret ever having crossed the ancient families. Observing the awkward expression on Jiang Wang's face, the Miao Saintess chuckled lightly and said, Enough of that, little one. As my disciple, I shall personally oversee your matters of marriage. While she may not be a princess from one of the ancient families, she is certainly no less desirable. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wang's interest was piqued once more. Who is it, master? It is the current saintess of our creation Immortal Palace. Although she is somewhat older than you, as practitioners, we need not concern ourselves overly with age. Saintess, Jiang Wang echoed, suddenly struck by a thought. He turned to the Miao Saintess and inquired, Is she as beautiful as you, master? At the very least, she must possess half of your beauty. If not, then it is of no consequence. The Miao Saintess realized that this little fellow had quite the knack for playful banter. Moreover, his charming demeanor, coupled with an air of innocence, endeared him to the women he teased, leaving them genuinely delighted. This was a realm of ethereal islands suspended high above the clouds. Countless palatial structures rose majestically, shrouded in mist and illuminated by auspicious colors. Rare and exotic creatures, typically hard to find elsewhere, were commonplace here. Groups of celestial cranes soared gracefully through vibrant rainbows. The landscape was adorned with rivers, mountains, waterfalls, and a plethora of flowers and grasses, creating a scene of breathtaking beauty. Anyone arriving here for the first time would undoubtedly deem it a paradise on earth, the Creation Immortal Palace. Nestled in the heart of the ancient immortal domain, this palace was a true pinnacle among sections of verdant divine vessel hovered above a cloud, beneath which lay a square of azure stone paved with intricately designed tiles. A colossal statue of a fairy, exquisitely crafted, appeared as though it might ascend to the heavens at any moment. In the square, Jiang Wang noticed a multitude of figures, grouped in threes and fives, presumably gathered for the grand competition of the palace. The Miao Saintess addressed Jiang Wang, "You may proceed on your own. My position is unique, and it would be inappropriate for me to accompany you, but I shall send someone to assist you." Jiang Wang nodded in understanding and then leaped directly from the divine vessel, landing heavily on the ground. The hard azure stone tiles shattered beneath his feet, sending dust soaring into the air, nearly enveloping the entire square. Two middle-aged cultivators clad in white robes waved their sleeves, creating a gust of wind that dispersed the dust, revealing Jiang Wang's figure. They scrutinized him closely before one remarked, "Your entrance is quite unique, young one. Whose child are you?" Jiang Wang smiled and replied, "I am Jiang Wang from the Jiang family, here to participate in the palace competition." The two cultivators exchanged surprised glances. The first one's expression turned peculiar. "How old are you? You came alone? Is that wise?" Before Jiang Wang could respond, a melodious voice rang out, "You two know nothing, step aside." The two cultivators, belonging to the Creation Immortal Palace, frowned at the command. Turning to see who had spoken, their expressions shifted dramatically. "Isn't this senior sister linked? What brings you down the mountain today?" Jiang Wang followed their gaze and saw a young girl in a light azure dress, her figure graceful, with long legs and snow-white skin, approaching him. Raising an eyebrow, Jiang Wang soon noticed her long, flowing black hair cascading down her back, and her beautiful eyes shimmering with a striking pink hue. With a delicate nose and vibrant red lips, her pearly teeth appeared as if crafted from jade. Most captivating, however, was the azure symbol upon her forehead, enhancing her already alluring visage. As she reached Jiang Wang, she grasped his hand and addressed the two cultivators, "Do not underestimate him. Do you know who this little brother is?" The cultivators exchanged awkward glances, hesitating before one ventured, "He claims to be Jiang Wang of the Jiang family. But there are no Jiang families among the ancient clans," the other added. Rolling her eyes, the girl retorted, "Who said he belongs to the ancient families? Pay attention, he is an innate true immortal, a sacred body of the ancient lineage." "What?" The cultivators' eyes widened in disbelief, their mouths agape. Their gazes toward Jiang Wang transformed into one of utmost reverence and respect. My apologies," they stammered, bowing repeatedly to Jiang Wang. He merely offered a wry smile, dismissing their concern with a wave of his hand. "It is of no matter. Now move aside." At the girl's command, the cultivators swiftly turned and retreated as if granted a reprieve. Once they had departed, the girl bent slightly, her faintly azure-tinged eyes scrutinizing Jiang Wang with keen interest. Caught off guard by her closeness, Jiang Wang felt a rush of embarrassment, instinctively averting his gaze. Internally, he was in turmoil. What is happening? Such a beautiful girl is so close. How am I to react? If I kiss her, I risk being branded a rogue before the competition even begins. But to not kiss her would render my lips useless. As a blush crept onto his porcelain-like face, the girl broke into laughter, unable to resist reaching out to playfully pinch his cheeks. "Oh, Miao Jia was right. You are indeed both lovely and charming." Jiang Wang's face contorted under her playful assault, and just when he thought he could endure no more, she released him, stomping her foot as she exclaimed, "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Shun Linger, the senior sister of Ling Miao Peak." "Ah, I nearly forgot you had a name," Jiang Wang mused internally. "Miao Jia sent me to escort you. Come along, I shall give you a tour." Nodding, Jiang Wang politely responded, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Sister Linger." "Very good." Shin Linger patted his little head and then whistled. A robust celestial crane flapped its wings and gracefully landed before them. Shin Linger led Jiang Wang onto the crane, and they soared into the sky. The celestial crane effortlessly whisked the two individuals away from the square. Jiang Wang gazed down at the breathtaking celestial scenery beneath him, unable to suppress a gasp of wonder. in comparison to this magnificent creation immortal palace. Our Jiang clan is hardly worthy of mention, he mused internally. Xinlinger turned to Jiang Wang with a smile, remarking, within the creation immortal palace, the number of servants is beyond count, while the outer disciples are as numerous as the stars in the sky. The inner disciples alone number in the tens of thousands. One could say that immortal kings and emperors are commonplace here, and even the holy kings dare not claim to be the strongest. How does it feel to be here for the first time? Jiang Wang, momentarily taken aback by the grandeur of the creation immortal palace, pondered for a moment before responding. It is truly magnificent. However, what exactly is this Lingyao Peak we are headed to? Listening to Jiang Wang's inquiry, Xinlinger patiently explained. The creation immortal palace boasts countless mountains, yet only 7 peaks rise above all others. They are Tantian Peak, Jianyun Peak, Qingtian Peak, Lingyao Peak, Qinlong Peak, Yintian Peak, and Fengshan Peak. These 7 peaks symbolize the utmost strength of the entire creation immortal palace. The highest authority of each peak is held by a peak master, all of whom possess the power of holy kings. Naturally, the master of Miao is the peak master of Lingyao Peak among these 7. Beneath the 7 peaks lie 12 pavilions, each ruled by pavilion masters who are also of the holy realm. Not to mention, the creation immortal palace houses various institutions directly under the legendary palace master, such as the Hall of Punishments and the Demon Suppression Tower. The highest authorities of these institutions are also formidable beings of the Holy King realm. After absorbing Xinlinger's elucidation of the organizational structure of the creation immortal palace, even Jiang Wang found himself agape in astonishment. Goodness! The immortal kings and emperors who could establish their own sects outside have no qualification to even be mentioned here. The strongest holy beings of a major sect are relegated to the 4th tier. It seems the world is far grander than I had imagined, Jiang Wang reflected quietly. He then turned to Xinlinger and inquired, by the way, Sister Linger, when is the grand competition of the immortal palace? Tomorrow, she replied. Jiang Wang nodded and then spoke. Then please, take me to the registration venue. Xinlinger waved her hand, amused by the young one's politeness, and said with a smile, registration? You've already been reserved by Sister Miao. You only need to show up tomorrow for formality, and I've already submitted your name. There's no need to go to the venue. It's quite crowded. Jiang Wang chuckled. Thank you, Sister Linger, but I still wish to see it. You haven't gone to Lingyao Peak yet? The courtyard has already been cleaned for you. Xinlinger urged. Please, Sister Linger, I want to take a look. Jiang Wang adopted an endearing demeanor, playfully tugging at Xinlinger's arm with his large, sincere eyes. Unable to resist the charm of the little one, Xinlinger relented. All right, I can't say no to you. So let us go take a look first. Chapter 52. The Master of the Immortal Palace, Song Xian. Employing his adeptness at charm, Jiang Wang successfully persuaded Xinlinger to lead him to the registration area. She lightly alighted onto the back of the celestial crane. The crane let out a melodious cry before unfurling its grand wings and turning to soar in another direction. Beneath them, verdant mountains and rushing waterfalls sped past, and soon, Xinlinger guided Jiang Wang to hover above an expansive white jade square. This square was infinitely larger than the one where Jiang Wang had previously landed. In the very center of the square stood a colossal statue, towering into the clouds, exquisitely crafted. The statue was entirely fashioned from white jade, depicting a remarkably handsome young man with an extraordinary demeanor. He held a folding fan, his white robes sculpted to flutter with the wind. With a gentle smile, he emanated an inviting aura. Most striking were his lush, arching eyebrows beneath which lay a pair of captivating peach blossom eyes. One could not help but admire the artisan's skill, for those eyes brimmed with tenderness, ensnaring anyone who dared to gaze into them. Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow and turned to Xinlinger, asking, Sister Linger, who is this person? This is the master of our creation immortal palace. Quite handsome. Isn't, Xinlinger replied. Jiang Wang was somewhat astonished, for he had surmised that anyone with such an imposing statue in this square must hold significant status within the creation immortal palace. Xinlinger's confirmation of his speculation only deepened his surprise, as he could hardly fathom that this striking figure was a renowned powerhouse across the continent. Standing at the pinnacle of the hierarchy, Jiang Wang nodded in acknowledgement. Well, I suppose he is somewhat handsome, but only in comparison to my own preteen self. Xinlinger stifled a laugh, her eyes twinkling with amusement. The little one is quite confident in himself. Of course, just as they exchanged words, the celestial crane descended vertically. The white jade square below was nearly filled with people. Chariots, exotic beasts, and divine ships were in abundant supply. Strangely, numerous flags stood erect in the square, creating a circle of empty space within which only a few silhouettes stood. These positions were likely occupied by some of the more formidable sects and families within this ancient immortal domain. though they may not rival the creation Immortal Palace. They were still notable among lesser factions. Jiang Wang's eyes sparkled with golden light as he quickly scanned the crowd below, locking onto several familiar figures. Upon spotting these figures, he grinned. "What's the matter? Do you know someone?" Shenlinger inquired. He nodded, not concealing anything, and candidly replied, "It's quite normal to know someone at the grand competition of the Immortal Palace, as it is a significant event for the entire ancient immortal domain." Below, in the Xianxian Square, a flag emblazoned with the emblem of the Luo clan fluttered in the wind. This area had been monopolized by the elite of the Luo clan, with Luo Zhantian and Mo Yun standing at the center. "Where is Xinger?" Luo Zhantian surveyed the entire square before turning to Mo Yun with a question. Just as Mo Yun was about to respond, the space rippled, and Luo Xing, adorned in celestial attire, stepped through a spatial rift. "I'm back, father. Xinger has just explored the creation Immortal Palace." Luo Zhantian nodded. "Indeed. The creation Immortal Palace lives up to its reputation as the leading sect in the ancient valley, both in power and environment." Mo Yun grasped Luo Xing's arm, asking, "Xinger, have you encountered any adversaries that you find daunting?" Luo Zhantian also turned his gaze to Luo Xing, eager to hear his response. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Xing slowly began. "Since the creation Immortal Palace is open to the entire ancient valley, there are certainly many formidable individuals present." He then shifted his gaze towards another direction, where golden dragon flags billowed. This was the direction of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty. The little princess of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty, the shadow prince of the Yueying Cave, and the little king of the Xianxia sect. These are all powerful opponents. Luo Xing's words paused slightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he addressed the couple, Luo Zhantian and his wife. "Yet, to my child, these individuals are merely passable. I possess my own confidence. There is but one person whose arrival I await." Upon hearing this, Mo Yun nodded with satisfaction and then softly spoke to Luo Xing. "My dear, I understand your thoughts. Fear not. That lad may merely be a product of exaggerated rumors. Perhaps just a tactic employed by the Jiang clan to salvage their dignity." The subject of their conversation was, of course, Jiang Wang. Luo Xing nodded and turned his gaze towards the silent Luo Zhantian. Although Luo Zhantian's countenance was calm, his eyes furtively scanned the entire square, evidently seeking the child he had yet to meet. Mo Yun perceptively noted this moment. Despite being Luo Zhantian's legitimate wife and the acknowledged matriarch of the Luo clan, as a woman, she felt an unsettling discomfort in such circumstances. Moreover, rumors circulated outside that the son of Jiang Zixin, who had been cast out, was a primal sacred body of the innate true immortal realm. For a moment, an inexplicable fear gripped her heart. She feared that Luo Zhantian's concern, which should belong to her and their child, might be directed towards the boy named Jiang Wang. Thus, she huffed coldly. "Star, speak honestly with your mother. Do you possess the confidence to secure the top position in this celestial palace competition?" Luo Xing merely smiled gently, replying, "I shall exert every effort to bring glory to my parents and the Luo clan." Hearing this, Luo Zhantian nodded with satisfaction. "As long as you can emerge as the victor in this celestial palace competition, our Luo clan will bestow upon you all our resources. And we can even call upon the favor of our clan's ancestor to beseech the master of the celestial palace, Xianxian, to accept you as a disciple." Upon hearing Luo Zhantian's words, even the well-versed Mo Yun could not suppress a flicker of fervor in her eyes. "Xianxian? Is it truly the esteemed Xianxian? Our clan's ancestor has managed to secure a favor from him?" "Indeed," Luo Zhantian affirmed, although his words faltered momentarily. "However, this favor, in those times, was but a trivial matter. It still requires your own strength to seize the opportunity to speak." Chapter 53, The Most Powerless Age. Even so, the gleam of joy on Mo Yun's face remained unabated as she turned to Luo Xing, saying, "Did you hear that, Star? That is the master of Xianxian. He is the strongest of our ancestors' next generation. If you can become his disciple, this entire continent will be yours to traverse freely. Even those ancient families, wielding supreme imperial weapons, will regard your lineage with trepidation." Luo Zhantian added, "Our Luo clan has a long-standing heritage. Even the next generation of our ancestor has traversed thousands of years. What level has this Xianxian attained now?" To this inquiry, Luo Zhantian shook his head. "No one knows the extent of Xianxian's power. He has not revealed himself for nearly several thousand years, his whereabouts as elusive as a dragon. However, it is said that he has surpassed the realm of the sacred king, though the veracity of this claim remains uncertain." Luo Xing's pupils quivered, his breath quickening. Surpassing the sacred king? Does that not imply the existence of a great emperor? Or perhaps even a celestial emperor? Meanwhile, in the direction of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty, the emperor sat upon the dragon throne, his eyes closed in contemplation. The protective dragon aura swirled around him, his regal gaze radiating authority. Flanking him were two figures, one large and one small, both captivating in their own right. These were Xia Mengxian and Xia Mengyao. The two women attracted countless gazes throughout the square. Xia Mengxian, the elder, was clad in immaculate snow-white garments, exuding an ethereal grace, her beauty akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. Xia Mengyao, the younger, was petite and lively, her sparkling eyes reflecting a spirited charm, akin to a delicate fairy. Despite their differing charms, both were unparalleled beauties, creating a mesmerizing scene. Xia Mengyao pouted slightly, her fair and plump legs swinging in boredom. Suddenly, she glanced at the emperor, mischief flickering in her lively eyes. Without hesitation, she leapt from the bench and into the emperor's embrace. Remarkably, the protective dragon aura, which would usually react to any disturbance, offered no sign of aggression, only emitting soft murmurs. The emperor opened his eyes, his golden gaze softening with fondness as he held Xia Mengyao and asked, "What troubles you, my dear? With the competition imminent, why are you here to seek your father's affection instead of observing your opponents?" "Father, I regard those individuals as inconsequential," Xia Mengyao boldly declared, raising her little pink fist with a proud expression. The emperor laughed heartily. "Indeed, you are truly my daughter. Yet, do not underestimate your opponents. You must remember that this is a new era." Upon hearing her father's words, Xia Mengyao blinked her eyes curiously and inquired, "Father, what constitutes a new era?" The emperor instinctively glanced at the towering statue of Xianxian, resembling a magnificent white jade pillar, and spoke slowly, "Let us not discuss elsewhere. But within the entire ancient immortal domain, particularly the East, not only do we have your innate sacred body, but there also emerges an ancient sacred body, not to mention the incomprehensible heir of the Luo clan. This is a celestial blessing, a time of prodigious talents. Is this not a new era?" Xia Mengyao nodded, seemingly grasping her father's words, though still lost in thought. The emperor looked down at her and smiled. "Now, what is it that you wish to discuss with your father?" Xia Mengyao's delicate face flushed, and she playfully pouted. "Could you please lift Mother's house arrest, father? She is so bored in the palace, and I feel sorry for her." Initially inclined to refuse, the emperor hesitated as he gazed upon Xia Mengyao's pitiful expression. Her large, expressive eyes shimmered with tears. "Father." "Sigh. Very well, I grant you this favor. Once this celestial palace competition concludes, I shall lift your mother's confinement." "Thank you, father." Xia Mengyao's expression of distress vanished, replaced by uncontainable joy. Jiang Wang observed all of this from the heavens above, his gaze shifting towards the intricate banner of the Luo clan, his eyes glinting with a cold light. "Shall we descend and catch up with your friends? Sister can accompany you, granting you a moment of glory," Shinlinger said with a hint of pride in her tone. Yet, Jiang Wang merely smiled mischievously and replied, "Sister Ling, let us return to Ling Miao Peak. I am weary and wish to rest." As the cycle of day and night continued, Jiang Wang stood alone in a picturesque villa nestled amidst the verdant peaks of Ling Miao. This abode had been specifically prepared for him, as only those who exhibited extraordinary prowess within a peak were granted such individual quarters. Furthermore, this villa, arranged with gathering spirit formations, was reserved for those who had rendered significant contributions or had been personally bestowed by the peak's master. Jiang Wang gazed at the distant waterfall cascading from the heavens, a breathtaking spectacle akin to the Milky Way, flowing incessantly. It resembled a beautiful painting suspended in the night sky, exquisite and enchanting. As he tilted his head to behold the twinkling stars above, myriad thoughts swirled within his mind. He had presumed that in this celestial palace, there would be no night. He murmured softly, "If there were no night, even in a true fairyland, would it not be exceedingly dull?" Turning his gaze, he discovered Shinlinger standing outside the courtyard, her hands clasped behind her back and a smile gracing her face as she looked at him. Jiang Wang smiled slightly. "Ah, it's you, Sisterling. Why not come in?" He opened the gate of the courtyard for her. With a playful laugh, she replied, "Without the permission of the master of this Qingshan courtyard, how could I dare to enter?" Jiang Wang chuckled before suddenly recalling something. "By the way, Sister Linger, what is your relationship with Master? This Ling Miao Peak is named after both of you." Upon hearing Jiang Wang's words, Shinlinger burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, indeed, you think so too?" He couldn't help but feel perplexed. "It is true that Ling Miao Peak is named after Sister Miao, but it has nothing to do with me. I merely benefit from the name. Sister Miao actually belongs to my esteemed ancestor. Moreover, it is precisely because of my name that I have been able to navigate various competitions so smoothly." "Ha ha." Jiang Wang nodded, then turned to Shinlinger, his curiosity piqued. "Speaking of which, Sister Linger, is there something you wish to discuss with me at this late hour?" Shinlinger's brow arched, her interest evident as she regarded Jiang Wang. She gracefully stepped closer, slightly bowing her head, her eyes sparkling with a smile as she spoke. What? Is it not permissible to come visit you if there is nothing amiss? The faint fragrance of the young maiden wafted into Jiang Wang's senses. He let out a long sigh, feeling a surge of indignation within. How I loathe encountering such matters at the most powerless age. Chapter 54. The great competition of the Celestial Palace officially begins. Shenlinger observed Jiang Wang's awkward expression and couldn't help but chuckle lightly. All right, little one. Let us discuss something serious. With those words, she gently tousled Jiang Wang's hair and settled beside him. Jiang Wang exhaled, suppressing the restless flame within him, and sat down next to Shenlinger. What serious matter, Sisterlinger? Originally, Sister Miao intended to visit you, but with the imminent great competition of the Celestial Palace, and as the master of a peak, she is swamped with affairs and could not spare the time. Thus, she sent me to check on you. Jiang Wang chuckled. Sisterlinger, are you about to divulge something important? Shenlinger, no longer teasing, extended her delicate hand, and a small booklet materialized within it. She addressed Jiang Wang, saying, "Here, take this." Jiang Wang was momentarily taken aback, but accepted the booklet, curiosity bubbling within him. Sisterlinger, what is this? Shenlinger rolled her eyes and spread her palms. Of course, it's the information on your formidable rivals that I gathered while you were sound asleep. Jiang Wang was astonished, first glancing at the booklet in his hand, then at the beaming Shenlinger seated beside him. At that moment, he understood just how delightful life could be for those well-connected. On the eve of the competition, someone could blatantly assist in cheating. Sisterlinger, this isn't something master-sanctioned, is it? Upon hearing Jiang Wang's question, Shenlinger was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing a shade of crimson. This is, well, she stammered, her voice faltering, a hint of panic creeping into her tone. After a pause, she sighed and cast a helpless glance at Jiang Wang. "Sigh, just take it. Why are you so chatty, little one?" Observing the mildly reproachful look in Shenlinger's eyes, Jiang Wang scratched his head and explained, "I am truly grateful, Sisterlinger, but I prefer to rely on my own abilities for this great competition of the Celestial Palace, and I believe Master feels the same." Saying this, he returned the booklet to Shenlinger. Shenlinger stared at the booklet being returned to her, momentarily dumbfounded. Then she looked into Jiang Wang's innocent eyes and, after a while, broke into a smile. She flipped her palm, reclaiming the booklet, and said to Jiang Wang, "Well, little one, I didn't expect you to possess such principles and grit." Shenlinger's gaze towards Jiang Wang grew increasingly approving. Jiang Wang chuckled, slowly rising to his feet, extending his hand and closing his eyes as if basking in the silvery moonlight. He spoke softly, "In truth, it is not a matter of principles. I simply believe that for competitions of this nature, prior knowledge of one's opponents is unnecessary." Hearing Jiang Wang's words, Shenlinger raised an eyebrow, amusement dancing in her voice. "Little one, I truly didn't see this coming. How audacious of you." Jiang Wang laughed heartily, turning to face Shenlinger, his eyes gradually filling with golden light. "This is not audacity, it is confidence." With that, golden blood energy surged forth from the crown of Jiang Wang's head. Brilliant golden light shot into the sky, illuminating the entire Qingshan courtyard as if it were day. Jiang Wang, enveloped in the magnificent aura, felt as if he had transformed into a blazing sun, a spear standing resolutely, ready to pierce the heavens. The following day, at the Celestial Palace of Creation, Songxian Square. At this moment, Songxian Square was teeming with youths preparing to participate in the great competition of the Celestial Palace, all eagerly awaiting the commencement of this grand event in the ancient celestial domain. These young individuals varied in age, most appearing to be in their teens. Yet there were also many who looked merely 5 or 6 years old. Jiang Wang concealed his aura, blending into the crowd as he awaited the start of the competition. Just then, the sky above Songxian Square began to warp. Waves of pressure radiated outward, capturing everyone's attention. Jiang Wang looked up to see a massive spatial rift slowly opening in the heavens. An exquisite, colossal treasure mirror emerged, shining brilliantly under the sun, reflecting boundless radiance. As this treasure mirror appeared, the spiritual energy of the realm suddenly stirred. This is the Songxian treasure mirror, a sacred king's treasure, said to be the innate spiritual treasure of the Songxian sage. Indeed, one could not doubt the grandeur of the Celestial Palace of Creation, for they unveiled such a high-level treasure right from the outset. The Songxian treasure mirror trembled gently in the sky, its resplendent light swirling as waves of imposing pressure emanated from it. The mirror's surface tilted slightly, its smooth and clear reflection warping into a hazy, chaotic visage. As the Songxian treasure mirror transformed, a voice filled with authority resounded across the realm. This treasure mirror not only contained its own space, but could also be divided into myriad independent spaces, allowing for one-on-one battles assigned automatically by the Songxian treasure mirror for each participant. As the sound resonated, all eyes in the square turned towards the front. The space distorted, and a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe, exuding an air of authority, appeared before the assembly. His gaze swept across the crowd as he spoke in a resonant voice. I am He Long, the elder of Jianyan Peak, responsible for presiding over the preliminary rounds of the Immortal Palace Grand Competition. I shall now announce several rules. Firstly, the competition will consist of one-on-one battles from today until the final round. During these duels, there shall be no mercy. Any injuries sustained are to be borne solely by the individual. Secondly, if one party voluntarily concedes, that shall be deemed a forfeiture, granting victory to the opposing contestant. Lastly, once a contestant concedes, the other party is prohibited from inflicting further harm, or they shall be considered to have forfeited as well. The arena fell into a profound silence. Everyone attentively listening to the regulations articulated by the purple-clad elder. Upon concluding the announcement, he proclaimed, I hereby declare the Immortal Palace Grand Competition officially commenced. As his words echoed, He Long brought his fingers together, channeling a stream of spiritual energy that shot forth from his fingertips and into the celestial mirror suspended in the heavens. The mirror quivered slightly, emitting a myriad of radiant beams that enveloped the gathered spectators below, drawing them into its surface. A beam of light encircled Jiang Wang, who felt a surge of power pulling him towards the celestial mirror, lifting him into the air. His gaze fixed upon the direction of the Luo clan, and he scoffed inwardly, muttering, I hope I don't encounter you in the first round, my dear brother. Chapter 55. Regrettably, no encounter with a good brother. Jiang Wang was drawn directly into the celestial mirror. As his vision blurred, he felt an overwhelming luminosity enveloping him. When he finally opened his eyes again, he found himself in an arena reminiscent of a coliseum, divided by a barrier of spiritual energy. A beam of light flickered across from him, and Jiang Wang's attention was riveted on the figure emerging from it. Soon, a youth clad in blue robes, appearing to be around 11 or 12 years old, stepped forth. Upon recognizing the boy, Jiang Wang couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. What a pity, I didn't get to face my beloved brother in the first round. As he uttered this thought, the barrier in the arena began to fade away. The boy surveyed Jiang Wang from head to toe before inquiring, How old are you, kid? Jiang Wang rolled his eyes and retorted, You might as well concede. I'm in a hurry to get out. The boy was taken aback for a moment, his expression instantly shifting to one of fury. You little brat, still wet behind the ears, and you're already so cocky. I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. With that, a surge of energy coursed through him, as he unleashed his strength at the third level of the divine transformation realm, charging towards Jiang Wang. Crushing fist, his fist, imbued with the force of a raging tempest, plummeted towards Jiang Wang. The impact was sufficient to shatter a massive boulder. Yet, Jiang Wang remained rooted in place, his expression remarkably tranquil as he regarded the enraged youth. With a sigh, he calmly extended his palm. The boy, witnessing Jiang Wang's demeanor, erupted in rage, veins bulging on his forehead. You arrogant little fool. Accelerating with renewed vigor, he lunged at Jiang Wang once more. Boom. The boy's fist collided forcefully with Jiang Wang's palm. In that instant, a look of triumph crossed the boy's face. Get back, he commanded, attempting to push Jiang Wang away with all his might. However, he soon realized he could not budge his opponent in the slightest. The boy's eyes widened in disbelief as he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Jiang Wang, with a resigned sigh, slowly raised his left hand, flicking a single finger, delivering a sharp strike to the boy's forehead. Though it appeared effortless, the force behind the flick was terrifying. Bang! The boy was sent sprawling backwards, crashing heavily to the ground. Ah, my head! He cried out, his forehead swelling visibly, transforming him into a sight reminiscent of a goldfish with a large head. Rolling on the ground, he lamented, Why do you act so tough in front of me? Jiang Wang shrugged, exclaiming, What with the bravado? With that, he warped through space, reappearing before the boy. Will you concede? I concede. The boy shouted without hesitation. As the words left his lips, a beam of spiritual light descended, enveloping him before vanishing from the arena. With his opponent's departure, a jade tablet appeared in Jiang Wang's hand, marked with the number 1. This must be for counting my victories, he mused inwardly. At that moment, another surge of spiritual light surrounded Jiang Wang, and the scenery flickered before him. He found himself back in the square, where numerous ethereal screens now hovered above, displaying arenas akin to the one he had just participated in. Spectators were engaged in fierce battles throughout these arenas. Jiang Wang's gaze swept across the spiritual screens, but he failed to catch sight of Luo Xing. Having previously encountered his half-brother, he thought, that little brat moves quickly. I must not dawdle. I need to pick up the pace tomorrow. With no interest in the other battles unfolding, Jiang Wang opted not to linger, transforming into a streak of golden light as he soared towards Lingyao Peak. Meanwhile, In the direction of the great Xia divine dynasty, the emperor and his companions observed the luminous screens overhead. Opposite Xia Mengyao stood a tall, handsome youth, appearing to be around 14 or 15 years of age. This young lady, I am Yi Xingyun from the Yi family of the Western ancient immortal domain. The youth smiled at Xia Mengyao. She pondered for a moment before responding, I'm not familiar with the Yi family. Yi Xingyun's expression soured slightly, but he quickly recovered, asking, might I know your name? I am eager to make your acquaintance. I am Xia Mengyao of the great Xia divine dynasty. Oh, the little princess of the great Xia divine dynasty. Get lost. Before Yi Xingyun could finish his sentence, Xia Mengyao swiftly moved, striking fiercely at him. Taken aback, Yi Xingyun quickly composed himself and smiled confidently. You're too hasty, little sister. With a flourish, he extended his palm, a radiant glow blossoming within. Bang! The moment their hands collided, a violent surge of spiritual energy erupted. Yi Xingyun's expression shifted dramatically as he felt the overwhelming power emanating from the ethereal girl before him. The spiritual force surged like an ocean, shattering the solitary vessel of Yi Xingyun that floated upon its surface into a myriad of fragments. In that instant, Yi Xingyun's entire arm contorted grotesquely, and his form was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. He crashed violently onto the ground, a spray of crimson erupting from his lips. Gasping in terror, Yi Xingyun cast a frightened glance at the spirited maiden before him, who wore a playful smile. With a delicate tap of her toes upon the earth, Xia Mengyao soared into the air. In mid-flight, she formed intricate hand seals, her aura of spiritual energy pulsating fervently around her. True Dragon's great palm. The golden spiritual energy erupted from her delicate, fair palm. A roar filled the air, a fierce dragon's cry reverberating throughout the realm. A colossal golden dragon materialized behind Xia Mengyao, its scales glistening vividly, eyes blazing with authority and fury, descending upon Yi Xingyun with unbridled wrath. I concede. Yi Xingyun, feeling the overwhelming pressure of the golden dragon above him, hastily declared his surrender. A radiant light enveloped him, whisking him away. A flicker of disdain crossed Xia Mengyao's eyes as the golden dragon gradually dissipated behind her. What audacity, thinking they can befriend this princess. A haughty expression crept onto her face as she scoffed at Yi Xingyun, showing no mercy. Meanwhile, the spectators of the great Xia divine dynasty erupted in thunderous acclaim. Wow! The little princess is magnificent. Impressive. Chapter 56. Fiery Battle. Ruthless Luo Xing Jiang Wang observed the scene with raised brows, astonished that his former fiancée could be so domineering. With but a single strike, she had effortlessly vanquished her opponent. Moreover, Jiang Wang discerned that her powers stemmed from the Great Dragon Sutra, a formidable legacy of the Great Xia. His gaze swept over the satisfied expression of the emperor, and he felt a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated that the emperor would bestow such a prestigious technique upon Xia Mengyao. Rumors suggested that the Great Dragon Sutra was too fierce and aggressive for women to practice. Could it be that my former fiancé possesses the heart of a man? A peculiar thought flickered through Jiang Wang's mind. Meanwhile, within the great Xia divine dynasty, the emperor wore a proud expression as he regarded his beloved daughter, Xia Mengyao, who had decisively defeated an opponent not inferior to those of the Yi family. The emperor felt immense satisfaction. Truly my daughter. He laughed heartily. Today, many high-ranking officials of the great Xia divine dynasty had gathered here. Not only the leaders and elders of Xia Mengyao's faction were present, but numerous figures from Xia Mengxian's lineage had also arrived. The likes of Xia Meng and Xia Yun were among them, as well as several unfamiliar faces. Yet all of them were formidable members of Xia Mengxian's faction. At this moment, these golden-armored warriors stood behind Xia Mengxian, casting displeased glances at the crowd surrounding Xia Mengyao. What is there to be proud of? The eldest princess also swiftly dispatched her opponent. I fail to comprehend why they boast, Xia Meng sneered. Xia Yun chimed in, indeed. And our eldest princess has yet to practice the Great Dragon Sutra. Should she choose to, the outcome would be different. Xia Yun, tread carefully. Before Xia Yun could finish his thought, another powerful figure interrupted him. Xia Yun muttered under his breath, but refrained from speaking further. In contrast, Xia Mengxian maintained a calm demeanor. She turned to Xia Yun and remarked, there is no need for such concern, General Xia Yun. My sister's unique constitution makes her particularly suited for the Great Dragon Sutra. Were I to forcefully practice it, the results might not be favorable. The emperor sought out a cultivator from the Creation Immortal Palace among the crowd, and then turned to a nearby general, who immediately signaled. The space around them warped, and they vanished from their location. When they reappeared, they were accompanied by the robed cultivator. The latter bore a look of confusion, which transformed into surprise upon recognizing the emperor seated upon the dragon throne. He promptly bowed, addressing the emperor with utmost respect. I pay my respects to his majesty, the emperor of the great Xia. The emperor nodded and inquired, "Have you participated in the oversight of this immortal palace competition?" The cultivator affirmed, "I am responsible for the assembly of the advancing participants from the eastern quadrant." Satisfied, the emperor then asked, "Tell me, did you witness my beloved daughter's successful advancement?" "I did. Both Princess Xia Mengyao and Princess Xia Mengqian have succeeded in their advancements." The cultivator hesitated, his gaze subtly drifting towards Xia Mengqian, and continued, "Princess Xia Mengyao's victory came in a shorter span than Princess Mengqian's." "What insolence? What do you mean by that? Speak your mind. Boy, what is your intent?" The cultivator's statement incited the fury of Xia Mengqian's faction, and they glared menacingly at him. The emperor raised his hand to quell the tension, his expression darkening. "I did not inquire about the speed of their victories. I ask you, did my two daughters secure the first and second places with such swift resolutions?" Upon hearing the emperor's words, the cultivator hastily produced a jade tablet, delving his consciousness into it. After a moment, his expression turned peculiar. The emperor's brow furrowed. "What is it? Your Majesty, I regret to inform you that neither princess made it into the top 5. "What? Impossible." The crowd from the great Xia divine dynasty erupted in disbelief. Even the emperor's brow knitted in concern as he pressed the cultivator. "Are you certain?" Mengyao dispatched her opponent in mere seconds, while Mengqian took only 100 breaths. How could they fail to make the top 5? The cultivator, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, stammered, "It is indeed true. I take my leave." Sensing the ominous atmosphere, the cultivator excused himself and departed hastily. With his departure, an unsettling silence enveloped the great Xia divine dynasty. Each individual wore a strange expression, hesitant to voice their thoughts. After a lengthy pause, the emperor finally spoke. "It appears that the talents of this era are far more numerous than I had anticipated." Jiang Wang had been attentively observing the direction of the great Xia divine dynasty, and he too had caught wind of the conversation. Who could the top 5 be? As the rankings and results of this round were not disclosed, Jiang Wang remained unaware of the identities of the top 5. However, he held firm confidence that he would secure a place among them. "I should check on my little brother," he mused, and with that, he vanished from sight, only to reappear within the luminous expanse labeled Luoxing. The arena within this glowing screen had long been deserted, the stone pillars reduced to ruins, bearing witness to a fiercely contested battle. "Has he finished already?" Jiang Wang pondered, his brow furrowed in confusion. Just then, a cacophony of gasps echoed from a distance. Jiang Wang turned his gaze toward the source of the commotion, where he beheld a group of individuals bearing a bloodied youth out of the crowd. The leader of the group wore a gloomy expression, casting a cold glance towards the direction of the Luo clan before sweeping away with a flick of his sleeve. "Oh my, is that not the holy son of the Tai Qingmu sect from the southern region of the primordial immortal domain, Sun Wanluo? Indeed, I have encountered him once at an ancient site. It is undoubtedly Sun Wanluo. Who could have reduced him to such a state? It was none other than our eastern Luo clan's Luoxing, the newly emerged holy son of the Luo clan? Surely not. How old could he possibly be? I recall he was born merely 5 years ago. Sun Wanluo must be at least 10 years his senior and has long been renowned." Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow. "My younger brother is quite formidable." Unable to contain his curiosity, he approached the man who had just spoken. "Hey, brother, did you witness the battle between Luoxing and Sun Wanluo?" The man turned, scrutinizing Jiang Wang from head to toe before nodding. "Indeed, I saw it. Luoxing was exceptionally fierce, striking with ruthless precision at such a young age, leaving the unfortunate Sun Wanluo grievously injured." Chapter 57. Competition Rewards, Madness Among the Crowd. Jiang Wang nodded, feeling a twinge of regret in his heart. "It seems I must swiftly deal with my opponent tomorrow. It would be a pity to miss witnessing my brother's battle." Just as he was about to turn away, the man suddenly brightened, looking at Jiang Wang and saying, "Aren't you Jiang Wang? You know me?" "Of course. I also watched your match. You dispatched your opponent with a mere finger. Truly impressive. If we were to meet in battle, please show some mercy." Jiang Wang couldn't help but chuckle, offering a few casual remarks before turning away. He mounted his celestial crane and returned directly to Lingmiao Peak. Seated upon the mat, Jiang Wang closed his eyes, revealing 2 swirling black voids. The devouring heaven demonic art circulated within him, refining the pure essence of this world into his own being. At that moment, Jiang Wang began to feel a sense of regret. Had he known, he would have simply embraced his true self. However, since he had already put on a facade, it was too late for regrets, and it was not in his nature to backtrack. "I look forward to our encounter, dear brother." A faint smile curved at the corners of his mouth, and he dismissed all other thoughts, plunging into a state of cultivation. Meanwhile, within the palace of the great Xia divine dynasty, the emperor sat upon the dragon throne, addressing the numerous powerful elders below. "As you have all witnessed, This new generation arriving at the Creation Immortal Palace is extraordinary. It is said that the young one from the Luo clan directly incapacitated Sun Wanluo of the Tai Qingmu sect today, striking decisively and ruthlessly, clearly not an ordinary individual. Hearing the emperor's words, the martial generals and elders exchanged glances. Yet, the emperor remained unfazed, continuing, "I have ample confidence in my two beloved daughters. However, as you all know, I am one who strives for first place." The emperor paused before continuing. "The conflicts among the children are theirs to contest. Our duty is to pave the way for them." Xia Ziyin, present, a handsome general clad in golden armor, stepped forward. "I command you to return to the great Xia divine dynasty immediately, mobilize the troops, and distribute the strong among the Creation Immortal Palace. I wish to clearly know the identities of the top 5 by tomorrow." "Understood." Xia Ziyin cupped his fists in acknowledgement and promptly departed. With his exit, everyone understood that tomorrow's Immortal Palace competition would ascend to a fervent climax. As day turned to night, the cycle of the sun and moon continued. The glaring rays of dawn tore through the night that enveloped the heavens. A beam of sunlight descended upon Jiang Wang. After a night of closed eyes, he opened them at this moment. Rising to his feet, he began to stretch his limbs, his bones cracking and popping like firecrackers. Half of the competitors had already been eliminated yesterday, and it was likely that today's competition would proceed similarly. However, those who lost today would become outer disciples of the Creation Immortal Palace. With this thought, Jiang Wang hesitated no longer, summoning the celestial crane and soaring toward Songshuan Square. Indeed, the atmosphere at Songshuan Square today was even more fervent than the previous day. Not only had countless individuals from the great Xia divine dynasty converged, but many from various factions had also come to spectate, eager to witness this grand event of the entire primordial immortal domain. As Jiang Wang arrived in the square, he couldn't help but marvel at the overwhelming crowd. At that moment, a clear and resonant sound of a sword's chant pierced through the air, plunging the surroundings into silence as all eyes turned forward. There, clad in a purple robe, he long appeared before the assembly, exclaiming. Following yesterday's events, his words echoed Jiang Wang's own thoughts. However, after explaining the competition's format, he long cleared his throat and continued. Following discussions among the 7 peak masters, the rewards for the top 3 of this Immortal Palace competition have been determined. As He Long's words resonated, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, igniting enthusiasm among the crowd. Many began to breathe hurriedly, their eyes ablaze with anticipation, fixated on He Long. The treasures that the Creation Immortal Palace could offer were undoubtedly exceptional. Observing the fervent gazes below, He Long slowly proclaimed, for the 3rd place. Not only is there an abundance of high-grade spirit stones and numerous heavenly materials, but an additional reward of 1 sage's treasure. Wow, is that true? With He Long's announcement, a wave of excitement surged through the square. The 3rd place would receive a sage's treasure, truly worthy of the Creation Immortal Palace. He Long continued, for 2nd place, there are 20,000 rare spirit stones, 1 breaking sage pill, and 1 sage king's treasure. Gasp. The moment He Long finished speaking, the crowd erupted in a chorus of inhaled breaths. Indeed, 2nd place came with a sage king's treasure. Moreover, there was even a breaking sage pill. It is well known that the transition from the immortal emperor realm to the sage realm is a significant watershed. Even the most ordinary sage would be treated as an esteemed guest by any faction in this continent, including the ancient families and super sects like the Creation Immortal Palace. Only those who are called sage stand at the pinnacle of this world. Yet, throughout history, only a select few have managed to reach this status. Furthermore, beginning from the immortal emperor realm, each promotion invites a lightning tribulation, and each one is more formidable than the last. The tribulation faced when ascending from the immortal emperor realm to the sage realm is particularly terrifying and violent. Those who cannot withstand the tribulation face heavenly retribution, their very souls extinguished amidst the chaos. Throughout history, countless gifted individuals have perished beneath this heavenly wrath. However, the breaking sage pill is crafted by a sage king using their own essence, designed to assist one at the critical moment in crossing that threshold. In the outside world, it could incite a storm of blood and chaos across the entire immortal domain. Yet here in the Creation Immortal Palace, it was simply bestowed upon the 2nd place winner. The audience was utterly astonished by the richness of these rewards. Many felt their eyes redden with eagerness, desperate to learn what the 1st place reward would be. He Long, not one to keep people in suspense, spoke directly. The reward for 1st place consists of 100 exquisite divine sources, a drop of true dragon essence, an immortal elixir, and the qualification to enter the supreme temple of the Creation Immortal Palace at its 1st level, where one may freely select a scroll of divine techniques. Silence. Following He Long's declaration, the entire square, filled with tens of thousands, fell into a profound stillness. Eyes widened in shock, mouths agape, bodies trembling uncontrollably. Each item he long mentioned sent waves of astonishment through the crowd, and now they were all presented together, exclusively for the first place. Chapter 58, A Determined Pursuit. The Hidden Dragon. The so-called exquisite divine source can be understood as a liquid divine essence that requires thousands of precious spirit stones to condense into a single drop. One exquisite divine source necessitates thousands of drops of divine essence. Only those of the Saint King tier are deemed worthy to cultivate using such a rare divine source, underscoring its immense value. Remarkably, even amidst these rewards, the exquisite divine source may be considered the least conspicuous. Next comes the legendary immortal elixir. Throughout history, whether it be the ancient emperors of lore or the pinnacle Saint Kings, what they pursued was none other than the concept of longevity. Yet, this longevity does not merely refer to extended lifespan. Some formidable beings in the beast realm possess robust vitality and can live for tens of thousands of years. But this does not equate to true longevity. Even the most remarkable ancient emperors do not achieve immortality. True longevity transcends the constraints of time, allowing one to stand alongside the sun, moon, and mountains, existing eternally, undying, and indestructible. Many seasoned powerhouses, as they age, find their vitality waning. This signifies that their strength can no longer advance, meaning they cannot extend their lifespan. At this juncture, the function of the immortal elixir becomes apparent. A single immortal elixir is enough to drive a peak Saint King to desperate measures in pursuit of extending their own life, chasing that ultimate goal. Lastly, we must mention the supreme temple within the Creation Immortal Palace. The Creation Immortal Palace boasts a long lineage, having nurtured numerous renowned powerhouses throughout history. While it may not rival the ancient clans with millennia of heritage, its depth is equally profound. There are even rumors that the master of the Xianxian Palace once procured an ultimate imperial weapon as a trump card for the Creation Immortal Palace. Within the Supreme Temple, countless divine techniques are archived, with the first level housing many supreme skills that resonate across the continent. Those with the capability may select freely from among them. Who could possibly refuse such a reward? However, the most astonishing reward of all is the so-called true dragon essence. The true dragon transcends the categories of demonic beasts or spiritual creatures, standing alongside the true phoenix and qilin as divine beasts. It is said that the true dragon clan has existed since the primordial era, with each true dragon born at the innate saint level. Provided no mishaps occur, they are destined to ascend to the rank of emperor. Although the true dragon clan is immensely powerful, it is also exceedingly rare, with only a handful existing at its peak. Furthermore, as time passes and the river of years washes over, true dragons have gradually faded from existence. After the last true dragon emperor fell, the lineage of true dragons vanished entirely from this continent. No one knows whether such divine beasts still exist in this era. The true dragon essence is an unparalleled treasure extracted from the bones of true dragons. Consuming it can even alter one's bloodline, tracing back to its origins, breaking through the limitations of species. Not to mention its primary effects. For cultivators, refining it can significantly enhance one's physical strength, making their physical vitality comparable to that of spiritual beasts. Most importantly, it can be used as a tool to break the shackles between saints and Saint Kings, utilizing its boundless power and vitality. If the immortal elixir could incite a bloody storm throughout the immortal domain, then the appearance of the true dragon essence in the outside world would be enough to draw the beast realm into the fray. Its value may even surpass that of the immortal elixir. At this moment, Jiang Wang could not help but feel astonished. Truly, the Creation Immortal Palace is remarkable, even presenting true dragon essence. He found himself unable to resist the allure. Although the ancient holy body had already elevated his physical strength and vitality to a terrifying degree. Even among beings of the same level, divine beasts might not be able to gain the upper hand against him physically. However, the true dragon essence could indeed aid in his ascension to Saint King. It seems I must truly strive for first place for the sake of the true dragon essence. After all, having a safety net is advantageous. Not that it is for the promise of marriage made by my master, Jiang Wang reminded himself inwardly. In the direction of the Luo clan, upon hearing the name of the true dragon essence, Luo Zhantian's aura began to grow somewhat tumultuous, rising slowly. The space around him twisted at that moment. His eyes were filled with fervor and greed. After much contemplation, he finally looked at Luo Xing and spoke. Xinger, you must obtain this true dragon essence. Even the immortal elixir can be relinquished. The true dragon essence must be secured. Luo Xing pondered for a moment before nodding and tentatively asking, Father, is it because of what you mentioned earlier about the legendary hidden realm of the dragons within our Luo clan? Luo Zhantian nodded slowly, inquiring, "Do you know why the true dragon essence can enhance one's physique and enrich their vitality?" "I do not know," the child replied. "This true dragon essence is the most refined source marrow extracted from the true dragon's bones, where the marrow nurtures the blood. To refine the true dragon essence, it must be placed within the bones, continuously washed with one's own blood. Not only can it alter your bone structure and allow you to break through to Saint King without hindrance, but most importantly, it can nurture a trace of true dragon blood within you. The two essential conditions for entering our hidden dragon realm are to possess the bloodline of the Luo clan and to harbor true dragon blood. Both are indispensable." Luo Zhantian's gaze burned with intensity as he explained these matters to Luo Xing beside them. Mo Yun expressed her shock, saying, "Zhantian, does our Luo clan truly possess that hidden treasure? Indeed, there are many things you are unaware of. Not only you, but even some members of the Luo clan are equally uninformed." As he spoke, a flicker of a different emotion crossed Luo Zhantian's eyes. "Go forth and fight, Xinger. Do not let me down." "Understood." At this moment, the atmosphere in the Xianxian square gradually became tumultuous. Waves of heated breaths emanated from the contestants, and powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy began to ripple across the square. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the activation of the Xianxian mirror, anticipating the battles that lay ahead. Seemingly having anticipated the crowd's reaction, he long refrained from saying more and simply waved his sleeve. The Xianxian mirror above the heavens was reactivated, and beams of light descended once more, beginning to usher the participants from the square below. "Let us go." Jiang Wang moved his body, following the guiding force to re-enter the Xianxian mirror once again. With a shift in the scene, he reappeared in the arena once more. However, upon discerning the attire of the individual opposite him, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Chapter 59. A single blow shatters the pride of the Li clan. The Li clan's regret. This time, Jiang Wang's opponent was indeed clad in the garb of the Li clan. The moment the individual laid eyes on Jiang Wang, he too was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment surfacing in his gaze. "How could it possibly be you?" Jiang Wang let out a cold snort, opting not to respond to his words, but rather stated directly, "Jiang clan, Jiang Wang." After all, he could no longer afford to squander time today, as he still wished to witness Luo Xing's battle. As Jiang Wang introduced himself, the spiritual barrier that had separated them began to dissipate slowly. The Li clan member, witnessing this development, exhaled a long breath. "Li clan, Li Xianxiao." At this moment, Li Xianxiao had managed to compose himself. As the strongest among the younger generation of the Li clan, he was undoubtedly their most exceptional prodigy, having narrowly defeated his opponent the day before. He now thought that even if he were to be defeated, he could still join the Palace of Creation. However, Jiang Wang's reputation resonated throughout the eastern regions of the ancient immortal domain, echoing like thunder. Li Xianxiao was determined to engage him in a fierce contest. "Jiang Wang, today I shall seek your guidance and see for myself what prowess this renowned scion of the Jiang clan possesses." With a furious roar directed at Jiang Wang, Li Xianxiao then stomped his foot against the ground and charged at him with great ferocity. A fierce and powerful gust of energy surged towards Jiang Wang, crashing down upon him. Jiang Wang maintained a tranquil expression, remaining steadfast and motionless. Boom! The forceful strike landed squarely on Jiang Wang's chest. A look of wild elation instantly spread across Li Xianxiao's face. "Ha ha ha! Jiang Wang, you are far too careless." Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he sensed something amiss. His palm began to feel unusually hot. Raising his gaze, he found Jiang Wang regarding him with an odd expression, enveloped in a dense and overwhelming golden aura. "You celebrated too soon. Your strength isn't even sufficient for a tickle. Down you go." With that, Jiang Wang clenched his right fist and delivered a simple, unembellished punch. Yet, confronted with this seemingly mundane strike, Li Xianxiao's expression shifted dramatically. He felt an intense sense of trepidation. His pupils constricted sharply as he stomped the air, retreating swiftly. Drawing upon his internal energy, he conjured a smooth protective barrier before him. But that was not all. Li Xianxiao formed seals with his hands, summoning a small white jade shield that soared from the crown of his head. The shield expanded rapidly in the wind, blossoming into a sizable barrier that stood before him. Etched with intricate runes, it was evident that this was no ordinary spiritual treasure. Jiang Wang, however, regarded all of this with a dismissive smile. His fist showed no signs of retreat, and with a resounding shout, he declared, "Break for me." With a single punch, the myriad laws fell silent. Jiang Wang's fist seemed to transcend space and time, striking the white jade shield directly. The runes on the shield glowed brightly at that moment, yet in the next instant, the shield was shattered into countless fragments, as if pierced by a silver needle through tofu, accomplishing nothing. Furthermore, The protective barrier Li Xianxiao had erected was utterly insufficient to withstand Jiang Wang's assault. His fist effortlessly shattered the energy defense and directly struck Li Xianxiao's abdomen. Spurt. A mouthful of blood erupted from his lips as he was sent flying backward, crashing into a stone pillar within the arena, reducing it to rubble. Li Xianxiao's eyes, as he gazed at Jiang Wang, were filled with disbelief. How could this be possible? With trembling fingers extended as if to utter something, he could not form the words before his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. What constitutes a humiliating defeat? This is what it means to be utterly vanquished. The strongest individual of the Li clan's generation could not withstand even a single blow from Jiang Wang. As Li Xianxiao fell into unconsciousness, two beams of light descended, enveloping both individuals. Jiang Wang slowly ascended, casting a glance at the unconscious Li Xianxiao, and softly remarked, "You should be grateful to have encountered me here." With that, he moved and vanished from the arena. Meanwhile, those observing from outside the arena, belonging to the Li clan, were overcome with regret. Li Mitian felt his teeth clattering in remorse. Alas, how could I have committed such a foolish act in the past? He now deeply regretted the annulment of the engagement. Jiang Wang, at merely 5 years of age, had already reached such heights. He could even defeat their prodigy without the use of spiritual energy. One must wonder, in the years to come, wouldn't Jiang Wang at the very least become a sage? Worse still, given Jiang Wang's terrifying rate of advancement, he felt that this young lad might very well achieve the status of an emperor in the future. An emperor's position. What does that signify? Once Jiang Wang becomes an emperor, the entire Jiang family would ascend to the ranks of an ancient clan. For at least the next 20,000 years of Jiang Wang's life, the Jiang family would surely thrive. The saying goes, when one attains the Tao, even the chickens and dogs ascend to the heavens. How could the Li clan fail to reap the benefits then? Not only Li Mitian, but also the other members of the Li clan stared in wide-eyed astonishment at the sight of Li Xianxiao being teleported away, rendered speechless. This patriarch, Xianxiao, was a master of the transformation realm, and Jiang Wang. Li Mitian sighed heavily, wearily waving his hand as if he had aged several years in that moment. He spoke slowly. That lad could shatter the Qinyu shield with his bare hands. Without even utilizing spiritual energy, we couldn't even detect the fluctuations. This can only mean that he has already surpassed us. What? Huh? Exclamations of shock echoed from the direction of the Li clan. In stark contrast, Jiang Wang had no inclination to concern himself with the Li clan's predicament. For him, Li Mitian now resembled nothing more than an ant. Whenever he wished, he could effortlessly overturn the entire Li clan, leaving not a single trace behind. Yet, at this moment, he evidently had lost interest. Moreover, there were more pressing matters to attend to or perhaps to observe. At this moment, Jiang Wang sat upon a cloud, concealing his aura, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the immense luminous screen ahead. Within this screen, two figures hovered in opposition. One figure donned a celestial robe, seemingly draped in a layer of resplendent starlight. It was none other than Luo Xing. Currently, Luo Xing maintained a calm demeanor, his eyes slightly narrowed. Facing him was a youth clad in a red training outfit, appearing to be around 12 or 13 years old. The training outfit bore a brilliant flame emblem. Jiang Wang recognized this emblem as that of the Fire Virtue sect. Qin Yan's chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath, his gaze upon Luo Xing laden with gravity. Luo Xing's eyes swept over him, a flicker of disdain crossing his features before he spoke slowly. "Surrender now. Why waste time here?" Qin Yan let out a cold snort, his eyes ignited with rising fury, and retorted angrily, "Child, you are far too arrogant. While others may fear the Luo clan's Luo Xing, I am not intimidated by you." With that, Qin Yan swiftly formed intricate hand seals, conjuring one mysterious imprinted technique after another. A torrent of crimson spiritual energy erupted from his being, resembling an overwhelming inferno. At that moment, the garments adorning his upper body were reduced to mere ashes. Heavenly Flame Technique. Chapter 60, Luo Xing vs. Qin Yan. How exhilarating. The holy son of the Fire Virtue sect, Qin Yan. It is said that the Heavenly Flame Technique of the Fire Virtue sect is exceptionally domineering. Today promises to be quite an eye-opener. Yet, poor Luo Xing finds himself unfortunate, having faced two formidable opponents in succession, both far more renowned than himself. Listening to the murmurs of the surrounding audience, Jiang Wang chose to remain undistracted, fixating intently on the colossal luminous screen before him. A sense of foreboding stirred within him. This unfortunate child of the Fire Virtue sect was destined to stumble against Luo Xing. In the arena, Luo Xing sensed the rising temperature enveloping the atmosphere, a disdainful smile curling at the corners of his lips. The towering crimson flames surged forth like ominous clouds, sweeping towards him. He slowly formed his hand seals, and a soft purple spiritual energy began to spiral outwards from within him. At the same time, The air was rent by the sound of thunder. Crack! I see it. I see it. The Luo clan's ancestral divine skill, the nine heavens thunder scripture. Bolts of lightning, as thick as a man's thigh, rained down upon the arena. Luo Xing's eyes blazed with the brilliance of the thunder. Suspended in the air, he spread his arms wide, observing Qin Yin below as he clumsily attempted to counter the onslaught of lightning. The lightning danced around Luo Xing like silver serpents, and as he reached out, a purple bolt manifested in his grasp, radiating an overwhelming light. A ferocious, destructive aura began to permeate the surroundings. Qin Yin felt this oppressive energy wash over him, his complexion paling. Yet, a glimmer of madness flickered in his eyes as he forcefully began to form seals again, channeling the flames into his body, roasting his meridians. With a deep breath, Qin Yin expelled a cloud of black mist. At that moment, his once raven hair began to blaze with fiery red hues. His internal spiritual energy whirled with haste. Mystical fire, divine feather. An endless torrent of magnificent flames surged from within him, accompanied by the clear cry of a phoenix. A phoenix, bathed in flames, soared skyward, its wings unfurling majestically. A single exquisite feather, formed of fire, slowly drifted downwards. This feather, a manifestation of flame, bore intricate patterns, radiating an aura so terrifying that even the void itself began to warp. Luo Xing, come forth! Qin Yin bellowed, shifting his hand seals once more. The phoenix feather instantly locked onto Luo Xing, gliding towards him. Unyielding, Luo Xing's gaze turned icy. His palm clenched tightly as the lightning in his grasp erupted into a dazzling radiance, the surrounding space growing increasingly chaotic. A spear, brimming with destructive energy, gradually took form. Break! Luo Xing hurled the lightning spear, colliding with the drifting fire feather. Boom! The clash of lightning and fire unleashed an explosive wave of spiritual energy, sending torrents of flames surging forth as if striving to ignite the very essence of this realm. Bolts of lightning scattered, shattering the surrounding void and revealing chaotic spatial currents within. The confrontation between lightning and flames was ferocious, and the intricate patterns on the fire feather began to fade, revealing signs of exhaustion. Qin Yin howled at the heavens, pouring his spiritual energy into the fire feather as if it were limitless. Luo Xing, with a single hand seal, maintained an expression of indifference, the trace of disdain on his lips deepening. Truly, he was a fool who would not relent until the bitter end. With a flick of his sleeve, Luo Xing's internal energy surged forth violently, and he rapidly formed seals. As intricate imprints manifested, the very spiritual energy of the world erupted into chaos. Luo Xing's flowing hair stood on end, his expression solemn, his eyes filled with flickering lightning, resembling an indignant thunder god standing against the heavens. Heavenly thunder punishment. Rumbling. With a deafening clap of thunder, the arena above was engulfed in a tempest of lightning clouds. Massive, violent bolts flickered within. Annihilate. Luo Xing swiftly altered his hand seals, summoning a brilliant bolt of lightning that descended from the storm clouds, imbued with the essence of destruction, as if to obliterate all existence, crashing down heavily. Boom. In an instant, the lightning shattered Qin Yin's fire feather, the overwhelming flames consumed by the relentless storm. In the moment the heavenly thunder fractured the fire feather, it ruthlessly struck Qin Yin himself. A scream erupted. Qin Yin was violently struck into the ground by the raging lightning. Blood gushed from his mouth, his chest charred black, revealing gaping wounds that exposed his white bones. Qin Yin lay in a deep pit, his face pale, teetering on the brink of life and death. Hiss! Outside the arena, gasps of shock filled the air. That young man from the Luo clan is truly merciless. Indeed, such a young age, yet he wields such lethal force. Poor Qin Yin. He must be half dead from this blow. Hearing the lamentations around him, Jiang Wang furrowed his brows, muttering to himself, what a remarkable child. Born with the fate of a villain, so ruthless at such a tender age. It seems I must take it upon myself to educate him properly. Given Luo Xing's prowess, it is highly likely they would meet in the finals. As long as both he and Luo Xing remain uneliminated, a clash between them is inevitable. He had resolved to impart some valuable lessons upon encountering Luo Xing. After all, guiding a younger brother is a responsibility one must embrace. Meanwhile, powerful figures from the great Xia divine dynasty exchanged messages, having determined the identity of the first victor. One figure swiftly made their way to the grand hall of the great Xia divine dynasty. Soon, this figure appeared within the hall. Your Majesty, we have ascertained the identity of the victor. The emperor glanced at the individual below, puzzled. Is it truly possible that the first victor emerged within just a quarter of an hour? In fact, the battle concluded in under 15 minutes. And the second match has also reached its conclusion. We require some time to confirm the results. The emperor was taken aback. It ended in just a quarter of an hour? Is it possible that no mediocre competitors remained on the second day? Who is the victor? Could it be that young man from the Luo clan? Not at all, Your Majesty. The first victor is from the Jiang clan, Jiang Wang. What? Even the emperor, seasoned in witnessing grand spectacles, was momentarily astonished. The second place is indeed Luo Xing. As he spoke, the individual produced a recording stone. With a surge of spiritual energy, the figures of Jiang Wang and xianxiao materialized within. The Emperor of Humanity sat majestically upon the dragon throne, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the fierce duel between the two combatants. As Jiang Wang delivered a simple yet potent punch that concluded the skirmish, the Emperor's golden-hued eyes narrowed slightly. He regarded Jiang Wang's youthful visage, which bore a hint of tenacity amidst its innocence, and a flicker of regret crossed his countenance. This young lad, he knew, possessed formidable abilities from the Jiang lineage. Yet, the alarming pace of his growth still took him aback. Subsequently, he directed his attention to the individual below and commanded, "Summon Jiang Wang at once. I wish to meet him personally." The man below appeared momentarily taken aback, his mouth opening as if to articulate a response. "What are you dawdling for? Go swiftly." The Emperor's brow furrowed in irritation. "Yes, Your Majesty." Chapter 61, Regret for Past Actions. Meanwhile, in the arena's expanse, Jiang Wang made no further delay and soared towards Ling Miao Peak. Just then, he heard a voice calling out from the ground below. Jiang Wang's eyes glimmered with a golden light as his gaze swiftly turned. He beheld the scene below, where members of the Li clan stood, gazing up at him, with Li Mitian at the forefront. "What? Do you seek to confront Li Xianxiao?" Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow and descended to the ground. He surveyed the group before him, puzzled by their sparse numbers for such an endeavor. Just as he pondered this, Li Mitian spoke up, his expression complex and tone awkward. "Young brother Jiang, I have come to offer my apologies." His words left the surrounding experts in stunned silence. Although the Li clan was but a minor player among the great families, who was Li Mitian, the leader of the Li clan? It was astonishing for the leader to initiate an apology, especially to a strikingly youthful boy. A wave of apprehension washed over the onlookers, compelling them to ponder the true nature of this boy. Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow. "Apologies? For what transgression?" Li Mitian sighed deeply, speaking slowly. "In the past, I was blind, unable to recognize the greatness before me, and, swayed by the malice of petty individuals within my clan, I intruded upon the Jiang clan. Looking back, I am filled with remorse." Jiang Wang was about to respond when Li Mitian interjected. "Please, young brother Jiang, do accept this." As he spoke, Li Mitian presented a qianxiaaudiobooks pouch, within which a torrent of precious metals and rare materials materialized in the air before retreating back into the pouch. Jiang Wang was momentarily taken aback. "Clan leader, what is this?" Li Mitian sighed again, his tone earnest. "Young brother Jiang, I do not expect your esteemed Jiang clan to once again ally with my Li clan. I merely hope that you can harbor no resentment towards us for our past misdeeds." Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow, accepting the qianxiaaudiobooks pouch with a hint of confusion. "Is it truly that simple? You haven't laced these treasures with any sinister poison, have you?" Upon hearing Jiang Wang's words, a bead of cold sweat appeared on Li Mitian's forehead as he forced a wry smile. How could that be? In truth, Jiang Wang, upon hearing Li Mitian's words, couldn't help but smile slightly. Indeed, it seemed that the Li clan was seeking something from him. They must have recognized his potential and desired to re-establish a connection with the Jiang clan. Yet, before he could finish his speculation, Li Mitian continued, in all honesty, "I am no longer concerned about losing face. These treasures are merely to buy some peace of mind. Young brother Jiang, can you understand?" Jiang Wang finally grasped the situation. The Li clan feared that once he reached his full potential, he might seek retribution against them. They truly underestimated his character. In reality, with his rising power, Jiang Wang had long since ceased to harbor ill will towards them. Fortunately, the Li clan had not sought prominence in recent years. Otherwise, he would have already arrived to appoint a new leader for the clan. "I believe that the leader of the Li clan should be my brother Jiang Yi. Who is in favor? Who is against? What? You oppose? Then perish." That was the general sentiment. Now, observing Li Mitian's demeanor, Jiang Wang surmised that he genuinely sought to atone, especially with such a trove of treasures presented. Even if he were reluctant to forgive the Li clan, he had no reason to refuse their offerings. Though these treasures may not provide substantial aid to him, they were certainly preferable to nothing. Most importantly, he was unafraid of any schemes the Li clan might concoct. When one possesses overwhelming strength, all plots and conspiracies appear utterly ridiculous. With this thought in mind, Jiang Wang chuckled softly, discreetly accepting the qianxiaaudiobooks pouch. "Very well, it concerns an old matter, does it not? So many years have passed, after all." Upon hearing Jiang Wang's words, Li Mitian's face broke into a wide smile. "Indeed, young brother Jiang, you are magnanimous. Allow me to explain." It was a rogue element from our Li clan who insisted on provoking the Jiang clan, and now, reflecting on it, I can only express two words: regret. Jiang Wang glanced at Li Mitian, who seemed to be engaging in a one-man act of comedy, feeling somewhat awkward. Just as he contemplated a way to excuse himself from this conversation, several golden beams shot across the sky. The newcomers were none other than Xia Xin, accompanied by dozens of armored guards, each exuding an impressive aura of spiritual power. Xia Xin approached Jiang Wang and spoke. "Jiang Wang, His Majesty summons you." Jiang Wang was taken aback, glancing around as if searching for something. After a pause, he turned to Xia Xin, curious. "Are you indeed addressing me?" "The only Jiang Wang here." "Yes," Xia Xin replied straightforwardly, exhibiting a certain bluntness that bordered on clumsiness, wholly focused on martial prowess. Yet, his loyalty to the Daxia divine dynasty and the emperor was unwavering. He executed the royal commands with utmost diligence. His demeanor amused Jiang Wang. "I didn't perceive this as an invitation. It felt more akin to an arrest. Think as you will, my emperor wishes to see you. Come with me." "And if I refuse?" Jiang Wang's eyes narrowed, his gaze growing chilly, as he began to channel his spiritual energy, prepared to confront this ostentatious individual. At that moment, a sharp voice pierced the air from a distance. "Oh dear, General Xin, why are you in such a hurry? I told you not to arrive before me." A middle-aged man clad in a crimson robe, with a pale face and a beardless visage, hurriedly approached. Upon landing, he gasped for breath. "Oh dear, I am utterly exhausted. General Xin, what is your attitude towards young hero Jiang?" Xia Xin remained silent, merely responding with a cold snort. You. The peculiar middle-aged man displayed a look of exasperation, before turning to Jiang Wang with a smiling face. "Young hero Jiang, please do not take offense. General Xin can be rather brusque. I am Xia Zhijin of the Daxia divine dynasty. I must inform you that His Highness holds you in high regard, which is why I have come to invite you to the Great Hall for a discussion." Jiang Wang, upon hearing the words of Xia Zhijin, felt an involuntary shiver run through him. Instinctively, he cast his gaze towards the latter's groin. "How peculiar," he mused. "Does this world also harbor eunuchs?" He then shifted his attention to the obsequious smile plastered on Xia Zhijin's face. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Although he felt a tinge of displeasure towards Xia Xin, he managed to suppress his irritation and spoke up. "Now that sounds like a proper conversation." "Indeed," Xia Zhijin replied. But before his smile could fully bloom, Jiang Wang continued, "Regrettably, I am in a rush to return home and simply have no time. Farewell." Chapter 62. Face. The former imperial clan. After uttering these words, Jiang Wang transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring into the sky and departing from the scene. Observing this, Xia Xin furrowed his brow, his spiritual energy surging as he slightly bent his form, preparing to pursue Jiang Wang. "If you dare to fly up here, I shall ensure your blood spills upon the Zhangxian square today." Jiang Wang's voice, laced with coldness, echoed from the heavens into the ears of the onlookers. Xia Zhijin quickly grasped Xia Xi's arm and exclaimed, look here, what do you intend to do?" Xia Xin snorted disdainfully, glancing at the already invisible Jiang Wang before tightening his fingers and turning to leave with his entourage. Xia Zhijin's face bore a bitter expression as he glanced in the direction Jiang Wang had departed, seemingly contemplating a pursuit. Yet, he turned back to the still-present Xia Xin and, with a resigned sigh, followed after him. Watching the departing figures, Li Mitian and the members of the Li clan exchanged glances, bewildered. Li Mitian clicked his tongue, speaking in a tone filled with lament. "Did you see that? It is not just us. Even the once mighty Daxia divine dynasty, which surpassed us in arrogance, has cast an olive branch towards Jiang Wang. Indeed. And I have heard that the general who once boasted before the Li clan was directly crushed into pieces by the emperor." Li Mitian grinned wryly, lamenting. "The clan members may be oblivious, but how could I be unaware? That General Wu could be reduced to mere fragments with a single finger. Such a formidable general, killed without a second thought by the emperor, one can only guess the cause of it. Isn't it due to the engagement termination with Jiang Wang?" With this thought, Li Mitian's words turned dry. "No more of this. Let us return. Since Jiang Wang has accepted our offerings, we need not worry. We must hurry back to the Jiang clan and see if we can rekindle the marriage alliance. Yes, let us hasten back." Meanwhile, in the imperial hall, the emperor of the Daxia sat upon his dragon throne, releasing a long sigh. Xia Xin, standing below, coldly snorted. "Your Majesty, Jiang Wang is ungrateful. Perhaps I should simply bring him back by force." The emperor waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that." After speaking, the emperor sighed again, his thoughts drifting to the detestable Wu Qi. "Humph." The emperor slammed his palm against the dragon throne, rising in anger, gritting his teeth as he declared, "It is all that wretched Wu Qi's fault. Were it not for his arrogance before the Jiang clan, we would not be in such a predicament today. A furious dragon's roar resonated throughout the grand hall, the protective dragon aura around the emperor shimmering ominously. Father, what audacity does Jiang Wang possess to be so presumptuous as to disregard even your summons? Summer Mingyao, resembling a delicate sprite, appeared in the grand hall, approaching the emperor. Upon seeing her, the emperor's ire seemed to dissipate, and he returned to his seat. Turning to Summer Mingyao, he said, "After all, he is an ancient sacred body. It is only natural for one so young to harbor some pride." Pausing briefly, the emperor continued, "Moreover, previous unpleasant events have left him with a negative impression of our Xia divine dynasty." Summer Mingyao pouted, murmuring, "He is truly petty. Rest assured, father, should I encounter him in the arena, I will surely teach him a lesson." She shook her delicate fist in indignation. The emperor regarded her with a peculiar expression, suddenly recalling the scene when Jiang Wang defeated Xianxia with a single, unstoppable punch that shattered a defensive spirit treasure. With this thought, he glanced at his little princess, a wave of concern washing over him. Inwardly, the emperor mused, rather than seeking retribution, "I hope he does not get hurt." Ever since Jiang Wang began to rise in power, the emperor found himself increasingly admiring him, particularly the relentless spirit he exuded. However, admiration aside, the emperor's expression grew complex, as if weighing various considerations. After a moment, he quietly resolved, if Jiang Wang were to become part of our Xia divine dynasty, with his extraordinary ancient sacred body, practicing our grand heavenly dragon sutra, he could undoubtedly cultivate it to its utmost potential. Meanwhile, on Jiang Wang's journey back to Ling Miao Peak, he faced no further obstructions. Just as he intended to close his eyes for meditation, Linger pushed the door open and entered. "Sister Linger." Hom. Linger settled beside Jiang Wang and inquired, "How have you been these past few days? Have you seen your brother?" Jiang Wang nodded. "Yes, I have. I also witnessed his battle with Qin Yan. He is formidable. Even if I were to face him, I cannot confidently claim victory." Linger's expression turned contemplative. Jiang Wang continued, "Indeed, he is stronger than I anticipated, and I sense that this is not his ultimate limit." "Your brother is quite remarkable," Linger remarked. Suddenly, Jiang Wang seemed to recall something. "Sister Ling, why does the Palace of Creation extend such courtesy to the Luo clan and the Xia divine dynasty?" Linger paused, taken aback by the question. "You mean the special arrangement of halls for these two sects?" "Precisely. I can feel the respect the cultivators of the Palace of Creation hold for these two clans. Why do they regard them so favorably, despite the fact that both clans lack the number of saints and saint kings compared to our Palace of Creation?" Linger regarded him with a strange expression. "How can you, being a member of the Luo clan, be unaware of this?" Jiang Wang felt a tinge of embarrassment. Since his birth, he could count the number of times he left the clan on one hand. He was utterly clueless about the distribution of power in the eastern regions of the ancient fairy domain, let alone the entire continent. Seeing his expression, Linger sighed helplessly, then composed her delicate features to explain. "First, regarding the Luo clan. It is said that during the ancient times, the Luo clan was considered a prestigious family, akin to the current ancient aristocracy. The first ancestor of the Luo clan, the Luo god, was a renowned emperor of that era, not only possessing countless saints and saint kings within the clan, but also wielding a supreme imperial weapon. However, for reasons unknown, only the Luo god emerged as an emperor from the Luo clan. With his fall, the clan began to decline, and the whereabouts of their supreme imperial weapon became unknown. Without the guardianship of the great emperor and the extreme Dao imperial weapon, the ancient clan has all but ceased to exist. As their strength waned, so too did their ability to compete with other powerful clans for resources. Over time, the clan's resources could no longer sustain the mightiest among them. Thus, without the protection of the great emperor, the extreme Dao imperial weapon, and numerous formidable warriors, their former territory was gradually eroded. This is how the present-day Luo clan came to be. Yet, as the saying goes, a lean camel is still larger than a horse. It is rumored that after the fall of the divine emperor Luo, he seemingly concealed the extreme Dao imperial weapon within the clan. Although there has been no word of its existence in recent years, the truth remains shrouded in mystery. Chapter 63. The Contest of Disciples, Facing Xia Mingyao. Moreover, it is said that within the Luo clan, there may still lie an ancient creature that once followed the divine emperor Luo, now in slumber. The current strength of this creature is, of course, unknown to anyone. In summary, this is the remaining authority of the Luo clan today. As for the great Xia divine dynasty, despite having never seen a great emperor since its inception, the first human sovereign unexpectedly obtained a fragment of an extreme Dao imperial weapon in his later years. This led him to gather treasures from heaven and earth, ultimately sacrificing himself to restore the imperial weapon. While it may still fall short of a true extreme Dao imperial weapon, its power remains formidable. Additionally, there are still some ancient creatures in slumber within the clan. Both clans, relying on their respective trump cards, have secured their positions as esteemed guests within the celestial palace of creation. After listening to Xunlinger's explanation, Jiang Wang finally closed his mouth, which had gaped in astonishment for quite some time. Xunlinger shook her head in exasperation, patted his shoulder, and remarked, "Alas, little brother, it seems you have much left to learn." With that, she departed from Jiang Wang's residence in Qingshan. Watching her leave, Jiang Wang couldn't help but click his tongue. Goodness, it appears I must strive harder. Otherwise, I might suffer losses when I visit the Luo clan as an adult. With this thought, he ceased to linger and entered a state of cultivation. By the third day of the celestial competition, the number of participants had dwindled significantly, with at least half being eliminated each day. Even among the victors, many chose to withdraw due to severe injuries. Nonetheless, the Xianxian Square remained a sea of people, and as the competition progressed, the crowd continued to swell. On the fourth day, Jiang Wang finally encountered some formidable opponents, each possessing a certain reputation among the younger generation of the ancient immortal domain. Yet, without exception, they were all swept aside by Jiang Wang with a single punch. Each time, he dispatched his opponents with astonishing speed before darting off to observe the matches of others. His rapid victories earned him a modicum of fame within the celestial palace of creation. However, Jiang Wang's status as the best was not always secure. There was another contender who matched his speed, if not surpassing it slightly on one occasion, Luo Xing. At this moment, Luo Xing had garnered a fearsome reputation. Everyone knew that this 5-year-old prodigy of the Luo clan struck ruthlessly and without mercy. On the third day, his opponents often conceded before even the match began. This solidified the renown of both Luo Xing and Jiang Wang throughout the celestial palace. After the fourth day's competition, as Jiang Wang made his way back to Ling Miao Peak, he happened to overhear a few individuals discussing him. Indeed, each generation surpasses the last. I witnessed the battle between Luo Xing and Jiang Wang. They were both incredibly fierce. One remarked, "Of course, the former is the holy son of the Luo clan, having been endowed with countless resources and exceptional talent since childhood, so he is naturally much stronger." Another countered, "But I feel Jiang Wang is even more impressive. Have you not heard? It is said that Jiang Wang is an ancient sacred body." The crowd gasped in shock. "What? An ancient sacred body? But we have never seen him use it." Naturally, those opponents were unworthy. Rest assured, you will see it in due time. Suddenly, one person spoke mysteriously to the others, piquing their curiosity. "You may not know this, but Jiang Wang and Luo Xing are actually brothers." "What? I don't believe it." Jiang Wang did not linger any longer. Truth be told, such revelations were hardly secrets. After all, both the Jiang and Luo clans were large and gossipy, making it inevitable for others to become aware. Time swiftly passed, and the fifth day arrived. By this time, only a little over 100 participants remained in the competition. 64 golden lotus platforms appeared in the sky above Xianxian Square. Heilong's figure materialized out of thin air, addressing the crowd below. Today marks the fifth day of the Celestial Palace competition. With 128 individuals remaining, we shall select 64 true disciples for the 7 great peaks, who will then recognize each peak's leader as their master. The remaining 64 may still choose to join the 12 pavilions. Heilong paused momentarily before abruptly looking towards the heavens and proclaiming, "Let us welcome the leaders of the 12 pavilions and the 7 peaks." The crowd erupted in a stir, gazing towards the void ahead. Before them, the air shimmered, and 12 figures emerged into this realm. Among them were venerable elders with graying hair, amiable young scholars, and enchanting maidens of breathtaking beauty. Each of these 12 individuals possessed distinct appearances, yet they all emanated a formidable aura, each a true powerhouse of the Saint Realm. The cultivators present in the Celestial Palace collectively ascended into the air to pay their respects to these 12 figures, who nodded in acknowledgement before descending to the forefront of Xianxian Square. Behind each of them, a long bench of spiritual vines materialized, yet they chose not to sit, as if awaiting something. Indeed, in the next moment, the spiritual energy within the realm surged with activity. The space trembled as 7 uniquely styled figures gradually appeared. Among these 7 were an elderly man with white hair and a stunningly beautiful woman, who happened to be Jiang Wang's exquisite mentor. The others were primarily solemn middle-aged men who exuded an air of seriousness. Jiang Wang turned to look at the Miao Saint, who also sensed his gaze. Her eyes, resembling autumn waters, met his, and she offered him a slight nod. "Greetings to all esteemed peak masters." With the appearance of these 7 superlative beings, both the cultivators of the Celestial Palace and the aforementioned 12 leaders bowed in respect. These 7 figures represented the most formidable foundation of the Celestial Palace, showcasing its audacious capital. standing amidst the vastness. The 7 figures manifested various objects, golden lotuses or seeds, before settling into a meditative position, observing Jiang Wang and the others with keen interest. At this moment, Heilong's gaze also fell upon Jiang Wang and his companions as he spoke. Today's match will continue to utilize a drawing method. Without further ado, let us discern who is strong and who is weak. Let the battle commence. With Heilong's final exclamation, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. The azure mirror above the firmament once again emitted over 100 radiant beams, enveloping Jiang Wang and his companions within its embrace. Following the guidance, Jiang Wang entered the arena. However, this time, as the luminous figure across from him faded, a peculiar expression began to manifest on Jiang Wang's face. Before him stood a figure clad in a delicate pink silk dress, her fair and youthful skin complemented by a pair of large, sparkling eyes that exuded an endearing charm. Who else could this be but Xianxiaaudiobooks? Chapter 64. A bold strike, defeated in one move. Upon realizing that her opponent was Jiang Wang, Xianxiaaudiobooks was momentarily taken aback. Soon after, a triumphant smile graced her lips as she waved her petite fist at Jiang Wang, exuding an air of playful challenge. Yet, Jiang Wang remained unfazed by Xianxiaaudiobooks' demeanor. Having once thrived under the banner of the red flag, although he now occupied the form of a child, he felt no spark of interest in this petite girl. As the spirit energy barrier began to dissipate, both Xianxiaaudiobooks and Jiang Wang slowly ascended into the air. Surrounding Xianxiaaudiobooks, golden spirit energy surged forth, accompanied by the resounding roars of dragons echoing throughout the arena. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang's golden blood energy surged skyward, enveloping him in a divine golden radiance, even his hair shimmering with a golden hue. The spectacle captivated the attention of numerous formidable beings. The 7 peak masters in the heavens observed with keen interest. An elderly man, draped in a white Taoist robe, whose hair and beard were as white as snow, and whose youthful visage bore a kind smile, watched the unfolding scene and chuckled. Is this the ancient sacred body? Its unique blood energy, akin to a surging ocean, is indeed as magnificent as the legends proclaim. This elder was the master of Yantian Peak, Taoist Yantian, known for his mastery in the art of formations that could manipulate the very fabric of creation, shrouded in mystery. Brother Dao, it seems you have high hopes for this young lad named Jiang Wang, remarked a middle-aged man in a purple robe, his demeanor grave, enveloped in Taoist essence. His spirit energy seemed capable of collapsing the void itself. His peculiar purple pupils betrayed his extraordinary prowess. This was the master of Tantian Peak, known as the Tantian Saint, reputed to possess the highest cultivation among the 7 peak masters. It was said that with a mere flick of his sleeve, he could summon purple energy across vast distances, reducing entire regions to dust. The Tantian Saint's purple eyes swept over the 2 combatants, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke. I dare say the princess of the great Xia divine dynasty is slightly stronger. Observing her aura, she has likely practiced the great true dragon scripture of the great Xia divine dynasty, which is notoriously formidable, capable of overwhelming all adversaries in its path. Upon hearing the Tantian Saint's words, several voices of agreement resonated in the air. I am not convinced that this Jiang Wang will emerge victorious. A burly man, his head bare and muscular frame gleaming like bronze, grinned as he gazed at Jiang Wang within the luminous barrier. This man was known as the Capture Dragon Saint, master of Qinlong Peak, renowned for his physical prowess. It was said that he once crushed a holy king's precious treasure with his bare hands during combat, shattering the heavens and splitting the earth. Let it be known, regardless of whether this lad wins or loses, I shall claim him. Do not compete with me. It would be a waste of such a promising physical cultivator, he declared jovially, stroking his bald head. The Tantian Saint remained unfazed, slowly responding. You may be placing your hopes too high. Although he is an ancient sacred body, he is still in his youth, and Xianxiaaudiobooks is not an ordinary body, but rather a congenital spiritual body. Ah, the congenital spiritual body, interjected a dashing young man in azure attire, wielding a white folding fan. His long hair cascaded elegantly, and unlike the solemnity of the Tantian Saint, he appeared carefree and ethereal, the fan creating gusts of wind as he waved it lightly. With a faint smile that radiated warmth, he addressed the assembly. Indeed, that is why I hold such conviction regarding Xianxiaaudiobooks. Throughout history, countless extraordinary physiques have emerged, yet the likes of the Yuan Shi Emperor remain singular. One should not hastily judge solely based on physical attributes. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily stunned, for the speaker was none other than the Miao Saint, perched gracefully atop a celestial crane, her autumn-like eyes fixed intently on the luminous barrier. The Qingtian Saint was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, playfully waving his fan. It appears the Miao Saint holds this young lad in high regard. The Miao Saint nodded without reservation. Indeed, it is quite remarkable that even the discerning Miao Saint is so optimistic about this young talent. One can only anticipate the outcome. The Tongtian Saint cast a profound glance at the Miao Saint before falling silent, opting to let the results speak for themselves. Meanwhile, the representatives of the great Xia divine dynasty had also arrived at the Azure Mystic Plaza. The emperor sat atop the dragon throne, watching the two figures in the barrier, a bead of sweat forming on his brow in anxiety. I wonder if Meng Yao will be able to withstand this. Noticing the emperor's concern, Xia Zhijin spoke reassuringly from the side. Your Majesty need not worry. Although Jiang Wang is exceptionally formidable, the princess possesses extraordinary talent as well. It is not a certainty that she will fall to the sacred body of the Jiang clan. The emperor turned his gaze to Xia Zhijin. Tapping his fingers upon the armrest, he sighed heavily, his voice laced with resignation. That young Jiang is growing ever more powerful, relentlessly pursuing his cultivation. In contrast, Meng Yao often falls asleep during her training and chases after birds and beasts while practicing her divine powers. It might be acceptable against mediocre opponents. But if she faces a true prodigy, do you truly believe she stands a chance? Upon hearing the emperor's words, Xia Zhijin's expression faltered, and he recalled the instances where Xia Mengyao had toyed with the esteemed instructors of the great Xia divine dynasty, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Within the barrier, the two stood suspended in midair, gazing intently at one another. Xia Mengyao huffed lightly and spoke. Jiang Wang, you are rather petty. Just because my mother once sent someone to your Jiang clan, and she has already faced punishment from my father, I have not held it against you. Boom. Before Xia Mengyao could finish her words, Jiang Wang erupted into action, his figure darting forward like an arrow released from its bow, a blazing golden streak charging ahead. A golden palm imprint manifested in the air, dazzlingly radiant, collapsing the space around it and producing a resounding tremor. You, caught off guard by Jiang Wang's sudden assault. Xia Mengyao could only hastily summon her spirit energy to defend, struggling to respond. Smack! The overwhelming force of the spirit energy surged forth, launching Xia Mengyao out of the arena entirely. Chapter 65. This is the consequence of your own doing. The crowd outside erupted into an uproar at this spectacle. Many had yet to grasp the situation, and the battle had already concluded. Is this for real? I've already prepared my sunflower seeds for this. It's happening too quickly. No. A wave of astonishment erupted from the crowd of spectators. The emperor sighed helplessly, as if he had lost all strength. At this moment, the 7 holy kings in the sky wore varied expressions. The celestial guardian chuckled lightly at the scene, glancing subtly towards the great sage seated in the heavens. The latter maintained a neutral expression, refraining from speaking, yet a hint of displeasure flickered in his eyes. In the arena, the eliminated Xia Mengyao finally seemed to come to her senses. Her gaze towards Jiang Wang was filled with fury and shock as she pointed an accusing finger at him, exclaiming, Jiang Wang, you ambushed me, you shameless scoundrel. Jiang Wang shrugged and replied, who ambushed you? Isn't it your own fault? The barrier vanished, yet you continued to dawdle. Who has the leisure to play with you? You. Xia Mengyao gritted her teeth in anger, stammering for a moment but failing to articulate her thoughts. After a prolonged silence, she declared, I don't care. You cheated. I demand a rematch. Jiang Wang chuckled. Did you open the celestial palace? I can't be bothered to entertain you. With that, he waved his hand, seemingly waiting for the brilliance of the Zhongshuan mirror to descend and transport him away. After a moment, he slowly furrowed his brows, for the light that was supposed to guide him out had not yet arrived. Meanwhile, the mysterious sage observed this scene with a frown, suddenly turning to the great sage. Her red lips parted as she inquired, what does this mean? The great sage stood slowly, narrowing his eyes as he addressed the Zhongshuan mirror. The rules did not state that leaving the arena constitutes a loss. Their battle should be resumed. The mysterious sage suddenly smiled. So leaving the arena does not count as a loss. That is indeed preposterous. There is nothing absurd about it. The rules do not state that leaving constitutes a loss. Moreover, mysterious sage, I must ask you, how do you define the term boundary? The arena itself is a boundary. Yet the entirety of the Zhongshuan mirror can also be considered a boundary. Even the entire continent qualifies as a boundary. Xia Mengyao may have left the confines of the arena, but she remains within the bounds. How can that be deemed a loss? The mysterious sage's brows furrowed, her gaze towards the great sage turning somewhat unfriendly. She softly retorted, I do not wish to hear your sophistry. If the great sage wishes to debate, we can choose another day. Today, let us promptly retrieve Jiang Wang. The great sage's expression remained unchanged, seemingly oblivious to the displeasure in the mysterious sage's eyes. He merely stated, as I mentioned, Xia Mengyao has not lost. How can we retrieve Jiang Wang? Must you distort the truth? The mysterious sage scoffed, her spiritual energy surging. brilliant divine light manifesting in the heavens. Are you intending to provoke me? The great sage coldly snorted, his aura beginning to swirl as a surge of purple energy emanated from his eyes. Wait, what are you two doing? Let us discuss this civilly. Others hastily interjected, fearing that the two might engage in a brawl. At that moment, a peculiar divine consciousness suddenly descended upon the plaza. Those who sensed it changed their expressions. Welcome, Palace Master. At this instant, both the 7 Peak Masters and the 12 Pavilion Masters rose, their faces respectful as they bowed towards the heavens. The crowd below became extraordinarily excited. The Palace Master? The Xianxian Palace Master has arrived. Heavens, I never imagined I would witness the Xianxian Palace Master in my lifetime. Calm down, it's merely a divine consciousness. This divine consciousness was exceptionally unique, drifting erratically in the sky, as if it were omnipresent. A clear and resonant voice echoed throughout the realm, sounding as though its owner was a youth in his 20s. Little one, the rules indeed do not state that leaving the arena equates to victory. Would you be willing to battle again? Jiang Wang felt quite displeased at this moment. Recalling the numerous injustices he had encountered in his previous life, such as having those with cognitive deficiencies as class leaders and individuals with disabilities as physical education monitors. He never anticipated facing such unfairness again. Despite 1,000 reluctances in his heart, he could not openly disregard the face of this formidable being in front of thousands. Taking a deep breath, he clasped his hands towards the heavens and spoke, since the Xianxian Palace Master has chosen to address the matter. I am willing to compete again with Xiao. Ha ha ha, that's the spirit. A man should possess such grace. The Xianxian Palace Master seemed to appreciate Jiang Wang's attitude. After uttering these words, the crowd sensed the divine consciousness dissipating. Farewell, Xianxian Palace Master. Yet at that moment, the Palace Master's voice reappeared in Jiang Wang's mind. Little one, I am pleased you recognize the greater context. I still need to uphold the reputation of the Daxia divine dynasty. The path of the strong is fraught with thorns, and such unfairness is the norm. If you feel wronged, let your fists silence everyone. Keep it up. I have high hopes for you. With that, the Palace Master's voice vanished entirely. The great sage in the sky maintained his calm demeanor, but a trace of pride shone in his eyes as he glanced at the mysterious sage, then let out a cold laugh before returning to his seat on the dais. The mysterious sage's brows gradually unfurled. Since the Xianxian Palace Master had intervened, she felt it inappropriate to say more and likewise resumed her seat to observe the competition. Upon receiving the telepathic message, Jiang Wang exhaled. The golden light that had previously subsided began to intensify once more as he looked at the smug Xianxiaaudiobooks across from him with a slightly frosty gaze. She flew back into the arena, hands on her hips, provocatively addressing Jiang Wang. Come on, this princess is ready for you. In response to Xiaomingyau's taunt, Jiang Wang remained silent, slowly forming hand seals. The spiritual energy in this realm began to surge violently at that moment. Endless golden blood energy erupted from the top of his head. The ground beneath him transformed into a golden ocean, with towering waves of golden spiritual energy rising. On the surface of the sea, golden lotuses began to bloom, surrounded by countless strands of energy. The golden lotuses moved of their own accord, floating gracefully in the golden sea, with a peculiar golden mist emanating from them, drifting towards Xiaomingyao. Remember, this is what you brought upon yourself. Chapter 66. In broad daylight, spanking the little princess? Jiang Wang's expression was calm, his eyes filled with golden light as he turned to Xiaomingyao, speaking slowly. At that moment, her delicate face was etched with seriousness, dragon shadows appearing around her as she emitted cautious growls towards the encroaching golden mist. Outside, the atmosphere had already descended into a frenzy. Is this the phenomenon of the ancient sacred body? The golden lotus of the sea of suffering. Truly formidable, that golden mist. If touched, would undoubtedly crush one to dust. How enviable, to possess such innate powers. Silence, please. A grand spectacle is about to unfold. Not only the multitude of spectators, but also the 7 esteemed peak masters and the 12 revered pavilion lords in the heavens above are riveted by this scene. The Emperor of Humanity slowly rises, casting a concerned glance at the heavily furrowed brow of Xiaomingyao within the luminous screen, causing him to involuntarily break into a cold sweat. At this moment, another figure is equally transfixed by the unfolding drama, Luo Xing, who has already vanquished her opponent. Luo Xing gazes intently at Jiang Wang on the screen, her eyes glimmering with a unique brilliance, lost in her thoughts. She then shifts her gaze to the golden lotuses that sway gracefully without a whisper of wind. With her gaze lowered, she softly murmurs, ancient sacred body. Xiaomingyau's eyes are similarly enveloped in golden light. A surge of formidable spiritual power emanates from her being, and a colossal golden dragon materializes behind her. The dragon soars through the void, vividly alive, its scales erect and its fearsome maw opened wide as it unleashes a thunderous roar directed at Jiang Wang. The resounding dragon's roar reverberates through the cosmos, charging towards the ever-encroaching golden mist. Boom! The mysterious, peculiar golden mist crashes upon the massive form of the dragon like an immensely heavy wave. Scales shatter, and golden dragon blood spills forth. The dragon emits a pained bellow as its enormous tail sweeps through the enigmatic mist with overwhelming might, causing the very fabric of the void to collapse. A series of potent spiritual ripples radiate outward, fracturing the hard ground of the arena and toppling stone pillars. In the face of this overwhelming spiritual onslaught, Jiang Wang remains unyielding, his hands weaving through the air before him. Spiritual energy surges violently from within him, and two fish of yin and yang appear before him, entwined in a harmonious embrace, forming a wheel of yin-yang. The two colors of spiritual energy intertwine ceaselessly, exuding an overwhelming aura that causes the surrounding space to tremble, as if struggling to withstand such immense power. With a powerful shout, Jiang Wang, adorned with two extraordinary manifestations, propels the yin-yang life and death diagram forward in an assault against Xia Mingyao. Observing Jiang Wang's advance, Xia Mingyao furrows her brow. Her hand seals shift continuously, and the sound of dragon roars fills the air. Ethereal dragon scales begin to materialize on her delicate, pale arms. True dragon shaking heaven seal, Xia Mingyao exclaims, raising her arms above her head, a colossal seal manifesting in her grasp, starkly contrasting her petite stature. On the gigantic seal, peculiar golden dragon-shaped runes flicker, densely covering its surface, radiating an overwhelming pressure. I shall subdue you. Boom. The yin-yang life and death diagram collides with the true dragon great seal. The surrounding space quakes violently, and large portions begin to collapse. Both combatants channel their spiritual power into the clash, neither yielding an inch. Jiang Wang snorts coldly, thrusting the yin-yang life and death diagram forward with bare hands, then forcefully stomping on the void, unleashing a fierce onslaught towards Xia Mingyao. I have been nurtured in dragon blood since childhood. I fear not your physical prowess. What nonsense is this sacred body? Today, I shall break your legs. Xia Mingyao retorts angrily, her fist raised high as she strikes down towards Jiang Wang. At the moment their fists and feet make contact, Xia Mingyao's expression shifts dramatically, shock written all over her face. She distinctly feels the immense force emanating from Jiang Wang's leg. Bang! Xia Mingyao's petite form is sent flying by Jiang Wang's kick, crashing heavily to the ground. Alas, the Emperor of Humanity springs to his feet, unable to contain himself any longer. Were it not for certain reservations, he would have intervened to rescue Xia Mingyao. Rest assured, Your Majesty, should the situation worsen, I shall intervene, intones the great sage of the heavens above. The Emperor's brow furrows as he bows to the great sage, reluctantly resuming his seat. His expression a complex tapestry of emotions as he gazes at the luminous screen before him. Meanwhile, the spectators are left dumbfounded, mouths agape. Good heavens, what a display! This young Jiang Wang is merciless. Indeed, he shows no mercy whatsoever. The petite princess of the great Xia divine dynasty has been sent into the depths of the earth. Who would believe it without witnessing it firsthand? Alas, he possesses no sense of chivalry. It's no wonder he shall remain single for life. This remark is met with immediate dissent from numerous voices, predominantly from beautiful maidens and female cultivators. They gaze at Jiang Wang, whose hair dances in the wind. Enveloped in golden light, resembling a divine being, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Jiang Wang is so handsome, I wish to marry him. So charming and adorable, and so powerful. Is this truly the legendary figure of an emperor? In the arena, Jiang Wang casts a glance at the struggling Xia Mingyao in the pit before him, showing no hesitation. He tightly clenches his fist, a torrent of golden blood energy erupting forth. He delivers a devastating punch upon the golden dragon seal. Crack! Jiang Wang's immensely powerful blow leaves the dragon seal riddled with cracks, and with another resounding crack, it shatters into countless points of spiritual light, scattering through the air. He swiftly descends, his sleeves billowing as a fierce gust of spiritual wind sweeps through the arena, dispersing the clouds of dust. In the gaze of all, he effortlessly seizes Xia Mingyao and inquires, So, do you submit now? If you dare, let me go? Xia Mingyao flails her limbs in the air, desperately attempting to grasp Jiang Wang, momentarily forgetting to wield her spiritual power. Jiang Wang furrows his brow. You refuse to submit, do you? Then I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your imperial parents. Remember, the world outside does not coddle you. With that, he delivers a resounding slap upon Xia Mingyao's pert backside. Smack! The crisp sound resonates throughout the heavens, echoing for an age. Just moments ago, Xia Mingyao was struggling, but now she is frozen in disbelief, questioning her own senses. It is only when the fiery pain radiates from her rear that she gradually realizes the reality of her circumstance. She has been spanked. You dare strike my backside? Xia Mingyao slowly turns her head, disbelief etched across her features as she gazes at Jiang Wang. In an instant, her eyes glisten with unshed tears. Her delicate porcelain-like face flushing a vibrant red, akin to a ripe apple. Tears stream uncontrollably from her eyes, and in a frenzy, she lunges at Jiang Wang, forgetting to summon her spiritual power in her storm of emotions. Curse you, Jiang Wang. Neither my father nor my mother has ever laid a hand on me, Wu. I shall kill you, Jiang Wang. As he beheld the frenzied Summer Mingyao in his arms, an inexplicable fury surged within Jiang Wang. Initially, he felt that his actions were somewhat abrupt, considering she was merely a young girl. However, upon witnessing her current state, he resolutely decided to carry on. After all, he had already begun. If she remained defiant, then so be it. With that thought, Jiang Wang raised his hand once more, delivering a series of smacks upon Summer Mingyao's small backside. Woo Jiang Wang woo. Summer Mingyao, feeling the searing pain radiating from her derriere, could not contain the tears that flowed freely. Initially intent on maintaining her stubbornness and confronting Jiang Wang directly, she soon found herself utterly exhausted and realized she was incapable of breaking free from his grasp. Meanwhile, Jiang Wang continued to administer his punishment. Woo, I concede. I admit defeat. Summer Mingyao finally uttered, her delicate face etched with indignation and humiliation. As her plea for mercy escaped her lips, a radiant light descended, enveloping her and whisking her away from that place. With tears glistening in her eyes, fury ignited within her gaze as she fixed it upon Jiang Wang, as if she wished to consume him whole. Clenching her teeth, she spat out in a fit of rage, Jiang Wang, you wait for me. Oh. Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow, feigning a charge towards her. Father. Summer Mingyao, sensing the situation, dared not linger and hurriedly fled. Meanwhile, the onlookers outside exchanged peculiar glances, their expressions a mix of intrigue and disbelief as they directed their gaze towards the emperor of the Great Xia. I sense a spectacle is about to unfold. The Great Xia divine dynasty is notoriously protective and will not let this slide. Surely not. Everything Jiang Wang did was within the rules, and there was no substantial harm done. If the Great Xia divine dynasty is intent on making an issue of this, it would be rather beneath them. Indeed, it was within the rules, but how does Jiang Wang's actions differ from striking the emperor? Well, you didn't spare him either. True, but witnessing that scene, I can't help but imagine how the young princess will confront Jiang Wang in the future. The emperor sat solemnly upon his dragon throne, his expression complex as he gazed at Jiang Wang's image shimmering in the light screen. Wretched, your majesty, the little princess cannot be allowed to suffer such humiliation. Indeed, we must seek vengeance for the little princess. Your majesty, give the order, and I shall capture this scoundrel. Allow me to handle it, your majesty. Although the emperor had yet to respond, those surrounding him from the Great Xia divine dynasty were already seething with rage, clamoring for Jiang Wang to pay the price. The emperor slowly raised his hand, sighing deeply, and turned to the uncertain Summer Zhijin beside him, asking, what do you think? Is what I said true? Summer Zhijin managed an awkward smile, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, a tearful Summer Mingyao rushed back, throwing herself into the emperor's embrace. Woo, father. Jiang Wang bullied me. Her eyes were swollen, and the memory of Jiang Wang's actions made her skin feel as though it were on fire. As she spoke, tears streamed anew from her eyes, glistening like dew. Father. The emperor, understanding the implications of his beloved daughter's distress, found himself in a quandary. My dear daughter has been struck, and naturally, my heart aches. Yet, I must acknowledge that she was outmatched, especially by that Jiang Wang of the Jiang family. After a lengthy sigh, the emperor patted Summer Mingyao's head and spoke with a tone of resigned wisdom. You have been slothful in your training, indulging in merriment while cultivating your abilities. Now that you have encountered a stronger opponent, are you not bewildered? That boy's skills and spiritual energy far surpass yours. Have you learned your lesson? Taken aback by her father's words, Summer Mingyao pouted her lips. Although she was but 5 years old, she was astute enough to grasp the underlying message. It was clear that any hope of her father avenging her was futile. Nonetheless, she wished to make one last plea. Her large, watery eyes filled with mist. Her delicate face bore a look of utter helplessness. Father. The emperor, aware that he might not withstand his daughter's sweet pleas, turned his head away and said, Ahem, spare me the theatrics. If you desire revenge, then you must train diligently and seek him out yourself. With that, the emperor closed his eyes, opting for silence. Recognizing that her attempts at charm had been in vain, Summer Mingyao left dejectedly, casting a fierce glare at Jiang Wang as she exited. Sensing her departure, the emperor slowly opened his eyes, shaking his head in resignation. Beside him, Summer Jijin pondered for a moment before tentatively asking, "Your Majesty, will this action not hurt the little princess's feelings? There is no such thing as a smooth-sailing life. Mengyao has grown up amidst much adoration, never having faced adversity. It is beneficial for her to learn some lessons now. I can protect her well, and there is no danger in this grand competition. It is better for her to suffer now than to face dire consequences later." Indeed, hearing the Emperor's words, Summer Jijin could say no more and merely nodded in agreement. Above in the heavens, the 7 holy kings displayed a range of expressions. "Ha ha ha, Tongtian Saint. It seems this little princess is not as formidable as you thought." The dragon-catching saint laughed heartily, his booming laughter echoing as he teased the frowning Tongtian Saint. "This lad possesses commendable strength, though he could be a bit rough with the young lady." The sky-pillaring saint stroked his chin, a smirk playing on his lips. As for the Tongtian Saint, he rose abruptly with a cold huff, sweeping his sleeve as he departed. Chapter 68. Prematurely seeking a mentor, the celestial palace in turmoil. With the departure of the Tongtian Saint, the remaining 6 exchanged glances and burst into light-hearted laughter. After all these years, the Tongtian Saint remains the same. His pride too strong, Yantian Daoist remarked, observing the retreating figure of the Tongtian Saint. "Ha ha ha, who could argue? He suffers for the sake of his pride." The dragon-catching saint laughed thunderously, teasing him further. Then, with a serious expression, he addressed the others. "Now, I must declare that regardless of whether this lad wins or loses, he is mine, so do not dare to compete with me." Just as his words fell, a calm voice interjected, "That is merely your one-sided desire. No one has agreed to that." The group turned to see the speaker, a middle-aged man clad in black robes, his eyes obscured by a strip of black cloth. He sat cross-legged in the void, exuding no discernible spiritual energy. Yet, a sharp sword aura surrounded him, as if the very space around him was being sliced apart by his presence. He resembled an unparalleled sword concealed within its sheath, exuding an aura of profound restraint. This man was none other than the master of Jianyun Peak, Jian Wuming, known as the Black-Clad Sword Saint. However, this Sword Saint was shrouded in mystery, for no one had ever witnessed him unleash his full power. Moreover, it is said that the Black-Clad Sword Saint and the master of Xiangshuan Palace are old acquaintances who have followed him from the very beginning. The crowd was taken aback upon hearing the Sword Saint speak. The dragon-seizing great sage furrowed his brow and inquired with confusion, "Alas, blind swordman, I fail to comprehend your intentions. What use does a swordsman have for Jiang Wang? Is that not misleading the disciples?" The Jiang clan's sacred sword techniques have garnered a modicum of renown within the desolate valley of the immortal domain, and as a member of the Jiang clan, he undoubtedly possesses that sword technique. Since it pertains to the sword, how could entering my fold lead to misleading the disciples? The black-clad sword saint, his eyes shrouded beneath black cloth, gazed at the dragon seizing great sage. The latter smiled broadly, his grizzled teeth contrasting starkly with his bronzed skin. "You claim I am infatuated, yet is it not you who is indulging in self-deception? The recent battle was witnessed by all. He did not even release a single strand of sword energy. Oh, but I forgot, you might not have seen that." Unfazed by the dragon seizing great sage's mockery, the black-clad sword saint responded nonchalantly, "That was merely due to the low grade of the sword technique, which is unfit for battles at this level. Under my guidance, he shall undoubtedly have access to higher-tier sword techniques. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. Brother Wuming seems to have expressed all he had to say this entire year," remarked the burning heaven great sage, who had been silent thus far. Clad in a crimson robe, his visage resolute, his fiery red hair cascading down his back, he exuded an aura that made the surrounding air feel warmer. There had been rumors that the burning heaven great sage had a volatile temper in his youth due to his cultivation methods. In a fierce contest over a spark of fire, he reduced a corner of a desolate continent to ruins. The others nodded in agreement with the burning heaven great sage's words, acknowledging the unusual verbosity of the typically taciturn black-clad sword saint, who clearly harbored a genuine admiration for Jiang Wang's talent. The discussions among the saints, including the mysterious saint, were merely passive observations, refraining from further dialogue. She did not disclose that Jiang Wang was actually her disciple. As Jiang Wang's battle concluded, the remaining participants also gradually revealed their victories and defeats. The 128 individuals had split into 2 groups, with the 64 victors standing upon the golden lotus, while the defeated stood dejectedly aside, their eyes filled with envy for the victors who advanced. It was now time for the 7 peak lords and the 12 pavilion masters to select their disciples. Each peak lord, being a top-tier powerhouse, had distinct personalities, leading to varying requirements and numbers for their disciples. On average, each peak lord would need to accept 8 or 9 disciples. Relationships akin to that of Jiang Wang and the mysterious saint would categorize him as a closed-door disciple. Perhaps only the mysterious saint of Lingniao Peak would take in someone like Jiang Wang, while the other peak lords might not accept such disciples at all. Xia Mingyao had already found a secluded spot to weep, now standing in the defeated section. Her small lips pursed in anger as she cast glances of resentment towards Jiang Wang. At this moment, a vast expanse of purple energy suddenly enveloped the sky, resembling a massive purple cloud. The figure of the Tongtian great sage appeared, addressing the crowd. A sudden decision has been made. The rules this year will change. This time, all 7 peak lords, including myself, must wait until the first place is determined before selecting our disciples. The Tongtian great sage paused, his gaze landing on Jiang Wang, his violet eyes reflecting a hint of complexity. He then turned abruptly towards the heavens and proclaimed, "We welcome the master of Songshuan Palace's divine consciousness." As the Tongtian great sage's words echoed through the realm, that ethereal and mysterious consciousness descended once more. The resounding voice reverberated throughout the heavens. "Jiang Wang, I hereby grant you the privilege to select any peak lord today and join their ranks. Given your talent, I trust no one will refuse you. Whether you become a closed-door disciple depends on your fortune." At this announcement, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What an incredible favor bestowed upon Jiang Wang. The participants standing beside Jiang Wang looked at him with incredulous and envious expressions. The Emperor of Humanity slowly rose, gazing at Jiang Wang, filled with shock and regret. Although he had experienced regret regarding Jiang Wang multiple times, the latter's continuous miracles made the Emperor wish he could traverse the river of time, extinguishing the version of himself that had once turned a blind eye. "Ha ha ha, little one, your ancient sacred body is perfectly suited for my dragon-seizing peak. Rest assured, I will not shortchange you. You shall have whatever you desire, caves, courtyards, divine treasures, whatever you wish." Seemingly feeling that his offerings were insufficient, the dragon-seizing great sage gritted his teeth and continued, "Little one, let me be clear. Should you choose my dragon-seizing peak, not only will I impart to you the most formidable body refinement techniques, but you shall also need not contend for the true dragon's essence. I will directly gift you a drop from my collection." It is hard to fathom that a sage king would be enticing a 5-year-old child. The audience witnessing this scene could not help but gasp in astonishment, their gazes towards Jiang Wang filled with envy. Alas, how unfair the heavens are. My family is even more formidable than the Jiang clan. Why am I not an ancient sacred body? The true dragon's essence, a treasure beneficial even to sage kings, was being offered to Jiang Wang with such generosity. Listening to the murmurs below, the mysterious saint bit her red lip, her eyes flashing with a hint of urgency. The conditions proposed by the dragon-seizing great sage left even Jiang Wang momentarily taken aback, marveling at the magnitude of the offer. Just as he was about to respond, the Tongtian great sage, who had previously favored Xia Mingyao, spoke up at that moment. "Jiang Wang, you may also choose to come to my Tongtian peak." "Really?" Jiang Wang found the situation quite amusing. What was this? As the Tongtian great sage spoke, even the other saints regarded him with confusion, particularly the mysterious saint. Her expression one of disbelief, her beautiful eyes directed at the Tongtian great sage, seemed to convey a multitude of unspoken words, perhaps even some expletives. Faced with such scrutinizing gazes, the Tongtian great sage might have felt somewhat embarrassed. However, having weathered numerous storms, he simply cleared his throat and, with an unflinching demeanor, addressed Jiang Wang. "The Dezhenlong scripture of the great Xia divine dynasty has long been renowned, while your ancient sacred body's reputation, though resounding across the continent, stems from a lesser clan. It has been nearly a millennium since an ancient sacred body has emerged. Thus, its power exists only in legend. In comparison, I naturally favor Xia Mingyao." While the Tongtian great sage's words were not particularly pleasant to hear, they were indeed grounded in truth. This made Jiang Wang's disdain for him diminish considerably. At the very least, the Tongtian great sage could admit his mistakes with grace, lacking the haughty demeanor of superiority. After a moment of contemplation, the Tongtian great sage spoke once more. "I am aware of your youthful disposition and your belief that I harbor intentions to complicate matters for you. To atone for this, should you choose to become my disciple under the illustrious banner of the celestial sage, I not only promise to accept you as my most cherished apprentice, but also to bestow upon you the unparalleled power of the Ally Purple Chi, directly aiding you in transcending into the realm of the saints. As for the so-called true dragon essence, I regret to inform you that I possess none. However, I can offer you a rare Kirin divine herb that I fortuitously acquired in the past." A collective gasp echoed throughout the realm, as all present widened their eyes, their fervent excitement nearly bursting forth. The Kirin divine herb, my heavens, and the promise of enlightenment through the Ally Purple Chi, personally administered by the Sage King. This is an extraordinary blessing. Indeed, Should one ascend to the Saint Realm with the ally Purple Chi, their foundation would be extraordinarily robust. By the way, what exactly is this ally Purple Chi that the Celestial Sage speaks of? Are you truly unaware? The Celestial Sage practices a technique known as the ally decision, which compresses and refines spiritual energy through a unique method, thus producing this remarkably pure and potent ally Purple Chi. Ah, now I understand. The Celestial Sage, recognizing the weight of his own shortcomings, has thus presented this immense temptation right from the outset. In truth, upon hearing the offerings laid before him, Jiang Wang found himself quite tempted. Indeed, the Celestial Sage is quite formidable, and those who dare challenge him do so at their peril. The remaining 5 Sage Kings, upon hearing the generous terms proposed by the Celestial Sage, could not help but express their astonishment. The sky-piercing sage shook his head with a rueful smile, turning to Jiang Wang and saying, "You, young one, are truly fortunate. Alas, I shall step aside." With that, the sky-piercing sage relinquished his pursuit of Jiang Wang. The heavenly Taoist and the burning sky sage exchanged glances, both sharing in a knowing smile. Although they held great admiration for Jiang Wang, their own cultivation paths constrained them from offering more advantageous terms. Meanwhile, the black-clad sword sage, seated in the void, slowly spoke. "The aura you possess is exceptionally conducive to the cultivation of my swordsmanship. Everything they offer, I can provide as well. For what I cannot give, I shall seek from the Xianxian. Moreover, I pledge that should you choose to join my sword cloud peak, upon reaching the pinnacle of the Saint Realm, the position of Peak Master shall be yours." The implications of the black-clad sword sage's words ignited fervent discussions throughout the realm. No one anticipated such a heavyweight would yield his position so readily. His final remark, "What I cannot provide, I shall request from Xianxian," resonated deeply, suggesting a well-established rapport between them, even if unspoken. Most telling was the significance of these actions, which clearly indicated Jiang Wang's standing in the sword sage's esteem. As these conditions unfurled before him, Jiang Wang felt a pang of regret. He wished he could become sevenfold, collecting the benefits from each and every one before pledging his allegiance. The Xianxian Palace Master, observing from above, couldn't help but smile wryly. Subsequently, a voice descended upon Jiang Wang, asking, "So, Jiang Wang, what is your choice?" Jiang Wang pursed his lips, seemingly in contemplation. In that moment, every soul present held their breath with rapt attention. The onlookers were eager to discern whom he would select, while the Sage Kings harbored concerns over securing this genuine gem of talent. At this juncture, the Miao Saint, though outwardly composed, felt a tempest brewing within. Due to the nature of her cultivation technique, her prowess ranked amongst the lowest among the 7 Sage Kings. Furthermore, her youth rendered her less respected by the disciples of the Creation Immortal Palace compared to her peers. Various factors had led to a scarcity of talent in her lineage, thus limiting her resources. Compounded by her recent breakthrough into the Saint Realm, she had exhausted her own reserves. Would this young man perhaps choose another? The Miao Saint couldn't help but fret internally. Although she had taken Jiang Wang as her disciple, it had merely been a verbal agreement. Should he decide to betray her now, she would find herself powerless. Nevertheless, she was confident that no matter which sage he chose, the others would unconditionally protect him. With a sigh of resignation, she felt a rare wave of anxiety wash over her. Below, Shenlinger, her mouth agape in shock, gazed at the unfolding scene. Clenching her fists, she murmured, "Little one, Miao's sister has been so kind to you. Do not let her down." As for Jiang Wang, he gazed up at the 7 Sage Kings above the heavens. These titans, standing at the pinnacle of the continent's hierarchy, had all extended their olive branches to him in this moment. Regardless of the unrivaled cultivation techniques or the coveted saint-level enlightenment, or even the legendary Kirin divine herb, truth be told, he desired it all. With a wry smile, Jiang Wang lifted his head and addressed the descending consciousness of the Xianxian Palace Master, proclaiming, "Xianxian Palace Master, I choose to join Ling Miao Peak under Miao Saint." A collective gasp swept through the assembly, shock and confusion rippling through the crowd. If they were in Jiang Wang's place, none would have chosen the Miao Saint, regardless of her strength. In terms of resources, Ling Miao Peak lagged significantly behind the others. Is this a jest? What is Jiang Wang thinking? Murmured the onlookers, bewildered by his decision. The black-clad sword sage pondered for a moment before finally articulating, "Jiang Wang, I am not one to mince words. While I do not understand the rationale behind your choice, I must inform you that neither the resources of Ling Miao Peak nor the strength of Miao Saint will serve you well." As his words settled, the expressions of the other Sage Kings varied, clearly revealing their own surprise at Jiang Wang's selection. Speculation began to swirl among them. Only the sky-piercing sage, after casting a quick glance at Jiang Wang and Miao Saint, discreetly gave Jiang Wang a thumbs up, accompanied by a knowing smile. Jiang Wang, momentarily speechless, found his gaze drawn to Miao Saint. To his astonishment, she met his eyes with a smile that seemed to illuminate the world around him, as if flowers had bloomed in abundance and the cosmos itself had shifted. In that instant, he felt the very essence of the heavens and earth grow richer with spiritual energy. Upon witnessing her smile, he found himself regretting nothing he had lost. If those offerings could be exchanged for such a beautiful mentor, perhaps it was a fair trade after all. Moreover, without the benevolent assistance of the Sage of Marvels, how could he have accomplished so many system tasks to achieve his current standing? Jiang Wang pondered this in his heart. He then composed himself and turned to address the several venerable figures, saying, "Esteemed seniors, my intentions are pure and devoid of any malevolent thoughts. My choice of the Sage of Marvels is quite simple. In my early years, the Sage of Marvels bestowed kindness upon both me and the Jiang clan. Even before my birth, my mother had already pledged her allegiance to the Sage. Just a few days ago, the Sage intervened to help my clan avert a catastrophic disaster." Upon hearing Jiang Wang's explanation, the expressions of the saintly figures softened somewhat. The Sage of Heaven then spoke, "If that is the case, I advise you not to concern yourself. Should you choose to become my disciple, I can offer a reward to the Sage of Marvels to repay this favor." The black-clad sword saint and the dragon-catching saint nodded in agreement. However, Jiang Wang could only smile wryly in response. "I appreciate your esteemed consideration, but I still choose the Sage of Marvels." Upon hearing Jiang Wang's final decision, the voice of the master of Xianxiaaudiobooks echoed, "Indeed, you are loyal and grateful. Even without the ancient sacred body, your future achievements will undoubtedly be remarkable. But is the Sage of Marvels willing?" "Yes," the Sage of Marvels replied, her delicate head nodding slightly, a smile gracing her lips, her countenance as radiant as a peach blossom, seemingly delighted by Jiang Wang's decision. "Alas, you are ruining your future." The Sage of Heaven sighed, disappointment evident in his gaze towards Jiang Wang, and then his figure vanished from the spot, leaving behind wisps of purple energy. The dragon-catching saint also sighed regretfully, expressing, "What a pity, what a pity." After uttering those words, he too did not linger, tearing apart the space to depart. The black-clad sword saint, concealed by the dark fabric, looked at Jiang Wang, opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately remained silent. With a flicker, he transformed into a beam of sword light and vanished. As the saintly figures departed, the consciousness of the master of Xianxiaaudiobooks gradually dissipated. "Jiang Wang, I have high hopes for you. I look forward to your performance in the upcoming contests. I will not disappoint the master." Jiang Wang vowed as the master's consciousness completely faded from this realm, and the other saintly figures also took their leave. The Sage of Marvels lightly tapped her delicate foot against the void, creating visible ripples in the air. She soared down from the heavens, extending her fair and slender hand towards Jiang Wang. "Let us return to Lingmiao Peak, my disciple." "Very well," Jiang Wang replied with a grin, transforming into a flash of golden light and flying to her side. Together, they soared towards Lingmiao Peak, leaving the crowd below in a state of astonishment. "Incredible, too incredible. I never envisioned such an outcome. Indeed, if I had to choose, I would certainly select the black-clad sword saint." Yet, at that moment, dissenting opinions arose. He is not merely considering what benefits he can gain. He is simply repaying a debt of gratitude. Exactly. Jiang Wang is truly capable. He embodies the essence of gratitude. Yet, it is indeed a pity that he seems to be ruining his future. Ruining his future? With the ancient sacred body, how could external factors possibly hinder his path? Until the figures of the Sage of Marvels and Jiang Wang completely vanished from sight, the crowd in the square continued their fervent discussions. The emperor sat upon his dragon throne, gazing towards the direction Jiang Wang had disappeared, his heart heavy with bitterness. His fingers incessantly rubbed together. Suddenly, he turned to the side, addressing Xiaojijin. "Xiaojijin, tell me, if I were to personally approach Jiang Wang to recruit him, do you think he would agree?" At this moment, in the direction of the Luo clan, Luo Zhantian stood with his hands clasped behind him, his mind filled with the image of the young boy standing tall at the age of 5. Observing the familiar features, a mix of emotions surged within him. Not only did he feel a twinge of regret, but he also harbored a sense of guilt. "Sigh," Luo Zhantian heaved a long sigh. Beside him, Mo Yunlu subtly furrowed her brows, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes, but it quickly returned to normal. Approaching Luo Zhantian, she linked her arm with his and proposed, "Zhantian, why not lower your stance a bit? Let us go find that child together. He shares the Jiang clan's bloodline and will undoubtedly agree to recognize his heritage." Chapter 71. Arriving at Lingmiao Peak, the disciple of the closed door. Listening to Mo Yun's words, Luo Zhantian appeared to contemplate, before sighing once more. "We will discuss it later." With that, he turned away, burdened by uncertainty. "Humph." A flash of resentment flickered in Mo Yun's eyes as she coldly snorted. following the Sage of Marvels back to Lingyao Peak. Jiang Wang did not return directly to his residence in Qingshan, but was led by the sage into the Divine Hall. Within the Grand Hall, numerous figures had already gathered. As Jiang Wang and the Sage of Marvels entered, all these figures turned to face them, their expressions brightening with joy. Among them, Jiang Wang recognized a few familiar faces, notably Xianxiaaudiobooks, who gave him a thumbs up, her eyes filled with admiration. The Sage of Marvels vanished from her original position, reappearing atop the throne in the hall. Her gaze swept over the assembled figures before she addressed them. From this day forth, Jiang Wang shall be my only closed-door disciple, possessing the highest privileges at Lingyao Peak and free access to resources. Understood. Although the decision of the Sage of Marvels surprised everyone slightly, no dissenting voices were raised. Each person understood the current circumstances at Lingyao Peak. While not in dire straits, the presence of someone as formidable as the sage ensured that essential resources were available. However, due to a lack of talent, certain coveted resources remained out of reach. With Jiang Wang's arrival, his innate talent and strength would undoubtedly elevate Lingyao Peak to new heights. Yet, such advancements were reciprocal. Jiang Wang's prowess necessitated a substantial allocation of resources for his cultivation. This created a paradox wherein those who could generate returns required considerable resources to nurture, yet without sufficiently enticing resources, someone had to step forward to contribute. That person would be Jiang Wang. Thus, no one voiced any objections to the Sage of Marvel's decision. After addressing a few matters, the sage turned to Jiang Wang, saying, Jiang Wang, shortly, let Xianxiaaudiobooks guide you on a tour of Lingyao Peak. Since your arrival, you have yet to explore it properly. Jiang Wang smiled and nodded. Indeed. Ever since moving into Qingshan, I have been so focused on my cultivation, aiming for first place to bring honor to my master and our Lingyao Peak. The Sage of Marvels smiled slightly. Your arrival has already honored me greatly. Moreover, do not overly stress about the upcoming contests. In battle, the foremost priority is to ensure your own safety. As for the rewards, the Sage of Marvels pondered for a moment, seemingly considering something, before slowly continuing. The true dragon is now nowhere to be found, and thus cannot assist you in hunting one to extract its essence. As for the elixir of immortality, perhaps I could procure a specimen for you. The words of the mysterious saint not only astonished those present, but even left Jiang Wang somewhat taken aback. Goodness, what audacity! To hunt a true dragon merely for its essence. Furthermore, the elixir of immortality is not something one can simply acquire. Merely saying one could obtain it is an understatement. The existing elixirs are fiercely guarded by ancient clans or powerful sections. The greatest abundance of such elixirs is found in the demon realm, where many divine beast clans harbor legacies of these precious substances. Just as the celestial sage previously mentioned, the Qilin elixir is a treasured legacy of the ancient Qilin clan within the demon realm. This clan is exceedingly formidable, akin to the ancient clans of the human race, having produced emperors among its ranks. The probability of encountering an elixir in the wild is virtually non-existent. Thus, if the mysterious saint wishes to procure an elixir for Jiang Wang, her only options would be to purchase or seize it. Purchasing is likely beyond reach due to their exorbitant value, leaving only the option of theft. Upon realizing this, Jiang Wang hastily waved his hands. No. The elixir is not a necessity. I shall strive on my own. He was genuinely apprehensive that this enchanting mentor might undertake some reckless endeavor. Observing Jiang Wang's demeanor, the mysterious saint couldn't help but chuckle, her crimson lips curving into a stunning smile. She then nodded and spoke. Very well. It matters not if you do not secure first place. I shall still find a way to compensate you. Thank you, master. With that, the mysterious saint did not linger, casting one last glance at Jiang Wang before vanishing from the grand hall. As the mysterious saint departed, Jiang Wang found himself instantly surrounded by the multitude within the hall. He noticed that the gray-haired elders gazed at him with eyes alight, their gnarled hands reaching out to touch various parts of his physique. How splendid! Merely observing his form, one can sense the vibrant vitality coursing through him. Truly, he is the ancient sacred body. How fortunate I am to witness it today, thanks to the esteemed peak master. Indeed. You old fellows. Do not frighten young Jiang. Just as Jiang Wang grew weary of their antics, Xianxiaaudiobooks suddenly intervened, swiftly pushing their hands away. Upon seeing Xianxiaaudiobooks, the elders instantly smiled sheepishly. Linger, we were merely curious. At our age, encountering the ancient sacred body is indeed a rare opportunity for study. Xianxiaaudiobooks huffed lightly, turning her head away. Away with you, you frighten our young friend. She then turned to Jiang Wang and smiled. Jiang Wang, ignore them. Let us depart. With that, she grasped Jiang Wang's hand, and they transformed into two streaks of light, soaring out of the grand hall. As they flew, once they had sufficiently distanced themselves from the crowd, Shenlinger landed gracefully on the ground with Jiang Wang. He surveyed their surroundings, discovering that this was a place of breathtaking beauty, a realm imbued with divine spirit. The waterfall cascaded as if descending from the heavens, surrounded by mountains and water, with blossoms in full bloom. Sisterlinger, what is this place? Jiang Wang inquired with curiosity. Shenlinger beamed and replied, "This is the spot I frequented most when I first arrived at Miaoling Peak. Apart from me, few ever visit here." Shenlinger found a large rock to sit upon and addressed Jiang Wang. "Now that you are officially a member of Miaoling Peak, I shall thoroughly explain its structure and key figures to you. Though Miaoling Peak may be modest in size, it is well equipped, featuring training grounds, halls of teachings, and pavilions of divine arts. However, the number of disciples and elder instructors leaves much to be desired. Most disciples at Miaoling Peak are those who had little choice or were transferred from other peaks. There are over 800 disciples, more than 300 elder positions, and over 100 instructors across various realms, while only 2 are at the sage level. The most numerous are the servants without spiritual cultivation, numbering well over 1,000. Seeing that Jiang Wang had absorbed all this information, Shenlinger nodded in satisfaction, her arms outstretched, a look of contentment gracing her features. "With your arrival, Sister Miao need no longer fret over the resources for the disciples of Miaoling Peak." "How wonderful!" Jiang Wang responded with a sincere smile and a firm nod. "Rest assured, Sister Linger, I shall endeavor to elevate Miaoling Peak alongside you and master." "Excellent," Shenlinger replied, her gaze toward Jiang Wang brimming with approval. She then added, "Now, young one, you should focus on your cultivation. If you falter, with Master Miao's temperament, she'll undoubtedly storm into the ancient divine beast clans to seize an elixir for you." Jiang Wang smiled wryly, yet nodded in agreement. He could not allow the mysterious saint to take such risks, unless one were an emperor, who would dare to infiltrate an ancient clan to snatch away an elixir and return unscathed. Jiang Wang did not linger further, bidding farewell to Shenlinger before transforming into a streak of golden light, soaring skyward. He returned to the Qingshan courtyard and resumed his cultivation. The following morning, the Zhangxian Square was bustling with a crowd. The recent spectacular battles had ignited fervor among the spectators and eliminated contestants alike. Many began speculating on who would claim victory in the upcoming grand tournament. Regardless, I have my bet on Jiang Wang. I admit that Jiang Wang's ancient sacred body is indeed formidable, but I also believe that Luo Xing of the Luo clan is quite strong. Indeed, while Luo Xing's methods may be ruthless, his talent and strength are commendable. A contest between him and Jiang Wang could yield unpredictable results. As the discussions among the audience grew increasingly fervent, the space around them began to warp, and a dozen figures gradually materialized. It was the 12 pavilion masters and the 7 peak masters, who took their seats in the order established previously. The celestial sage gently waved his folding fan, his long fingers toying with the strands of hair falling across his forehead, and turned to the fiery sky sage beside him. "Fiery Sky, as the finals approach, who do you think will seize the top prize?" The fiery sky sage pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head. "Difficult to say." He paused, lowering his voice to speak with the celestial sage. "Had that lad Jiang Wang chosen Tongtian Peak, Qilong Peak, or Jianyun Peak yesterday, I believe his chances of victory would be considerable." The celestial sage couldn't help but chuckle at this remark. The Qilong sage added, "Indeed, I too have been observing that young one from the Luo clan. However, his temperament is quite fierce, and he shows no mercy in his actions. Without proper guidance, he may stray down a perilous path." The Tongtian sage supplemented, glancing in the direction of the Daxia divine dynasty, and spoke slowly. "Meanwhile, Xia Mingyao of the Daxia divine dynasty possesses remarkable intelligence and exceptional talent as a congenital spiritual body. Alas, her luck seems terribly unfortunate, crossing paths with Jiang Wang." Upon mentioning Jiang Wang, the gaze of the celestial sage instinctively turned towards the direction of the mysterious sage, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. However, the mysterious sage remained oblivious to this, fully absorbed in meditation, awaiting the commencement of the day's battle. As time passed, the 64 participants from the previous day gradually arrived, preparing for the competition. "Look, Luo Xing has arrived." A glimmer of starlight twinkled as Luo Xing, stepping upon the starlight, soared from the direction of the Luo clan. Enveloped in resplendent radiance, resembling a shooting star, Luo Xing traversed the void, her hair billowing, her gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd. Yet she did not spot the figure she sought. Just as she pondered, a collective gasp arose from the onlookers. "Jiang Wang is here too." Everyone, including Luo Xing, looked up. There, at the horizon, a brilliant golden light appeared, akin to a blazing sun descending from the heavens. In the next moment, the golden glow gradually dissipated, revealing Jiang Wang's figure within the sight of the crowd. At this moment, Jiang Wang was bathed in golden light, a faint golden aura emanating from the crown of his head. He resembled a deity descending from the night sky, his piercing gaze sweeping across the crowd as if to judge them all. As their eyes met, an inexplicable understanding flickered in both their gazes. The celestial sage slowly rose, addressing the remaining 64 participants. All of you are the creme de la creme of the entire wilderness immortal domain. Today, you will engage in 4 consecutive battles, with one person receiving a bye, ultimately determining the top 5. Are you amenable to this? We shall abide by the sage's decree. Let the battle commence. They responded in unison. With a wave of his sleeve, the celestial sage summoned the azure mystic mirror, which trembled slightly, unleashing dozens of beams of light that enveloped the participants. Jiang Wang cast a final glance at Luo Xing before charging into the brilliance of the azure mystic mirror. Upon entering, he was astonished to find that the battlefield was no longer the previously enclosed arena bathed in golden light. It resembled an entirely different world within the azure mystic mirror. Towering peaks and peculiar stones stood majestically, trees flourished, and waterfalls cascaded down the cliffs. While he surveyed his surroundings, a beam of light descended not far away. As the light faded, a boy of about 11 or 12 years appeared in Jiang Wang's line of sight. Clad in a white brocade robe, he possessed a handsome and elegant visage. His long hair was tied back, and he emanated a faint divine radiance. Remarkably, his right hand was unusually long and fair, as if exquisitely carved from a precious piece of white jade. Upon seeing Jiang Wang, the boy paused for a moment, then a bittersweet smile appeared on his face. "Oh, it is my little brother Jiang Wang." Jiang Wang nodded and smiled in return. "So you are from the primordial Tao sect, the little sage, Zhou Sheng. I have long admired your reputation." Zhou Sheng smiled faintly and clasped his hands in greeting. "Please do not elevate me so." The name of the sage body, Jiang Wang, must have echoed throughout the entire wilderness immortal domain. "I am but a trifle before you, little brother." Hearing Zhou Sheng's compliments, Jiang Wang smiled slightly, remaining silent as his gaze fell upon the peculiar right hand of Zhou Sheng. Zhou Sheng seemed to notice Jiang Wang's gaze, exhaling deeply before speaking with a wry smile. "To be honest, little brother Jiang Wang, I truly feared what has come to pass. Throughout the entire Immortal Palace competition, I was only uncertain of you and Luo Xing. I had thought I would have to endure several battles before meeting you. I never expected our encounter would come so soon." Chapter 73, Defeating Zhou Sheng, a Thrilling Battle. As Zhou Sheng's words fell, his aura began to gradually emanate. His robes fluttered without wind, producing a crisp sound. His expression grew solemn as he addressed Jiang Wang. "Though I am somewhat reluctant to face you two here, there is no alternative. We must confront reality, mustn't we? I have studied your and Luo Xing's combat styles. While I may not have mastered them entirely, I believe I can provide you with a gratifying battle." At Zhou Sheng's words, Jiang Wang laughed heartily, beginning to channel his spiritual energy. "Then let me see what you can do." In an instant, Jiang Wang's foot struck the ground with immense force, causing the earth to cave beneath him. His figure shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, his golden aura soaring skyward, transforming him into a blazing sun. With a single fist clenched, golden energy enveloped it, carrying an overwhelming might as he struck towards Zhou Sheng. "Come on." Zhou Sheng's expression shifted, taking a step forward as his spiritual energy surged forth. His right palm shot out, shimmering with light, directly clashing with Jiang Wang's fist. A resounding thud echoed as the surrounding space rippled, as if about to collapse under the force. Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow, realizing that his punch felt as though it had struck cotton. Most of its power dissipated. "Tai Chi cloud manipulation," Zhou Sheng exclaimed, the spiritual energy around him swirling towards his palm, gradually forming a vortex that unleashed a powerful pull, attempting to draw Jiang Wang closer. "No good. This fellow has some tricks." Snorting, Jiang Wang unleashed his golden aura, dispersing the clouds overhead. The overwhelming golden energy forced Zhou Sheng to release his grip, retreating rapidly. "Brother Zhou, did you not say you wanted a thrilling battle? Why resort to such soft tactics?" Jiang Wang grinned, his tone teasing. "Fear not, little brother Jiang. There is no need to rush. You shall be satisfied," Zhou Sheng replied with a gentle smile, lightly tapping the ground with his toes. A unique luminescence enveloped him, effortlessly dissipating Jiang Wang's formidable power. He moved with the grace of a koi swimming through the void. Remarkably agile, the shimmering hand began to transform, becoming translucent, with 7 hues of light swirling upon it, resembling a magnificent piece of 7-colored glass. Glass pagoda hand. Mystical inscriptions flickered upon his palm, magnifying in Jiang Wang's eyes as they descended towards him. Jiang Wang's expression sharpened, his spiritual energy surged forth, flooding into his meridians. At that moment, his hand felt as though it had been infused with gold, laden with boundless golden energy, as he collided heavily with Zhou Sheng's palm. Boom. The violent clash of spiritual energies erupted, shattering nearby trees in half. Impressive, this little sage Zhou Sheng is indeed not to be underestimated. Naturally, the primordial Dao sect is a formidable force in the southern wilderness immortal domain. But what is this peculiar hand of Zhou Sheng? It must be a secret technique from the primordial Dao sect. The ferocious spiritual energy surged outward, causing both Jiang Wang and Zhou Sheng's hair to billow wildly. Jiang Wang's brow gradually furrowed as he felt his internal spiritual energy begin to stagnate. It was rapidly depleting, hinting at signs of suppression. Something is amiss, he mused inwardly, shifting his gaze to the intricate inscriptions upon Zhou Sheng's extraordinary hand. The inscriptions shimmered, their radiant light flowing gracefully, emanating peculiar waves of energy. In the midst of this flickering, it seemed as though the spiritual energy between heaven and earth began to grow sluggish, as if it were being suppressed. In an instant, Jiang Wang grasped the crux of the issue and struck down with a mighty palm, the force so immense it seemed capable of flattening an entire mountain. Young brother Jiang, I concede that the bloodline of the ancient sacred body is unparalleled, and your physical prowess is formidable. However, brute force is futile against me. Zhou Sheng replied with a calm smile, his sleeves waving gracefully, as if an endless radiance blossomed around him, suppressing all the boundless spiritual energy that Jiang Wang wielded. Yet, Jiang Wang had no intention of inflicting harm. This strike was merely a means to extricate himself. In an instant, he withdrew from Zhou Sheng's vicinity, standing tall in the void, facing the smiling Zhou Sheng below. Meanwhile, the 7 sacred kings in the heavens were also observing this spectacle. The celestial saint spoke with intrigue. The legacy of the Hunyuan Dao sect is indeed fascinating. It can suppress spiritual energy. Yen Tian Daoren smiled faintly and explained, to call it suppression is somewhat inaccurate. The divine technique passed down by the Hunyuan Dao sect is known as the Hunyuan floating pagoda spell, an exalted art realized by the Hunyuan ancestor while observing the Buddhist pagoda of the western regions. Through a unique method, it manifests spiritual energy as a pagoda, capable of subduing all in the world. Upon hearing Yen Tian Dao Ren's elucidation, the other sacred kings nodded in understanding. The dragon captor saint stroked his bald head and jested. So it originates from those bald monks. No wonder it's so sinister. Clapping his hands in appreciation, Jiang Wang addressed Zhou Sheng below. You have truly exerted yourself, my friend. This arcane technique of yours has indeed left me at a loss. The name of the sacred body resonates through the ages, compelling me to approach this with utmost seriousness. Zhou Sheng smiled wryly in response. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Wang grinned mischievously, his hands slowly forming a peculiar seal. Brother Zhou, since we are indulging in the arcane, allow me to present my own. As Jiang Wang's words fell, Zhou Sheng's expression shifted, his brows furrowing as he retreated, swiftly creating a safe distance between them. He suddenly sensed that the spiritual energy in this realm was frantically surging toward Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang gradually closed his eyes, his hands swiftly crafting seals, unleashing a series of extraordinary imprints. A black hole materialized behind him, waves of strange energy radiating outward. Simultaneously, Jiang Wang opened his eyes, now entirely filled with black radiance. Devour. Jiang Wang's lips parted, but the voice that emerged was not his own. It resonated like that of a transcendent demon emperor, intent on consuming all in this world. Not good. As this ancient voice echoed, Zhou Sheng felt an overwhelming force locking onto him, threatening to draw him into the black hole. Zhou Sheng's face mirrored terror as he gazed at the black hole before Jiang Wang, ancient and mysterious, as if even light could be swallowed by it. Should he be consumed, no matter his might, escape would be impossible. With a sudden thrust, Zhou Sheng stomped his legs into the ground, anchoring himself firmly while his hands shifted through various seals, his surroundings glowing with vibrant colors. A colossal black pagoda began to materialize behind him. Suppress. Zhou Sheng bellowed, spitting a mouthful of blood as the pagoda solidified, layers igniting from the bottom up until the 3rd tier was reached. The entire pagoda radiated a colorful brilliance. Intricate inscriptions etched upon its surface, within which flickering glazed flames could be glimpsed. As it advanced, even the void around them began to stagnate. With a decisive motion of his hands, the entire pagoda surged toward Jiang Wang. A cascade of colorful radiance enveloped him, promising to thoroughly suppress his spiritual energy if caught within. The oppressive pagoda descended, its glazed flames rising, capable of refining even a celestial emperor. However, all of this hinged upon the pagoda's ability to overpower Jiang Wang. At this moment, Jiang Wang manipulated the black hole before him, unleashing an insatiable devouring force. The two forces clashed in midair. Jiang Wang gazed up at the pagoda looming above him, a faint smile gracing his lips. With a swift transformation of his hand seals, The black hole trembled slightly, its size expanding instantly, the bizarre devouring power surging dramatically. To the astonishment of onlookers, it devoured the pagoda hole. Inside the black hole, the space resembled the world's end, an abyss of endless void. No life could endure here. Even ancient emperors would be crushed to oblivion. Connected to the pagoda's consciousness, Zhou Sheng's pupils dilated in shock. He felt as if he had been exiled to the edge of existence, surrounded by nothing but void, where even light could not penetrate. Refined. Jiang Wang altered his hand seals once more, the black hole swirling slightly, crushing the pagoda within, transforming it into pure spiritual energy that surged back into Jiang Wang's being. With a sickening sound, as the pagoda was refined, Zhou Sheng coughed up blood, his form hurtling from the spot and crashing heavily into the ground. A dull thud resounded as the earth buckled beneath him, dust billowing into the air. Remarkable. A single strike to determine the victor. What manner of entity is that black hole, so domineering? Murmured the onlookers, embroiled in fervent discussion. Above, the remaining sacred kings, save for the Miao Saint, wore expressions of confusion. This young fellow harbors many secrets. What is this divine ability? They pondered, hearing the celestial saint's inquiry. The sacred kings shook their heads in unison. Even Yin Tian Daoran, usually well-versed in knowledge, furrowed his brow at the unfolding scene. The form it takes bears resemblance to the legacy of the heavenly demon sect. What? The other sacred kings gasped at this revelation. Associating with the heavenly demon sect was no trivial matter. Should Jiang Wang truly be entwined with them, they would need to take action. Fortunately, Yin Tian Daoran quickly waved his hand dismissively. Yet it is not the demon art. This ability lacks the malevolence of that art, instead possessing a greater air of mystery and antiquity. Its true nature eludes me. Upon hearing this, the sacred kings regained their composure. Their gazes toward Jiang Wang now tinged with admiration. As for Jiang Wang, he descended from the void, his sleeves fluttering as he dispelled the swirling dust. Pulling Zhou Sheng from the pit, the latter coughed a few times, looking at Jiang Wang with a wry smile. I was overly confident. I did not anticipate your spiritual prowess to be so formidable. That divine ability is exceedingly overpowering, and I am left in awe. Jiang Wang chuckled softly, patting Zhou Sheng's shoulder while channeling the pure spiritual energy he had just refined back into him. With a smile, he addressed the latter. Do not hold me accountable. Brother Zhou. Zhou Sheng had already exhausted all his internal spiritual power with that last strike and sustained considerable injuries, requiring a substantial period for recuperation. Nevertheless, Jiang Wang directly infused him with pure spiritual energy, revitalizing his withered spiritual sea and accelerating the healing of his internal wounds. Zhou Sheng's complexion gradually regained its color, and he looked at Jiang Wang with a mix of gratitude and admiration, clasping his fists in appreciation. Thank you, Brother Jiang. Jiang Wang's actions not only aided in Zhou Sheng's recovery, but also displayed a remarkable humility, allowing him to retain his dignity as the victor. This greatly elevated Zhou Sheng's perception of Jiang Wang to unprecedented heights. No need for concern, go rest now. Indeed, I wish Brother Jiang the very best in claiming victory in this celestial tournament. At this juncture, Zhou Sheng hesitated momentarily, casting a contemplative glance at Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang raised an eyebrow, inquiring, Is there something on your mind, Brother Zhou? It is nothing much, merely a word of caution, Brother Jiang. Should you encounter Luo Xing, exercise utmost vigilance. I have a lingering suspicion that he possesses formidable abilities that he is yet to reveal. Jiang Wang nodded in acknowledgement, clasping his fists in gratitude. Thank you for the warning. I shall proceed with caution. With that, Zhou Sheng was enveloped by a radiant light descending from the heavens and departed from the battlefield. Once Zhou Sheng had left, Jiang Wang seated himself on the ground, commencing a period of meditation to stabilize the turbulent spiritual energy within him. At this moment, his greatest desire was to witness Luo Xing's battle. However, due to the constraints of the competition format, he could only utilize the time allocated to him for recuperation on the battlefield. As his internal spiritual energy gradually calmed, Jiang Wang reopened his eyes, only to be astonished to find that the flora and fauna, previously devastated by the combat, had returned to their pristine state. Observing this scene, he couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration, reflecting silently. This azure mirror truly is a remarkable treasure. I wonder what its full offensive capabilities are. Just as Jiang Wang was lost in thought, the second opponent was teleported in. As the light curtain dissipated, revealing the figure within, Jiang Wang slowly stood and clasped his fists, stating, Ling Miao Peak, Jiang Wang, here to seek guidance. Chapter 75. The Enigmatic Beauty and the Enthusiastic Admirers. The fierce battles were not confined to Jiang Wang's arena. The battlefield where Luo Xing fought was equally breathtaking. At this advanced stage of the tournament, only those possessing considerable prowess remained in contention. The skies above churned ominously, and thunder rumbled ominously. Violent bolts of lightning rained down from the firmament, forcing the figures below to dodge desperately. One unfortunate soul, unable to evade in time, was struck by a bolt as thick as an adult's arm. With a sickening splatter, crimson blood erupted forth, leaving the figure charred and gradually succumbing to weakness. His eyes, filled with dread, were fixed upon the youthful figure suspended in midair, surrounded by flickering arcs of lightning. Luo Xing, with her long hair cascading down, was suffused with the brilliance of lightning, her aura crackling with energy as she reveled in the imminent victory. You are like bothersome insects, fully aware that you cannot defeat me, yet you still squander my time. As Luo Xing descended from the heavens, her gaze bore a palpable contempt for her opponent below. The man, though a tough adversary, clutched his chest and managed a strained smile. Spare me your arrogance. Do you think yourself an ancient emperor, capable of winning by mere words? The ancient emperors are but relics of the past. This is the era of Luo Xing. At this point, Luo Xing's tone shifted, her expression growing frigid as a hint of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. And you shall now pay the price for wasting my time. Upon hearing this, the opposing figure's face paled dramatically as he prepared to shout towards the heavens. Withdraw. Yet the words had barely escaped his lips when Luo Xing's figure vanished from sight. In the next instant, the space before him warped, and with a flash of lightning, a delicate hand emerged, gently pressing against his chest. Thunder roared. The ferocious lightning erupted from Luo Xing's palm, brutally ravaging her opponent, sending him crashing to the ground, bloodied and battered. The sight left the onlookers gasping in shock, marveling at the ruthlessness with which Luo Xing struck. Thus, Jiang Wang and Luo Xing stood as champions on their respective battlegrounds, continually facing a stream of challengers. Jiang Wang, enveloped in golden light, exuded an aura of invincibility akin to a celestial deity descending from the heavens. With mere fists, he could shatter artifacts of the immortal emperor. His divine might was unparalleled. In a confrontation with a body cultivator, the two obliterated the very mountains beneath their feet, with Jiang Wang effortlessly demolishing his opponent. What a thrill. I feel utterly captivated by Jiang Wang. I don't even want to sleep now. Indeed, the visceral thrill of each punch is exhilarating, propelling opponents into utter disarray with that boundless vitality. I believe Jiang Wang is destined for first place this time. Perhaps, but have you seen Luo Xing? Most of her opponents emerge gravely injured, and many concede the match upon facing her. As the grand competition progressed fervently over the course of 2 days, the audience felt no weariness. Rather, their excitement intensified, eager to witness this fervent spectacle. Hey, Zhao, are you still here watching the matches instead of going to sleep? Sleep? Who knows when such exhilarating matches might occur again? Wow, the crowd has certainly swelled over the past 2 days. On my way back yesterday, and even coming here today, everyone was discussing Jiang Wang. The individual continued to watch the competition intently, casually responding, "Of course. Look over there," pointing to a nearby gathering. One could see a throng of admirers, predominantly women, though many men were present as well. Some held up signs, fervently cheering for the radiant figure enveloped in golden light on the screen. The placards bore various inscriptions, such as "Invincible Sacred Body" and "Jiang Wang, the mightiest." The most outrageous sign proclaimed, "Jiang Wang, the most handsome and adorable." Unable to contain himself, the observer's lips twitched, and he suddenly recalled something. Curiously, he asked the person who had just spoken, "By the way, why aren't you joining them? Don't you support Jiang Wang? How do you know I'm not going? I just finished making my sign when you arrived." With that, he produced a sign that read, "In a world of pride, atop the mountain's peak, first came Jiang Wang, then the heavens themselves. Jiang Wang, go forth and crush them," cried a figure, brandishing a placard, before plunging into the throng of fans. At that moment, the crowd beheld a swift azure light streaking across the horizon, transforming into a resplendent azure lotus. Upon this ethereal blossom stood a figure of exquisite grace. Though her visage was partially shrouded in gossamer, her crystalline eyes, glimmering like water, rendered the very cosmos seemingly dim in comparison. Clad in a delicate, light-hued gown, with brows like emerald feathers, skin as pure as snow, and a waist as slender as a silk ribbon, her presence was breathtakingly captivating. Such a woman, possessing such an aura, was indeed a rarity in this world. As this stunning lady graced the square, the once boisterous atmosphere fell into an uncanny silence. Although her features were obscured by a veil, the hint of her nearly flawless cheekbones stirred an irresistible impulse within many, a longing to reach out and unveil the silk that concealed her face. To behold a beauty capable of eclipsing 100 blossoms and dimming the very heavens. What a beautiful woman, they murmured. Indeed, she seems even more enchanting than the renowned saint. Who is she? Her arrival drew the attention of the majority present, yet within her crystalline gaze, there was no trace of tenderness, only an air of distant, profound indifference. Who could she be? Is she here to watch the competition? I do not know, but she is undoubtedly the most beautiful woman I have ever encountered. Shoo, do not speak, she is approaching us. Chapter 76. Advancing into the top 5. Preparing to overwhelm my younger brother. The exquisite woman gracefully glided to the forefront of the viewing platform and settled into her seat, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned. They were left to wonder whom this enchanting lady had come to observe. A few young men, priding themselves on their esteemed backgrounds, approached her with smiles, addressing her. Esteemed lady, I am Xiaoyuan from the southern region of the Abandoned Valley Immortal Domain, the junior patriarch of the Xiao family. Might I have the honor of your acquaintance? Xiaoyuan's pride and superiority were palpable as he spoke, for the Xiao family held a notable reputation in the southern Abandoned Valley, having enjoyed many advantages due to his status, coupled with his own talents and good looks. He was captivated by her beauty and wished to forge a connection. However, the stunning lady appeared oblivious, her beautiful eyes scanning the various luminous screens before her, neglecting even a glance at Xiaoyuan. Witnessing this, Xiaoyuan felt a pang of embarrassment, especially as he caught the sound of mocking laughter in the background. Feeling humiliated but aware of the setting's significance, he turned away in dejection, unable to express his indignation. Nonetheless, his misfortune did not deter others from attempting to engage with the beautiful lady, yet each approach was met with her unyielding indifference, igniting a deep curiosity within the onlookers about her identity. Meanwhile, in the battlefield where Jiang Wang stood, a colossal golden fist imprint descended from the heavens, carrying an overwhelming force toward a figure below. The individual's eyes widened in horror, and without a moment's hesitation, they raised their hands and declared, I concede. The moment those words left their lips, the golden fist vanished into thin air. Jiang Wang descended from the heavens, flashed a grin at his opponent, and clasped his hands in acknowledgement. I concede. Hearing Jiang Wang's words, the opponent's face contorted awkwardly as he rubbed a particularly painful spot on his body. Heh, duly noted. He replied, forcing a smile. As the final match concluded, 2 beams of light descended from the sky, enveloping Jiang Wang and his fellow competitors, lifting them into the air. Upon emerging from the battlefield, Jiang Wang instinctively glanced at the 4 others who had exited with him. Together, they comprised the top 5 of the Immortal Palace competition: Jiang Wang of Ling Miao Peak, Luo Xing of the Luo clan, Li Lingyin of the Forging God sect, Yun Jiao of the Wind Spirit sect, and Yi Gu of the 10,000 Poison Mountain. The great sage of the Celestial Palace rose slowly, casting a swift glance over the 5 before speaking. You 4 have secured your places among the top 5. Return and rest well, for tomorrow and the day after. You shall determine the top 3 and the ultimate champion. Understood, great sage, the 5 replied in unison, bowing deeply. Jiang Wang's gaze swept through the crowd until it landed on the breathtaking, enigmatic woman. To his astonishment, she, too, was gazing at him. What a beautiful woman. Jiang Wang's brow arched. Her grace and the hint of her unparalleled beauty were the most remarkable he had encountered in years. However, in the blink of an eye, the enchanting lady vanished without a trace, leaving Jiang Wang in a state of bewilderment. As he prepared to depart, he suddenly spotted Luo Xing, who was regarding him with a smirk that carried a hint of provocation. Jiang Wang let out a cold laugh, ignoring him as he transformed into a streak of golden light and turned to leave. Yet soon after, he pivoted back, wearing a radiant smile as he waved at the fans holding up placards for him. Hello, everyone, he exclaimed. Wow, Jiang Wang is actually speaking to us. How approachable. So adorable, I want to touch him. Jiang Wang chuckled, pondering briefly before waving his sleeve. Countless spirit stones cascaded into the hands of his fans as he declared, Thank you for your support. Take these spirit stones and treat yourselves to a good meal. I'm off now. With that, he departed without lingering. And as his figure faded from view, the fans remained in a frenzy of excitement. I want to have his child. If my son were even half as impressive as Jiang Wang, I would willingly perish on the spot. The remaining spectators observed Jiang Wang's actions with a mix of admiration and envy. He truly knows how to connect with people, they remarked. Indeed, though merely 5 years old, his demeanor towards both opponents and fans is commendable, earning him respect even from those he bested. In contrast, Luo Xing's reputation seemed to falter under scrutiny. The discussions were not whispered and were easily heard by Luo Xing, whose disdain was palpable as he surveyed the crowd, particularly the fans adoring Jiang Wang. A smirk crossed his face. If you hold him in such high regard, just wait to see how I will trample him underfoot tomorrow. With that, Luo Xing transformed into a streak of starlight and swiftly departed. Upon returning to the Qingshan villa, Jiang Wang commenced his rigorous training. Given that only 5 individuals remained, including himself, and considering Luo Xing, The other three were each exceptional talents, distinguished among the younger generation of the Wild Valley Immortal Domain. However, this assertion holds true only when excluding the elite youths from other formidable sects and ancient clans. Nonetheless, even in this select group, each individual harbored unique abilities, making any confrontation far from effortless. Simultaneously, Jiang Wang recalled the gaze that Luo Xing had cast upon him earlier, a look that incited a fervent desire within him to deliver a thorough beating. His foremost wish at this moment was to administer a sound thrashing to Luo Xing, entirely dismissing the notion of allowing him to participate in any finals. Despite these thoughts, Jiang Wang remained vigilant, fully aware that within the Luo clan, Luo Xing undoubtedly occupied a position of considerable prestige. Enjoying a plethora of invaluable resources, he surely possessed numerous hidden trump cards. Yet, these factors paled in comparison to Jiang Wang's overarching suspicion, which aligned closely with Zhou Sheng's earlier conjecture that the abilities Luo Xing currently exhibited were merely a fraction of his true potential. This hypothesis stemmed from a faint aura Jiang Wang had sensed during their previous encounter, an essence that could not be attributed to the Luo clan's cultivation techniques. The nature of this mysterious, ancient aura eluded Jiang Wang's understanding, yet it felt oddly familiar. "Ah, dear brother, what delightful surprises might you have in store for me?"